Sophia's POV. Wake up, Sophie. I told you last night that Alpha is out of the pack. I have to go to the pack house early today. I was sleeping soundly when I heard a loud knock on my door. I tried to sleep once more, this time with my pillow over my ear. My brother Abraham was banging on the door. He was 3 years older than me. He had recently been promoted to Gamma of our Nightshade pack. As a result, his responsibilities increased day by day. If you don't come out right now, I will kill your boyfriend. He threatened me. I opened my eyes instantly and sat up. Tsk! Why are you doing this to me? I am coming. Wait for me. Good girl. I rolled my eyes. He was well aware of my weakness, which was my boyfriend, Bruce Morrison. It was a blessing to have a man like him in my life. He loved me. I had complete faith in him. He was the younger brother of our alpha, Bryan Morrison. Despite sharing the same blood, they were totally different in nature. Bruce was a calm, collected person. He could get along with everyone. On the other hand, his big brother, Bryan, was a really cold-hearted man. Everyone in our pack was frightened of him. They said that with a gaze as sharp as a dagger, he exuded an air of danger that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to cross his path. His every move was calculated, and his every action was deliberate in the realms of wolves. His deadly demeanor had the ability to kill any alpha at any time. He was not only the strongest alpha, but also a business tycoon who catapulted our pack to the top of the world's richest packs. Well, that's what I had heard about him. I had seen him once. On Bruce's last birthday, I caught a glimpse of him. I was relieved that Bruce was not cold like him. Bruce was a gentleman, and most importantly, he cared about me. I went to have a shower, dressed in a simple blue long dress, and put on a pair of sneakers. I quickly grabbed my phone and bag, then dashed downstairs. See, she is seldom on time. I overheard my brother complaining about me to my mother. Mom, don't listen to him. He and his alpha are both just getting on my nerves. He informed me last night that we would be leaving early. But at what time? He never said that. I can't even get a proper sleep because of him. My mother laughed. She was used to this bickering. Abraham and I said our goodbyes to our mother and left our house. We got into his car, and he began driving. Mom assigned me the duty of sending you to your university every day. Otherwise, you would have gone there by foot. Okay, you don't have to drop me then. I will tell Brew. Don't even think about it. I'll drop you off every day. I don't like that guy. Of course you can't like him, because he is not your boyfriend, but mine. I know him better than anyone. He loves me. In fact, he promised me that he would come to have a conversation with Mom about us after my 18th birthday. I replied in a mocking tone. When every pack member reached the age of 18, they found their mates. A lot of people today would rather have the person they chose than their fated mate, so they could reject their mate if they wanted. However, there was a different law that only applied to the head alpha. Our pack's head alpha could not reject his fated mate. If he did, his mate would die. Additionally, other alphas would degrade his position as the leader of the Nightshade pack, which was worse than death. Which is tomorrow. It's your birthday tomorrow, Sophia. My brother reminded me. Then he will come the day after tomorrow. I will keep an eye on him first, then I will let you be his mate. Bruce was the same age as my brother. I did not know why, but my brother was not fond of him at all. However, he assumed Bruce might be my mate, so he had to accept us together. Okay, my brother, as you wish. I remarked sarcastically. He lightly hit my head with his knuckles, which made me laugh. He dropped me off at the main entrance of my university. University of Nightshade. It was my ideal university. I had to put in a lot of effort to get here. I was in my freshman year. After attending a few classes, I was feeling bored. My best friend, Louisa, was not with me. She did not show up today. Where is she? I thought about it and dialed her number. She did not answer my call. I was missing Bruce as well. He did not come either. I dialed his phone number. He received the phone call after 2 rings. Hello, where are you, Bruce? Baby, I told you, brother went to the Moon Valley Pack to bring my sister-in-law here. He is returning today. Their engagement is tomorrow, so I am at the pack house right now. Oh, yes, how did I forget about big brother-in-law's engagement ceremony? I think because of this, my brother went there early today. He also informed me that we were invited to the ceremony. Don't worry, baby. If you had forgotten, I would have reminded you, so there is no need to worry. I am currently quite busy. I wish you were here, but it's okay. You should be in your class. I will call you later. Okay, bye. Bye. I sighed as Bruce hung up the phone. He was doing the right thing by helping his family. Suddenly, an idea popped into my mind. I should go to the pack house to surprise him. I will lend him a hand at work. He will be overjoyed. I exited my university and hailed a cab. I got to the pack house area in 20 minutes. I paid the cab driver and then proceeded to the pack house. Guards halted me at the entrance at first, but when I told them I was Gamma Abraham's sister, they let me in. As I stepped into the house, a wave of fragrance enveloped me, filling the air with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Every corner was adorned with an abundance of vibrant petals, creating a rainbow of colors that danced before my eyes. The walls were adorned with delicate bouquets, their petals gently cascading down like a waterfall of nature's beauty. The whole pack house looked like a bride. I laughed at the thought of referring to a house as a bride. Why would they not decorate the house? It was Alpha Bryan's engagement. Everyone would get their Luna tomorrow. I looked around to find Bruce, but he was nowhere to be found. "Excuse me, where is Bruce?" I asked a maid. "He is not here." The maid responded with a gentle smile. I assumed he might be in his room, so I asked, "Where is his room?" "Upstairs, in the corner," she replied before returning to her work. "Thanks." I went upstairs and looked at the two corners. Which one? The right one or the left one? I asked myself, remembering that I had forgotten to ask about which corner. I followed my instincts and went to the far left corner. I realized the room was at the end of the corner. I walked slowly and came to a halt in front of the door. I opened the door and gasped. It was a master bedroom. A sense of order and cleanliness washed over me. Every corner was meticulously arranged, as if each item had been carefully placed with purpose. A king-sized bed stood proudly at the center, its regal presence commanding attention. The room itself had an air of elegance, with flawless white furniture carefully arranged to create a sense of peace. The walls were painted a dark color. The window beside the bed gave a view of the forest. To my surprise, I felt completely different vibes in this room. "Bruce?" I called his name, but I got no reply. Where was he? Didn't he say he was in the pack house? I tried to dial his number, but his phone was unreachable. I thought he would be back soon, so I took my time studying the entire room. My gaze was drawn to a photograph on the nightstand. I took a slow step toward it and took the photo frame. It was a picture of two brothers, Bruce and his big brother. Unknowingly, I sat on the soft mattress and stroked Bruce's face through the glass frame. It looked like this picture was taken in their teenage days. Bruce looked cute, and his brother looked frigid, as others said about him. When he arrived at Bruce's birthday celebration last year to wish him, I had only seen a glance of his face from afar. Bruce couldn't even introduce me to him since he had to leave in a hurry for a pack meeting. The age difference between them was only 2 years. However, Bruce respected his brother a lot. In this picture, his brother looked handsome, but was a very arrogant boy. Who had thought that one day this boy would become the most powerful alpha? Whispers of his name echo through the corridors of power, spreading like wildfire among those who have witnessed his ruthless attacks in the war. I was lost in the picture. All of a sudden, a cold voice behind me made me come out of my thoughts and trembled me to the core. "How dare you enter my room without my permission? How dare you enter my room without my permission?" I immediately stood up and turned to the door. The man standing at the door was none other than Bryan Morrison. He possessed an undeniable charm with his striking appearance, but the chill in his gaze sent shivers down my spine. His dark eyes glared at me. I let out a gasp, and my hand began to shake. The photo frame slipped out of my grasp and onto the floor without my knowledge. I did not know that it was his room. "Big brother-in-law," I said with a trembling tone. "Brother-in-law? Is what I've heard correct, Bryan?" After entering the room, a woman positioned herself next to Bryan. She was a stunningly beautiful woman. She had a beauty that men usually worship. She was wearing a white dress that reached her knees. Her curves underlined her slender and attractive figure. After giving me an in-depth look from head to toe, she turned her attention to him. Is she Bruce's girl? Bryan raised his hand to stop her from continuing to speak. His gaze moved down to the floor. I slowly lowered my eyes and saw that the glass of the photo frame was broken. My eyes widened when I saw the crack between the two brothers in the picture. In a hurry, I sat down and reached out to touch the photo. "I am cleaning it," I said. "Leave." I heard him. I turned my head to look at him. His eyes were still on the photo as if he were angry to look at me. And if he did, he would kill me. I gulped and tried to apologize. "I am sorry. Leave." He yelled at me. I flinched at his cold tone, and a shard of glass pierced my finger. I lowered my head and stood up. I rushed out of his room while trying to control my tears. The moment I came out of his room, tears began to stream down my cheeks. I stopped and bit my bottom lip to prevent myself from crying. No one had ever talked to me like that. I sobbed and was about to move when I heard the woman talking to him. "Bryan, she is so cheap. Did you see her dressing sense?" I looked down at my clothes. What was wrong with my clothes? I was wearing a decent dress. What's wrong with our Bruce? Does he really like that girl? I can't believe this. He has such a bad choice. I frowned and made my way to the stairs. I did not want to stay a single second here. I did not come here to take any humiliation. I climbed down the stairs and directly headed to the main door. "Sophia?" I heard someone calling me from behind. As I turned around, I saw Bruce's mother, Juliana Morrison. She tilted her head and smiled at me. "Hey, how come you are here? And why are you leaving?" In an effort to get myself back under control, I smiled at her back. I had seen her last year at Bruce's birthday party, just like his big brother. But the difference was that Bruce could introduce me to his parents. They knew me. His mother was a very nice lady. "Luna, how are you?" I asked and walked to her. She held my hands and told me to sit on the couch with her. She glanced at the maids who were working there. They bowed to her and left the living hall. She chuckled and shook her head in reply. "I am not your Luna anymore. Mila will be your Luna very soon," she said. Mila? I thought about this name. She was talking about Bryan's fiancée, the woman I had just seen in his room. Considering that his brother was going to marry her in the near future, Bruce always referred to her as his sister-in-law. In fact, it was Bruce who told me to call Bryan brother-in-law. He said calling him Alpha would sound awkward since we would become a family soon. "Yeah," I said while recalling the humiliations. "She is the daughter of the head Alpha of the Moon Valley Pack. She is the best choice for my son. She is an eligible woman. She will treat the whole pack well. At least, I hope so." She described her soon-to-be daughter-in-law with a very bright face. I experienced a sense of unease. I would be her daughter-in-law too. But I was not from any different pack with any high status. I belonged to a very average family. My father was not an alpha of any pack, but a fighter wolf. He died in an accident, leaving my mother and us alone. To raise my brother and me, my mother had to work very hard. For the sake of achieving the rank of Gamma, my brother worked with his blood, sweat, and tears, for the purpose of getting into the best university so that I could graduate and make my mother proud. I studied hard. That was what we had. We had self-respect, but no higher reputation. As if she understood my thoughts, she placed her hand on my head. "Don't think that I am not happy with you just because I am talking about my big daughter-in-law. Every time Bruce speaks, he mentions you. When I met you at the party, I felt that he had made a wise decision. You are a pretty girl. Does he behave well with you?" I looked at her. The anxiety that had been nagging at my head vanished swiftly. With a smile on my face, I gave her a nod. "He is really good with me. I am very lucky to have him." I received a nod from her. Her smile never left her face. She was happy that both of her sons were settling down with good women. A few maids arrived with snacks and arranged them on the tea table. "Now, where is Bruce, Auntie?" "I heard him having a conversation with a girl named Louisa. Maybe he has some work outside." "Oh, Louisa? What was Bruce talking about with her?" Then it hit my mind. Tomorrow was my birthday, so were they planning something for me? I stood up and said, "Auntie, give me permission to leave now. I have some work." She raised her brows. "You didn't eat anything. Next time, Auntie, I am in a hurry right now." "You are coming tomorrow with Abraham, right?" "Yeah. Bring your mother with you." I lowered my head shyly and nodded my head. I left the pack house. I dialed Louisa's number. She did not receive my call again. I took a cab to go to Louisa's house. You both are planning a surprise for me and thought I would never know that? I thought with a chuckle. But in my mind, I did not want to ruin their surprise. I was just going to her house to see if she was okay because she did not come to the university today. I had no idea where Bruce was, but since he lied to me, he was really up to something. I reached Louisa's house. It was her maid who opened the door. Hello, where is Louisa? She is in her bedroom. Okay, I am going there. I told her and made my way upstairs to Louisa's bedroom. I was pleased today. Why not? I had the opportunity to listen to compliments from my future mother-in-law. I stood in front of Louisa's door. I was surprised when I opened the door. She was using her phone. Didn't I call her many times? What caused her not to receive mine? Nevertheless, my eyes fell on her body, which was covered with a blanket. I entered the room and asked, Louisa, do you have a fever? She looked shocked when she saw me, as if she were looking at a ghost. You? Why are you here? She asked, and immediately tried to cover her neck and arms with the blanket. I was unable to understand her reaction, but suddenly I heard the sound of someone opening a door. I turned my head toward the bathroom. There I saw a man coming out with wet hair, wearing a white bathrobe. I could not believe my eyes. I felt a pang in my heart. My eyes began to well up with tears as I uttered his name. Bruce? I felt as if the ground had slipped beneath my feet. It would have been better if I had buried myself before seeing this. So, Sophia? Bruce looked stunned when he saw me. What would he think? He would keep cheating on me, and I could not get to know about it. How could you? I took a step back. I felt heavy in my chest. The person I most trusted betrayed me. I had always wished to spend the rest of my life with him. I thought I was a lucky girl to have him, but what did I get in return? Cheating? Sophia, whatever you are thinking, nothing is like that, baby. Bruce attempted to approach me, but I stopped him by lifting my hand. I shook my head. I felt like passing out. I turned my head toward Louisa. Her head was down. How could she have done that? Wasn't she my best friend? And you, I muttered to her. She looked at me and shook her head. She forgot she was wrapped in a blanket. Her blanket had fallen from her chest. A few marks on her naked body became visible in front of my eyes. When I saw that, I almost fell to the floor. I was speechless. How could they play dirty with me? Sophia, I am sorry. Please forgive me, baby. Bruce came close and held my hand. I felt disgusted when he touched me. I yanked my hand out of his grasp and slapped him. How long? I asked. He was silent. Why? Why was he so quiet right now? It had been 2 years since we had been in a relationship. He promised me to be a loyal man. He vowed to me that he would mark me and make me his mate. A few years ago, I went to the pack house with my brother when he wasn't yet the Gamma. That time I met Bruce. He began to show up at my school to meet me. We began dating a few months later. He had already rejected his mate at that time. He told me that he had rejected his mate because she had cheated on him. But what exactly was he doing now? I asked how long. I yelled at him. He remained silent, not even making eye contact. I went to Louisa. You tell me, how long have you been doing this behind my back with him? I wanted to hear for myself how long they had made a fool out of me. Oh, 1 year, she replied as she turned away from me. I bit my lips, almost bleeding. I could not take more stabs in my heart. I didn't want to do that, Sophia. I only love you. I heard Bruce. Did he still have the courage to speak? I scoffed at him. After what he did, he had the audacity to say that. Why did you cheat on me? You never let me touch you. I am an alpha. I have some desires that I need to fulfill, so I had to go another route. I was waiting to turn 18. I wanted to become your mate and wife. Before doing anything, I wanted to give our relationship a name. I have never considered another man. I was saving myself just for you. But couldn't you wait for me? Not even another year? You started cheating on me after only 1 year of our relationship? I tightened my fists to stop crying. I took a deep breath. Everything is over. The relationship between us is over, I told Bruce. I looked at Louisa, whom I used to call my best friend. Don't come in front of me again. She did not try to justify herself, as if she had nothing to say. I turned around to leave. I ran downstairs while crying. Sophia. Bruce rushed down the stairs and grabbed my arm. Don't touch me. How dare you say that you broke up with me? You can't go anyway. No one will accept you. Everyone knows that you are my girlfriend. You are a weak omega. No one will make you his wife but a plaything. You should be relieved that I am still in love with you. So just forget everything and pretend you haven't seen anything." I stared at him. How could a man be so shameless? I wanted to slap myself for falling for him. His words made me even more despised. I pushed him hard. "You don't have to think about me. Go play with your Louisa like you have been doing all these times." Saying that, I walked out of the house. My legs felt shaky. I had no idea where to go. What should I do now? What would I do with this betrayal in my life? How would I explain Bruce to my mother and brother? I promised to introduce him to them soon. My brother appeared to be very knowledgeable about people. He had warned me about Bruce before, but I never paid attention to his words. How stupid I was. I made my way to the road. I didn't have the strength to wait for a cab. My thoughts were jumbled. Tomorrow was my 18th birthday. Fate really gave me a great present. I thought they were preparing something for my birthday, but little did I know they had been cheating on me for a long time. Why did all of this happen to me? I was a simple girl who was happy with her small family. Why did he come and break me so badly? He called me a weak omega. He thought about me like this all the time? I walked like a crazy woman to the road. I had no idea where I was or how long I had been walking. My steps became slower as I began to feel the sun, and its intensity nearly drove me insane. I was sweating, crying, and depressed. I could hear horns behind me. "Hey, girl, go die somewhere else. Get out of our path. Our alpha is getting late." I was so occupied in my messed-up mind that I could not hear the driver clearly. When I turned around, I was astounded to see a long line of black cars behind me. A bulky man emerged from a car that was in the middle of the other cars. Then he opened the back door for someone. A man in a black suit came out and made his way towards me. Because of the sunlight and my glossy eyes, I could not see his face. He took a slow stride forward and came to a halt in front of me. His presence blocked the sunlight from falling on my face. I blinked to get a better look at him. It was Bryan Morrison. How did I end up meeting him twice on the same day? I was unable to think of what to call him now. Big brother-in-law? Bryan? Alpha? He had a frown on his face as he stared at me. He might be wondering why I was in the middle of the road. I wanted to tell him about what his brother had done to me, but before I could, I felt unsteady. Darkness began to descend around me. I felt myself slamming into his hard chest. His strong arms encircled my waist almost immediately. When he touched me, I felt a strange sensation that I had never felt before. Before I could comprehend the unfamiliar feeling, I passed out in his arms. When I opened my eyes, it was already evening. A few times I blinked my eyes. I could see the ceiling of my room. I sat up and rubbed my forehead. For a minute, I could not understand what had happened. My thoughts immediately went to the scenario in which Bruce was with Louisa. At first, I was under the impression that it was a nightmare, but then I realized what I witnessed today. Bruce cheated on me. I will never forgive you, Bruce. I hate you. I wanted to get out of bed. However, my mind stopped when I thought about how I got back home. My eyes widened. I covered my mouth with my hands. I fainted in Alpha's arms. How? Why? Did he send me home? I went downstairs to ask my mother. She was cooking something in the kitchen. Mom? Sophia? You woke up. My mother turned to me and asked. She cupped my face and said, "What happened to you, my child? Are you feeling okay now?" "I am fine, Mom. Who sent me home? Your brother took you back home." Brother? I was confused. He said he was going with Alpha to a pack meeting. They were in a hurry, but a girl appeared in front of one of their vehicles, and Alpha went to check for himself. Since Abraham was the Gamma, he also went to check on the situation and make sure everything was in order. But then he saw you unconscious. He told Alpha that you were his sister and brought you back home. I lowered my head. He must be feeling embarrassed because of me. No, my child? Why are you saying this? You are his sister. You are his responsibility. I nodded my head. My mother told me to eat something, but I refused. I was not in a mood to eat anything. I went back to my room. I cried a lot in my room. I tried not to cry out loud because I did not want my mother to be aware of my shattered heart, at least not at this time. When it was midnight, my mother and brother came to my room with a birthday cake. Happy birthday." I was stunned by their sudden appearance. I immediately wiped my eyes and tried to hide my face with my hair. "Sophie, what happened?" Abraham asked. "Nothing, brother." He placed the cake on the bed and sat beside me. My mother sat on the other side. "I didn't ask you about today. What happened to you?" "I was just tired, brother. Nothing else. I am sorry that I wasted your time and embarrassed you." "No worries, silly girl. This is not something you should cry for," Abraham said, and he patted my head. "Now, make a wish and cut the cake," my mother told me. I closed my eyes. I don't know what to wish for. From now on, I will follow my fate wherever it may lead me. I said to myself and blew out the candle. I cut my birthday cake. I had to smile because I did not want to show my sorrow to my family. After eating pieces of cake and giving me 2 envelopes, Abraham and Mother left my room. I put the envelopes in a drawer. I did not have a mind to open them. They worked hard, and the money in those envelopes was their earnings. How could I always use those without giving them anything in return? I lay on my bed and tried to fall asleep with a broken heart. The next day, I spent the entire day confined to my room. Due to the fact that I did not go out for lunch, my mother brought lunch to my room. She informed me that I needed to get ready in time because Abraham would send someone to take us to the pack house. "I don't want to go, Mom," I told her. "How could I go to that house? It was my ex-boyfriend's house. I had no relationship with him now. I did not want to see his face again." "You have to go. It's Alpha Bryan's engagement ceremony. Your name is clearly stated on the invitation card. You can't deny it, my child. It's a rule." I was an Omega. If there was any rule that I breached, I would not be able to survive any royal retribution. Therefore, I had no choice but to consent to going. I started to get ready in the evening. I wore a simple white dress that my mother bought for me as a birthday present. I put on a pair of white heels. Then I put on some light makeup and let my hair down. My mother saw me when I went downstairs. "You look so beautiful, Sophia." "Thanks, Mom." She hugged me and cried. "If your father were here, he would have been happy to see you." I patted her back. She was right. I was missing my father. "I am not going with you." "Why, Mother?" My back pain returned. She replied with a low chuckle. "Then I am also not going as well." "No, you have to go. We talked about this before." I sighed and told her to take care of herself. Then I left my house. A car was parked outside. The driver came out and opened the back door for me. As soon as I got in, he returned to his seat and started the car. The car reached the pack house. I got down and called my brother. He came out to take me inside the house. He held my hand and headed to the other side. "Not this side?" "No, this is the residential area. We are going to the next building, which is a massive hall that is used for all kinds of events." I gave him a slight nod and continued going. I was praying not to see Bruce. I did not want to see him and lose my sanity there. I entered the hall. It was large. The hall was decorated beautifully, just like the pack house I had seen yesterday. "Stay here and enjoy the party." "I have to go somewhere now. I will be back in half an hour. Call me if you get bored," Abraham said to me. I turned to him. "What are you saying? What would I do here alone?" "Just enjoy the engagement ceremony. Your boyfriend is here too, so I don't think you'll need me here. But don't get too close before our confirmation, okay?" I lowered my head and nodded my head. If he knew what Bruce had done, he would have been very angry and probably killed him in anger. After my brother left, I stood in a corner for a while. I looked around and noticed the former Alpha and Luna. They looked delighted. All the guests were waiting for the ring exchange moment. Suddenly, my view turned foggy. I smelled something I had never smelled before. It was a mixed smell of rain and forest. It was a very addictive scent. I turned my head left and right, then sniffed the air to smell the scent more and more. My legs began to step forward without my approval. People started to gather around someone or a family. They said now Alpha and the future Luna would exchange rings. But who could control my wolf? She disagreed to stop my steps and tried to take over me. I felt like I would pass out if I could not reach the owner of the scent. I took another whiff of the air and then proceeded to the direction where the scent was coming from. I pushed the crowd and took long strides in front of the royal family. They turned their heads toward me. I could sense Bruce's eyes on me. However, my eyes were not on him, but on someone else. Someone that I could not believe it was his scent that pulled me here. I was unable to think of anything. I moved closer and stopped in front of him. Everyone started to whisper about why I suddenly went to the couple at the moment of their engagement. My wolf started to chant, "Mate, mate, mate." I was shocked that I found my mate. It was the scent of my mate. But the owner of the scent was none other than Bryan Morrison, the head alpha of the Nightshade Pack. His eyes turned red when they darted at me. He glared at me, showing that he was not pleased to see me or to learn that I was his mate. My wolf could not take his cold look. I felt my knees tremble upon seeing his fierce eyes. I fell on my knees in front of him. I raised my head and looked at him. My eyes turned ocean blue. Tears streamed out of my eyes. I could not stop myself from calling him in front of everyone mate. The moment I called him mate, I was greeted by a loud growl that caused my heart to quiver. It sounded like an enraged growl. The only way I could stop myself from moving was to close my eyes. Many members of the pack who did not hold a very powerful rank began to fall to their knees. They could not take Alpha's growl. It was not something that they were able to withstand with their strength. It was Bryan's cold voice that prompted me to open my eyes when he said, "Raise." I thought he was talking to me, so I opened my eyes slowly. But I was wrong. He was looking at other people, because when he growled, every pack member submitted to him. My fear prevented me from getting to my feet. I had no idea what to do as I was lost in my situation. As soon as they heard his command, everyone stood straight. They were so afraid to let out a word. I always heard about Alpha Bryan's dominance over other alphas, but today I actually was witnessing it. Bryan, his fiancée Mila, murmured as she grabbed his arm, What this crazy girl is saying? She is lying, right?" I could tell that her eyes were filled with desperation. I hunched my head down and bit my bottom lip. I was able to comprehend the fear that she was experiencing at the possibility of losing her beloved person. Bryan's beta looked at everyone and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is a confusion here. We may have faith that Alpha will be able to solve the confusion. We regret to inform you that the engagement ceremony can't proceed from this point forward. In the future, we will provide you with information regarding it. The royal family will handle the situation from here on out, so you can all leave now." Every guest except Mila's parents left the pack house. When Bryan's mother saw everyone had left, she spoke out. "Sophia, what are you saying? Tell us that you are just kidding, right?" I raised my head and looked at her. I slowly shook my head in response. It was impossible for me to stop the tears from falling from my eyes. Her pupils drew together. Bruce took a step back when he heard me. "What nonsense!" I heard another angry growl coming from Harry Morrison, who had previously held the position of head alpha. In a furious tone, he said to his son, "Bryan, say something." In a state of helplessness, I looked at Bryan. I was the focus of his attention as his eyes turned back to black. "Bruce," he called out to his brother, pausing for a moment as if he were communicating with him through their mind link. "Yes, brother." Bruce let out a shaky tone. He walked to me and grabbed my arm. I frowned at him. "What are you doing?" "Let's go from here." He pulled me up and started to drag me somewhere. I was powerless. I was at a loss for what course of action to take in that circumstance. I twisted my head to look at Bryan as Bruce was continuing to drag me. Bryan appeared to be in a state of rage as he gave me a glare. I knew he was angry. He did not want me as his mate. In fact, we were not even familiar with one another. Only twice did we meet, and both times it was in an awkward position. Furthermore, he was in a relationship with a woman whom he was planning to marry in the near future. But I was his mate, and he could not deny that. Was he still planning to continue the engagement? I could see a middle-aged couple, which I assumed was Mila's parents. They were shooting gazes at me. I tried to ignore them. "Where are you taking me?" I asked Bruce. He did not answer me. I was having a hard time releasing his firm hold on me. He took me to the residential area. He pulled me to the pack house and headed upstairs. Upon seeing us, the maids were taken aback. "Where are you going? Leave me." He took me to the last room on the left corner. "It is my brother's room," he replied and shoved me inside. I recognized that this was the room I had entered yesterday. Bruce closed the door behind me and did not lock it, which relieved me. "Why did you take me here?" I asked him. "My brother told me to do that." "He did?" I asked in a lower voice. Bruce rushed near me and grabbed my arms. He held on with a firm grasp. He was hurting me. "Is he really your mate? You were lying, right? You just want to destroy my family's reputation to get revenge on me, isn't it?" I pushed him. "What are you saying? What you said in the hall was not true," he said to me with a confused face. "Of course it was true. Do you think I am like you? I can't step down so low like you." "No," he yelled at me. "This is impossible. You are lying. How can my brother be your mate?" "I don't know," I mumbled. I looked around as if I was trying to find the answer within myself. He grabbed me again. "This is not true. You are mine." That time my mind came back to its senses. I looked at him. In this bewilderment, I almost forgot about his betrayal. What he did to me was unforgettable. How could I forget about it in just a moment? He was a vicious man. "Let me go." I tried to push him again, but he was an alpha. Not every time I could push him on my own. I did not have that strength. Suddenly, the door burst open and I heard a deep voice. "Leave her." Bruce's hands froze at the voice. I slowly turned my head to look at the door. Here was my mate, Alpha Bryan Morrison, standing at the door. I had never considered any other man to be my mate since I had always believed that Bruce would be my mate. The fact that his brother, whom I had always referred to as my brother-in-law, would end up becoming my mate was something I never imagined in my life. With a single glance, my heart began to race fast. Due to the fact that her mate was there, my wolf was delighted. Having to only look at him was enough to ignite my emotions. I closed my eyes to take a deep breath. I knew I was feeling like that because of the mate bond. I could not help but feel a twinge of guilt for feeling like this towards him. "Bruce." When I heard his voice again, I felt a chill run down my spine. Almost instantly, Bruce left my arms and turned to his brother. At that time, their parents also entered the room. Aunt Juliana closed the door. She looked worried about the situation. Meanwhile, Alpha Harry looked furious. "In such a short amount of time, my reputation has been completely ruined. I can't believe it. Did I work hard all of my life to see this day?" Harry Morrison yelled out to express his rage. "Harry, just calm down. Let Bryan handle it." "But how? Have you forgotten who he is? As our leader, he is our head alpha. It is impossible to violate the law of mates." I lowered my head while listening to them. "Brother, I don't believe in this type of mate thing. You know about me. She is my girlfriend. I can't allow this to play out," Bruce reminded Bryan. As soon as I heard that, I shook my head. How could he say that? Did he forget I had him caught red-handed? Or was he trying to maintain a squeaky clean image in his brother's eyes? Fear may have gripped his heart, as he thought the wrath his brother would unleash upon him for what he had done. "He is lying. I am not his girlfriend. Not any longer," I spoke out. Bruce glared at me, telling me to shut my mouth with his eyes. "What are you saying, my child?" Aunt Juliana asked me and walked to me. I nodded at her. I felt it was important to let them know what Bruce had done to me. He cheated on me with my best friend. Slap! I touched my cheek. Aunt Juliana had just slapped me hard. I turned my face slowly toward her. Why did she slap me? What was my fault? She should have slapped her younger son. "How can you become so cheap? You told me yesterday that you are happy with Bruce. Upon discovering that you were Bryan's mate, you immediately began tossing accusations that my other son had cheated on you. He always talked about you. He told me that he loved you. You, on the other hand, turned out to be a gold digger. After seeing the head alpha, you decided to change your preference instead." I was startled by her words. Don't misunderstand me. Up until yesterday, I was completely oblivious to everything. He was unfaithful to me. Because I cannot be with a man who has cheated me, I decided to end my relationship with him. I am not lying. You can ask your son. I tried to explain things to her because she had the impression that I was a horrible girl. I could not blame their mother for not trusting me because I had spoken with her yesterday. I was dumb, believing that Bruce was the knight of my life. What are you saying? When did I cheat on you? Bruce directly denied the fact. When I saw how plainly Bruce had lied, my eyes widened. Had he been a liar from the very beginning? He was, without a doubt. He always fooled me in that way. I looked at him with disbelief. How can everyone, leave? Bryan's voice echoed in the room as he interrupted Bruce. I turned my head to Bryan, then glanced at the door. I was the first one to move my leg, but he stopped me. Not you. His voice made my legs freeze where they were. Bryan, what are you saying? It is not the time to talk. It is time to make a decision. Harry Morrison told his son. Though he was angry that he had lost his face in front of the guests, he was concerned about his son's position too. Leave, Dad. His voice was still cold. It seemed like he did not obey his father either. It came as a complete surprise to me that he did not even have any fear of his father. His words were like commands that others would have to obey. Bratha! Bryan interrupted Bruce with his sharp gaze piercing into him. Bruce lowered his head. His anger was noticeable, yet he remained silent in the presence of his big brother. Reluctance filled his eyes as he did not want to leave this room, yet the weight of his brother's authority compelled him to comply. He glanced at me and then left the room first. His parents followed him behind. Bryan made his way to the door and locked it. His actions made me feel nervous. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of me. It was an instantaneous speed. Before I could understand anything, he grabbed my throat and asked, "So what were you calling me in the hall room?" I gazed upon his striking face, which left me feeling captivated. However, I felt almost breathless in his firm grip around my neck. I held his hand and tried to pull it away from my neck. But when I heard his next sentence, my hand trembled. "I will kill you before accepting you as my mate." My eyes began to well up with tears. I was unable to take a breath. I gave him a pat on the hand, but he did not appear to be willing to let me go. I felt like it was time for my death. He would really kill me before accepting me. I was not greedy. I was aware that he had feelings for someone else. She was with him in the hall, and maybe he had already worn the ring of her name. I took a brief glance at his left hand. There was no ring on the ring finger. Did he cancel the engagement? As for me, I did not want to be the homewrecker either. I cursed my fate to make me stand in that situation where death was my only way. If he rejected me, I would die anyway. I closed my eyes and waited to embrace my death. At that time, he removed his hand from my neck. I felt like a rush of air pushed to my mouth as I breathed. I started to cough and fell to the ground. I carefully raised my gaze to look at him. He was glaring at me. "You are lucky that you are my Gamma's sister," he said. Did my brother tell him? Or Bruce? How did he get to know about it? Then I remembered, when I fainted yesterday, my brother took me home. He might get to know at that time. I was taking long breaths. I looked around to find water, but was unable to get a glass of water. He bent down and grabbed my jaw. "You dared to destroy what my father earned all his life." I stared at him in a helpless manner. I had no other choice but to go to you. I tried to make him understand that it was not in my hand. His grip almost broke my jaw. He tilted his head. "That's why you planned to come in front of the whole guests of my pack, because you thought it was the right time to conquer everything." "No. You could have waited. You could have come to me, not in front of everyone. But you chose the opposite. By claiming the mate thing, you grabbed everyone's attention so that I cannot reject you." I stared at him. Did he mean he would have rejected me if I had not said that in front of others? What would have happened after that? I will die if he rejects me, right? I thought. I nodded at him. "Reject me." He loosened his grip. He looked stunned by my words, but then his eyes turned dark. "What a pretentious woman you are. You would have never entered the hall in the first place if you truly wanted a rejection." He released his grip on my jaw and stood up. He proceeded to the door and opened it. "I don't want you either. Just reject me." I spoke out. I did not want to get more humiliation. He turned his head to me. His glare caused me to lower my head. There was no way I could avoid completely submitting to him. "Alpha," I heard my brother's voice. I sprang to my feet and sprinted towards the door, almost colliding with Bryan's body, who was still standing at the door. "Take your sister and leave my pack house," Bryan told Abraham with a cold tone. Abraham looked stunned. "I could not understand, Alpha." "I don't want to see her face, and you are fired from your job." Abraham did not have the opportunity to utter a single word. Bryan walked to the stairs and went downstairs. I was horrified. I looked at Abraham. "Brother, what did you do? Why is he so angry? Why are you in his room? I told you to stay in the hall." I could see he was taken aback by this statement. I told him the truth. I told him about what Bruce had done. I told him that Bryan was my mate. I told him everything. He was shocked. "What are you saying?" Yes, brother." He held my hands and took me downstairs. Mila was seated on the couch with Uncle Harry and Aunt Juliana alongside her. She was crying. I felt really bad for her. She may love Bryan a lot. I turned my gaze away from them. "Where is Alpha?" Abraham asked them. "Just now he left." "But what did he say?" Uncle Harry asked while glancing at me. "Nothing." Abraham replied and was about to leave with me when Mila spoke out. "Stop." We came to a halt and turned our attention to her. She got to her feet and walked toward me. "You can't have him. He is mine. He loves me. I don't care about the rules. Only I can be Alpha Bryan's Luna. Cheap girls like you can't be his Luna." "Control your tongue before speaking. She is my sister," Abraham warned as he looked at her. I was not surprised. To protect me, he could argue with anyone. He dragged me outside and left my hand. He ran his fingers through his hair. It showed that he was worried and anxious. I did not know what to say to him. Because of me, he lost his position. When we returned home, my brother told my mother about his losing position. We could not say anything to her about my mate thing. It would be more difficult for us to handle. My mother was shocked after hearing about my brother. It was my brother's dream. He had worked hard for so long just to become the gamma of this pack. "Mom." My mother fell to the ground as she clutched her clothes in her chest. We rushed to the pack hospital. She got admitted. "She had a mild stroke. Please don't tell her about any problem. Her health is critical. She was already having heart problems. Now, it attacked her heart mildly, but she cannot endure anything again." I looked at my brother. Did I hear right? My mother was having heart problems? When? Why didn't she inform us of it? The doctor said, "You can meet her, but only one person at a time," and walked away. I told my brother to go first. I was outside. I was able to hear them. I sobbed as I observed them conversing. "Why did he fire you? It was your dream. You worked so hard for it. I think there must be a misunderstanding, Abraham. It was not just his position, but his dream. It was his prestige in the pack." He lowered his head. "I will try to talk to him, Mom. You are his gamma. I heard officials are like friends to Alpha. Try to settle the things with him." My brother did not tell her about me. My mother would die if she heard that. I turned around, wiping away the tears. I could not allow this to occur. It was all my fault that things were going wrong. After leaving the pack hospital, I took a cab to go to the pack house. When I reached the pack house, it was late at night. The whole pack house area was empty, as if all the guests had left. I tried to enter the house, but the guards stopped me. "I need to talk to Alpha." "We can't let you enter. I am Gamma Abraham's sister. Tell him I need to talk to him." After going inside for a minute, one of them returned outside. He said Gamma Abraham and his family are not allowed in the pack house. "You can go back." I refused to go. I stood outside. I requested the guards, and I almost begged them. But they said it was Alpha's order, so I would have to leave. "Tell him that I will not leave until he talks to me." I decided to stand outside the pack house. A lot of time passed, but there was no sight of Alpha Bryan. I felt my legs wobble. I forgot to take my phone with me. Mother and Abraham must be worried for me. 4 hours had passed since I had stood there. I could not feel my legs anymore. They were numb. The sun was rising at the moment. From outside, my gaze went to the second story. I gasped when I saw Bryan standing at the window. He was staring at me. At that time, a guard hurried over to me and said, "Alpha is calling you inside." Third POV. At the moment that Sophia entered the pack house, Bryan diverted his gaze away from her. The look in his eyes was deadly. He was calm. It was silent before the storm. There was no doubt in his mind that she was plotting something. If that was not the case, how did she manage to get in front of his cars? She even acted as if she were going to pass out in front of him. If her brother had not come to take her, he would have thrown her somewhere in the road. He knew these types of girls really well. Whenever he walked past girls, they only wanted to grab his attention, just like she tried to do yesterday. He was angry about how she accused his brother just because she saw she became the head Alpha's mate. He assumed she was up to Luna's position now. "Bryan, what are you thinking?" his father, Harry Morrison, asked. He was walking back and forth in the room. "Dad, relax. Relax. How can I relax? You brought the daughter of Moon Valley's Alpha here. What should we do now? What do you plan to do to deal with the situation?" He frowned at his father. "Do you think I am afraid of the Alpha of the Moon Valley pack?" "What? I never said that. Dad, maybe you can be afraid of these types of things, but I don't. I am a businessman. I only know the business. He was the one who proposed the marriage 1 year ago. In order to fulfill the terms of the alliance contract, I agreed to marry his daughter. So now you will cancel the deal? Never." Harry was about to say something, but a knock on the door interrupted him. "Come in," Bryan ordered. A few maids entered the room. They were holding Sophia. "What happened to her?" With a grimace on his face, Harry questioned. "She was standing outside the whole night, so her legs became numb," one of the maids replied. "Sophia told them so." The maids bowed their heads and left the room. Sophia leaned against the wall for support so that she could stand up straight. She lowered her head in response to the realization that Harry was also present there. She did not want to face anyone. "Bryan, what do you want to do now?" Harry asked his son. "Dad, I will let you know. You should go and take a rest now. It's already morning." Harry wanted to stay and see what his son would do, but his son was very stubborn. However, he was mature enough to do anything, so Harry left the room, leaving Bryan and Sophia alone. Sophia glanced at the closed door and then at Bryan. After turning around from her, Bryan went to the nightstand and grabbed a packet of cigarettes along with a lighter. He took out a cigarette and lit it up. Then he walked to the window. Sophia looked at his strong back. Even from behind, he looked powerful. There was no doubt that he was the head alpha. Bryan puffed on the cigarette and said, "You have 5 minutes." Sophia blinked a few times. 5 minutes? Was I supposed to give a presentation at a meeting? She asked herself, but then shoved the thoughts away. Then she could not afford to waste her time. She cleared her throat. "Bry. Alpha," he reminded her with a chilly tone. Alpha, I came here for my brother." "What about him?" "You fired him from his job. It's not an office, but a pack. He is your Gamma. Taking away his position from him was not fair. He turned around to interrupt her. "So now you will tell me what is fair and unfair?" Sophia tightened her fists. She had no choice but to speak up for her brother. She could not remain silent. "He is innocent. Your problem should be with me. I am your mate." He scoffed at her. "Looks like you are over the moon." She shook her head. "I am not pleased either. You have your own life. I am no one to destroy it. If you want, you can reject me and live your life with your girlfriend." He nodded his head. "You are stupid, like your words." He turned around and let out, "The head alpha of the Nightshade Pack can't reject his mate. It will take away his position." "Then what can I do now?" "Just take the punishment for being someone's mate whom you are not worthy of." It was a terrible feeling for her when she heard him. Unexpectedly, it caused her heart to hurt. She did not know why she started to feel that way toward him. But because of the mate bond, she started to feel strange around him. At least her wolf felt it. "I am sorry that the engagement ceremony that you had planned did not go as planned. I can apologize to anyone you want. Nevertheless, I beg you not to remove my brother from his position. He worked hard for that." "And why would I do that? What will I get?" "You can make me do anything." With a raised eyebrow, he turned his head to look at her. "Anything you said." She had no other choice but to comply with his demand, even though she had no idea what he would want her to do. Consequently, she slowly nodded her head. They did not even know each other well. Who could have thought that he would end up being her mate? His dark eyes were intently fixed on her. On the other hand, she was unable to maintain her gaze on him for so long, so she averted her eyes away from him. He nodded his head and went over to the couch. He sat on the couch with one leg on top of the other. His marvelous fingers took hold of the cigarette, making him look like a Greek god in that sitting posture. He spoke out with his deep voice. "The head alpha of the Nightshade Pack can't reject his mate. It's the main law here. I can't change the law that was established by my ancestors a very long time ago." Sophia looked at him. What did he mean by that? Did that mean he would accept her? Her heart began to beat unexpectedly, just looking at the mighty man. What do you mean, Alpha? She asked with a low voice. After staring at her for a while, he finally spoke up. Since you can do anything, I will take my order back. But you should be ready for reimbursement. Sophia waited for his demand. Because of what she had done during his engagement ceremony, she thought he would punish her. But he replied with a cold tone. Wait for my next command. Until then, stay away from my family, especially my brother. Hearing him, she started to think about their mate bond. How could she hide it? He was her mate. As if he could read her mind, he stated, It is the law that I can't reject, but there is no law that I must accept. I will never accept you as my mate. 6 months later, Sophia's POV. Fog hung over the sky, making the day a gloomy one. I chose to put on a white overcoat so that I would not have to struggle against the chilly weather. I was not a fan of the winter season. While I was looking at myself in the mirror, I gave myself a little smile. Calm down. Everything will be okay. After taking a deep breath, I whispered this to myself as I tried to look confident. Today was a presentation day at my university, and I had been working hard for it all month. The result of the freshman year had been published, and I topped the score. Now that I was in my sophomore year of university, I was looking for a job that would allow me to work part-time. So winning this presentation was really important for me, because they would provide me with the opportunity for an internship at a big company, which would ultimately lead to a permanent job if I were to win. In the past 6 months, my life had totally changed. That day, as I was leaving the pack house after having a conversation with Alpha Bryan, my brother received a phone call from the officials, who informed him that he may return to Gamma's position. However, he would have to stay 1 year in the training quarter under the pack house. Since that day, my mother and I had been living by ourselves. We missed Abraham a lot. He sometimes called us to ask if we were okay. I never failed to reassure him that we were doing perfectly well and that he did not need to be concerned about us. I knew Bryan hated me a lot. That was why he made the decision for my brother to keep his distance from me. Sophia, are you going for an interview again? As soon as I descended the stairs, my mother spoke up with a tone that conveyed her disappointment. My mother always told me not to apply for a job. She advised me to enjoy my life right now, have friends, and study hard, but I was aware of the reality. Considering the fact that I was an Omega and the pack was bombarded with ravenous wolves, she was worried about my safety. Mom, please relax. I am only going to my university. Today, a chief guest is coming. According to our dean, he is trying his best to bring someone important to this event. Oh, who? Her mother asked with a curious tone. We don't know. He said he approached the fairest businessman who could give us direction. Not only that, if that man likes any of our projects, he will give us an opportunity to get an internship in his company. Sophia, you shh. Mom, trust me. I will always be fine. Everyone knows who my brother is. No one will dare disturb Gamma's sister, I said and chuckled. In order to alleviate her anxiety, I gave her a hug while smiling confidently. But I lied to my mother. Due to the fact that I was in a relationship with Bruce, I never disclosed the fact that my brother was the Gamma of this pack. In that case, people might fall into the trap of believing that Bruce was the one who assisted my brother in obtaining the position, which is not true. It was my brother's abilities and the amount of effort he put in. This is the reason he was able to get the position, which he had nearly lost because of me. When I arrived at the university, I noticed my friends were outside. They were my new friends. The day I caught Louisa cheating with Bruce, I never spoke to her again. To me, she was nothing but a betrayer of my trust. But Bruce always tried to talk to me. He had been asking for forgiveness for what he had done. He even cut off all the connections with Louisa. As a result of this, Louisa became really angry with me. She was under the impression that I was the one who had compelled Bruce to avoid her. Even after trying so hard to convince Bruce to be with her, Bruce never got back to her. It seemed like Bruce had slipped out of Louisa's hand, so she started to bully me for that. It was a really terrible experience to find that the girl whom I had previously considered to be my best friend turned into my bully. She always picked on me by spreading lies about me. She told the whole university that I was a gold digger, which was why I was in a relationship with Bruce. After that, everyone started to hate me. Sophia. My friends smiled at me when I stopped in front of them. "Did you check the presentation?" Sarah asked. I nodded my head. "Yeah, I am going to submit the pen drive and the file to Professor Wilson." "Okay, you go ahead," Sarah replied, and I walked ahead. After taking a left turn, I made my way to the cabin of Professor Wilson, who was in charge of today's event. When I knocked on the door, no one replied. To my surprise, there was no one inside when I opened the door. I left the cabin and walked to the shadow teachers, who were kind of volunteers for today. They informed me that Professor Wilson was very busy, which meant that I could hand over everything to them. I did what they said and went back to my friends. I worked really hard on my project. During each academic year, a chosen group of students were given the opportunity to exhibit projects that were intended to showcase their capabilities. After observing all of the presentations, the chief guest would select the one that made the most impression. "Done submitting?" my other friend, Nolan, asked. "Yeah. Best of luck," Sarah said. Nolan nodded his head in agreement. I thanked them. When I started to think about what I would say during the presentation, my mind started to wander. There was only 1 hour left before the event was scheduled to begin. Right then, this was my life. I studied hard so that I could have a happy future with my mother. When it was time for the exhibition, everyone started to go to the auditorium. It was a place that was approximately 50 square meters across. There was enough for close to 500 students to sit there. The auditorium had a superb layout and decor. The stage was connected to the light bridge, and the light bridge was connected to the rear wall. Ceiling and wall treatments reflect this. The huge stage was present, along with a sound box of superior quality and a well-functioning projector. I sat down with my friends in the section on the left side. The first few seats in the front row were vacant, and I couldn't help but feel anxious as I looked at them. However, to my surprise, my wolf started to howl for no reason. I frowned. What happened to my wolf? It brought back memories of the last time my wolf reacted in such a manner, which was when I found my mate. Suddenly, my mind began to jumble together recollections from old memories. In these 6 months, Alpha Bryan had never contacted me. I also did not tell anyone about our mate bond. "May I have your attention, please?" A senior year student spoke into the microphone. I emerged from my thoughts and gazed at the stage. Everyone focused their attention on the stage. The dean of our university approached the stage and took the microphone to say a few words. "I am pleased to organize this year's presentation competition. May the best person win." Everyone began clapping. His speech was lengthy, emphasizing how successful our former students were after graduating from this university. A few minutes later, he nodded his head as if someone mind-linked him to inform him about something. "Our chief guest has arrived at our university. He is on the way. He is the most powerful man with whom everyone wants to meet for once, so I thought he'd be the greatest person to analyze you all. We are quite lucky that he accepted our invitation. We'll be blessed to meet him." Everyone was taken aback as he spoke, as if they realized who he was talking about. It sounded like the man really had great power in the business world. Otherwise, our dean was a really strict man. He did not even care about Bruce's status, and sometimes tried to discipline him, although he was from the royal family. "Here he is. Please give a round of applause." I turned around to see who the successful businessman was that our dean was nonchalantly praising. But the moment my eyes fell on the person, I was stunned. Our dean spoke out once again, but this time with a shaky tone. "Welcome to the Nightshade University, Alpha Bryan." My heart almost stopped beating. The aura this man had was something else. With his well-built body, he was displaying a strong sense of authority. The black suit he was in fitted his body really well. A power of dominance was screaming out of him. Almost instantly, everyone stood up and bowed their heads to Bryan. While he was making his way to the front seats, his eyes, which were dark and sinister, were gazing around. While they were bowing, the girls were looking at him with a curious glance. As they began to experience feelings of submission, a few of them narrowly avoided falling to their knees. During this time, the boys appeared to be terrified. Bryan was not alone. He was accompanied by 2 other individuals, neither of whom I was familiar with. A large number of bodyguards were standing behind him. I wished for a little moment that I could meet my brother. However, he did not bring his gamma by his side. His officials were not working in his company, so it saddened me. Sophia, bow down hurriedly. I heard a whisper from next to me. I turned my head beside me. Sarah gestured to me with her eyes. When I looked around, I noticed that I was the only person who hadn't yet bowed. Because I was in the corner, I was fortunate enough to go unnoticed. I hastily bowed my head. Raise. I heard his voice from a little distance away. Everyone lifted their heads as their alpha ordered it. Everyone let out a sigh of relief at the same time. On the other hand, I started to feel different. I was nearly tempted to sniff to get another whiff of his scent, as if it had just passed near me. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked me. I closed my eyes tightly and gave her a nod. "Focus, Sophia. Focus," I reminded myself. When I opened my eyes immediately drew to the man who was my mate, but he never gave a glance at me for once. His handsome face with a cold attitude made me remember how he spoke to me when he found out about our mate bond. I wondered if his wolf reacted the same way mine was reacting. Bryan did not get onto the stage to give any speeches. He sat directly on the seat that was reserved for him. His men sat beside him. Suddenly, people started to whisper. So our chief guest was Alpha Bryan Morrison. How could we not realize? We should have understood why Dean hid the identity of the guest. He was baffled about whether he would come or not. I bet he came here for his brother Bruce. But Bruce didn't participate in this competition. Ignore the reason. Just look at him. Dean told the truth. Being able to see him is a blessing. He is such a handsome man. I just can't seem to keep hold of myself. Make him at least take me as his slave. I can give him my whole. He is single. I heard his ex-fiancée leave the pack when he broke the engagement with her. I wish I could be with him. I was listening to the gossip that was being whispered by other girls behind me. My eyes remained on Bryan. I did not know why, but I did not feel good when I heard other girls talking about getting close to him. Why was I feeling like this? We had nothing between us. I used to date his younger brother. For what reason would I ever feel this way? For me, it was not a good thing. Let's get started with our presentations, Professor Wilson announced on the microphone. One by one, students started giving presentations on their various projects. Some of them talked about the marketing of products, some of them spoke of the new products, and some of them talked about the construction business. I was waiting for my turn while watching others' presentations. Even though several of them had good projects, they were unable to maintain their self-confidence while they were in front of Bryan Morrison. I was also filled with stress when I looked at them. In front of him, what would happen if I lost it? There were so many CEOs in our pack. Why did Dean convince this man to come? I knew he was someone prominent in every spot, yet how could I make others understand my situation? Louisa Clark. As soon as Louisa's name was spoken on stage, everyone began to look around to find her. I also did the same. She was missing. I remembered that she also participated in today's event. Where is she? Professor Wilson asked us as he came down from the stage with an aggrieved look. We cannot afford to keep our guest waiting. He is not an ordinary businessman, but the head alpha of our pack, he muttered angrily. I glanced at Bryan, who was currently using his phone. Professor Wilson was right. We could not make him wait. He was a very busy person. That was why he could not even stay calm for a minute and started to use his phone while talking with one of his men. Here I am, we heard Louisa's voice. Louisa came running to our side as we turned to face her. Sorry, Professor. Shut up. Is everything a joke to you? I'm really sorry. I still had some work left. Because I was so preoccupied with getting my project ready, I seemed to lose sight of time. Louisa said to the professor while casting a glance in my direction. I turned my gaze away from her. I had absolutely no interest in making contact with her in any way. Go fast if you still want to be in this competition, Professor Wilson said as he kept peeking at Bryan. Louisa nodded her head and went to the boys who were controlling the projector. She signed her name, went onto the stage, and then halted in the middle of the stage. She looked at Bryan and smiled at him. Everyone felt that she was a foolish girl. They knew that Alpha Bryan was not someone who believed in luring. His face was indifferent. He was only looking at the projector, ignoring her completely. Louisa started to speak. Today, I'm going to discuss the cash cows, a precise sales rate at which we are able to generate a profit that is more than the amount we utilize funds. I was confused when I heard her. I tried to focus on her presentation. Here is my project, Louisa said, switching her attention to the projector. Everyone looked at the slides that were playing in front of them. However, my eyes widened when I saw the slides. I immediately stood up as my whole body shook in anger, and tears shuffled in my eyes. I mumbled under my breath, "That's my project. She stole my hard work." My gaze was fixed on the stage. Louisa was talking about my project without any shame. I now comprehend the reason for her late arrival, because she was preparing speeches for my project. But how did she do that? Who supported her? Nolan pulled my hand to make me sit down. "Hey, what's wrong?" he asked. "That's my project," I replied with an angry tone. "What the hell?" Sarah muttered. "We should complain about it," Nolan said to me as he was about to stand up. But I stopped him by grabbing his wrist. "We can't do anything now." "No one will believe us," I told him while looking at the floor to hide my emotion. What could I do now? I worked with my blood, sweat, and tears. Although I never entertained the idea of winning the competition, I did want to demonstrate that I am capable of doing it. I took a glance at the volunteers to whom I had given my pen drive and everything else that I had brought with me. Out of nowhere, one of their eyes locked with mine. Without delay, he avoided making eye contact. That time, I realized that he helped Louisa. I clenched my hands and stood up from my seat. "Where are you going?" Sarah asked me. "I'm coming in a minute," I replied, and I approached the volunteer who was looking at the stage. "How can you do that to me, sir?" I asked him in a tone that was filled with rage. After turning his head in my direction, he frowned at me. "What are you talking about?" "What am I talking about? You are the one to whom I submitted my things. How could you give them to Louisa? Why did you help her?" "I don't know what you are trying to say. Stop talking with me and go back to your seat," he said to me, then went away from the spot where he had been sitting. It was just as I was going to follow him, but I stopped when I heard my name. "Sophia, please come on the stage." Professor Wilson spoke out. I was confused. If Louisa had stolen my work, then what would I present there? Why was my name still there? Attempting to keep my tears from falling, I made my way to the stage. In preparation for my appearance on stage, I signed my name. My goal was to avoid making eye contact with the man who was sitting in front of me. When I heard the music coming from behind me, I took a deep breath. I thought Louisa exchanged her project with me. There were a few occasions when I saw her in order to discuss her project with her new friends. So I tried to control myself and thought, "Sophia, it's okay. You can't bluff at this moment. You can just see the project and try to discuss it. At least it will save you from the humiliation of doing nothing." I just tried to convince myself. However, my eyes fell on the other people. They appeared to be in a state of shock, as if something was wrong. My gaze drew to the man in front of me. His eyes darkened as he continued to look at the screen. I felt breathless because of his fierce look. What could happen if he behaved like this? I slowly turned around to look at the screen. With a loud gasp, I took a step back. There were some texts displayed with bold characters. "I love you, Bruce. I can't live without you. Please come back to me." Following the delivery of the sentence, Bruce and my photographs began to slide with gradual momentum. The shocked look on people's faces changed, and it turned into a mockery. Suddenly, they started laughing at me. "Such a loser. Didn't I tell you?" Bruce broke up with her. "Yeah, how cheap she is." "No, she is a mastermind. In front of Bruce's brother, she wanted to gain sympathy so that Alpha would persuade Bruce to get back with her." Heading their remarks, I just couldn't hold back the tears. They rolled down my cheeks. I felt numb. I could not be in shock. In a hurry, Professor Wilson made his way to the stage and grabbed my arm. "How can you be so irresponsible, Sophia? I thought you were a brighter student. In front of Alpha, you made fun of us and this event." As soon as I heard that, my eyes sprang wide. Then I switched my attention to Bryan. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, which was in the process of presenting photographs of both Bruce and me. Those were the pictures we took when we were in a relationship. I cast a quick glance over the crowd and my eyes fell upon a smirking face. There was a wicked sneer on Louisa's face as she looked at me, indicating that she had done everything in her power to embarrass me in front of everyone. She believed that if she could insult me in front of Bruce's brother and prove to him that I was stupid, Bruce would never make another attempt to get back at me. But I did not want Bruce. I don't want anyone. I just wanted a peaceful life with my family. How dare you do such a nonsense thing? Our dean spoke out with an angry tone. I took one last look at Bryan, who was completely silent during the entire time and never once looked directly into my eyes. Next, I left the stage hurriedly with tears in my eyes. I tried to leave the hall, but my friends Sarah and Nolan stopped me. "Sophia, calm down, we will talk to the professors." I shook my head. "Please leave me alone for some time," I pleaded with them and dashed out of the auditorium. I kept running in the hallways. I had no idea where I wanted to go right now. In no corner would I find peace. As I walked past the students, most of them looked at my face in a bewildered expression because they were unaware of what had occurred in the auditorium. I sobbed in agony. I felt a throbbing pain in my heart. What was the reason that my old wounds came back to me? I wanted to move on and try to start a new life. How come everything seemed to be dragging me back? Why couldn't I have a normal life like others? I was about to go to the entrance area, but suddenly a hand grabbed my wrist and pulled me to a hard chest. I knew who was behind me. I had spent 2 years with this boy. I was so mad at him that I turned around and pushed him hard. "I hate you, Bruce," I said while giving him a hostile look. The force of my push nearly caused him to lose control of his movement. He frowned at me as if he were bewildered by my reaction. "I heard what happened in the auditorium. You did not have to worry about us. I was waiting for a signal from you. Baby, I have always been yours," he said in a convincing tone. A sense of relief that had been absent for the past few months could be seen in his handsome face. As if he had finally obtained something that he had been seeking, his eyes lit up with excitement. I scoffed at him while wiping my tears. "If you think I was the one who did something like that, then you are mistaken. Am I a fool in your eyes? Never in my life will I want you back. That was a scam." His brows shot up after hearing me. However, his eyes became frantic when he heard about me not wanting him again. He stepped toward me and grabbed my arms. "How can you say that? I love you, and you know that well. You want me, but you are just mad at me. I know you still love me." I tried to remove his hands from my arms. I began to feel disgusted by his touch. A thought came to my mind about the things that he had done with Louisa behind my back. I could not help but shrink from those thoughts. I shut my eyes and clenched my jaw in outrage. "Leave me. Everything is happening because of you," I muttered in a low tone. "Because of me? Did I make that project? Why can't you accept that you still have feelings for me?" I opened my eyes. My eyes are digging, glaring at him. "I hate you from the bottom of my heart, Bruce Morrison. You betrayed me by sleeping with the girl I once considered my best friend. She was my close friend from childhood. You both are the same. Traitors." His grip loosened. He appeared to be upset when looking at the hatred in my eyes for him. He deserved that. I will in no way interact with that girl again. She used to tell me how I should not control myself and all. I tried to resist, but as a man, I couldn't. It's my fault, and I apologize. Now there is nothing I can do about this, but you can do everything fine between us. Whether you like it or not, you have to come back to me. If you dare to choose someone else, I will kill him." His words were bitter. Why would he choose to destroy my life in such a manner? He could cheat on me, but after the breakup I could not be with someone else? Why? "Your Louisa is doing everything to humiliate me every day. Go and ask her why she stole my project and did all these things. Didn't I set you free for her?" Bruce let out an angry growl. "I am not a thing that you can give anyone. If she dares to hurt you, I will hurt her back. But you can't hate me, always remember that." I had nothing to say. He was a dominating man. He wanted to cage me with him. Why was he doing that? Girls were head over heels for him. Why could he not go to them? I did not believe that he loved me. Because if he had loved me, he would have never cheated on me. He was about to leave, but stopped and turned his head to me. Stay away from my big brother. He hates you more than anything. I am not bothered by it because I am aware that there is no possibility of anything happening between the two of you. I never believed in mate bonds. And you know it too. So if you want to stay alive, keep your distance from him. As if it were a warning from his side, he alerted me and left. I stared at his back for a while until his back was not visible in my sight. Why is my life so complicated? I was on the verge of falling as I tried to move, but I managed to get my hand on a wall next to me to take support. I stood straight and thought about going home. As I made my way to the entrance, I saw people cheering for Louisa. "Congratulations, Queen. You won the competition. I can't believe that you are going to start your internship at Morrison Company," a friend of Louisa said to her. My steps halted as I watched her smiley face. "How cheap this girl is," I spoke out and walked to her. "I wonder how you got such an idea so suddenly," I asked, folding my arms across my chest. She turned to me and raised a brow. "Fool like you can't understand hard work. You dare to steal my project. Who gave you the audacity to say such nonsense about Louisa? What about you, gold digger? You are nothing but a laughing stock. We saw your love for Bruce, but you will never get him again." Louisa's other friend said to me with a loud tone so that they could gather a crowd to humiliate me again. I saw how others were looking at me with judgmental eyes. They started to laugh at me, which broke me from the inside. At that time, I had no choice but to leave. I will prove that it was my project. Keep celebrating your fake success. After saying that, I ignored the crowd and walked out. I went outside and decided to leave right now. Everything was too much for me. I walked past people and they glanced at me as if I had become the hot topic. I bet Louisa uploaded a video to our university's group. That was the reason everyone was aware of what had taken place in the auditorium. I lowered my head and walked ahead. I was so busy with my thoughts that I did not realize where I was going. While walking without looking forward, I bumped into someone. I rubbed my forehead as it collided with a firm chest. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see." I was ready to apologize to the person who was standing in front of me, but my words paused as I raised my head to look at him. My expression changed just by looking at his indifferent face. His dark eyes were fixed on mine, which made me flinch in response. "Bryan!" I could not move my gaze from Bryan. I was unable to believe what I was experiencing at that very moment. The scent of him captivated my heart and twisted it in a cruel manner. It was like I was being pulled toward him without even being aware of it, or it was like I was addicted to him. I was under his control. He looked more handsome in this close-up. I could see his face clearly. He had a sharp jaw that might cut anyone's skin if they were to caress it. His thick brows, when they were brought together in a frown, gave him an intimidating appearance. Any woman would go crazy for his sharp nose and perfectly formed lips. The way in which he brushed his hair, exposing his fair forehead, gave the impression that he was a Greek god who had stepped out of myth and landed in the present world. I was almost lost in his majestic appearance. Why did I have to feel this for a stranger? I knew he was my mate, but nothing could happen between us. I could not even imagine something like that, and neither did he. "Alpha," he muttered in a low tone to remind me of his position. His voice was so icy that it had the ability to cause me to freeze to death. I could detect the smell of cigarettes emanating from his mouth when he spoke out. For a moment, I thought he was a chain smoker, because 6 months ago, when I last met him, he was smoking while talking to me. Thinking about that day, I remembered his every word. It brought my senses back to me. I took a step back from him. I averted my gaze and apologized. I'm sorry, Alpha." I cursed myself for stammering in front of him. He thought of me as a weak omega, so it would only make him give closure that he was right. I glanced around and was stunned. People around us stopped what they were doing and stared at us. I felt embarrassed. Suddenly, I realized that Bryan had seen the fake project that I had never created. I should tell him the truth, I thought, and cleared my throat. "Alpha, the thing you saw in the hall." I paused and looked at him. "I didn't create that project. He moved his gaze away from me and walked past me as if my words had no value to him. Or was he thinking I overstepped his demands? A feeling of dread began to develop within me. What if he fires my brother again? This caused me to turn my head in his direction. He was walking in the direction of a luxurious black car. His driver came out of the car and opened the back door for him. He was greeted with a bow from the two men who accompanied him. After giving them a nod, he climbed into the vehicle. I rushed to the car and knocked on the window. "Alpha, listen to me." The window rolled down and his face came into my view. He was not looking at me. He was looking at the front of the car, focusing on the road. Meanwhile, the driver looked scared by his enraged face. I gulped and gripped the window glass. I lowered my head to the window. I tried to explain it to him. It was Louisa's plan to humiliate me in front of others. The project she presented was mine. I waited for him to say something, but he was silent. The atmosphere in the car turned chilly. I began to feel frightened. His silence was more dangerous than his harsh words. "Please believe me. Don't do anything to my brother. His profession has nothing to do with me." I stared at the man's side profile. Why was he so cold? What did I do wrong to him? Was I not able to act on what he wanted? Why could he not believe me for once? "Driver, start the car." His icy voice reached my ear. The driver gave me a sideways glance, which was an understated hint that I should move back so that I would not get hurt. My grip on the window loosened. I backed away from the car while looking at Bryan. He did not give me a glance. He disregarded me as if I were dust. His behavior hurt me. How could someone hurt me so much who I didn't even know personally? I saw his car driving out of the university area. "Sophia?" Upon turning around, I noticed that Nolan and Sarah were approaching me. "We saw what you were doing. What are you hiding?" Sarah asked. We were friends for more than 5 months. They never cheated on me or tried to embarrass me like Louisa, so I felt that they deserved to know the truth. However, it was not the right time. Maybe when I got a solution, I could tell them the bitter truth of my fate. "I will tell you another day. I just want to leave right now," I said to them with a broken look. They empathized with me. They nodded at me. I made my way to the bus stop on foot in order to catch a bus and go back to my house as quickly as I could. In the whole way, I was only thinking about the direction that my life was taking. I thought I had started a new and fresh life. How wrong I was. Fate did not take much time to ruin my life again. When I returned home, I cried in my room alone. I could not say anything to my mother because I was worried about her health. She had heart problems. As the doctors said, I could not give her any tension. My pain turned into anger. I was mad at my fate. It was all my fate's fault. How could it play like this with me? The next day, when I went to university, I noticed that everyone was talking about me. Some pictures of me and Bryan went viral on the social media of our university group. They said that I tried to persuade Bryan to be my future brother-in-law and convince him to give me the chance to get an internship at his company. They did not stop there. They went so far as to discuss how I expressed my love for his brother in the hopes that he would tell Bruce to get in touch with me again. I did not care to explain anything to others. No one liked me anyway. I was taking out my books from my locker when I heard Louisa's loud voice. She sounded infuriated, yet taunting. "What happened to our fake Cinderella? Big brother-in-law completely ignored you yesterday, didn't he?" I turned around and looked at Louisa. Her blonde hair was styled straight from the top and curled at the bottom. She looked different today. It appeared as though she had applied extra makeup to express her joy at having won the competition. "Fake Cinderella? Who are you calling that? Yourself?" "Because I am not a mirror," I replied boldly. In no way was I a weak and helpless girl who was unable to stand up for herself. It was just my mother who brought me up like that. She always told me to behave calmly and decently. I never argued with others. If someone hurt me, I took a step back from them. Louisa looked more agitated at my reply. After scoffing at me, she gazed around us. "Good morning, everyone. Come here. Let me give you a new topic for gossip." As soon as people heard her, they came to our side. Since I was standing there, it drew their attention more. I was already in their discussion. Yesterday, this chick tried to disrespect our alpha. When he did not respond to her, She went after him in an attempt to provoke him to become angry with us. Imagine for a moment that he became enraged and did something to our university. Who will step up to pay for the damage? Louisa's voice was loud and clear. Everyone nodded their heads and began to whisper. I looked at Louisa with a set of annoyed eyes and glared at her. The fact that she was a part of the people who destroyed my life made me even more miserable than I already was. Now, what was it that she desired more than anything else? Louisa walked to me while swaying her waist, which could capture any man's gaze. She was in red high heels, which gave her a tall appearance. She looked taller than me with it. I was wondering what you talked about with him. Complaining about me? It's your luck that he didn't take action. If that were not the case, who would believe you? She said in a lower tone so that only I could hear her. What I realized was that she was unaware of the fact that Bryan was my mate. Bruce did not disclose any information to her. It was good for me. If she had known about it, she would have told every single person at our university. Done? I asked with a bored tone. I was completely uninterested in engaging in conversation with her. I just wanted to collect proof to tell others the truth about her. You bitch! Who gives you the courage to show an attitude like this? You will never get Bruce. Always remember that. She spoke out and grabbed my neck. I was shocked by her words. Right then, I lost my temper. I pulled her hair back in anger. How dare you call me that? I screamed at her in anger. The situation turned messed up. We started to fight. I did not have any intention to get into a physical fight, but she started it first. How long would I take humiliation for no reason? She was the main reason for my despair. Louisa's friend came forward to help her and tried to remove my hand from her hair. I got mad and pulled it hard, which made Louisa groan in pain. However, she was not doing anything better. Her grip also tightened around my neck, which would leave a mark later for sure. Hey, leave her neck. Nolan's voice could be heard coming from a short distance away. After that, he quickly grabbed Louisa's hand and yanked her away from my neck. But I didn't leave Louisa's hair. You called me a bitch? Should I tell others what you did? Louisa's eyes widened at seeing my confidence. I had changed myself in the past few months. I made a commitment to myself that I would never again allow other people to break me. I looked at everyone who had made a gathering around us. Hello, everyone. This is your gold digger, Sophia. Isn't that what you all call me? Everyone looked stunned by my words. They turned silent. I laughed madly and spoke again. This girl is not a saint. If you all remember, she used to be my best friend. Then how did our friendship break? She cheated on me with your charming Bruce. From then on, I broke up with both of them. Just like before, she betrayed me yesterday. Paolo, it was my project, and she stole it. Everyone was shocked after hearing that. As soon as Louisa noticed that other people's eyes were evaluating her, she turned anxious. Nolan tugged at me a little, and I left Louisa's hair. I felt satisfied by others' reactions. I smirked at Louisa and said, "See how it feels when someone humiliates you. Keep happy with your fake achievement. Don't come after me again. I will destroy you." I warned her while glaring at her. At that time, one of her friends raised a question about me. Do you know what you are saying? You are making allegations against Professor Wilson. He had all the projects submitted to him. Are you saying that he helped Louisa? You are clearly lying. I was about to go to her when Nolan grabbed my waist to stop me. Don't do anything. It will only create chaos, he whispered to me, trying to make me understand. I halted myself and gave him a slight nod. Taking a look at Nolan, I expressed my gratitude to him for coming to help me. At that moment, a hand snatched Nolan's hand from my waist. It was Bruce. He looked angry at Nolan. He growled at Nolan and grabbed his collar. How dare you touch her? My eyes widened. Leave him. Bruce ignored me and glared at Nolan. I was just helping her, Nolan replied to Bruce. Bruce shook his head. Don't dare you touch what's mine. You are her friend, and you should know your limits. His remarks caused everyone to shake. It was obvious to everyone what Bruce was striving to convey. They guessed that Bruce still had feelings for me. Bruce, leave him, I yelled at him while pulling his hand away from Nolan's collar. As he moved away from Nolan, he turned his head to look at me. I did not let anything turn against me. It was the right time to expose Louisa in front of others. I caught a glimpse of Louisa, who was looking at Bruce with hope in her eyes. I withdrew my gaze from her and refocused on Bruce. "Tell your lover to stay away from me." Bruce shook his head. "She is not my lover." "Why? Didn't I catch you cheating with her?" This caused everyone to let out a gasp when they saw me asking Bruce this question. In response to my question, Bruce looked at Louisa and said to me, "I have never liked her. It was always you who was in my mind." His gaze went back to me, pleading with me to give me another chance. I remembered what he told me yesterday. It reminded me of his brother's words, too. They both wanted me to stay away from each other. Because of these Morrison brothers, I found myself in a trap. They were the kings of their lives, and I became a side character who could act in any manner they chose. So I decided to move on from them. However, I would have to push Bruce away from me. I did not want him to affect my life. Therefore, I said what came to my mind at that time. "I don't care. You are not my mate, so keep your distance from me." Bruce looked stunned. His desperate look turned hazy. "Did you just talk about mate?" he asked me, and tried to come to charge at me. But Nolan held my hand and pulled me behind him. "Bruce, you have lost your mind. In one moment you declare that you love her, and in the next moment you behave rudely toward her. You can't win her heart like that. Be a gentleman and let her live her life on her own." The bravery that Nolan showed amazed me. At our university, Bruce had a reputation. He was popular and admired throughout our campus. No one could talk over him. Bruce stared at me without replying to Nolan. He did not look happy with my words. Is he thinking that I was talking about his brother? I was just making an excuse. Why can't he just do what he was doing behind my back when we were in a relationship? I set him free. Why can't he just go to another girl? I thought. I walked past Bruce. Nolan followed me. I caught a glimpse of Louisa, who seemed upset about how Bruce talked about her in front of others. "You deserve it." I said it in my head and walked through the crowd with Nolan. I could not attend the class for which I went to take our books from the locker. Bruce and Louisa ruined my mood. I sat on a bench outside my faculty building. The beauty of the plants that were next to the bench caught my attention. In spite of the fact that my eyes were focused on the smaller flowers, my mind was elsewhere. "Sophia, you said what was on your mind. Now stop thinking too much about it," Nolan advised me. He sat down next to me and put his hand on my shoulder. I turned my head to him and smiled. "Thank you, Nolan. Today you helped me." "Are you crazy? What are we friends for? Friends should always stand by each other. If you see me in danger, are you not going to do the same thing?" I nodded my head. "Of course, I will do the same. You and Sarah are precious to me. I am blessed to have such sweet friends in my life." Sarah was in her class, so she was not with me. But I did not want her to know about it either. Tomorrow was her birthday, so I wanted to be happy, though I knew she would hear the gossip from others. After talking with Nolan, I tried to set my mind to studying and went to attend my classes. When it was time for a break, I spoke with Sarah. Today, she appeared to be in a very good mood. It brought a smile to my face. "Advance happy birthday to you, Sarah." I said that and hugged her, because it was not possible for me to meet and wish her later tonight. She embraced me back. Tomorrow was her 18th birthday. The day was filled with joy for each and every werewolf's life. But not everyone's life will prosper after this time. I was an example of them. "Tell me what it is that you want," I asked her. Yesterday, I was so stressed that I could not make a choice about what to get her for her birthday. On the other hand, I considered giving her a good present. Jewelry would be a good idea. There is nothing more than a promise that you will never leave my side. This is all I ask for. I know that after Louisa it's hard to trust your friends, but believe me, I am not like her. Her words captivated my heart. It made me emotional. I hugged her tightly. "Thank you, Sarah." Sarah patted my back and whispered, "I am not that good. You are obligated to fulfill my one demand because you have asked what it is that I want." I pulled away from the hug and cupped her cheeks. "Just tell me what your demand is. I am throwing a birthday party in a club tonight. You have to come." I slowly moved my hand from her cheeks. My mother would never agree. She would never allow me to go to a club. In fact, I had never before visited a club in my entire life. All of my life, I was under my brother's restrictions. When Bruce and I were in a relationship, He asked me so many times to accompany him to a club, but I could never go with him. I was always afraid that my brother would see me. Getting him upset was the last thing I wanted to happen. Though my brother was not with us, my mother would deny me for sure. Sarah, you know I can't. She interrupted me by holding my hands. Pretty please? I promise I won't invite those two people you hate. I understood that she got to know about what had happened this morning. I know. But my mom. Don't worry about her. I will come today to your house and convince her. Sarah was so successful in persuading me that I was unable to break her heart by denying her request. Moreover, she had no other friends except me and Nolan. If we were not with her at her birthday party, it would be upsetting. After all the classes, I left my university and went to a shopping mall. I bought earrings for Sarah to give her a birthday present. It was expensive, but I used my savings. She was my friend. If she was giving me priority and caring for me, I should do the same. Later, I went home. I did not say anything to my mother since Sarah said she would come to convince her. In the afternoon, Sarah came to my house. My mother looked happy to see her. Sarah requested her to let me go with her. My mother asked where we were going. In response, she stated that she was going to host a party at her house. It would be a girls' night. To my surprise, my mother permitted me to go with her. As I was getting into Sarah's car, I said, "You shouldn't have lied to Mom. We were going to her house first. She said she would decide what I would wear tonight." "Come on," I said, half true. "You will stay at my house later at night. But before that, we just go to a club. But still, I am feeling guilty. Sophia, relax." I gave a nod at her and turned my head to the window. "You should forget that, Bruce, and move on, you know." "I know. My party is in the most expensive club in our pack. My father is a member of that club, so he could manage the date for me. Otherwise, only businessmen can enter that club." I heard her while looking at the cars passing by on the road. "Hey, Sophia, what about finding a guy for you?" I turned my head toward her. "What?" She nodded her head and smirked at me. "You are single now. You also want to move on. Who knows, maybe your dreamy boy is waiting for you there." After hearing Sarah, I could not help but laugh. I laughed at myself. People were unaware of the person with whom I was bonded. I was the mate of their head alpha. Due to the fact that my life had become so complicated, even if I wanted to be with another person, it would only end up in a series of new problems. But I did not say anything about it to Sarah. I kept listening to her. When we arrived at her home, I met her parents. "Such a beautiful girl you are," her mother said to me as she lightly stroked my hair. "Yeah, she looks decent. Our daughter is with good people." The statement was made by her father. Hearing compliments caused me to flush. When we went to Sarah's room, she said, "My parents like you a lot. If I had a big brother, I believe that they would have attempted to get your hand in marriage." While thinking about it, we both laughed out loud. Sarah was a rich kid. In spite of the fact that she was the daughter of a well-known businessman, she never displayed any signs of arrogance toward me, and was always very kind to me. Sarah went to her closet. "This one," she said as she retrieved a dress from there. "This one will suit you well. I never wear it. My father brought me some dresses 2 days ago when he returned from abroad. This dress is one of them." Carefully, I examined the outfit in question. The dress was a black one with a turtleneck, however, it did not have any sleeves. It was a body-fitting, stretchy dress. "It will show my curves," I thought and shook my head. "What? You don't like it?" Sarah asked. "Let's try something else." She gave me a nod and pulled out another one. This one was a hot and short dress. I realized that the black one was more decent than this one. Sarah gave me a sly grin. "Guess who will look hotter today?" I grabbed the black dress hurriedly before she could put it back in the closet and replied, "Black dress is fine." Sarah looked at me with a surprised expression on her face. "Girls want to show their beautiful bodies, and you want to hide it? The black dress will show it too." "Okay, as you wish." She showed me a stunning blue dress that she had chosen to wear to the party that was being held today. It was a pretty hot dress. Since it was her birthday party, she would need to look absolutely stunning. After a while, we got ready. I looked at myself in the mirror. In this black dress, I looked different. I did wear stylish clothes, but I always avoided revealing clothes that could grab men's attention. My bare arms looked fine with the black dress. The dress ended up 2 inches above my knees. Luckily, I was wearing black high heels, so I did not have to borrow any shoes from Sarah. I glanced at Sarah. "Our birthday girl is so pretty." She smiled at me. "Thank you, Sophia." "For what?" "Because of you, I can call someone my best friend." The phrase best friend made me feel uneasy to hear. For a moment, I reflected about Louisa's betrayal. On the other hand, I recalled how Sarah helped me in moving on from Louisa. She became my friend, and I got good company. Then we found Nolan, and the 3 of us became really good friends. At that moment, I suddenly remembered that I had purchased a present for Sarah. I grabbed my bag and took out a small gift box from inside it. "This is for you." "No, you don't have to give me anything, Sophia. Please take it." As soon as Sarah opened the box, her face lit up with joy because she saw the earrings. "Oh my, so beautiful. I'm going to put this on right now." She put on the earrings with a gleeful expression. I broke into a grin as I observed her joyful expression. As she turned to face me, she gave me a hug. Later, we styled our hair by ourselves. I let my hair down in a straight form, whereas she wore it in a curly style. When we had finished saying our goodbyes to her parents, we left her house. We got inside her car to go to our destination. Sarah spoke about many things related to the club. According to what she claimed, the first floor was reserved for rich people, but the second story was reserved for VIPs of our pack. I heard her quietly since I did not care about these things. I would stay there on one side anyway. I did not have any plans to move. When we almost reached the club, I got a call from Nolan. "Where are you both?" he asked. "We are on the way. I have been waiting for an hour." "Oh, come fast." As I was having a conversation with Nolan, I noticed that we had already arrived. After we got out of the car, he raised his hand to us and waved at us. I could see Nolan looking stunned by my appearance. "What pretty you are looking," he muttered. "The art," I said while pointing a finger in my direction. I then shifted my attention to Sarah, who was coming closer to us. After pointing my finger in her direction, I continued by saying, "The artist." He chuckled and hugged me. "That's good. How are you feeling right now?" His question reminded me of what had happened earlier today. I almost forgot about it. "Fine." To give Sarah a hug, he broke the hug. "Have a wonderful evening, birthday girl. Happy birthday. But you are late at your own party. Today, I am the most important guest, so I am allowed to come late." We all laughed and entered the club together. The smoke and music grabbed me totally the moment I stepped inside the club. I looked around and saw different scenarios. People were dancing without any worries for the outside world on the dance floor that was located in the center of the club. In the corners, people were making out. Not everyone came here for anything other than to take a drink. There were a few of the girls who were attempting to entice the men there to get into their pants. I felt disgusted by those girls. Sarah invited many students from our university. They came to greet her. Considering that she was capable of throwing a party in this club, I was willing to bet that people would talk about her in our university community tomorrow. At all times, I remained close to Sarah and Nolan. I started to get feelings of boredom. All of a sudden, I felt a gaze on me. My eyes wandered around the club. Many boys were looking at me, which I ignored by moving my gaze away from them. Unknowingly, my gaze moved to the second story. My eyes stopped on someone, and I was stunned. Together with a few other males, Alpha Bryan was seated on the couches that were located near the half-glass wall. He could easily see the view of the lower level from upstairs. However, it was not the only thing that made me almost stop breathing. Bryan was staring at me. "What would you like to have, miss?" the bartender asked me. It broke my eye contact with the mighty man who was looking at me from upstairs. I ought to express my gratitude to the bartender for it. Because Alpha Bryan had such a strong hatred for me, I should avoid looking at him. Since my brother was still his gamma, I did not have to think about anything. I would stay away from him as much as possible. I would make every effort to avoid coming into contact with him. I glanced across at the bartender who appeared to be flirtatious with me. I could see him grinning at me. "Water would be fine," I responded to him. "Water? I think it would be a good idea for you to have some drinks today," Sarah said. Both she and Nolan were standing right next to me, engaging in conversation with other people. "But I don't drink," I said to Sarah. "You are an adult now. You can have fun in your life. Put all of your suffering behind you and take pleasure in the night. Let's have something to drink, shall we? Then we will dance," Sarah declared with a delighted face. Nolan nodded his head. "I will drop you off at home. Don't worry," he assured me. "No, I got Auntie's permission. We will go to my house directly." Sarah said it with a proud face. "Not bad," Nolan gave a thumbs up to Sarah. At first I did not want to drink, but then my thoughts wandered to everything that had occurred in my life up to that point. The blaring music was making my head even more messy. "Okay," I replied to them. While I was striving to keep my eyes from gazing upstairs, Sarah placed an order for drinks for us to enjoy. The bartender placed drinks on the counter. I reached for a glass and tried to chug it down. A sour grimace appeared on my face. "It's burning my throat." "It will ease soon. Try it again," Nolan said. I nodded my head and tried to drink it again. My throat became accustomed to the flavor after I took some gulps. It came as a complete surprise to me that I drank a few glasses. The club around me started to look different to me. When I first entered the club, I was not a fan of the smoke or the music, but as time went on, I had a change of heart. "Let's dance," Sarah said and grabbed my hands. "Hey, what about me?" Nolan asked. "Do I need to invite you?" It was Sarah who inquired. The expression on Nolan's face made me laugh. Each and every person who had been invited by Sarah made their way to the dance floor. A few girls were frowning at me. On the other hand, some boys were glancing at me. I assumed people did not like me. Who cared? Because I didn't. As if the drinks had truly taken control of my mind, I started moving in time with the beat of the music. At this very moment, all I wanted to do was dance. I tried to forget everything around me. I wanted the alcohol to make me forget my every pain. Sometime later, a big cake appeared in a corner. After leaving the dance floor, we gathered in that corner. From 10, we were counting backward, one by one. It would be midnight in a few seconds. At the exact moment that we reached 0, the lights in the club were turned off. Then we heard an announcement from the DJ. "Let's celebrate the birthday of our birthday girl, Sarah." We all applauded in the darkness. As the lights came back on, everyone turned their attention to Sarah. Her expression was one of disbelief, as if she had witnessed a ghost. I shifted my sight to the direction in which she was staring. She was looking at Nolan. Her gaze brought back memories of my birthday. I understood what was happening to Sarah. She found her mate. There was a slight blurriness in my eyes as I clapped for Sarah. I gave her a hug. "Congratulations!" "Huh?" She looked stunned. Nolan shifted his gaze from Sarah to me. My expression was one of bewilderment. It seemed as though he was trying to communicate with me in some way. I reached out and took his hand, and then I gently pushed him towards Sarah. After looking at him for a moment, Sarah whispered, "Mate." Nolan then gave her a hug, and she responded by giving him a hug in return. Who could resist the majestic mate bond? Not everyone was as vicious as the Morrison brothers. One of the brothers rejected his mate, and the other brother was feeling regret that he was unable to do the same. Sarah cut the cake. After she had fed me the first slice, she then fed Nolan. Because my new friends had been so kind to me, I was experiencing a range of emotions. I went to the bar, leaving them to spend alone time. They had just recently come to the realization that they were mates, so they deserved some time to themselves. The bartender continued to offer me drinks even after I had placed an order for one. Without allowing myself to be distracted by anything else, I consumed them one by one. My eyes were on Sarah and Nolan, who were now kissing each other. I forced myself to avert my eyes from them. It reminded me of the times when Bruce and I were in a relationship. Everyone referred to us as lovebirds. I was so happy with him that I wanted him to meet my mother. He had also proved to me that he was serious about me by introducing me to his parents. Then how did things go like that? Why? What if he had never cheated on me? I was lost in thought. I stood up to go out of the club. I wanted to have some fresh air. I started to feel suffocated because of the pain in my heart. To my surprise, a man approached me and asked, "Where are you going?" As best I could, I focused my gaze on him. However, I was unable to recognize him. Why did this unknown person choose to talk to me? As he pointed his finger in a certain direction, he stated, "He is there." I frowned at him. Did he think I was lost and trying to find someone? I turned my head in the direction in which he pointed. I saw a man holding a glass while looking at the dance floor. He was sitting alone on the couch. He was wearing a black suit. In my blurry eyes, I could only notice these few things. My legs moved toward him without any delay. As if the alcohol began to have an increasing impact on me, I felt that my vision grew increasingly hazy. When I stood in front of the man, he raised his head to look at me. My knees trembled, and I ended up falling onto the couch next to him. I felt his strong arm tighten its grip around my waist. I tilted my head to look at his side profile when I sat alongside him in a sluggish manner. He looked familiar to me, but I could not see him clearly. It seemed as though he was someone who was very close to me. My wolf began to react strangely, which I could not understand properly. In blurry vision, I thought he was the person who broke my heart. I could not remember anything at that moment. I felt pulled from inside, as if there was a string that connected us and pulled me closer to him. I leaned my head on his chest and whispered to him, "Bruce." Third POV, Sophia closed her eyes as she hugged the man who was sitting next to him. Under the influence of alcohol, she thought it was Bruce. Little did she know it was Bruce's big brother, Bryan Morrison. Bryan came to this club often. Whenever he appeared here, the second floor was always cleared out for him because he was the leader of this pack. Exactly like today, he was in a meeting with a group of men for business purposes. While everything was going on, one of the males took note of Sophia and began talking about her. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to her. It was her attractive body that was drawing the attention of other men, and she was wearing a black dress that highlighted her shape. When Sophia was looking around, his eyes met hers. However, she broke eye contact and started to flirt with the bartender. He could see how the bartender was replying to her, showing that she was doing the same. Bryan assumed that she was not a good girl, so his brother was fortunate that they ended their relationship so soon. Despite the fact that he was here for a meeting, he was unable to concentrate on it. Incessantly, his dark eyes kept glancing at the girl. The fact that his wolf desired his mate was bothering him. Usually, people tried hard but lost control over their wolves, but he was exceptional. He was a powerful alpha who could control his own wolf. Now, he did not understand why this girl came to him. Wow, what a breathtaking view. Bryan looked at the man who had approached him. He was Delta Edger. Bryan gave him an angry look. Edger raised his hands up. "I just told her that you were here. She was going somewhere." Bryan moved Sophia's body away from him by pushing it aside. "So? What is it with me?" Beta Robert walked to him and halted his steps. "Isn't it our responsibility to protect our Pax Omega's Alpha?" Even though she was able to hear them, Sophia was unable to comprehend what they were discussing. She rubbed her eyes. The push made her a little conscious. On the couch, she sat back with her head leaning back. In a garbled voice, she asked, "Bruce, why are you doing this? Why can't you let me live peacefully for once?" Bryan glared at her. "Is she blind or what?" he muttered under his breath. He had no idea what was going on, but the fact that Sophia had called him Bruce made him feel irritated. Beta Robert burst up laughing and announced, "We are leaving. You can handle her." In agreement, Delta Edger gave a slight nod of his head. Bryan gave them a stern look. "I will throw her in the middle of the street. I don't care." Beta Robert turned in the direction of the main door of the club. He said loudly, "Yeah, that's why you keep eyeing her all the time." The sight of Bryan becoming enraged caused Delta Edger to take a deep breath. "See you in the pack house." Both Robert and Edger left. Bryan had 4 officials, but these 2 were his closest friends. They were involved in business with him as well. In other words, they spent most of their time together. Bryan tried to find Sophia's 2 friends, with whom she had been spending time, but he could not see them. As he turned his head to gaze at Sophia, who appeared to be sleeping on the couch, he let out a sigh. In his mind, Bryan thought, "I don't care." He looked away from her. After grabbing his coat, which was lying next to him, he rose up and was ready to leave. A hand gripped his wrist, preventing him from moving ahead and stopping him from taking a step forward. He looked at the soft and fair hand that was holding his hand. His eyes shifted to Sophia. She stood up with shaky legs. It looked like she grabbed his hand to get support for standing up. "Where are you going?" she asked him. He could smell liquor in her mouth, yet the scent of her body made him feel addicted. He assumed he was feeling that way towards her due to the alcohol that he had drunk. He yanked his hand out of her grasp and glared at her. Sophia looked stunned by his behavior. "You dirty man! What did you think?" "I would come to you to get back together?" she asked and was about to fall down. But Bryan grasped her waist to catch her. She placed her hands on his shoulder and raised her head to look at him. He was so tall. The flickering lights on the dance floor made his face unclear to her. "You are a dishonest person. Cheater, cheater, cheater." He stared at her, trying to understand whom he was talking to. With Bruce? Or with him? Their bodies were very close to each other. Her eyes turned teary, which he caught a glimpse of. She shed a tear and bit her bottom lip. Tears sprang out of her eyes as she pointed her finger at his chest. "Why did you cheat me with Louisa, Bruce? Why did you do that? Because of you, I have to bear so many things now." It was brought to Bryan's attention that she had told everyone that Bruce had cheated on her, but at that time, no one believed her. "I broke up with you that day. We are done. Why can't you let me live peacefully now? Why do you come every single day to win my heart again?" Bryan's eyes were fixed on her. Although he was silent, he was listening to her. The loud music was not able to prevent him from paying attention to every word that she said. They were so close that he could hear her very clearly. Sophia had no idea what she was doing or what she was saying. She started to feel that her head was spinning. "Don't follow me again, Bruce." When she turned around to leave, she felt a coat draped around her shoulder. Before she could understand anything, Bryan lifted her. She was not in a condition to let out a scream. She felt him holding her in his arms. He started to walk to the entrance. "I don't want to go with you," she mumbled with a broken voice. Bryan walked out of the club while carrying her in his arms. There was no expression on his face. He was receiving a bow from the guards. He walked to his car directly. The driver rushed out of the car and opened the back door for him. He looked surprised to see Bryan carrying a girl. Bryan had never done that to any other girl, as far as he could recall. After forcing Sophia to sit in the car, he then got himself into the car. The driver was terrified, but he started the car nonetheless, even though he had no idea where to go. Meanwhile, Sophia hugged Bryan and kept muttering things. "Is this your first time drinking?" he asked with a cold tone while looking out the window at the outside world. But why are you talking so coldly like your big brother?" "Big brother?" he muttered. She nodded her head and replied, "Your brother." She paused as if collecting her words, then said, "Bryan Morrison is the most arrogant man I have ever met." At the moment that Bryan heard her, he turned his head to look at her face. He realized how close their faces were. Her eyes were closed. Her long eyelashes were beautiful. This was the first time that Bryan had ever looked at her in such detail. He did not have any interest either. However, his gaze continued to focus on the features of her face. She was a beautiful girl. Her soft features made her look innocent. However, Bryan did not fall for her innocent look. He believed she was a pretentious woman. "Did you just call me arrogant?" he asked while gritting his teeth. It came out as a whisper. Sophia opened her eyes, and they met with his eyes. She could not reply to him. She thought she was dreaming, and everything she was saying was just a dream. Suddenly, she saw Bryan instead of Bruce in her vision. "Why do you hate me? It's not my fault that I am your mate." Bryan raised an eyebrow and shoved her away from himself. "I should have known this. You were acting all the time," he said in anger. When he saw that Sophia recognized him, he assumed that Sophia knew it was him from the beginning. She was just acting like a drunk girl. It was the shove that brought Sophia to a momentary state of consciousness. Despite the fact that she wanted to inquire about her whereabouts, the motion of the car made her feel nauseous. "Stop the car," she said to the driver. Bryan narrowed his eyes on her. The driver did not stop the car since it was not Bryan's order. Sophia yelled at the driver, "I said stop the car." Almost instantly, the driver pulled the car to a stop on the side of the road and turned his head toward her. Upon opening the car door, Sophia knelt down and threw up. She was feeling dizzy. As she threw up, tears appeared to be streaming down her face. All the liquor came out of her mouth and she started to feel conscious. The driver got out of the car. He brought a bottle of water and a box of tissues with him when he went to see Sophia. "Thank you." Sophia thanked him and then used the tissue to wipe her mouth. She took a drink of water while holding the bottle. She leaned against her seat after closing her eyes. After closing the door, the driver entered the car. He turned to Bryan, who was staring at Sophia with an indifferent expression on his face. "Alpha." "To my Gamma's house," he replied. Sophia's eyes flung open when she heard Bryan's voice. She moved her head to the side and felt her heart skip a beat. Bryan was looking at her intently. Although her voice was scratchy, she attempted to apologize to him by saying, "Alpha, I am sorry." When she saw he was not replying to her, she lowered her head. She started to search for her bag. It dawned on her that her bag was sitting on the lockbox that was located behind the bar counter. It was before they went to the dance floor that Sarah and she put it there. "My phone!" The driver started the car. She shook her head. No, I can't go to my house tonight." Hearing her, Bryan scoffed. "In that case, where would you go? In someone else's house?" He was sarcastic, but she was so naive that she failed to comprehend his sarcasm. She nodded her head. "Yeah." Bryan glared at her. "I have never seen a shameless girl like you before." The cold tone and rude remarks that he used caused Sophia to flinch. She was still under the effects of alcohol. However, she was now starting to understand everything. "I want to go to Sarah's house. Would it be possible for you to drop me off there?" she asked with a lower tone. Bryan was taken aback. Was she talking about her friend's house? He thought she was talking about going to another man's house. "Tell the driver her address," he said, turning his head to the window. Sophia told the driver Sarah's house's address. Following a nod of the head, the driver turned the vehicle in the direction of the new destination. Sophia stayed quiet. She was afraid to glance at Bryan. She had no idea what she had said or done to him. By looking at his angry face, she was able to deduce that she had once again offended him. She did not know when her eyes closed. She fell asleep in the car. The entire time they were in the car, Bryan did not look at her. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the young boy and girl who appeared to be worried. "Stop there," he ordered his driver. As the car got closer to Sarah's residence, the driver pulled it over. Sarah and Nolan were worried for Sophia. They looked for her throughout the club when they could not find her in the bar area. After grabbing her bag, they went back to Sarah's house to check on her. Over and over again, they searched the roadways for her. After they had finally arrived at Sarah's residence, they waited outside in the hope that Sophia would return with a cab, but they were surprised to see a luxurious car parked in front of them instead of a cab. From outside the window, they could see who was inside the car. The moment that Sarah and Nolan recognized Bryan, they bowed their heads in respect. "Alpha." After turning to face them, Bryan gave them a nod of his head. As soon as Nolan took a quick look inside the car, his lips parted. Sarah followed his gaze and exclaimed, "Sophia!" She ran to the other door and opened it. With a stroke on the shoulder, she asked, "Sophia?" "Is she okay?" she asked Bryan. Bryan looked at her and replied, "Get her out of my car as fast as you can." Sarah gulped in fear. At that moment, Nolan, who was now Sarah's mate, stared at Sophia. He had feelings for her. But it was fate's plan that Sarah became his mate. He was not the kind of person who could resist his mate. So he decided to accept his mate and put an end to his feelings for Sophia. "Nolan, help me," Sarah said to him. He nodded and carried Sophia in his arms. Sarah bowed to Bryan again and said, "Thanks, Alpha." Although Nolan gave a small bow to Bryan, Nolan's attention was focused on Sophia. A glint of anger shuffled in Bryan's eyes when he observed how Nolan was looking at Sophia. He did not know that Nolan was Sarah's mate. But being a guy, he had the ability to read the gazes of other men. It was clear to him that Nolan liked Sophia. Bryan's eyes were on Sophia until Nolan entered the house. When the driver noticed that Bryan was not speaking, he asked, "Alpha, where to go?" After lighting a cigarette and taking a few puffs, Bryan replied, "Pack house, Sophia's POV." I felt a light fall over my face. It was hard for me to open my eyes. At first, I opened them cautiously, and then I nearly instantly shut them again. "Good morning, pretty girl," I heard Sarah's voice and felt a pair of arms encircling my waist at the same time. I turned my head and opened my eyes to look at her. Sarah appeared to be in a good mood. She sat up and turned to me. "Feeling good?" she asked. I could not say yes because my head was aching like hell. I slowly sat up straight and said, "Morning." I looked around and found myself in Sarah's bedroom. I frowned when I thought, I was in the club last night. How did I come here? Nolan carried you here. You passed out last night. Sarah explained it to me. "Oh," I mumbled while pressing my hand to my head. Just after that, my eyes widened as I was driven by memories of what I had done last night. "Oh, shit!" I covered my mouth with a shocked face. "What happened?" Sarah asked with confusion. "Oh, my goodness. Oh, no, how can I be so dumb?" I said, and in a state of disbelief, I got out of bed. My response left Sarah bewildered and confused. "Sophia, what are you saying? I met Alpha Bryan last night." Sarah's expression slightly changed. She nodded her head. "Yeah, but he is the one who dropped you off here." "Sarah, how am I supposed to explain what I did last night?" I started to groan. My stomach began to churn. I felt like giving myself a slap. My idiotic decision to call him Bruce was engraved in my memory. I even hugged him. Why did I do that? He may think that I am still after his brother, which is not true. I thought and felt regret. "What exactly did you do?" "It was clear that he was angry last night," Sarah inquired with doubt in her eyes. "I called him arrogant in his face." "What the hell?" Sarah appeared to be in complete astonishment. She shook her head. "But you were drunk." "It's okay, just calm down. It is certain that he was aware of it." "No, he won't understand. He is an arrogant man. He will never understand me." Sarah placed her hands on her waist and said, "See? This is the problem. You are calling him arrogant again. That's why you called him that in a drunken state. When people are under the influence of alcohol, they speak the truth." I pulled my hair in stress. The memory of him pushing me once and then shoving me again in his car kept repeating over and over in my head. I was feeling embarrassed. How could I push myself toward a man? I could remember that he called me shameless. Now I felt that I really behaved like one. He hates me already. After what happened last night, I have no doubt that he despises even more. I thought. Sarah told me that nothing had happened. Although Bryan looked cold, he did not say anything about me, which gave me a little relief. "I can't believe that Nolan is my mate. I am so happy, Sophia," Sarah said to me as she explained her feelings after she discovered who her mate was. It was shocking for her at first, but later her wolf reacted well, and she felt happy to find such a good boy as her mate. In front of me, she admitted that she had feelings for Nolan for a long time. "I am happy that you are happy," I told her. After talking with her, I took a shower, and then I changed into the same outfit that I wore yesterday before switching out the black one. I wanted to go back home right then, but Sarah's mother invited me to join them at the table. I could not say no to her, so I joined them. "From what I've heard, you participated in the last event. How was your experience?" Sarah's father asked. When I heard his inquiry, I immediately stopped eating. After a brief peek in my direction, Sarah cleared her throat. "Dad, it was great. She did well in that competition." Yeah. She won the competition, didn't she?" Sarah's mother asked Sarah. I shook my head sadly. "No, Auntie, I didn't." "It's okay. Better luck next time. Sarah always talks about you. You are a top scorer. There is a great future ahead for you," Sarah's father said. I stared at Sarah's father with a small smile. He was a businessman. He valued this type of event a lot. If I wanted, I could tell Sarah to talk about me to her father to get me a job. In fact, Sarah proposed to me about it 2 months ago. But I declined it. I did not want to take any opportunity on behalf of our friendship. I was looking for a job based on my skills. "Thank you, Uncle." I left Sarah's house after breakfast. She instructed her driver to drop me off at my home. On the way, I was thinking about last night. I was upset with myself. I should not have drunk last night. The next day, I arrived at the university at an early hour. The way people looked at me today was different from how they looked at me the day before. It looked like the news about how I talked to Bruce yesterday had spread throughout the whole university. Since my behavior was rude to him, others believed that I did not make the video to get Bruce back. Some of them even doubted that Louisa was a liar. It was a relief to know that the tag on my head would be removed soon. Exactly like everyone else, I would live a normal life. What I needed to do was get a job that I could do part-time and keep myself active in between my studies and my work duties. I noticed Nolan, who approached me with a smile. "I'm happy for you and Sarah." I expressed my happiness. Nolan nodded at me. "Me too," he replied with a lower tone. After giving him a thoughtful look, I said, "Nolan, let me request one thing from you. Always cherish your mate. She is someone the moon goddess created specifically for you. You both are part and parcel of your lives. Even though anyone wants to leave, your mate will always feel for you and your suffering till the very end." Nolan stared at me for some time, then eventually gave me a gentle nod. "I promise you, I will always cherish Sarah." Just as I was about to smile at him, Sarah came up behind me and gave me a hug. "Thank you so much. I love you," she said to me. "I thought you were mine," Nolan said to Sarah in a joking tone. "Yeah, but I love her too," Sarah replied. Her adorable behavior caused Nolan and me to chuckle. She looked more beautiful after finding her mate. We were all busy talking. At that moment, we heard a voice calling me from behind. "Sophia Berge?" I turned around and saw a boy. "Professor Wilson is calling you in his office right now," he said and left. "Why did he call me?" I muttered in a worried tone. "Everything will be okay," Nolan assured me. "Sophia, it's possible that he found evidence against Louisa, which is the reason he is calling you," Sarah said. After giving it some thought, I came to the conclusion that it could be the fact. That might be the reason behind it. If it were true, then it would be great news for me. I would get back my project. I glanced at my friends, and they nodded at me. I made my way to Professor Wilson's office with a fear in my heart. My mind was suddenly filled with new suspicions, and they came one after the other. What if he restricts me for what happened in the event? I knocked on the door. Even though I was outside of the office, I couldn't help but feel anxious. Upon hearing his voice, I entered his office. He raised his head from a file and looked at me with a simple smile. I was feeling dumbfounded by his smile. What caused him to smile? Had Professor Wilson become so evil that he was smiling after restricting me from this university? "I called you for good news." I experienced a slight sense of ease. Sarah's assumption might be true. They found the proof against Louisa, but the following sentence that he spoke shook me. "We got a call from the Morrison Group." When I heard him, I gulped. Morrison Group? It was Bryan's company. "Yeah, they called you for an interview, Sophia." I was stunned. "What? Why did that company want to interview me?" "Professor, I can't understand what you are trying to say." He took off his glasses and set them down on the desk in front of him. He looked relieved when he started to speak. "You are very fortunate that you are still enrolled in this university. In that event, Dean wanted to restrict you, but Alpha Bryan stopped him. He saved you from Dean throwing you out of this university, and now his company is interested in hiring you." I was taken aback. Did Bryan help me? Why did he do that? Didn't he hate me? I was confused with everything. "You requested me to see a job for you. Somehow, the Morrison Group learned about it, and as a result, the manager requested your CV and instructed me to send you to the company for an interview." I felt relieved when I heard about their manager. The manager might have seen the CV. Maybe I could get a job there. Joining Morrison Group was a dream for every student of our university. It was hard to get a job there. Everyone put in a lot of effort over the course of several months in order to increase their chances of getting an internship there. So, getting a job there was a shock for me. "Are you okay?" "Yes, sir. I am totally okay." "When am I scheduled to go for the interview?" I asked with a smile. "Tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Don't be late. It is a great opportunity for you." "Thanks a lot, sir." I left his office and went to my next class. I had various thoughts. Even the people who worked in Morrison Group could not get a chance to meet Bryan, so it was good for me. It was not like we would see each other often. When I was walking, I wondered to myself, does he know that his company has offered me a job? Once I had finished my classes, I met my friends again. I shared the news with my friends. "Oh, wow, I am over the moon. The Morrison Group has offered you a job." A scream of excitement nearly escaped Sarah's lips. I covered her mouth with my hand. "Shh, I don't want anyone to know about it." She is right. If Bruce gets to know about it, he will do something to make her lose the job before getting it. Nolan alerted Sarah. He was right. I did not want Bruce to know about it. I needed a job and they would give it to me based on my qualifications. So I should stay quiet for now. As I made my way back to my home, I noticed that my mother was in the kitchen preparing lunch. I approached her on my tiptoes and hugged her from behind. Mom, there's good news. What, my baby? I am going for an interview tomorrow. Turning around to face me, she gave me a shake of the head. Again? Mom, the Morrison Group's manager called my professor himself. He wants to see my CV. He will offer me a suitable job after watching my qualifications. I tried to persuade my mother. I did not want to hurt her and go to get a job. I wanted her to smile at me and tell me the best of luck. Morrison Group? Isn't it the company that Alpha owns? She asked. I was amazed that almost everyone was aware of it. Oh, what a fool I was. The name Morrison was the reason everyone knew about it. Yes, Mom. Then I can feel relief. Alpha Bryan is a man who is known to be quite strict. There is no one who can harm you there. Where did you hear that from? My friends told me. When it comes to matters of work, they stated that Alpha is quite tough. No one in his company is capable of committing any kind of wrongdoing. My friend's son works there. Oh, I mumbled after hearing her. She was praising Bryan, which made me feel awkward. She did not know how her head Alpha behaved with me. Throughout the entire day, I thought about what would happen tomorrow. For the purpose of practicing how I would introduce myself to the person being interviewed, I tried to talk in front of the mirror. After getting into my bed, I tried to sleep, but the excitement and anxiousness prevented me from falling asleep. Suddenly, a thought came to my mind. What if I come across Alpha Bryan tomorrow? How will I face him? Taking a glance at myself in the mirror that was attached to my dressing table, I was evaluating my appearance. I wore a black skirt that reached my knees and a white silk top. I did a high ponytail and removed 2 strands of hair from each side of my head, then curled them from the lower side. I used light makeup. I didn't look like a pancake. I intended to give myself a pleasant look. I would have to go to my university after the interview. I could not roam around there in what I was wearing right now. The dress was too professional for a university. After getting out of my room, I went downstairs. To locate my mother, I looked around the living room. I took a quick look at the door to her bedroom. Today, I woke up in the early morning, so I assumed that my mother had not yet awoken. I mumbled to myself under my breath, I should not disturb her, and then I left my house. As I stepped out of my home, I was greeted by a brisk breeze that brushed against my body. I should have taken a jacket with me. To get to the bus stop, I started walking on foot. In order to wait for a bus, I sat down on a bench. I was feeling sleepy. I could not get proper sleep last night. Only that one person was on my mind throughout the entire night. I had no idea why our fates were bound together, but I believed that he was a formidable alpha and that very soon he would find a way to break this bond in a way that would not be harmful to any of us. But when? What if I died in the process? I yawned as I was thinking about a great deal of different things. I noticed that a bus was coming to a stop at the stand. People who had been waiting on the benches stood up and hurried to the bus. Unhurriedly, I boarded the bus. I still had 1 hour in my hand. I took a seat beside a window. The ever-shifting landscape gave me a positive feeling. It would take half an hour to reach the Morrison Group. When I saw young children going to school with their fathers, I could not help but smile sadly. I could not even remember my father's face because I had never seen him in my life. He died when I was still in my mother's womb. His death was startling to others because he had died in a car accident. The bus stopped in front of another bus stop. I got off the bus and started to stroll to my destination. I had to walk for 2 minutes to reach the most famous and successful company in our pack, the Morrison Group. I raised my head to look at the building. It was a very tall building. The sun was reflecting on its blue-shielded glass. From the outside, the decoration appeared to be of absolutely extraordinary quality. As I entered the building, I noticed a large number of business people, both men and women, with branded clothes, shoes, and bags. They appeared to be wealthy. it was due to the magnitude of their salary. In truth, the Morrison Group provided their workers with a pay rate that was considerably higher than the industry standard. Then, after taking a few deep breaths, I made my way to the checking area. It was as if I had arrived at an airport. Security personnel were inspecting me and my belongings before allowing me to enter the building. The moment I walked through the magnificent entrance, I was immediately greeted by the sight of something that filled me with awe. With the intricate tapestries adorning the walls, meticulously hand-woven with threads of dark hues, whispered tales of the company's rich history and unwavering commitment to excellence. The ornate chandeliers hanging from the lofty ceiling cast a warm, ethereal glow, illuminating the whole area. The company was, in general, adorned with exquisite embellishments, which contributed to the enhancement of its aesthetic appeal. In the moment that I was thinking about the interview, I was overcome with a wave of nervousness. I walked to the reception area. A woman was typing something while sitting on her chair. There were 2 other women who were working in the reception area. "Excuse me," I said. The woman paused her typing and shifted her gaze to me. She flashed me a grin with her cherry-red lips. She had an attractive appearance. She might be a few years older than me. She looked to be in her early 20s. "May I help you, miss?" "Hi, I'm Sophia Berg. Your manager asked me for an interview today. Could you please kindly check it?" "Sure. Give me a second." She hurriedly typed something into the computer in front of her. After taking a look at me, she inquired, "You are from the Nightshade University, right?" "Yeah." The woman gave a slight nod. "You are free to take a seat on that couch. I am going to give you a call soon." When I turned my head, I noticed that the couch was located a tad further away from the reception table. I thanked the woman and proceeded to sit down on the couch. When I looked at my watch, I noticed that there were 20 minutes left until 8 o'clock in the morning. I waited there while conducting a check of my folder, which contained all of the certificates that I had prepared to present to the manager. When it was almost time, I glanced at the receptionist. She was talking with someone on her phone. A frown appeared on her face as she glanced at me, but she then nodded her head and hung up the phone. She called out my name, Sophia Berg. I got to my feet and walked to her. "Please, come with me," she said politely. I followed her behind. We entered an elevator. Other employees were also with us. I could hear their conversations. Who knows when we will get a chance to meet Alpha? "He will come to see around the financial department tomorrow. Can we come there for a few minutes?" "No way. He is a very strict man. If he sees your ID card and finds that you are not from that department, you are over." Such bad luck. By hearing them, I understood that Bryan Morrison had fangirls like celebrities. I caught a glimpse of the ID cards they were holding in their hands and learned that they were from the management department. Those females stepped out on a level. I assumed the receptionist would inform me that it was where I needed to go. To my surprise, once everyone had departed the elevator, she pressed the highest level. I looked at her and asked, "Where are we going?" She turned her head to me and replied, "You are going for your interview." But we left the management level. She shook her head. I was confused by her actions. But when I heard her again, I was shocked. "We are going to the CEO's office. He said he would interview you himself." I could not believe what the receptionist had just said. "What did you just say? Who will take my interview?" I asked her again. "Alpha Bryan, the CEO of the Morrison Group." Her reply was very detailed, and she believed that I was unaware of who the CEO was. When I heard that, my eyes widened in shock. "Why?" "I thought it was the manager." Before she could say anything more, the elevator door opened. As soon as she left, I was compelled to follow her out once more. On the other hand, I was more than nervous this time. When I was walking behind the receptionist, I turned my head to look at the office. It appeared to be completely different from the other levels. Almost as if they were robots, people were concentrating intently on their computers. Why were they so serious? Perhaps the reason was that they were afraid of Alpha Bryan. That man undoubtedly turned his employees into zombies due to the amount of work they had to do. I caught the attention of a few young women. I had no doubt about it. Because they saw a new face, they were perplexed about me. The receptionist stopped by a man for the purpose of checking. I stood beside her. The receptionist communicated with the man through their mind link and said something to him. The man nodded at her and gestured for me to follow him. The receptionist left me, and I had to follow the new man. He came to a halt in front of a large wooden door. I felt that the decoration was very elegant. It came to my attention that there was a nameplate hanging on the wall next to the door. CEO's office. All these times I tried to keep my emotions under control. Nevertheless, at this very moment, my heart began to beat as fast as a marathon. I had no desire to confront that man. The man knocked on the door and waited for a few seconds. As if he were talking with someone in MindLink, he nodded his head and opened the door. He gestured his hand to me to go inside. I took a deep breath and stepped inside the room. The moment I entered the room, I heard the door close behind me. After turning my head, I realized that the man had not entered the room with me. My eyes started to roam around the room. Its walls were embellished with a pristine coat of white paint that seemed to radiate a sense of purity. Against this backdrop, the furniture stood in stark contrast, cloaked in a deep, velvety black. The interplay between these opposing shades created a captivating visual harmony, a yin and yang of light and darkness that lent an intriguing aura to the space. The entire room was illuminated by sunlight that came in through a large window. This light gave the room an air of simplicity, which could be seen throughout the entire space. When I turned my attention to the window, my eyes immediately went to the desk that was located close to it. A large and ornate desk stood proudly in the middle of the room. The surface of the desk was made of dark mahogany. Behind the desk, a figure sat with an air of dominance and elegance. Dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, the man commanded attention with his sharp features and piercing gaze. His faint scent of musky cologne lingered in the air, adding an air of mystery to the atmosphere. His dark hair was neatly styled, adding to his allure. Because of his presence, the room seemed to come to life, as if it were acknowledging the undeniable charm that he possessed. His gaze remained fixed on the file that was laid out in front of him. As he delved deeper into the pages, each one being a secret, it seemed as though the entire world was resting on his shoulders. His brow was furrowed in concentration as he appeared to be completely absorbed in his work. As if I were invisible, he ignored me totally. I cleared my throat and let out a lower tone. Alpha. I did everything in my power to avoid stuttering in front of this powerful man. He raised his head from the file and looked at me. With a pounding heart, I summoned every ounce of courage within me, determined to maintain composure in the presence of this formidable figure. In an effort to exert control over the disorganized rhythm of my speech, I made an effort to suppress the anxious tremors that threatened to reveal the distress that I was experiencing on the inside. "You asked me to come here for an interview," I said, averting my gaze from his dark eyes. I could not stay in eye contact with him for more than a few seconds. He had the ability to send shivers down my spine each and every time I looked into his eyes. He moved the file to the side he was holding on the desk and said, "Sit." I gulped and walked to the two chairs that were arranged at the desk opposite him. I sat on a chair and looked at him once again. My thoughts immediately went to the night of Sarah's birthday. I could not help but feel fear in my heart. I said too many things to him that night. What if he asked me to come so that he could humiliate me in front of everyone? "Your professor mentioned that you were looking for a job." His deep voice reached my ear. I nodded as I lowered my head. "Yeah, since I am now living with my mother, I am looking for a part-time job." I thought he would appreciate that I wanted to stand up for myself. However, I was completely wrong. He let out a deep chuckle and said in a sarcastic tone, "It looks like after breaking up with my little brother, you are out of money." I looked at him with wide eyes. I could not believe my ears. Why did he say that? Did he mean that I ever took money from his brother? I felt really hurt thinking that he thought about me like this. "I think you have a misunderstanding about me," I said while gazing at him. While he was sitting there like a king, he narrowed his eyes on me. I never made any mistakes while understanding people. My gaze was filled with hostility, so my wolf was compelled to whimper inside due to his icy gaze. He grabbed another folder that was placed in front of him. "Sophia Berg," he let out in a sharp tone. I understood that he was holding my CV. Professor Wilson told me yesterday that the manager wanted my CV, so he might have sent it to him. You topped the score. How? He asked in disbelief. By studying hard, of course, I replied in a mocking tone, but I immediately shut my mouth when he lifted his gaze at me. The first year is easy, he muttered. After staring at the folder for a while, I finally turned my attention to the file that I was keeping a firm grip on. Today, I came here with preparations for the interview. I almost forgot that Professor Wilson had sent my CV already. In addition, I printed out a few certificates of my schooling in the hopes that they would increase my chances of being hired for a position that was suitable for me. How could he say that year was easy? In all my years, I had never been discouraged in such a manner. Frustration began to form inside of me. He turned all of my hard work into a joke. I bit my lip to control myself. Considering that he was the head alpha, I was not the one to express my rage toward him. I worked really hard to gain those marks, I said to him in a mumbling way. He looked at me for a long time before asking a question that was completely out of place. Didn't I tell you to stay away from my brother? Why did you again try to win him over? I was taken aback by his inquiry. The darkness that appeared in his eyes was a clear indication that he did not want me to be in any way connected with his brother. That day at the event, it was not my project. I tried to tell you that day, too, but you didn't listen to me. So are you saying that someone else has your pictures with Bruce, and they made an effort to help you get you two back together? I could understand that no one would believe me. The actions that Louisa took to smear my reputation were truly heinous. I don't want to discuss it again. All I can tell you is that you can ask your brother if I have anything to do with him now. I clearly told him to keep his distance from me. He was quiet for some time. I assumed that he would ask me any questions about the night at the club. I wanted to thank him for dropping me off at Sarah's house safely. I felt the need to apologize for the ridiculous things that I had said to him. Suddenly, he tossed the folder in front of me, which caused me to flinch. I don't think you have any capability to work for the best company in this pack. The man in front of me broke my heart totally. The words he spoke made me feel numb inside. The amount of hatred he had for me was so immense that he ignored my skills like they were dust. How could he say that I did not have any capability? In fact, the project he chose as the best project at my university was my project. However, he would never trust me. Just like when I told him that his brother had been cheating on me, he did not believe me. I looked away from him and got to my feet. It was not me who came for an interview myself. Your manager told Professor Wilson to call me here. I should have understood his intention before coming here. This man did not call me into his company to give me any jobs. He just wanted to humiliate me for all that had happened on that particular day at the event. He was quiet, so I did not try to start another conversation either. I had already felt humiliated enough. The longer I continued to be close to this man, the greater the risk to my life would be. So I turned around and headed to the door. Only the feeling of sorrow was going to be something that I would take away from this place. I reached for the doorknob in an attempt to open the door, but my hand trembled a little as soon as I heard his voice. Did I permit you to leave my office? I slowly turned my head in his direction. I found myself captivated by the intense gaze of his dark eyes. They seemed to hold a depth of mystery and intrigue, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. As our eyes met, a silent connection formed, transcending the boundaries of words. At that moment, I felt a flutter in my heart. I turned to the door immediately as I tried to ignore the feelings. My eyes widened, and I reminded myself, no, I can't feel like this. Even though I had no intention of doing so, my wolf could not help but feel a growing desire for him. I came to the conclusion that it would be better for me to leave at this very moment. As I opened the door, something occurred to me, like a flashback, in my mind. Without looking at him, I said, "Thanks for that night, Alpha." Third POV. As Sophia left the office, her presence continued to linger in Bryan's mind. The black eyes of his eyes were fixed on the wooden door that was closed. The entire room was permeated with her scent, which caused him to have a sense of unease. In a fit of anger, Bryan couldn't help but see that the audacity displayed by Sophia's sudden leaving of his office. "How dare she?" he muttered under his breath. His mind raced with a mix of dissatisfaction and outrage, struggling to comprehend the sheer impertinence of her actions. He glanced at the folder that contained her curriculum vitae that had been attached. His anger was building up to the point that it was about to boil over as the minutes passed. It was Sophia who ignited this fire with her stupid words and careless actions. He remembered the day when he saw her pictures with Bruce at the event at the Nightshade University. He had no idea why, but he did not like that. He believed it was his wolf who reacted like that, not him. The principal of Nightshade University bowed down to him when he went to his office after the event. When he was on his knees in front of Bryan, the principal pleaded for forgiveness. He even said that he would restrict Sophia from that institution. During that time, Bryan was the one who strongly opposed him, taking that kind of action against Sophia. Bryan thought he would let her go. Though she tried to come and tell him fake stories, he chose to ignore her and ended up leaving the university. However, when he ran into her again at the club on a different day, she pretended to be drunk and tried to make a fool of him by calling him Bruce. She thought he was stupid and would believe in her acting. Today, what she did was something that had never been done before by anyone else. It was Bryan's company. In fact, the whole pack was his. The entire pack was under his control. Without his permission, no one could enter or leave anywhere. Then how did she leave his office even after he reminded her about it? Bryan's train of thought was disrupted when he heard a knock. "Come in," he said in a chilly tone for a response. The man who escorted Sophia to the office room a while ago entered the cabin. He bowed to Bryan. "Alpha, you have a meeting today." "Cancel it." Even though he was taken aback, the man needed to keep his cool. "Okay, Alpha." "Why are you here? Where is Lily? Does she have any intention of resigning because she is more engaged with other things than she is with her job?" The man gulped in fear and replied with a shaken tone, "I'm sending her inside, Alpha." The man bowed to him again and left the office room. After a few seconds, a stunning young lady entered the office. She was Lily Jane, the personal secretary of the CEO. She handled all the schedules for Bryan Morrison. She joined the company 6 months ago. "Alpha, you called me." Bryan gave her a stern look. "Where were you?" "My apologies, Alpha. Earlier, I was preparing coffee for you." After responding, Lily walked to the desk. Bryan's eyes shifted in her hand. She indeed went to make coffee for him. She placed the cup of coffee in front of him on the desk and then stood straight. "Alpha, I heard you interviewed a student. I couldn't meet her. Should I mention her to the Human Resources and Management Department?" Bryan held the handle of the cup and sipped on perfect espresso. The caffeine made his mind calm. His mind was immediately brought back to Sophia's scent as he smelled the dark chocolate flavor in the espresso. Because the thought made him feel irritated, he put the cup in its place on the desk. "What happened, Alpha? You didn't like it?" Lily asked with a curious tone. She believed only she could make the perfect coffee for him. Bryan paid no attention to her question and instead looked at her. "Lily, you have a lot of work to do in your role as my secretary. I think it's time to relieve some of the pressure on your shoulder." Sophia was feeling really upset. As soon as she walked out of Bryan's office, she instantly began to have a bitter feeling in her heart. Everyone's attention was focused on her. Some of the females were making fun of her because they had come to the conclusion that she would not be able to find a position in their company as an employee. She left the company as soon as she could. From outside the company, she was able to observe the lives of those who worked there, how she wished to be someone like them. But Bryan Morrison broke her confidence level today. She walked for a while until she arrived at the bus stop. Taking a bus, she made her way to her university. "It's okay. I will apply to another company," she tried to soothe herself. She thought about her mother. In what way would she respond to her? It was her mother's belief that she would be safe working at Morrison Group, which led her to agree to her daughter's employment there. Now, if Sophia told her that she had not been selected for the position, would she now be okay with her working for a different company? The bus came to a stop in the vicinity of her university. She walked with a gloomy expression on her face after entering the campus. Some of the other students on her campus were gazing at her as she entered a building. It dawned on her that she had completely forgotten to change her clothes before arriving here. She was considering going to the washroom, but before she could move ahead, her phone began to ring. A call from an unknown number was displayed on her phone when she pulled it out of her bag and looked at it. Answered it by asking, "Hello?" She heard a young woman's soft voice. "Am I speaking to Sophia Berg?" "Yes, I am Sophia." Sophia gave her response while looking around at the other people. She could not identify the woman's voice she was speaking with, but she was shocked when she heard the woman's next sentence. "Hi, I'm Lily Jane, Alpha Bryan's personal secretary. The reason I am calling you is to let you know that you have been selected for the role of assistant secretary to the CEO." Sophia's POV. When I heard the woman, I was very shocked. How could that man assign me to such a high level? An assistant secretary was someone who would assist the secretary. It was a position that offered a very high salary. In actuality, it was of great value in the field of employment. In the end, the person would be the assistant secretary of the CEO, not any manager's assistant secretary. "Hello? Are you listening, Miss Berg?" I heard Lily's voice again. Yes, I am listening to you, Miss Lily," I replied to her. Nevertheless, my thoughts turned to the remarks made by Alpha Bryan. Apparently, he did not believe that I was qualified to work for his company. So what caused him to change his mind? Was he again planning to insult me? I could not just believe him. "Due to the fact that you are a student, it is necessary for us to arrange your schedule, Miss Burge. Join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I will determine the time for you. At the same time, you will be able to participate in a brief training session." "That would be best for me. Thank you, Miss Lily. At any time. Have a good day. See you tomorrow." Following her statement, Lily hung up the phone. I was in a state of haze. The tone that woman used struck me as being professional. It was a clear indication that I got the job. What exactly was going on? Did he believe what I said to him in his office today? Is he now able to release me from the misconception that he had about me? I felt someone hugging me from behind. "What are you thinking? How was your interview?" It was Sarah. I turned to her and replied, "It didn't go well. But what? And why didn't it go well? Did that manager ask any difficult questions?" She inquired with a concerned expression on her face. I could see that she also wanted me to get this job. "I got the job," I mumbled in a hurry. Immediately after her lips gaped open for a while, she embraced me. "Yes, I knew it!" she exclaimed joyfully. I gave her a hug in return. Those who were in the vicinity of us stared at us with a confused expression. As she pulled away from the hug, she asked, "What is your job? Even if it's from the lower sector, don't lose hope. I believe you are going to shine in the near future." I held her hand and replied, "I became the CEO's assistant secretary." "You what?" Her scream burst out much louder than before. I pressed my palm to cover her mouth. "Calm down, Sarah. People are watching us." She removed my hand from her mouth. "Who gives a damn? This should be a cause for celebration." The job left me with a lot of questions, but Sarah's cheering was making me feel better. I gave her a nod. "Okay, I am giving you and Nolan a treat today. Hooray. But where is Nolan? He will be late today. He has some stuff to do. We will have him join us during our break." "Okay." After having a conversation with Sarah, I walked to my class. We all have different schedules today. On my way into the classroom, I changed into my regular clothing by using the restroom that was close to the classroom. I attended my classes while trying to be attentive, but my mind kept thinking about Bryan Morrison. Why was it that he had such a profound impact on me each time we met? How could my wolf react like that in front of him? After all the classes, I checked the time. It was 15 minutes past 1 at noon. In order to catch up with my buddies, I headed to the canteen. I noticed Sarah and Nolan seated at a table. Once they noticed me, they waved with their hands in my way. I marched to them and took a seat beside them. "Congratulations. I heard you got a job?" Nolan asked with a warm smile. "That's right. To add to that, I am grateful. However, I am not in the mood to feel anything at the moment." After giving each other a brief glance, Sarah and Nolan switched their attention to me. "Why?" Nolan asked. I rubbed my forehead in distress. Today Alpha Bryan took my interview, and I left his office without his permission. All of my friends were taken aback. It was impossible for them to believe what they were hearing. "That's disrespectful," Sarah mumbled. I lowered my head and nodded. "I know. At the moment, I was unable to come up with a more efficient way to deal with him." "Wait a minute. Why would you deal with him?" Nolan asked. Putting my face on the table, I hid it by placing my elbows on it. I was baffled and unsure of how to respond. I did not have someone to talk to about my suffering or my thoughts. What kind of life could a person lead if they kept grave secrets? If I tell them about everything, will they judge me? But there is nothing to judge. It is not my fault. Rather, it is the fault of my fate. I thought as so many things were running in my head. Sarah leaned in close to my head and placed her hand on my head before bending down. She said, "Sophia?" I raised my head and looked at Sarah and Nolan. The expressions of curiosity could be seen in both of their eyes. After taking a few deep breaths and sitting up, I then proceeded to say, "Look, you both are aware of how my best friend cheated on me. Following her, I began to have trust issues with both her and other people. On the other hand, after spending so many days with you two, I came to the conclusion that you are my closest friends and that you will never betray me, so I can share my secret with you." My statements appeared to fill them with amazement. With a smile on their faces, they gave a confident nod of their heads. I felt relaxed and let out a lower tone. "I am Alpha Bryan's mate." Their eyes widened, and their smiles began to fade away. Sarah could not help but stutter. "You are the Luna of this pack?" "Luna?" I scoffed when I heard Sarah. They had not yet recovered from their state of shock. They could not believe that they were sitting with the mate of their head Alpha. It was a blessing from the perspective of the outer world. Regarding me, however, it was a nightmare. Because of this mate bond, I was forced to endure a great deal of humiliation. My brother came dangerously close to losing his job. I had to live like this. "Sophia, are you telling us the truth? Are you his mate? Do you know how big it is? Oh my goodness, it's hard for me to believe that he called off his engagement to his girlfriend because of you," Sarah said, while shaking her head. I felt embarrassed. It was true that because of me, he had to cancel it. I assumed that Mila's parents might have been the ones who revoked their consent to this relationship. "Hey, why are you looking upset? I am not saying that he did something wrong. He did the right thing. Because of his mate, he rejected another woman. So kind of him to do that." In a jovial tone, Sarah expressed her thoughts. Nolan frowned as if he was thinking about something. He glanced at me and asked, "If he canceled that because of you, then why are you both trying to hide the bond in front of other people? Have you made any plans to disclose it at a later time, when all of the rumors around his engagement will have died down?" I shook my head. "Never." Sarah held my hand. "So what do you mean by never?" "He doesn't want me," I mumbled. Hearing me caused Sarah to let out a gasp. "What are you saying? Why does he not want you? Is it because of Bruce?" I eventually came to the realization that I had almost forgotten that he was Bruce's older brother when I was talking about him to them. "Maybe, but it will be impossible for me to be with him as well. How can I even think like that? It can't be a lie that he is my ex-boyfriend's big brother, whom I used to address as big brother-in-law. It sounds funny, but my fate betrayed me." I elaborated to them about what was going through my mind. Nolan got to his feet and drew the chair closer to mine so that he could sit next to me for the purpose of preventing other people from overhearing our chat. In order to better hear him, Sarah moved closer to me as well. "Listen to me, Sophia. It is against the rules for the leader of our pack, the Alpha, to turn down his mate. You are destined to be together. It is impossible for him to resist the mate bond that exists between the two of you, even if he claims that he does not desire you, and even if he wants another woman. I also have a mate. I know the feelings. There are two options: reject or accept. As the head Alpha of this pack, he has no choice but to accept you, regardless of whether it is right now or in the future." As soon as I heard Nolan, a collection of peculiar feelings swept through my mind. Exactly what he was trying to convey was clear to me, but how could I really suppose that man would want to accept me? How could I keep up with him? That was why he dropped you at my home that night. It's clear that he cares for you. Otherwise, he could have left you anywhere, Sarah said while thinking about her birthday night. I turned to her. He cares for me? Do you even know what he said to me today? He said I was not capable of obtaining employment with his company in any way. He always behaves so arrogantly. Sarah chuckled at me. But still, he gives you a job that you have never thought of. His assistant secretary. Imagine, one day you will get a promotion and become his personal secretary. Wow! What will happen after that? As Sarah began to think about Bryan and me, she placed her chin on her palm and began to daydream. Nolan hit her head lightly. Stop overthinking and try to understand her. That man does not treat her in a good manner. Oh, please, Nolan. What do you expect from him? Since Sophia was his brother's girlfriend, it is only natural that he would have experienced a sense of unease. But now she and Bruce are no longer involved with one another. So there is a bright future waiting for Sophia. I facepalmed myself. Sarah, nothing can be possible between us. Remember my words. He will try to stay close to you. Then you will tell me that I was right. Sarah said and stood up. Where are you going? Nolan asked her. I also looked at her to get the answer. She grinned at us as if something was going on in her head. I am coming back in a minute. I forgot something in the locker, she replied and left the canteen. Nolan looked at me and said, I didn't know that so many things were happening in your life. I tried to forget these things, but everything was coming back to me that I could not control and tell you both everything. As you should. I nodded my head and waited for Sarah. Sophia, if he treats you badly, tell me. I know I am nowhere close to his rank, but as your friend, I can at least confront him. I felt warm in my heart. I missed my brother after hearing him. Abraham reacted like that when he heard about my mate bond. He might be thinking that I was happy in my life since Bryan did not talk to him about me again. What if he gets to know about my job? Is he going to back me up, or will he oppose me? A brown paper bag appeared in front of my eyes. Sarah came with a brown clothing paper bag. I looked at her and asked, What is it? It's your man's thing. Look into it. Her words left me confused, so I looked into the bag to see what was inside. While I was bending my head to peek inside, I discovered a black suit jacket that was made of a soft material. Bryan's scent still lingered on it. I forgot to give it back to you when you left my house. The moment I laid eyes on it today, I grabbed it and brought it with me so that you might return it to him today. Who knows? You will be close to him from now on. That's nothing, Sarah interrupted me by saying, Oh, come on, this can be the beginning of a new chapter between the two of you. You've got the job. Congratulations, my dear. My mother hugged me. After talking with my friends, I went directly back to my home. So when I told my mother about the job, she appreciated me. I could not put into words how delighted I was. My mother was proud of me. I assumed she would warn me about others again. But because of Alpha Bryan, she was responding so calmly. She believed in the possession of the head alpha. No one could do anything to me. So she did not have any worries about my safety. Does your brother know? Let me call him, she replied, going to grab her phone, but I grasped her hand. Mom, don't tell brother anything now. Why? I will tell him later. Why not now? He must be busy. I don't want him to know about it right now. He will surely speak with Alpha about it. I don't want anyone to treat me differently. She flashed me a proud smile. She cupped my face and said, I am grateful to have children like you and your brother. You both never let me do anything. You both are sensible children. My mother made my favorite foods for lunch and dinner to cheer me up. We missed my brother during our meals. It was about only 6 months, because after that he would return to us. I only prayed that the following 6 months would pass quickly. After dinner, I returned to my room to sleep. Even though I made it to my bed, I did not get any sleep. I set up some alarms on my phone and stared at the ceiling for a while. I turned my focus to the brown paper bag placed on the couch next to my bed. I shook my head, forcing myself to close my eyes. I had no idea when I fell asleep because when I awoke, it was early morning. An alarm went off, waking me up. I slipped my right hand out of the blanket and went for the nightstand. I grabbed my phone and turned off my alarm. I sat up and yawned. I looked outside the window. I could hear birds chirp from there. I grinned and told myself, let's start a new day. I took a shower before changing into a long green dress. It was simple, but it did not meet the standards of the office. However, I did not have many formal outfits to wear to the office. I would need to buy clothes shortly. I put my hair in a high ponytail and wore high heels. Yesterday, I observed other women wearing heels, so I decided to wear black heels today. I was about to leave my room when my gaze landed on the brown bag. I rushed over and grabbed it. How can I forget it? I left my bedroom and went downstairs. Inside the kitchen, I noticed my mother preparing food. "Good morning, Mom." As I greeted her, I gave her a peck on the cheek. She turned to me and said, "You can't leave without having breakfast. Yesterday you didn't have your breakfast. I was sleeping." "Mom, relax. I can have breakfast outside too. No, come here. Let's eat together." I gave her a warm grin and helped her set the table. When we finished eating breakfast together, I left my house. For today, I took a cab. It was already 8:15, so I did not want to be late on the first day of my job. It took some time for the cab to arrive at the Morrison group. After getting out of the cab and paying the driver, I hurriedly went inside the building. When I looked at the wall clock that was located inside the entrance area, I let out a breath of relief immediately. It was still 8 minutes before the end of the hour. I walked to the receptionist and asked, "I'm Sophia Berg. Did Miss Lily tell you something about me?" The familiar receptionist nodded her head at me. "You can take the elevator and go to the top floor, like tomorrow." I was afraid that today Bryan would again take my interview or something. During the course of today, I was concerned that Bryan might once again take my interview or something like that. Despite the fact that I was filled with nervousness, I went inside the elevator. I slowly exited it as it reached the highest floor of the building. A few other people appeared to be peering at me. Since I arrived here yesterday, it was possible that they had recognized me. "Miss Sophia?" A voice called out my name. I cocked my head to the side in the direction directed by that voice. A young woman in her early 20s approached me with a smile on her face. Because of the initial encounter, her grin appeared to be professional, as if that were the only reason she smiled. "Miss Lily?" I asked. It was with a forceful tone that she said, "Yeah, follow me," and then she began to walk ahead of me. In the meantime, I followed her around the office and looked around. She went into a cabin and motioned for me to have a seat on one of the chairs inside. I followed the instructions that were given to me, and she sat down in the chair that was designated for the head. When I looked closer, I saw that it was her private cabin. "This is your timetable. Organize travel, manage expenditure records, and make reservations, among other things. Develop a list of materials for meetings and make sure you comprehend the specifics. These are the only things that you need to learn today." I was shocked after hearing her. There were so many things I had to learn today, and she was saying the only things. She spoke out again. "Starting tomorrow, I will be sharing my work with you every day. You are going to work under me." The fact that I did not have to deal with Bryan in any way directly brought me a sense of relief. "Thanks, Miss Lily. Oh yes, another thing. The next room will be your cabin." My personal cabin?" "Yeah, you can check it out now. At the time that you begin your training, I will send someone to you." "Thanks a lot." After getting to my feet, I smiled as I exited the cabin. I was overjoyed to have my very own office space to work in. I turned my head to look at the door and noticed the nameplate that stated Assistant Secretary. I entered the room and was immediately stunned. That man was not that cruel. He gave me such a cabin that was quite lovely. It was a warm and inviting space with white paint. There was a desk that was prepared for me to use. After making my way to the chair in charge, I sat down. I could not help but laugh as I swung around the chair. To me, it seemed like a dream that had finally come true. When my eyes landed on the wall next to me, I quickly stopped moving my chair. The half wall appeared to be a window with a dark glass coating. Suddenly, I had the impression that someone was making eye contact with me from the other side of the glass. As my mind wandered to the subject, I experienced a chill down my spine. Suddenly, I felt that someone was looking at me from the other side of the glass. When I thought about it, I felt a chill down my spine. In order to refocus my attention on my desk, I ignored my internal thoughts. Who would look at me? I was overthinking. It came to my attention that a few folders were being placed on the desk. The file was a handwritten one, as I discovered when I grabbed it. The first step was to jot it down on the computer, and then I had to print it out. While I waited for Lily to send someone to my cabin, I put the file back in its original location. I was feeling bored, so I started to chat in our group. Sarah was active. She immediately asked me how everything was going on. When I told her that I got a private cabin for myself, she urged me to send selfies to her. I chuckled and clicked a few selfies of me while sitting in the head chair. Then I walked to the bookshelf, where a few books related to business were arranged. I clicked a selfie there, too. I sent them to our group. Sarah said she was very happy for me. She reminded me to return Bryan's jacket to him. I said I would do that before leaving the office. After some time, a man knocked on my cabin's door. "Please, come in," I said. An unknown young woman entered the room. As soon as I saw her, I stood up since I had the impression that she was a senior. "Don't worry about it. Take a seat. I am Selena Parker. I came here to train you in some work," she said, walking to my desk. I sat down on my chair and she stood behind my chair. She showed me many things on the computer. She told me the locations of Alpha's schedules and where to set up files. Basically, it was about remembering different things. But some of the folders were hidden, and only a few people knew about them. She was one of them. Because if anyone were to learn about Alpha's daily routine, they would immediately begin to sell it to other people so that they could profit from being able to use it. There were so many new things I learned from Selena. She looked to be in her late 30s. It seemed as though she had been working at this company for quite some time. After taking a 10-minute break, she resumed her training for me and continued to work on me. With our attention fixed on the screen, we both sat down on 2 chairs. "Thank you, miss." I showed my gratitude with a small smile after the training. She did not look like an extroverted person, but she smiled back at me and said, "You got a big position at a really young age. Don't disappoint anyone and try your best. Means a lot." Selena nodded her head and left my cabin. I sighed in tiredness. I walked out of the cabin and set out on foot in the direction of the canteen. Everyone stared at me as if I were a new animal in a zoo. Avoiding their gazes, I proceeded to place an order for lunch and ordered something. It was impossible for me to attend my university today. I was forced to miss my classes because the training season lasted for such a long time. However, given that I would be able to return here tomorrow after my university time, I would be able to handle everything. "Are you the new girl that Alpha himself interviewed?" I turned around and saw a few women. I gave them a slight nod of my head. "What did he ask you?" "Nothing much," I replied and turned to receive my order when I saw the waiter had placed my order on the counter. "Just because you got a higher position, don't be so arrogant. We have been working here for years," another woman told me. I frowned at her. "When did I say something like that?" "No, you did not. However, we decided to give you a heads up in advance." "Thank you for letting me know, sisters." I said it to them with a smile. My smile froze them. Their expectation was that I would argue with them. However, they were defeated before they could even begin combat. I sat at a table and had my lunch alone. I noticed Lily talking with some women while having lunch at her table. After eating, I went back to my cabin. I had just begun to look at my schedule when I received a call on the telephone that was located at the office desk. I received it. Lily's voice came from inside the phone. "I put some files on your desk. Work on it. As for your first day, I have no doubt that it will be a simple task." "Okay." I looked at the paperwork that was sitting on my desk once I had finished hanging up the phone. There were many. Maybe it would take me almost the whole time in the office. I glanced at the brown bag and stood up. I thought of giving him his jacket first, then returned here to start my work. I walked out of my office and made a left turn. I started to make my way towards the next door. It dawned on me that Bryan's cabin was practically next to mine, but it was so large that I had to walk for a while to reach his door. I knocked on the door and waited for his permission. "Come in." As soon as I heard him, I opened the door. I looked at the desk when I had finished closing the door behind me. There was no one there, which surprised me. Didn't I hear his voice from inside? Then where was he? Just as I was about to look around for Bryan, I heard his deep voice. "Who are you searching for here?" I turned my head and saw that he was smoking while seated on the couch. The sunlight of this winter could not illuminate the room. The lights over the side where he was sitting were off. So I could not realize that he was sitting there, even though I could feel his scent in the room. I avoided his gaze and walked to him. I did not want to see his appearance either. I was trying to avoid it totally. "This is your suit jacket. I came to return it to you." I uttered the words and extended my hand to hand over the bag to him. Before I could leave the grip on the bag, he grabbed the bag and pulled it to him. My heart skipped a beat as I stumbled, and my body lost its balance. My eyes widened when I directly fell on his lap. When my body collided with his, time appeared to slow down. I let out a gasp, and my senses were flooded with a mixture of surprise and shame. There was complete silence in the room. How was it possible for me to end up sitting on his lap? I stared at him in a slow manner. Immediately, as his penetrating black eyes latched into mine, I felt a shiver that ran down my spine. The world seemed to fade into the background, and the only people who were present at that moment were the two of us. It was as if time had stopped moving. His eyes were unwavering, and they pierced the very depths of my soul, unveiling the mysteries that were concealed deeply within me. When I was about to move my body from his lap, a surge of unexpected strength enveloped me. He threw the cigarette, which was in his hand, and encircled my waist with his muscular arms, holding me firmly in place. I stared at him in shock. I could feel his warm breath gently stroking my face. My heart began to pound in my chest, and I found myself breathless. "It's just your first day, and you have started to seduce me?" he asked me with a chilly tone. I shook my head in response. Because of that, our noses brushed against each other's. That time I realized that our faces were very close to each other. I moved my head back and said, "I didn't mean to do that." Hearing me, his arms pulled me closer. A wave of electrifying sensations coursed through my body. What was happening to me? There was a flame that had been simmering quietly and diligently for what seemed like an eternity, and it seemed as if his embrace had the power to ignite it. "Stop pretending like you are naive. I am not Bruce, who would believe you're acting." The way he spoke to me made me feel completely opposite from what I was experiencing inside me at that time. Why was I even feeling something for this man that I had never felt for someone else before? It was difficult for me to comprehend the whirlwind of emotions that had taken hold of my heart. "No, I can't," I said to myself. Before the enigmatic fascination of this man captivated me, I should stop feeling like this. I placed my hands on his chest. "I am sorry, Alpha." Just as I was saying that, I put pressure on his chest in order to stand up. I came so close to achieving my goal, but circumstances may have brought about my demise today. Because the moment I tried to stand up straight, my high heels twisted and I plopped on his lap once again. I heard a groan coming out of his mouth. It caused me to feel ashamed and embarrassed. "I am really so. Shut up." The tone of his anger caused me to flinch. I lowered my head in fear. I did not want to look at his fierce face. At that time, someone knocked on the door. My eyes widened. I raised my head and looked at him. This time, he gripped my waist more tightly. He raised his brow and asked, What are you afraid of? Didn't you dare to seduce me? Now, why are you thinking about others? Could it be that Miss Berg is trying to maintain a positive reputation in front of others?" I stared at his eyes, which were full of mockery for me. Did he always think that I was this cheap? I averted my gaze from him as tears began to smear themselves across my eyes. "May I come in, Alpha?" Lily's voice came from outside. "Yes, come in." I heard Bryan speak in a louder tone. As soon as I noticed that the doorknob was twisted, I hurriedly pushed Bryan before standing up. I let out a sigh of relief when I realized that he had not insulted me in front of Lily and had instead let me leave. Lily opened the door, and her eyes immediately fell on me. She looked stunned, watching me there in the CEO's office room. "You are here?" she asked me while approaching Bryan. I lowered my head without replying to her. I glanced at my dress to see if it was fixed or not. Luckily, my long dress saved me today. As Lily stood directly next to me, she asked, "You haven't responded to me yet." Her question was directed toward me. I was. I called her here." Bryan interrupted me. I gave him a quick glance as he lit up a new cigarette. While he was puffing on it, he exhaled the smoke that was coming out of his mouth. "Oh, I see," Lily said as she glanced at me with doubtful eyes. "I'm leaving." I let out a lower tone. Lily gave me a signal to bow to Bryan just as I was going to leave the cabin. How could I be so irresponsible? Though he was a businessman, he was the head alpha of our pack. There was no way I could show him disrespect, regardless of how badly he humiliated me for no apparent reason. I bowed my head to him. He did not utter a single word as he fixed his stare on me. I stood straight and looked at him. The weight of his silence hung heavy in the air, creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. I found myself unable to break free from the magnetic pull of his eyes. What the hell is wrong with me? I scolded myself and turned around. I hurriedly left his office. As I walked out of his cabin, I pressed my back against the door after closing it, and I shut my eyes to take a deep breath. I believed all the things that I was feeling for him were only because of the connection of the mate bond. If we were strangers like before, I would never have felt like this. "You need to stop reacting to him like this. He doesn't want you," I told my wolf. When I opened my eyes, I was startled to see a young man grinning at me. "Hi." He greeted me, and I immediately moved from the door. "Hello." I was feeling so embarrassed that I wanted to hide myself right now. I was not feeling well, so I tried to make an excuse to hide my embarrassment. "I can understand," he responded. I lightly smiled at him. But something came to mind when I looked at his face carefully. "I think I saw you somewhere," I said to him while I was attempting to recall the location where I had seen him. "Of course you did," he replied, stretching his hand toward me. "I am the Delta of this pack, Delta Edgar." "Sophia Berg," I replied, shaking my hand with him. "Nice to meet you," he said to me with a grin. He looked like a happy guy to me. He was not as serious as his alpha was. It was good. At least a few officials were not that moody like their alpha, including my brother. "You must have seen me in the club that night." His words reminded me of where I had seen him. He was the one who told me that someone was waiting for me, and I ended up meeting Bryan on Sarah's birthday night. "Oh, yes," I mumbled. "But why did he do that?" I wanted to ask him. But before that, the door of the CEO's office pulled open and Lily came out of the room. She looked at me, and then her eyes shifted to Edgar. She slightly bowed to him and turned her attention back to me. "Return to your work," she said, and she started to proceed to her cabin. I nodded at her and began to follow her since my cabin was on the way. "Can I have some time of yours?" Delta Edgar asked me, which halted Lily's steps. Lily turned around as she thought Edgar was talking to her. I was talking about her. Edgar cleared up her confusion. Lily was surprised, as she could not understand why the Delta of this pack wanted to talk to me, but she gave him a nod. "Sure." Then she continued to walk to her office like a professional woman. "Can we walk?" Delta Edgar asked me. I agreed and started to walk with him. I did not know where we were going. As usual, others were looking at me. "Why did you do that?" I asked him. "I did what?" "I had to bear meeting your alpha. He misunderstood me that night." "Oh, come on. You were the one who was calling him Bruce. Have you not gotten over your ex-boyfriend yet?" I stopped walking and turned my head toward him. "How do you know about it?" "I'm Bryan's close friend. It's obvious I know what's happening in his family. Bruce is like my younger brother." I looked away from him when I heard about Bruce. I believed Edgar also thought that I was a liar since he was Bryan's friend. "I was drunk that night. It was my first time drinking," I explained as I started to stroll again. "By the way, I wanted to tell you about your brother." It halted my steps, and I asked, "Do you know about him? How is he?" He frowned at me. "Does he not call you?" "He does, but I know him. He will never tell me about his problems. Is he okay there?" "It looks like you are a good sister," he said, smiling at me. Then he continued, "He is a very hard-working man. He is our Gamma for a reason. He is the main warrior, and Bryan is trying to train him in the best way possible." I was surprised to hear him. What I thought was that he was punishing me and making my brother stay away from me. So that means it was for his own good? "Of course. What did you think? You are not the reason behind it." Suddenly, the heaviness in my heart that I had been holding for the past 6 months left my heart. All this time, I was thinking that it was a kind of punishment, and because of me, my brother was away from me and my mother. As officials, we always have to prepare for war at any time. So if our gamma is not well prepared, how can we move forward to take any action in battleground? Delta Edgar remarked. I realized why Bryan told me 6 months ago to wait for repayment. It was because he had not asked for anything yet. He only helped my brother all the time. He is not a bad guy like I thought, I mumbled to myself about Bryan. Delta Edgar laughed when he heard me. I felt embarrassed. I did not mean to say that out loud. He is not a bad guy, but he is a dangerous man. No one can move a bit without his permission here, so I hope you will do your best to be in his good books. As I heard him, I felt like it was an alert for me. I paid no attention to his warning and replied, I don't know about good books, but I will work hard in his company, that's for sure. By the way, thanks for letting me know about my brother. After taking my leave from him, I headed to my cabin. The moment I entered, I was stunned as I saw so many files loaded on my desk. But when I left, there were only a few files there. Lily came to my cabin and said, You have to work on these files. But there are too many. I only Joy. Do you want to stay here or not? Is there any rule to give you less work just because it's your first day? Her harsh tone made me upset. Why was she being rude to me? Did I somehow offend her? Sorry, I murmured, then sat on my chair. I started to walk when she left my cabin. I was not a lazy person, but it looked like she gave me all of her work. It was late afternoon when my mother called me. I told her that I would come late today. I focused on my work. I was shocked that Lily even gave me some work that employees of the accounting department should do. It did not take me more time to understand who made Lily do that. I remembered that Lily was in Bryan's cabin. He might be the one who told her to give me as much work as she could. It's just my first day, and he is doing this to me. How will I survive in the future? 1 month has passed since I started to work at the Morrison Group. This 1 month was like hell for me. I had never thought working for the best company would devour my life. Ever since I got the job as the CEO's assistant secretary, Lily, the CEO's so-called personal secretary, put all of her work on my shoulders and began to live her life peacefully. But I was not blaming her. She was only doing what her boss, Bryan Morrison, had told her to do. I had a feeling that he had no other work except pestering me with work. Just a few days ago, I asked for a leave because I had a fever. But what did I get as a reply? A clear-cut no. Lily said Alpha Bryan did not like excuses at work. He believed that everyone was lazy and always tried to find reasons to skip work days. I had to come to the office with a red face and a high temperature that day. I was so sick that my mom also felt worried about my health at that time. On another day, I worked the whole night on a project that Bryan had told Lily to handle. Since I was her assistant, she had ordered me to do it for her. I was so occupied with work that I fell asleep in the office. However, when I woke up the following morning, I saw my desk was empty. Lily took away all of my hard work and got credit from Bryan by claiming that she had done everything herself. My condition was so bad that I could only curse my fate to get a chance to work for this company. I knew not everyone was dealing with the condition that I was dealing with. It was because not everyone was Alpha Bryan's mate like me. All this month, I had to travel back and forth from work to study. I started my day by going to the university, and then I had to make my way to the office for the rest of the day. Due to the fact that I had to concentrate on my studies as well, I could not get proper sleep this entire month. Sophia, I invited Troy and Sabrina to our home tonight. As I was ready to leave my house, I heard my mom speaking from behind. I looked at the open door, which would lead me outside, then turned my head to peek at my mom, who was cleaning the table since we had just finished our breakfast. "Why, Mom?" I asked her with a curious tone. Sabrina was my mother's close friend, and Troy was her son. Surprisingly, he worked for the Morrison Group as well. He had a reputation in our company. He was our financial manager. In fact, he was the one whom my mom had told me about when I got the job. "Just for a little get-together. Since we have been friends for years, we want our children to be friends too," she remarked with a smile on her face. I stared at her bright face. I loved my mom so much that I could never describe it to anyone. To see a smile on this beautiful woman's face, I could do anything. "Sure, Mom," I replied, stepping out of the house. "So, try to come early," my mom said as she strolled to the door. I turned to her and nodded my head. "I'll try. Bye, Mom." She waved at me as she leaned against the door. I waved at her back and headed to the bus stop to go to my university. When I arrived at the office after attending my classes at the university, it was already noon. As I walked to my cabin, I did not have to face different gazes like I used to face a month ago. Now people gave me one look, and that was a look of sympathy. Everyone in my company knew how I was passing my days here. Those employees who were envious of my position before felt relaxed now that they were not in my shoes. How lucky I am! I mocked myself and entered my office room. As soon as I sat on my chair, my body leaned back against it. I closed my eyes for a while and took deep breaths. While sitting like that, I almost feel sleepy. Before I could go to sleep during work hours, a ring on my phone jolted me up from my chair. I sat straight and rubbed my forehead. I was under too much pressure. It was getting hard for my body to keep bearing it. I heaved a sigh and extended my hand to my bag, which was sitting on the desk. I reached for my phone inside my backpack and took it out when my hand found it. Actually, my backpack was stuffed full of things. It was not like I used makeup kits or something. It was full of marker pens, my identification cards for both my office and my university, my phone, as well as the clothes and shoes that I wore to the university. I unlocked my phone and tried to see who sent me messages since the ring was set for text messages. I gasped when I saw I had received a message from my bank. My bank had just sent me a statement saying that a large amount of money was transferred to my account a little while ago. "It's too much," I mumbled as I stared at my phone's screen. I rechecked the sender's information, and it was from the Morrison Company. It said that the money was the monthly salary of the assistant secretary. My salary was not fixed since I had to start work on the very first day without any questions and do a lot of different tasks that a personal secretary should normally do. But I knew I would get a good sum of money since it's a big company. However, I had no idea that it would be this much. If I had worked for another company as a full-timer, I would have had to work for 3 months to get this salary. I was surprised as I remembered all the times that I devoted myself to at work, and now I got more than what I deserved. Suddenly, I felt someone's gaze on me. I turned my chair to look at the window, which had the black glass. I immediately averted my gaze from it. I knew who was gazing at me. It was a see-through glass that connected directly to Alpha Bryan's office. Though I was unable to see anything from here, the person behind it could see me clearly. I was busy working on a file that Miss Lily had handed me yesterday. I moved my attention from the file when I heard a knock on the door. "Please, come in." A man opened the door. I recognized him. He was our directing manager. He was quite old. It was my assumption that he was an employee when Bryan's father, Alpha Harry Morrison, was running the company. Bryan did not hire all the new workers for the new start. He had just continued to raise what his father handed him. Why did a person in such a high position come to meet me in my cabin? I got to my feet. "Sir, how may I help you?" I asked in the most polite way I could. "Sophia, Alpha Bryan called you into his office. Today, Lily could not make it here." My brows raised as I inquired, "What happened to her?" "That's all I know. Since she is absent today, you will have to cope with her role. Go to Alpha's office and see what he wants you to do." "Oh, okay," I muttered. The man left the room the moment he had finished conveying Alpha Bryan's message to me. I slumped in my chair. I did not want to go to that man's office. In this 1 month, we did not come across much. We only saw each other in the conference room. Unexpectedly, the telephone over my desk began to ring. I instantly picked it up. "Hello?" "Miss Burge, I think the financial department has already sent you your salary today. Then what makes you so demotivated in your work?" I heard Bryan's cold voice. Almost immediately, I jumped up from my chair. "I coming to your cabin." I hung up the phone without letting him say anything and dashed over to his office room. As I walked to his cabin, people around me frowned at me. I paid no attention to them. It was because, hearing Bryan's voice after so long, my wolf started to leap inside. I shook my head and exhaled from my mouth. I stood in front of the CEO's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," I heard him say, permitting me to enter his office. I opened the door and glanced at him. The man was sitting behind the desk. He looked swamped with work. I slowly closed the door and walked toward the desk. "Alpha, you called me." He averted his eyes from the computer in front of him and looked at me. I felt my knees almost shake at his gaze. He was not looking angry, but there was something in his eyes that could not let me remain sane. I lowered my head and waited for his order. "In Lily's absence, you are going to do her duties." "Yeah, I got that." "Really?" I raised my head to look at him. "Yes." He gave me a nod and said, "Go and make a cup of coffee for me." "Sure, Alpha," I replied, turning to leave the room. He did not stop me, and I walked out of the office room. I rushed to the coffee maker, which was not close to Bryan's office. I wondered why it was not near his office. Then I realized that it was because if the coffee maker was established in the middle of the floor, it would be helpful for every employee. When I reached there, I tried to brew the best coffee I had ever made in my life. With all hope that I had made good coffee, I went back to Bryan's office. "What did you make?" Bryan asked as he looked at the cup. "Did you not like the coffee? Should I add a little more milk?" I asked him. I said in my head, "Did he like more milk in coffee? But I think it's fine. He hasn't tasted it yet." As I reached out for the cup, he stopped me by grabbing the cup. My fingers brushed against his. In an instant, I felt electricity jolt inside me. I moved my hand back in shock. He gazed at me. I tried to ignore his gaze. Did he also feel the same? It was the mate bond between us that made me feel like that. It was hard for me to work around this man. "Call Lily and ask her about it." His voice was calm, much milder than before. I realized that I did not take my phone with me from my cabin. I was about to tell him about it, but my eyes froze when they fell on the window glass. My heart started to beat faster. My office room was clearly visible. I could see everything that was happening there. I felt a little conscious of myself. He could see me all the time. I knew about it, but still, it was kind of awkward. "If you are done with scanning my office, you can go for your job," he said, and he started to work again. I turned to him. I grabbed the cup as he removed his hand from it. I left his office and went to my cabin. I grabbed my phone and called Lily. Lily told me that she was a little sick and could not come today, but she apologized that she could not notify me about it. She told me to make espresso for Bryan. I listened to her very carefully, then returned to the coffee maker. I made a cup of espresso for Bryan. "How can anyone drink this coffee? It looks bitter. A little sugar won't ruin anything." I thought about adding a little more sugar. I went to Bryan's office and placed the cup with a bright smile on my face. He held the cup and sipped the coffee. I was expecting that he would appreciate my coffee. However, he made a disgusting face and threw the cup to the floor. I flinched when the cup shattered on the floor, making a loud crashing sound. My eyes widened as I stared at the broken coffee cup that spilled on the floor. My heart trembled with his chilly tone. "Can't you do one thing properly?" I slowly turned my head toward Bryan with a pair of shocked eyes. Instead of appreciating me for the coffee, he threw it to the floor to humiliate me. "Why?" "I see. You can't be professional. It's my office, not your university, where you are passing a cup of coffee to cheer up other students." "I am sorry," I whispered as tears started scrambling in my eyes. I tried hard not to let a drop of tears fall from my eyes. "Go and make another cup. This time, I want you to make the exact coffee Lily makes." "Yes, Alpha." While wiping the corners of my eyes, I left his office. I was unable to take his rude behavior. Why was he doing this to me? I was trying hard at my job, wasn't I? Did he want to fire me? Was that why he was behaving like that? I called Lily again and asked where I had gone wrong. "Why did you add more sugar?" she asked with a disappointed tone. "But it looked bitter, Miss Lily." "So I though." She cut me off in the middle of my sentence and said, "He likes bitter coffee. Sometimes he likes double espresso. It helps him to refresh his mind." I made a disgusted face by thinking about how I would feel if I tasted such bitter coffee. I ignored my thoughts and concentrated on her words. "He told me to make the exact coffee that you always make." Impossible, Lily murmured. Sorry? I mean, it is impossible for you to make coffee like me. It's about people's hands, you know. Nevertheless, you can try to make the coffee again. This time, don't make any mistakes. I don't want you to lose your job. After talking with her, I started to make coffee again. I found Lily's statements a little weird. She was puffed up that she could make the perfect coffee for Alpha Bryan. After making another cup of coffee, I started to walk to Bryan's office. I saw a few women talking about me. She is lucky to make coffee for Alpha, but I think she is doing it on purpose. I frowned at the woman's words. You are right. Since Miss Lily is not here today, she wants to go to Alpha's cabin again and again to see him. There was no way I would ignore their nonsense. I walked in their direction, which stunned them. It was not like they were whispering so that no one could hear. They were talking so loudly to make me hear that. Excuse me? I said to them. Yes? What were you both talking about? Nothing. We were just discussing some people's inner thoughts. I nodded my head at them. I am going to Alpha's office. Mind me if I share my thoughts with him about some people too? They were taken aback by my question. We are just talking, another woman said, chuckling awkwardly. I hope you all will focus on your work rather than discussing others. They gave me an angry look, which I did not give a damn about. I turned my heels in the direction of the CEO's office. When I was about to open the door of Bryan's office, I saw a cleaner exiting the room. I understood that Bryan had called him to clean the spilled coffee off the floor. I gulped while entering Bryan's office. As I walked to his desk, I prayed in my mind. I did not want to make him angry again. I put the cup on the desk, and my hand shook a little in fear of getting scolded again. When he took a sip from the coffee cup, I started to get nervous. He put the cup back on the desk and looked at me. I was trying to observe his look to see if he liked the coffee or if he would send me to make coffee again with some new excuse. The room turned colder as I could not analyze his gaze. No matter how much you try, you can't make it, he said. I tightened my fists. It had been more than half an hour since this man made me round the whole floor, and now he was saying I could not make it? If that were the case, then why did he even order me to make it for him in the first place? If you knew it, why didn't you ask anyone else? I asked him after taking a deep breath. He leaned back against his chair, his gaze never leaving mine. I felt that the pair of mysterious eyes were always examining me. My every expression, my ability to think and everything. It was like he could see my soul. Because here no one is my servant but my employees who have specific jobs. This is my secretary's duty. Since she isn't here, it's your responsibility now. I lowered my head and quietly listened to him. I did not want him to get mad at me. Go back to your work. I exhaled after hearing him. I was about to hold the cup to take it away from the desk, but his voice stopped me. Leave it here. I was stunned to hear that. Didn't he say I could never make it? Then why did he want to keep it here? Anyway, I left his office and headed back to my cabin. In a way, I bumped into someone. I raised my head to look at the person. I was surprised to see the young man. He smiled at me and said, Hey, Sophia. Troy. Hi. He was my mom's friend, Sabrina's son. He joined the company last year after his graduation. How are you? He asked. I'm good. What about you? Just fine. I nodded at him and wanted to take my leave since I had to go back to my cabin. Alpha Bryan might be looking at my office through his window to see if I went back to work or not. See you later, I told him, then walked past him. Just before I could enter my office room, Troy spoke out. My mom said your mother invited us to your home tonight. If you don't mind, let's go together. I turned around and looked at Troy. Together? He smiled at me and replied politely, Don't misunderstand me. I will go to your home directly from the company, so I thought to ask you if you were okay with it. I thought for a second, then inquired, What about Aunt Sabrina? How would she go there? Don't you think you should pick her up and go with her? He shook his head in response. She has her own car. Her driver will drop her there. Oh, I mumbled. It was not like I had any problem going with him, but we did not know each other much, so the ride would be awkward. You know my position. Alpha's personal secretary hasn't come today. Because of that, I have to work more today, so I tried to make an excuse. It's okay. I also have some work. If you are concerned that I would have to wait, then it's fine with me. I will wait for you outside. I sighed as I was defeated to say no to him. Okay, see you later, I said to him, then opened my cabin's door. As I entered my cabin, I started to work. There was a schedule for Bryan that Lily had to set, but since she was not here, I would have to take care of it. The telephone began to ring an hour later when I was working. I grabbed the phone and heard Bryan's voice. In my office right now. Yes, Alpha. I rushed to his office. He asked me about his schedule. Luckily, I had already worked on it. You have a meeting in the next hour. I stood there, looking at him. Go to the management department and ask for the file that the manager has to submit to me. Sure. I left his cabin and walked to the elevator. As I entered the elevator, I pressed the button on the floor, which was for the management department. When I reached that floor, I looked around for the manager's office. I saw so many people working while a few people were talking with each other. There was a friendly atmosphere on that floor. I walked to a desk and asked an employee, "Excuse me, where is the manager's office?" She turned her head toward me. Her eyes shifted to my dress, and then they scanned me from head to toe. As though she did not like my dress, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "Why? Who are you?" I felt annoyed by her look. Alpha Bryan sent me to get a file, so it would be helpful if you told me. Her eyes widened at the name of Bryan. She immediately got to her feet and gestured with her hand. "This way, let me show you the office." I almost rolled my eyes at her. Why didn't she behave like this earlier? If I had not told her about Bryan, she would have given me another judgmental look. I knocked on the manager's office door and entered the room. Meanwhile, the woman left from behind. "Miss Sophia, why are you here?" the manager asked when he saw me. In truth, every high-positioned employee had known me since I attended the meetings with Lily. However, other people who were under managers did not know me since they did not go to board meetings. "Alpha wants a file from you." "Which file?" "The file that you were supposed to submit today." "But Miss Lily should be the one who came to take it," he said as he looked at me with doubtful eyes. I could understand his suspicion. I was a new worker, so he could not just give anyone an important file. "If you have any doubt, you can call Alpha and ask him about it," I said to him so that he could believe me. To my surprise, he actually called Bryan to inquire about it. When Bryan told him that he sent me to him, the manager nodded his head and handed me the file. I left the cabin and headed to the elevator hurriedly. As I waited for the elevator to come, my eyes wandered around. Something caught my eye at the moment. I was stunned when I saw Louisa. She was walking to a desk while talking with a few ladies. She looked pompous with so much makeup on her face. Her attire gave the impression that she was a rich kid. At a glance, it was clear that she was far younger than the other ladies. However, based on the manner in which they were conversing with her, it appeared as though they were pampering her. I saw Louisa turn his head in my direction. At that time, the gate of the elevator opened. I stepped on it immediately so that she could not notice me. As the gate closed, I let out a deep breath. Louisa might be here for her internship. I remembered that the internship was set to begin 1 month after the winner's announcement. I should avoid coming to this floor in the future, I thought. Later, I gave the file to Bryan. He reviewed the file while glancing at me. I frowned after looking away from him. Why was he making me nervous like that? It was not like I was the one who worked on this project. I just went to bring it here. Bryan put the file on the desk and said, "Today you will attend the meeting beside me in Lily's place." My eyes widened. Though I always went to meetings, I did not have to talk or say anything but just look at others with a blank face. On the other hand, Lily always conversed with Bryan during the meetings, as she knew many things about his timetable to set the next meeting. "What's wrong?" he asked with a cold face. I shook my head immediately and replied, Nothing. Let me take my phone with me. It's in my cabin." "Why do you need your phone in a meeting?" "Maybe I will be in need of Miss Lily, so I can message her to ask something." As if my reply were baseless, he stared at me. Before he could say anything, I walked to the door. "I'm coming in a second." After saying that, I ran to my cabin. I looked for my phone, which was over the desk. I exhaled and drank a glass of water. I wiped my mouth with my sleeve and opened the door. I thought Bryan would get angry at me if I wasted another minute. However, I was in such a hurry that I forgot to look ahead. My body bumped into someone. I was about to lose my balance. I shut my eyes in fear of falling, but a powerful arm encircled my waist, sending shivers down my spine. My eyes were closed. My wolf and I both felt instantly at ease when we smelled the scent. There was a warmth in the embrace. It almost made me forget the world around me. All I wanted was to be wrapped in this strong arm for a long time. "Can't you see while walking?" I heard a chilly voice that trembled my body. My eyes flung open, and my gaze met a pair of dark eyes. I did not know why, but my body felt numb. My wolf shouted inside me. Mine, but I knew he was not mine. He would never be mine. His handsome face was so magnetic that it could pull any woman toward him. His cold aura would never let others rule over him. With his striking appearance and his aloof demeanor, he ruled over the hearts of women. "If you are done staring, let's go to the meeting room. I'm getting late, and I don't have any interest in holding you the whole day." I put pressure on his shoulders and stood straight. I lowered my head and said, "Thank you, Alpha." Bryan ignored my gratitude and walked past me. I looked at his back while following him. His words hurt me, which caused me to feel upset. His every word began to make an impact on my mind more and more. I did not know what would happen to me in the future if it kept happening. I believed I did not like him, but the mate bond brought in this new phenomenon inside me unnecessarily. I should talk to him about the mate bond. We have to do something about it, I thought. As we entered the meeting room, everyone who was sitting on chairs stood up and bowed to Bryan. There was enough space in the meeting room to set up a large table, which had 30 seats, along with 2 head chairs. Alpha's seat was positioned across from a large projector, which was set up to provide him with a clear vision for every presentation. Bryan motioned his hand to tell them to raise. When he sat on the head chair, everyone sat back in their seats. I stood beside Bryan while lowering my head. I could feel others' gazes on me. "Start the meeting," Bryan said while looking at everyone. The meeting proceeded long, almost more than 1 hour. I was glancing at Bryan during the meeting. He was entirely focused on what people were discussing. I was shocked when I heard his different opinions from others. In the business world, he was indeed the king. His ability to think was different from others. His thoughts started where other people's ended. I was lost in his face when I heard my name. "Miss Sophia?" "Huh?" I looked at the man who was sitting a little distant from Bryan. "Alpha has called you 2 times. Where are you lost?" I slowly shifted my attention back to Bryan, and I saw him turning his head toward me. I gulped and bowed to him. "Sorry, Alpha, I was." I paused as I had no words. What would I say? That I lost myself while observing you? No way. "It looks like Secretary Sophia has a crush on our Alpha." I heard a man saying that. Others started to chuckle. Bryan's eyes were on me, and he did not break eye contact. I felt my cheeks getting hot. I averted my eyes from him as I felt embarrassed in front of others. "Stop it. Focus on your work, not on my secretary." Bryan let out a cold voice. I was surprised by his tone when he said, "my secretary." It felt like he put a little pressure on his voice when he said that. Almost immediately, everyone lowered their heads and started to turn the pages of the files in front of them to avoid his cold gaze. I was relieved that those people's gazes were diverted from me. "Thanks," I whispered. I knew it reached Bryan's ears. Just as I thought my embarrassment was over for the day, a phone started to ring. The ringtone echoed loudly throughout the silent meeting room. I bit my tongue when I realized it was my phone. I saw it was my mother's call. I muted the ringtone and glanced at Bryan. He glared at me. I moved my gaze away from him and cursed myself for bringing the phone with me. Today was the worst day of my life. Why was fate up to humiliate me? "Pick up the call," Bryan said to me. "What?" He did not answer, but only stared at me. I understood that whenever he reacted like that, it meant he would not like to repeat his words. I received the call while looking away from him. "Sophia?" My mom's voice reached my ear as I put the phone close to my ear. "I'm in the meeting room," I whispered to her as I placed my hand close to my mouth so that others could not hear me and only my mom could hear me clearly. "Oh, I'm so sorry, my dear. I just wanted to ask if you are coming early today." I'll try to come earlier. Okay, bye. My mom was intelligent enough to cut the call without wasting time. After talking with Mom, when I looked at others, I found them staring at me. They looked shocked. It was forbidden to receive phone calls in the meeting room. They could not understand why Alpha permitted me to break the rule. I twisted my head to peek at Bryan. Nervousness began to spread over me as I assumed he would yell at me and that the order to receive the call was a trap to humiliate me. But nothing happened, as I thought. He was calmly looking at the page that was opened in front of him as though analyzing the report. After a while, he looked at everyone and instructed them. Continue. As the meeting came to an end, I felt a huge wave of relief wash over me. I couldn't help but let out a big sigh of ease. I saw everyone start to walk out of the meeting room. I waited for them to leave and then turned to Bryan. He was still looking at some files. As a secretary, I could not leave his side until he told me to do so. As if he could feel my gaze, he turned his head toward me and raised an eyebrow. He asked, "What?" "Nothing." He got to his feet suddenly. I was not ready for his sudden action, so my body got imbalanced. Nevertheless, in order to keep myself from falling, I firmly grasped the edge of the table. I had felt enough embarrassment for today. I did not want to feel more. He walked past me without giving me a glance and made his way to the door. I turned around and began to follow him. My thoughts regarding the mate bond, which had been going through my head, caused me to halt my steps. I think it's the best idea to talk to him about it right now, I thought, following him till he entered his cabin. After closing the door of his cabin, I turned my attention to him. I saw him walk to his chair. I spoke out. "Alpha, I need to talk to you." "About what?" he asked. He was about to sit in his chair. I replied, "About the mate bond." His steps froze as if he did not like the topic of my conversation, or perhaps he hated it. He turned around to face me and asked, "What about it?" I took a deep breath and said, "I am asking if you have found the solution." "What solution?" "The mate bond between us. We can't be bonded with each other like this forever, right? So I thought about the solution to break it." The moment I let out my thoughts, his eyes darkened. I immediately looked away from his dark gaze. Why was he frightening me? Did I say something wrong? Didn't he also want the same? My eyes were on the floor as I waited for him to say something about it. Instead of his voice, I heard his shoes tapping on the floor, indicating that he had started to walk. In a few seconds, I realized he was coming in my direction. I raised my head and looked at him. He looked somehow angry. Why? As soon as I noticed that he was getting closer, I took a step back. The door was not far away from me. As a result, my back was pressed against the door the moment I took a step backward. I gasped when he rested his right hand on the door next to my head. He lowered his head to reach my level and asked, "What did you just say? You want to break it?" His hot breath touched my face as he spoke out. His scent touched my nostrils, making me crazy, as if, in no time, my body would press against his without my permission. "Stop it, Sophia. Focus." I told myself and raised my head to look at him. I was shocked when I found him too close to my face. Our faces were inches apart from one another. "Yes," I mumbled while trying my best to let out the word. A frown formed on his face as he asked, "Where was this concern when you came to ruin my engagement in front of my guests and my fiancé's family?" His fierce face trembled my heart. Though he had just asked a simple question when he said my fiancée, I did not feel well. I averted my gaze from his attractive face and turned my head to my right side. That time, my wolf took over me. If I were in my sanity, I would have never done that. "Oh, really?" I heard his mocking tone. I immediately turned my head to face him. Shockingly, my nose brushed against his. I clutched my dress tightly in an effort to bring my pulse rate under control, which had begun to quicken. Did every single person feel the same for their mate? Then how did they resist the feelings and reject them? To my surprise, he did not move back. Instead of doing that, he shifted his nose to my cheeks and moved to my ear. The touch of his nose on my skin felt blissful. I shut my eyes tightly. No, I am not supposed to feel this way. I reminded myself once again. "No matter how much you pretend, you can't resist this bond," he muttered close to my ear. It was almost as if he was saying it to himself. I bit my lower lip as I began to feel a sensation in my body. Stop acting as if you really want to break it. I know your inner thoughts. You want to get the Luna's position." I froze because of his words. Just listening to his harsh remark was enough to wash away all of the sensations that had been building up inside of me. I opened my eyes and took a deep breath. I attempted to push him by placing my hands on his chest. I did not want to listen to him anymore, but my push did not move him even a little bit. It appeared as though the push had caused him to get enraged, as he then placed his other hand on my left side and caged me between his arms. My eyes widened. He moved his head to gaze at me. I looked into his eyes. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on the left side of his mouth, and the dusk that had been lingering inside his eyes began to fade away. "There is no way to break the mate bond except by rejecting you as my mate, which I will never do." I let out a loud gasp as my eyes stared at him. As if he enjoyed my response, his lips curved up into a mischievous grin, which became more prominent and deeper as he continued to observe my reaction. His devilish look made my knees shake. What did he mean by saying he would never do that? Was the reason behind it only to keep his throne in his hands? I knew I would never survive the rejection either, but still I wanted to ask why he would never do that. Why? His eyes began to scrutinize my face. It was like his eyes were touching me. I felt them brushing my skin. His gaze halted for a second on my lips, and I felt my lips quiver. He shifted his gaze from my lips to my eyes. I could not describe how I was feeling right now. His eyes were piercing my soul. "The reason is clear. I don't want to lose my position," he replied with a calm tone. I broke eye contact. I was so mad at myself that for a few seconds I thought he would say something else. What happened to me? Why was I thinking something impossible again and again? "Then what about me?" I asked with an angry tone. "What about you?" he asked right away. I looked at him and asked, "How will I live my life?" He looked confused, as if I had asked a dumb question. "Did I stop you from living? You are totally fine standing in front of me having a good job and living your life fully." Did he think that was called a good life? I was hanging between him and his throne. My fate betrayed me. I could not even force him for the rejection, which would only risk my life. "That means I can live however I want. You don't have any problem with it?" He scoffed at me. "Why would I?" I nodded my head at him. "Okay, but stay away from my brother." I frowned at him. "As I told you before, I am not the one who goes to him. That scumbag comes to me for saying sorry for the cheating he did. But who will believe in me? You think me a cheater and your brother a good man." He glared at me, demonstrating that he did not like how I was talking about his little brother. I guessed he really cared for him. As a big brother, he wanted to protect Bruce from me. Bryan moved his hands from my sides and stood straight. "Don't dare talk about him like that again. This is my last warning. Don't forget that he is Alpha Bryan's brother." His chilly tone echoed throughout the office room. I lowered my head. "Yes, Alpha?" He turned around and walked to his chair. I felt empty inside me the moment he moved away from me. I could not believe he could come this close to me, only to turn his back on me as if he did not feel the mate bond as much as I did. I did not know where my fate was taking me. I felt lost without direction, and I had no hopes for my future. It was a complicated time in my life, and I struggled to find my purpose and meaning. I left his cabin in a gloomy mood. I had no idea why I was feeling sad. Shouldn't I be happy that he would never interfere in my life as long as I stayed away from his brother? The problem was my wolf. She was not happy with her mate's words. I was so done with my wolf and my confused heart that I felt hurt for such a cruel reason. I returned to my cabin and started to work. While working, I couldn't keep track of time. A knock on the door interrupted my work. "Please come in." Miss Selina opened the door and reminded me, "Dear, it's already 8 p.m. Won't you go home?" I was stunned and turned my head to the wall clock. "Oh, no," I mumbled and got to my feet. I told my mom that I would go back early today, but I was so into my work that I had forgotten about time. "Thanks, miss," I said to Miss Selina. She chuckled at me. "You are a really hard-working girl." She left my room, and I started to gather up my things from the desk and then put them in my backpack. I grabbed my phone and noticed a few messages from my mother. I replied to her messages, saying that I was on the way. When I stepped out of my cabin, I noticed Bryan also came out of his office. I ignored him as I hurriedly walked to the elevator. There were 2 elevators, one for the other employees and another for the CEO to use. I waited in front of the ordinary elevator. Miss Selina was there too, waiting for it. I smiled at her, and she gave a nod at me. She was also working until now. I glanced beside me and saw Bryan entering the other elevator. With him was another man talking to him. I assumed he was giving him details about some project. It took me a minute to wait for the elevator to arrive at the top floor of the building. Together with Miss Selina, I walked in as soon as the door opened. After saying my goodbyes to Miss Selina, I exited the elevator and made my way to the entrance area as soon as it reached the ground floor. As I walked out of the company, I saw Bryan talking with Troy. I parted my lips as I remembered that Troy had told me he would wait for me outside. When I realized that I had almost forgotten about him, I shook my head. He might be waiting for me for an hour. I walked in his direction. As I moved closer, I was able to hear them talking to each other. "What are you still doing here?" Bryan asked Troy. "Alpha, I was waiting for someone," Troy replied politely. At that time, his eyes fell on me and he said, "There she is." Bryan turned around to look, and his gaze met mine. Bryan frowned at me as if he did not expect me to be the person Troy was waiting for. I shifted my attention to Troy, who smiled at me. I stopped in front of him. "I'm sorry for being late." "It's okay," he replied to me. Bryan turned to Troy and asked, "You know her?" "Of course, Alpha. She is." "Let's go, Troy. We are getting late." I cut him off. He glanced at Bryan and bowed to him. "Permit me to leave, Alpha." Bryan gave him a nod. Troy started going in the direction of his car, which was directly across the street from where we were standing. I was about to follow him when I heard Bryan say, "I think you forgot you were in front of your boss. Why did you cut him when he was talking to me?" I turned to him. I did not know where I got the strength to talk back, but I replied, "Working hours are over. You are not my boss, and I am not your employee right now." He raised an eyebrow and stepped toward me. I took a step back. He stopped in front of me and muttered, "Is that so? Then don't forget, I am the head alpha of your pack." "Even if I want, I can't forget that," I mumbled in a lower tone. He stared at me with a pair of angry eyes. I did not know what I had done to this man to make him angry. However, I turned in the direction of Troy's car. "Goodbye, Alpha," I said to Bryan without looking at him, and I walked to Troy's car. Troy started the car as he waited for me while sitting in the driver's seat. I climbed onto the passenger seat and glanced at the window. I saw Bryan gazing at me. I ignored him as the car started to move forward. "How do you know Alpha Bryan?" I asked Troy while looking at the road. "What are you saying, Sophia? He is our head alpha and the CEO of our company." "I didn't mean it. I mean, he doesn't talk to his employees much, but he was talking to you." "So... Oh, I think he likes my style of working. Since I am the financial director, I usually talk to him much more than other managers." I remembered when I came across Troy this morning. He might be going to meet Bryan. "Oh," I uttered in response. "What about you?" I turned to him. "What about me?" "You look on good terms with him." My brows shot up at hearing that. "Really? Why did you think so?" "You cut me off in the middle of the conversation when I was talking to him, but he still did not say anything to you. Then you didn't bow to him. Both of your actions were kind of disrespectful to Alpha, but if you are close to him, then he can consider it as he did just now." I frowned as I thought about how he scolded me for trying to leave his office room without his permission on the interview day. But then, today, I left his cabin a few times without his permission and he didn't scold me for that. "Only a few people have the luck that Alpha Bryan appreciates. I hope you are one of them." I heard him again. I nodded my head without replying to him. How would I tell others who Bryan was to me? As a mate, he should not only appreciate but also behave well toward me, which he did not do at all. During the whole ride, I was silent. My mind kept replaying the moment when Bryan came close to me in his office. The sensation was something I had never felt with someone else. His words did not leave my head. I could not believe that there was no way to break the bond. How could I live like that? The car stopped in front of my house. Troy and I knocked on the door. Immediately, his mother, Sabrina, opened the door. "Oh, my beautiful girl, Sophia?" She pulled me into a hug. I hugged her back. She was a really close friend of my mother. Her eyes shifted toward Troy, and they immediately brightened. "Did you both come together?" He nodded at her. She chuckled and stepped aside to let us enter my house. "Where is Mom?" I asked her. "She is in the kitchen. Go and freshen up. I am going to inform her that 2 have come." "Okay." I went to my room and took a quick shower. I put on a yellow t-shirt and a long white skirt. Then I left my room and went downstairs. I saw my mom sitting with Aunt Sabrina and Troy on couches. They were all talking to each other. When they noticed me, I went to join them. Aunt Sabrina told me how her husband died a few years ago, but then my mom supported her. She said my mom was like her sister, so she cared for my mom a lot. I felt happy that my mom had good friends. During the dinner, Aunt Sabrin asked me, "You are 18 now? Have you not found your mate yet?" I bit my lower lip and shook my head. No. Though I had a mate, I was forbidden to reveal it to others. Aunt Sabrina glanced at her son and said, "Troy also hasn't found his mate." I could understand where the conversation was going. I finished my food hurriedly and stood up, then said, "Mom, I am going to wash my plate." When I walked to the kitchen, I heard Troy's voice behind me. "I am also done. I think I should help her." I entered the kitchen with Troy following me. The situation was awkward. We were washing our dishes silently. We could hear our mother's laughter and conversations coming from the dining room. Troy broke the silence as he spoke out. "Please don't mind her. My mom is just worried about my future, but I don't have that kind of intention to come here." I looked at him and felt relieved after hearing him. "That's good for me." He extended his hand and said, "But we can be friends, right?" I glanced at his hand and nodded my head. "Yeah." I accepted his hand and replied, "Friends." The following day, I woke up early, as usual. I went to my university in time to attend my classes. During the break, Sarah and I strolled around our campus while talking to each other. "So he said he would never reject you?" Sarah asked me. Why?" "He said he doesn't want to lose his position," I replied while looking at a few girls who were roaming around Louisa. Everyone was giving her too much attention because she had just started the internship at the Morrison group. Louisa did not fail to grab more attention as she told everyone how the first day was and how everyone was so nice to her. She even lied, saying that Bryan himself congratulated her for winning the competition. "I think he lied to you." I heard Sarah. I turned my head to her and asked, "What did he lie to me about?" Sarah chuckled as she thought about something and walked to the benches close to the basketball court. We sat on a bench to have some relaxing conversation. If my guess is not wrong, then he did not want to reject you for himself. "What?" "Yeah. Can you resist the mate bond?" "No, right? Then he is not different from you. He surely feels it too. So I think he also doesn't want to break it." Looking at the boys who were playing basketball, I shook my head. "Not at all. Have you forgotten who you are talking about?" "Yup. The alpha Bryan Morrison. But at the end of the day, he is a wolf who wants his mate." I closed my eyes and felt the sunlight over me. I took in the fresh air inside me as I deeply breathed in. I don't like him, nor did he. I always thought there must be a solution since both of us don't want the bond. But when he said that there was no hope, I felt broken. I mean, what now? Will I be alone forever? Sarah wrapped her hands around me and hugged me tightly. "Don't worry, baby. He will be your boyfriend soon." I pulled away from the embrace and looked at her. "What? No way." She cleared her throat and wiggled her brows. "What about getting another boyfriend and showing your arrogant mate that you have a boy who wants you?" I rolled my eyes and laughed at her words. "That man can never feel jealous. In fact, talking about him, I feel like I am desperate for him." "I am not. It's just my wolf." I paused when my eyes fell on Louisa coming in our direction. My eyes shifted to the man she was following. "Why is Bruce coming here?" Sarah mumbled with a scowl on her face. I looked away when Bruce's eyes met mine. "Bruce, please, listen to me. Why are you doing this to me?" Louisa shouted at him when he ignored her. Everyone around them was stunned. Sarah and I glanced at each other and then got to our feet. The atmosphere did not stay calm as Bruce's steps halted. He slowly turned to Louisa, giving her a furious glare. Louisa realized what she had just done. No one had the audacity to talk to Bruce like that on our campus. Louisa strode to him and started to tear up. Bruce, I am so sorry. I did not want to do something like that. I just want to say, why are you behaving like this? Why are you still angry with me? Didn't you say that I knew your desire really well? Then why are you not coming to me? Bruce glanced at me when Louisa had just said that. I scoffed and rolled my eyes intentionally. Both of them are cheaper, I uttered under my breath. I grabbed Sarah's hand and said, let's go from here. She held my hand and muttered, wait. Let's see that fake princess's downfall. I think Bruce did not want her to say such a thing in public. That shameless girl is going to get scolded for her nasty desire. I was about to say to her that I did not want to, but I stopped when I saw Bruce push Louisa in front of everyone. Louisa almost fell to the ground, but her friends saved her from falling. How dare you come to me? Bruce yelled at her. I was shocked by his yell. He was a calm guy. I had seen him only a few times this angry. The last time I talked about my mate, he got angry like that. In the last month, he did not come across to me much, as I never wasted my time on his and went to my job after attending my classes. Be Bruce. Shut up. Louisa jerked at another yell. She started to cry. I could see she was not faking it. For a moment, I assumed she was really in love with him. Stay out of my sight. If I see you around me again, the internship that you flew for, you will lose it in no time. Louisa's eyes widened. She immediately shook her head and tried to reach his hand. Don't do this. I got that with my hard work. I almost laughed at her words, but I frowned when I heard Bruce say, yeah, I know how hard you work on that project. Stealing someone else's work is really called working hard. Louisa's eyes could not be wider. Everyone around her let out gasps. I was surprised that Bruce believed me that day when I told him about it. On the other hand, Louisa shook her head. Who told you this? She turned her head and looked at me. She pointed her finger at me and said, she told you that, am I right? She is a liar, Bruce. She wants to keep you away from me. I got mad at her. Why did she drag me into their private conversation? I walked to her and looked around everyone. Did you all hear what Bryan Morrison has just said? Everyone was silent. Many of them were not sophomore year students, so they did not know Louisa much. They were just aware of the fact that she had won the competition and received the first prize. As soon as they found out that she had cheated on it, they started giving her a look that was filled with disdain. You are lying, Louisa said with an angry tone, but I didn't say anything today. You are the one who dragged me. I replied. You bitch! She rushed to me as if she were attacking me. Her behavior astounded me. She looked like a mad woman. Before she could get to me, a hand grabbed my wrist and pulled me. Bruce pulled me behind him and gave Louisa a stern look. Louisa was startled by his action. Bruce, if you dare to touch her or even think to harm her, no one will be worse than me. I glanced at Bruce, who looked infuriated, then shifted my gaze to Louisa, who looked in disbelief. Why do you still care for her? She broke up with you. Bruce released my hand, went to grab her jaw, then muttered, It's all because of you. I was a fool. That's why it all happened. Sarah approached me and whispered, Perfect. She has just spilled up everything with her own mouth. I noticed the crowd around me. It was getting more prominent than before. Students started to capture whatever was happening there on their cameras as they recorded video on their phones. Looking at how Bruce grabbed Louisa's jaw, it reminded me of his big brother. Bryan also grabbed my jaw and hurt me the day we realized our mate bond. I pushed my thoughts aside and grabbed Bruce's hand. Bruce, leave her. No, I will break her jaw today. I pulled him away from her. What's wrong with you? You can't charge at a girl like that. Bruce looked at me and asked, You are still thinking about her after what she did with you, but you have problems with only me, right? I realized that he carried the matter in the same direction. I shook my head and replied, She is no one to me. I would do the same if someone else were here in both of your places. Bruce nodded his head while looking at me, then left the place with a furious face. I glanced around me and saw people start to discuss me. Louisa looked broken, but more than that, she felt insulted in front of others. That time, I realized that I was wrong. She was not in love with Bruce, but only after his reputation. Let's go, Sarah mumbled. She held my hand and pulled me out of the crowd. Suddenly, I felt lighthearted. people would now believe that Louisa lied about the project. At least people around me were aware of the truth, even though it would not restore the status that I had lost or the opportunity that she was getting. After attending his classes, Nolan made his way over to meet with us. "This weekend, I plan to hang out. You have to join us," he said to me. "You know how I am passing the days. I don't have time." He said this weekend. You can't deny us. Sarah tugged on my sleeves and wiggled her brows to persuade me. I thought for a moment and gave them a nod. "Okay. Yes. Then I'm going to tell my other friends." Nolan said it cheerfully. "Wait, what? Other friends?" "Yeah, we should hang out in a group," Nolan replied. Sarah looked at my almost denied look and said, "You can call your new friend Troy too." But he is in the same company as you. It would help if you had a good friendship with him. Otherwise, you will feel bored all alone at work." I thought about Troy. I accepted his hand for friendship last night. Should I invite him? Nolan cleared his throat and replied, "If you want, you can. We should see if he is a good boy or not." "Bro, he is my friend, not my boyfriend that you have to see." "Oh, come on. We can't trust any guy. Friends are part of our daily lives," Nolan replied. Okay, I will tell him about it." Sarah and Nolan both looked happy that I would join them this weekend. I also felt that I needed a hangout. I left the university and headed to the company. When I arrived at the company, I saw that the atmosphere was not so relaxed. Everyone was rushing here and there as if something had happened. I walked toward my cabin while glancing around at others. "Who are you?" A man's voice could be heard coming from behind me. Upon turning my head, I noticed a man who was not familiar to me standing behind me. I turned around to face him and asked, "I am the CEO's assistant secretary. May I know you?" The man smirked as if I said something very interesting. By looking at his expensive suit, I had the impression that he was not an employee of this company. He reached out his hand to me and greeted me with the name, Alpha Oliver. At the time when he introduced himself, I extended my hand to shake his. "Sophia Berge," I replied, withdrawing my hand after shaking it with his. "Your look gave me the feeling that you don't know me," he said, chuckling. I stared at him. Who was he? Why was he even there? Should I know him? He was a young man in his late 20s. Was he an official of Bryan? No, he could not. He was an alpha in rank. I saw another man approach him and bow his head to him. Alpha. My eyes widened. Alpha? Okay, he can be alpha in rank, but why did that man bow to him? I thought, he is my beta, Jasper. The man named Oliver said this to me while directing his head toward the new man. I was taken aback. Beta? Was he the alpha of another pack? I slowly turned my head and saw other employees looking at me, whispering about something. They might be talking about this alpha. "Are you an alpha of any pack?" I asked Oliver. His beta frowned at me and replied, "He is the head alpha of the Mountain Howl pack." Mountain Howl pack? I mumbled as I tried to remember something about that pack. "See you again, beauty," Alpha Oliver said to me. I watched him and his beta leave. I was so confused and shocked that I forgot that I was standing there for a while. "Sophia." I heard my name and turned around. "Oh, Miss Lily." I was relieved that I did not have to go to Bryan today since Lily was back at work. "How are you feeling today?" I asked her about her health. "I am fine. I was waiting for you, but you seem to be busy without talking with someone special," Lily muttered as she glanced in the direction where Alpha Oliver left. To clear up her misunderstanding, I shook my head. "No, that's Alpha Oliver." I did not even. She cut me off and said, "It's okay. It's your personal matter how you know him." I was about to object to that, but before I could say something, she spoke out again. "Alpha wants you to make coffee for him." "He what?" Should I repeat my words again? "Miss Sophia, where is your attention today?" "Miss Lily, you are here. Why did he want me to make coffee for him?" I asked, thinking that he would humiliate me again just like yesterday. She felt offended by my question. "Everyone knows that he liked my coffee, but still, he wants you to make it for him. I think just for today," she said while clearing her throat. "Oh, okay." I turned my heels in the direction of where the coffee maker was. "Bring it to my cabin." I heard her from behind. I turned my head toward him. "Do you also want to drink coffee?" "No, he wants me to bring the coffee to his cabin." "Oh, I see. Sure." I walked to the coffee machine and tried to remember how I made the coffee last time. After making a cup of coffee, I walked to Lily's cabin. The door was slightly open, so I thought she let it open for me to enter. As I pushed the door lightly and stepped inside, I heard her talking on her phone. "Congratulations." "No, thanks to you." "Yeah, sure." I stood at the door while looking at her. She noticed me and appeared to be caught off guard. I could not understand her look. "Okay, I will talk to you later," Lily said, hung up the phone, and then gazed at me. "Why didn't you knock before entering the room?" I thought yo. Anyway, give it to me." She grabbed the cup from my hand. I walked out of her cabin as I saw her heading to Bryan's office. I went to my cabin and started to work on the files that Lily had already placed on my desk. A few hours later, I stood up for a small break. As I walked out of my cabin, I saw the atmosphere was not so good. All the employees looked scared, as if someone had attacked them. I went to a female employee and asked, "What happened? Don't you know about the PAC meeting?" "What PAC meeting?" I asked with confusion. "The PAC meeting that had taken place this morning," she replied. "This morning? But I did not know about it. It was noon when I arrived here." She shook her head as she glanced at the CEO's office. "We lost a project to the Mountain Howl PAC. I was surprised to hear that, but I saw that PAC's alpha when I came here. Yeah, many alphas from different PACs came to the meeting today. Alpha Oliver himself came to meet Alpha Bryan to show off his success. That's why we are all afraid of Alpha Bryan's mood." Is he okay?" "No, he is furious." I gulped and nodded my head. I should not discuss him with other employees. I went to the cafe of the company. It was in the lobby area. Surprisingly, I met Troy there. "Oh, hi." I gave him a friendly wave and smiled. When he saw me, he appeared to be delighted and he approached me. During the time that we spent eating together, we chatted for a while. "I heard about the meeting. Why did we lose the project?" I asked him while eating. "We don't know, but the Mountain Howl PAC cheated on us." "What? How did they cheat us? Did they play the same project?" I inquired. "No, I must say that their project was good." "Then what happened?" "Everyone assumed that there was a spy around us who was providing them with all of the information regarding our project." "Who can that be?" "Anyone. Maybe someone we know, but someone close to Alpha since he always secured every piece of information. It would be really shocking if someone important who Bryan trusted betrayed him." I felt that he might be very upset that he lost a project. I had only seen him concentrating on work. After talking with Troy, I went back to my cabin. I began to wonder who could betray our company. The telephone over the desk began to ring, breaking the silence in the room. I received the call. "Hello?" "In my cabin." Saying that, Bryan cut the call. I turned my head to the glass window and thought about why he had called me to his cabin. I left my cabin and went to his office room. I knocked on the door and entered the room. "You called me." I walked to his desk and stopped close to it. I noticed him looking at some photos. I let him watch that and waited for him to speak. He lifted his gaze from the photos and looked at me. "Alf?" I got interrupted when he threw the photos in my direction. I hissed when I felt pain in my left cheek. The sharp edge of a photo cut my skin. Although his actions shocked me, I lowered my head to look at the pictures. The photos were scattered on the floor before me. The photos were taken about noon when Alpha Oliver and I were having a conversation. I flinched when Bryan let out an angry growl. I slowly looked at him, who glared at me and asked, "Why did you do that?" "What did I do?" I asked, stuttering at his behavior. Tears were sprinting into my eyes. He rose up from his chair. He approached me and grabbed my arm in a firm grip. As soon as he drew me closer to him, I experienced pain in my arm. "How much?" I did not understand his question. I only stared at his hostile eyes. "How much did he give you to betray me?" he asked once again, this time giving clarity to his inquiry. My eyes widened as I shook my head. "I didn't do." "Ah!" I could not speak properly as his grip tightened, hurting me more than before. Tears rolled down my cheeks. He ignored them like a speck of dust. "I thought you were a woman of words, but you turned out to be a voracious woman. You never let go of a single opportunity, do you? Just like that engagement party, you tried to destroy me today." "Why are you saying this? I didn't do anything." "Then what are these?" he yelled at me. The way he yelled caused my body to jerk. My eyes darted to the photos as I sobbed. These are today's pictures. Exactly. Why is he talking to you? I don't know. He asked who I was and talked to me. He let go of my arm and chuckled at me as if I were telling a joke. In a matter of seconds, his chuckle transformed into a sarcastic laugh, and then it vanished entirely as his face became more ferocious. Do you think everyone is after you? Who do you think you are? I did not have any answers to his question. He did not believe me. Are you thinking that I was the one who gave him the information? He raised a brow. Did I mention giving information? You yourself said it. Why did you do that to destroy me by just one project? What do you think? Who am I? This one project can't shake me a little bit. I just hate betrayers. I wiped my tears and let out a lower tone. I know you won't believe me, but I heard about the information thing from my friend Troy. It's been only 1 month, and you made my financial director such a close friend that he started to talk about the PAC meetings with you. I was startled that he would scold Troy, so I tried to explain to him. No, I was the one who asked him. I overheard people talking about losing the project. You must be very happy. No, I am not. As though speaking with me was making him more enraged, he looked away from me. Just get out. I tightened my fists and lowered my head. I walked to the door while sobbing. The moment I grabbed the doorknob, I heard him. If Lily had not overheard your conversation with that man, I would have been completely unaware of the identity of the traitor. My hand froze as I turned to him and asked, What did Miss Lily hear? He glared at me. The way you cheated my company and helped another PAC's alpha get the project, he replied. Gritting his teeth, I swear I didn't. Just leave my company right now. Never come here again. I don't want to see your face here. Just because of my gamma, I am letting you go this time. But if I see you here again, I will be the person you see before your death. My wolf howled inside me. I bit my lower lip and surged out of his cabin. Everyone was staring at me as I emerged from his cabin. It appeared as though someone had informed them of the accusations in the photos. I felt so humiliated that I wanted the ground to move underneath me and bury me inside it. Tearfully, I hurried to my cabin. No matter how much I wiped my tears, they streamed out of my eyes again. After grabbing my phone and backpack, I left my cabin. I sobbed as I tried to walk past others. When I went to the lobby area, people began to gather around me. She is a traitor! I heard people talking about me. It hurt me. How would I make them believe that I did not do anything? I noticed Lily looking at me in the crowd. My legs froze. Why did you do that to me? I asked her in front of everyone. She was taken aback and she asked, What are you saying? Why did you lie to Alpha? I didn't talk about anything with Alpha Oliver regarding any project. Lily pretended like I was lying. She looked at everyone and asked, Why would I lie? I have been working for Alpha for so long. Yes, why would Miss Lily lie? You are the one who disclosed our information to another PAC. I saw Lily sneering at me. I remembered that I heard her talking with someone in her cabin. Could it be that she was the one? I was frightened by how other workers were accusing me and pointing fingers at me. My lips began to quiver as I found everything blurred around me. I blinked my eyes and tried to look clearly as tears filled them entirely. I tried to go outside, but the employees did not let me go as they started to humiliate me. I had never done anything in my life to bear this humiliation. What is happening here? Everyone heard a deep voice. They immediately moved away from me. I saw Bryan coming in my direction. He took one look around and understood what was going on. Why are you still here? He asked me, making his voice loud so that others could hear him. I just stared at him without replying. This man did not believe me and let others humiliate me like this. Why did he hate me so much? I turned around and walked to the gate of the company to leave. She did not even bow to Alpha! I heard whispers behind me. With tears in my eyes and a shattered heart, I left the company. Third POV. It had been 3 days since Bryan fired Sophia from his company. He was mad at her. He had observed her for a whole month through the window and was very impressed by her work skills. However, what she had done to his company with Alpha Oliver was something he could not take. Why did she do that? He even paid her more than enough. How much money did she want that she had to shake hands with another PAC's Alpha? A knock disturbed his thought, and he permitted the person to enter the cabin. Come in. The The door opened and Troy, his company's financial director, entered the cabin. "Alpha," he said and bowed his head. Bryan gazed at him. By looking at him, he remembered the night when he saw Sophia going with him. Troy had told him that he was waiting for her. "What happened?" Bryan asked him, inquiring to know why he came here. "Alpha, I wanted to give you this file you asked for." Troy walked to his desk and handed him a file. Bryan grabbed it and started to review the information inside the file. As Troy watched Bryan checking the file carefully, he gulped in nervousness. Recently, Bryan's mood was terrible, so every employee of the company was afraid of him. Last night, Troy was going back to his home when he got a call from Bryan. He asked him to check on every employee's bank account. "Alpha, may I know why did you check on our accounts?" he asked in a lower tone, praying in head that his question would not offend his Alpha. Instead of answering his question, Bryan shifted his gaze from the file and looked at him. "How do you know Sophia Berg?" Troy was taken aback by the question. Everyone in the company knew that Sophia got fired from the company 3 days ago. Though people said that it was her who betrayed them, Troy did not believe it. However, he was an employee of the company. How could he provide justice to her? He could only say to the people around him that there might be some misunderstanding. "She is my mom's friend's daughter, so we are family friends." Bryan raised an eyebrow when he heard Troy. He thought Troy would say something else, or even if Sophia became his friend, the reason behind it would have been something else. "Family friends?" Bryan muttered. "Yeah, Alpha," Troy replied. He thought for a brief moment and said, "Alpha, please forgive me if I say much, but I think Sophia is innocent. I mean, she didn't even know about the pack meeting. I was the one who discussed it with her. I told her that we all were assuming that someone had disclosed our information to another pack." His words reminded him that Sophia had said the same thing to him. "You can go back to your work now." Bryan's voice came out in a cold tone which sent shivers to Troy. He bowed his head once again and left the cabin. Bryan glanced at the door which Troy had just closed after leaving the room. His eyes shifted on the window from where he could see the empty room. Watching Sophia from the window had become his habit. So now, whenever his eyes fell on the empty room, he felt unease in his heart. He refocused his attention on the file. As Troy told him a while ago that there might be some misunderstanding, he also felt that in these 3 days. For some unknown reason, his heart did not agree with the fact that Sophia had done that. Though Lily herself was the evidence of Sophia's truth, still something was urging him inside. Surprisingly, only a few people received a big sum of money last week. One by one, he reviewed every single employee's last transaction. His eyes paused on the account who got the largest figure. His eyes narrowed when he looked at the name of the account. Lily Jane? He grabbed his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, the other person spoke out. "Alpha." It was Noble, the Delta of his pack. "I'm sending you a bank account number. I want every single detail of the transaction ID of the people who sent her money," Bryan said to him. "Okay, Alpha. I got it." Bryan hung up the phone and called Lily's number. In a few minutes, Lily came to his cabin. She walked to his desk with a cup of coffee. "Sorry for being late, Alpha. I was making coffee for you." When she put the coffee on the desk, Bryan glanced at it. It reminded him of Sophia's coffee. Though he told Sophia that she could not make coffee properly, he really liked her coffee that she made for him for the 3rd time. That was why he asked for it the next day, too. It was just he did not want to let her know about it. "Alpha?" Bryan heard Lily's voice, which made him turn his head toward her. "Miss Lily?" She caught off guard when she heard Bryan calling her formally. He never called her Miss. "Yes?" Bryan looked at her nervous look and asked, "I wanted to know what had happened that day." "Which day?" "The day when you heard Miss Sophia talking with Alpha Oliver. You said you heard her talking with him about the project and congratulating him about it." "Yeah. I want to know the whole conversation." Lily's brows shot up. At that time, Bryan's phone rang as he got an email from Delta Noble. He checked on it while waiting for Lily to speak. When he looked at the email which had the information of the transaction ID, Bryan's eyes darkened. He lifted his gaze and looked at Lily. Lily thought he was mad at her because she was making him wait, so she spoke out. I heard her saying that she helped him for money. Money? How much? Bryan asked, gritting teeth. I don't know them. 1 million, asked. Lily's eyes widened when she heard him. Bryan stood up from his chair and walked to her. She took a step back in fear. Alpha. Bryan did not let her complete as he grabbed her by her neck. His eyes turned red as he growled loudly. How dare you deceive me and put all the blame on her? It was the weekend, and Sophia was ready to go out. She was upset and heartbroken. She could not tell her mother about losing her job. To avoid her mother's inquiry, she remained in her university's library till the evening. She did not lie to her friends, and she told them everything that had happened in the company. Bryan's actions had also upset them. They said at least Bryan should have believed in her. Sophia. She heard her mother calling her from downstairs. She went out of her room and noticed that Sarah had come to her house. She was talking to her mother. Sarah? Sophia went downstairs and walked to them. You didn't tell me that you were going out today, Hannah, Sophia's mother, said to her. Sophia glanced at Sarah, who looked at her with pleading eyes. Sarah and Nolan had been trying to persuade her to go out with them since she had agreed to hang out earlier. But later, Sophia's mood was not okay, so she did not want to go anywhere. Now Sarah came to take her directly from her house so that she could not say no to her. I didn't want to go, Mom, Sophia mumbled, lowering her head. She was sad because of what had happened to her. It was her fortune that Troy had become her friend, so he did not inform her mother anything about it. Sophia, my dear, you work so hard. It would be best if you went out with friends on the weekend. It will refresh your mind, Hannah said as she caressed her daughter's hair. Sophia was quiet for some time. She glanced at Sarah, who looked upset. Sophia did not want to break her heart, so she nodded her head and replied, Okay. Sarah happily hugged Hannah and thanked her for making Sophia agree to go out with her. Hannah told Sarah that she would have to drop Sophia off before late at night, which Sarah was in accord with. Sophia went to her bedroom with Sarah. Sarah told her to wear something good, but Sophia said she was not in the mood. Their conversation was interrupted when Sophia's phone began to ring. When Sophia received the call, she heard Troy's delighted voice. Hi, Sophia, how are you? I'm fine. What about you? Sophia asked, trying to talk not in a broken voice. More than good, I have great news for you. Hearing him, Sophia arched her brows. What news? The main culprit who betrayed us got caught. It was Lily, Alpha's personal assistant. Sophia felt a burden move from her heart. She did not let out anything but only listened to him. I could not believe it, but she herself accepted it yesterday. She glanced at Sarah, who was eager to know what they were talking about, so she put the phone on the loudspeaker. Why did Lily do that? Sophia asked as she knew it was Lily. She said Alpha Oliver approached her and offered her $1 million to give him all the information about the project. He assured her that he would never reveal her name, so she did it out of greed. Sarah gasped as she stared at the phone while listening to Troy. How did she get caught? Sophia asked. You know our Alpha. He is so wise that we can't even think about it. You won't believe me. He asked me about checking all the employees' bank accounts. Can you imagine? He caught the culprit by their bank account transaction. No one can think like him. He found that someone had transferred $1 million to Lily's account on the day when the meeting was held. When he searched for all the information of the ID, he found that it was a bank of the Mountain Howl Pack. Sarah and Sophia both glanced at each other. They were amazed by Bryan's intelligence. He could have done that before humiliating an innocent person, Sophia muttered in a lower tone. Troy heard her and said, I am sorry for what happened to you, Sophia, but there is another piece of good news for you. And what's that? Alpha told me to inform you that you can rejoin our company. Sophia was silent upon hearing that. Sarah looked at her and sighed. Sarah held Sophia's hand and rubbed it with her palm to comfort her. I don't want to rejoin the company, Troy. Troy was shocked after hearing that. But why? I just don't. Thanks for trusting me and now informing me about it. It was really great news for me that the accusation had moved from my head, but I don't want to go there again. Troy tried to persuade her, but she was firm with her decision. She did not want to go and meet that Naginagan who did not believe her at first. With a defeated heart, Troy hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Sarah hugged Sophia and jumped. Yes, finally the worry has come to an end. Sophia smiled after letting out a deep breath. She was smiling after 4 days. A tear escaped from her eye as she felt relaxed. Sarah wiped her tear and said, "Now you can dress up for tonight, right?" Sophia chuckled and nodded her head. Sarah chose a cherry red dress for her that was backless and sleeveless. Sophia put on makeup with a smile on her face. She was happy today. She did not want to do a job at that company again, but at least no one would call her a traitor. After saying goodbye to her mother, Sophia left her house with Sarah. "I'm driving the car today." "What?" "Babe, I got my driving license. Let's go," Sarah said in a singing tone. Both of them got in the car and headed to the place where Nolan was waiting for them with his friends. "You could have invited Troy," Sarah let out while driving. "I forgot, but it's okay. I will invite him another time," Sophia replied. A ringtone intervened just as Sarah was about to advise her to call Troy right away to invite him. Sophia took out her phone when she realized that it was ringing. When she looked at the screen, she saw an unknown number. She received the call. "Hello?" A deep and chilling voice came from the other end of the phone, which sprinted her heartbeat faster. "Why did you refuse to rejoin my company?" Sophia's POV. "Who?" Sarah asked me as she glanced at me. I slowly turned my head toward her and replied to her in a lower tone. "Alpha Bryan." Her eyes widened, but she focused on the road as she was driving the car. As Bryan heard me, he waited for my reply. I cleared my throat and responded, "I don't want to, that's why." "Why?" he asked. How did he ask why? Did he not know the reason? How could he behave like that to me that day? My hand moved a little as my phone pressed harshly on my left cheek. I hissed in pain. The cut on my skin had not healed yet. I always tried to hide it by putting on makeup. "Alpha, thanks for giving me the opportunity to work for your company, but since I was fired from my job, I don't want to continue my work there." "The reason?" I took a deep breath and said, "You know the reason. I should stay away from you. In case something else happens again, you will blame me after listening to someone else's words. I can't work there where no one trusts me." He was quiet after hearing me. I thought he would cut the call. But he spoke out again. "Come back. It was not your fault. I will hand over an apology letter from my company." Sarah glanced at me. When I looked at her, she raised her brows to know what Bryan was saying. I turned my head to look outside the window. "I know you think of me as a shameless person, but I have some self-respect. I can't go back there." After saying that, I did not let him talk and cut the call. "What did he say?" Sarah asked the moment I hung up the phone. "Same thing. He wants me to go back to his company." "Did he say sorry to you?" I scoffed at her words. "He and sorry? It's an impossible thing. I think he has never said sorry to anyone in his life." "Then how did he ask you to go back?" "He was talking about an apology letter that his company would give me." "Is he even serious?" "No, I can't believe it. How could he be so unromantic?" I looked at her. She was still thinking about our mate bond. I only told her about Bryan's firing me from my job. I did not tell her how he behaved with me. If I had told her, she would have understood that I and Bryan had nothing like mates should have. During the whole ride, Sarah consoled me, telling me that I should teach Bryan a lesson and make him come after me. I only laughed in my head. That arrogant man could never come after me. He did not care if I went to his company or not. I was sure that he only called me to fulfill his duty as CEO. He had no regrets about how he behaved with me that day. Sarah stopped the car in front of a fun factory center. "Let's go. We will play a lot of games today." We entered the building and found Nolan with his friends. He waved at us. We went to them. "Hello, guys," Sarah said to those boys. I assumed she had known Nolan's friends since she was his mate. "She is our friend, Sophia," Nolan said, introducing me to his friends. I smiled at the boys. There were 2 boys, and I found them familiar. I realized I had seen them in a few classes. "We know her," one of them said. "You look so pretty," the other boy said. "Thank you," I replied to him. We went bowling together. One by one, everyone tried to hit as many pins as they could. Nolan hit all 10 pins, and we cheered up for him. I was not good at it, so I could not hit many. After playing some more games, Sarah suggested we go to a 5-star hotel. I had money, which I got from my salary, so I agreed with her. All of us headed to the restaurant close to the center. As soon as we arrived at the location, I took a look at the restaurant. With its vibrant lights, the structure appeared to be really stunning. The exterior was decorated with a charming appearance, featuring a small fountain and a variety of plants. As I entered the restaurant with my friends, I felt a powerful aura coming from inside. I looked around and understood that many alphas were there. Since it was a 5-star restaurant, only high-class people could come here. Nolan asked for a table for us when we went to the reception area. "Would you like to take a cabin?" the receptionist asked. Nolan glanced at us. Sarah and I exchanged a glance. Then we looked around the whole restaurant. We saw that all the tables there were booked since it was the weekend. I nodded at Sarah, and she replied to the receptionist, "Sure." We received a nod from the receptionist, who then called for a waiter. The waiter made a motion with his hand and instructed us to follow him. When he led us to a particular area, we observed that there were a few private cabins there. "That's your cabin." The waiter opened the door and said to Nolan. My eyes went to a cabin just as I was going to pass it on my way to ours. My brows shot up when I saw who was inside the cabin. He was not alone there. There were a few other men around, and it appeared as though he had come here to have a meeting with them. "Bryan?" I mumbled under my breath. As if he heard my whisper, he turned his head toward the door. I immediately moved my gaze away from him and walked to our cabin. I tried to ignore Bryan's thoughts in my head. I was perplexed as to why we always crossed paths with each other. I concentrated on my friends and began to engage in conversation with them. In the middle of discussing our next plans, we each placed an order for our preferred food. After we had finished our meal, Nolan decided to take the bottle of champagne that had been presented to us as a gift by the restaurant. After shaking the bottle, he removed the cap and opened it. I felt the liquid shooting across my face and clothes as it spilled from the bottle and overflowed onto the ground. We all started to laugh. After cleaning my dress, I got to my feet. "I am coming from the washroom," I said while chuckling. One of Nolan's friends stood up and said, "I also want to use the washroom. Let's go together. Both of the washrooms are in the same way." I nodded at him, and we left the cabin. While passing Bryan's cabin, I noticed the cabin was empty. I felt relieved that he had left. Nolan's friend showed me the ladies' washroom, and then he went to the men's washroom. After going to the washroom, I noticed that there was no one else there. My cheeks were damp, so I glanced in the mirror and wiped them off. I realized that the wipe was exposing the wound that was on my left cheek. I sighed and leaned down to the sink. I washed my cheek. I thought I would have to apply makeup to my cheek once more in order to conceal the scar. Just as I straightened up and glanced at myself in the mirror, I let out a loud gasp. I saw Bryan standing behind me, leaning against the closed door. "You!" I turned around to him with wide eyes. He looked at me with a calm face. "You almost scared me to death," I said as I placed my hand on my chest. My heart was beating faster, and my wolf was jumping inside. The two emotions made me feel strange at the same time. I tried to control my heart and compose myself. "What are you doing in the ladies' washroom?" Instead of responding to me, he moved over to me. I tried to take a step back, but I found my body pressed against the counter. "What are you doing here?" he asked as he stood in front of me. He was very tall, so in order to look at him, I had to raise my head. "I came here with my friends, but what's that to you? And who was that boy?" I frowned at him when I heard his question. "Which boy?" "The boy who led you to this washroom. It was my assumption that he followed me to this washroom. The boy he was referring to was Nolan's friend." "That was my friend." He was silent. I could see his eyes looking directly into mine. I could not read them. I started to feel unease inside me from his profound gaze. "Why do you not want to go back to my company?" he asked. I sighed as I realized his reason for following me here. He could not take no as an answer, so he came here to force me to go back. "Alpha Bryan, I'm requesting you. Please don't make my life harder again. I'm not after you or your brother. As you can see, I am happy with my life. I'm really enjoying it. So please leave me alone. I am not going back to your company to gain your attention again." I said what came to mind at that time. It was not my words, but his words. which he told me on the very first day of my job when I went to his cabin to return his suit jacket. His each and every word had pierced inside my heart, and I never forgot them. Suddenly, his gaze darkened as his eyes shifted from my eyes to my left cheek. I lifted my hand to touch my cheek. I turned to the mirror and saw that the wound was clearly visible now. I turned to him and said, "I think you should leave the washroom right now." I wanted to fix that by applying makeup again, which I could not do in front of him. I was stunned when he grabbed my hand and pulled it away from my cheek. "What happened there?" he inquired. I turned my gaze to him. He was observing my cheek. I tried to snatch my hand from his hold, but he tightened his grip. I asked what happened. I could not help but scoff at him. "Don't you know?" His gaze returned to my eyes as if he really did not know where the wound came from. "That day when you behaved so nicely with me, a photo touched my cheek to brush against it," I said with a mocking laugh. My words were sarcastic enough to make him angry. As if he was able to remember that day, his expression abruptly changed. I looked away from him and attempted to walk past him. However, I forgot that he was still holding my hand. He turned around and drew me closer to him. My body collapsed with his. With a horrified expression on my face, I placed my hands on his chest and looked at him. The closeness was too much for me. My wolf began to react within me at that moment. I shut her close inside me and asked Bryan, "What are you doing?" He stared at me for a while. The look in his eyes was neither dark nor soft, but he did not speak. I had the impression that it was the silence before the storm. The intensity of his gaze caused my knees to begin to shake. Since our bodies were pressing against each other, he could feel it as well. I felt a rapid heartbeat as he released my grip and proceeded to encircle my waist. I gulped at the feeling of his touch. It was like magic. I almost wanted to close my eyes and feel it deeply, but I tried to stay conscious. He lifted his other hand and brushed my bare arm with his fingers. It gave me the feeling of shivering all over my body. I parted my lips because of the sensation. I gripped his black shirt, which he wore under his black coat. "I did not know you could dress up like this, too," he muttered, moving his finger to my neck. His gaze shifted to my dress, which hugged my body perfectly, showing all the curves in his eyes. I grabbed his hand and stuttered, "Alpha! Yo! Shh!" He placed his finger on my lips. My hand loosened the grip of his hand. My lips quivered under his touch. He studied my quivering lips for a moment before meeting my eyes. He chuckled as if he were enjoying the response my body was giving him. He reached over to my cheeks and gently brushed his thumb over my wound. I hissed in pain. I was an omega. My wounds needed a long time to heal. In a blink of an eye, he turned my body to face the mirror. My heart began to run faster when I felt his body press against me from behind. He leaned down on my neck. As he grasped my right cheek, he tilted my head to bring my left cheek close to his lips. I stared into the mirror with wide eyes. I almost stopped breathing when I saw him brushing his lips over my wound. I tried to move, but he firmly wrapped his other hand around my waist to restrain me from moving. "What are you doing?" I asked, trying to gather all of my strength to speak out. Looking at me through the mirror, he licked my wound with his tongue and replied, "Healing your wound." When he continued to lick my wound, I shut my eyes and remained silent. In the beginning, I experienced a slight amount of pain. However, as time went on, it started to feel strange. My body was almost completely numb as a result of a new sensation that occurred inside of me. As my heart rate increased, I squeezed the corner of the counter tightly in my hands. Because of the amount of pressure I applied to the grip with my fingers, my knuckles turned white. Upon opening my eyes, I let out a breath that was shaking. Without warning, my gaze landed in the mirror. I could see our reflections. Bryan's eyes were closed. Upon observing his action of opening his mouth and kissing on my wound, my lips began to part. The color of my eyes changed to blue, as if my wolf was trying to take me over. I closed my eyes once again when I saw he was going to open his eyes. I felt him moving from my cheek, but his body was still pressed against me. I could feel the warmth coming from him. I wanted to lean my head back against his chest as my mind lost its sanity from just processing the healing. It was too intimate, maybe more than a kiss. He was quiet. I reopened my eyes to look at myself. When his gaze caught mine through the mirror, I struggled to catch my breath. "What?" he asked. You were done," he said in a deep voice. I turned my head to look at my cheek in the mirror. To my surprise, my wound was healed. My eyes widened in shock. How powerful was he that he healed my wound in a minute? When he saw my surprised look, he chuckled and shook his head. His warm breath brushed against my bare neck. I felt tickled on my skin. "Thank you," I said as my eyes wandered to the sink. I tried to collect more words. Alpha Bryan was here, and he had just healed my wound. It was more than shocking to me. I could not believe that this was all happening to me. Bryan broke the silence and said, "I hope you will return to my company tomorrow." I heard him, which made me furrow my brows. Did he do all these things just to make me go back to his company? Thinking about his intention, I felt upset. I turned around to him to ask him about it. However, I forgot how close our bodies were. I cursed myself when my body brushed against him. My breasts were pressed against his, which made me feel even more embarrassed than I already did. He lifted his hand and touched my chin, then turned it to the right side so that he could see my left cheek. "Done and dusted," he muttered. I pushed his hand away from my chin and looked at him. I tried to show the anger inside me for him. "The reason behind helping me is because you want me to go back to your company, isn't it?" He raised an eyebrow. "No." His response helped to lessen my rage a little. I tried to halt my faster heartbeat. His attractiveness captivated my attention deliberately. The descriptions that people made about this person were accurate. Alpha Bryan Morrison was a man who had both looks and power. His handsome features had the ability to bewitch women. For once, I had the thought, what if we were not mates? Were we going to come across each other in this manner? "I want to correct what I did wrong. I should not have behaved like that to you." I pursed my lips and lowered my head. Though his voice was emotionless, he was saying all these were not possible things. I jerked up when I heard a knock on the door. "Sophia? Are you inside?" Nolan's voice came from outside the door. I raised my head to look at Bryan, who looked indifferent. "My friend, he will see you here." I mumbled and pushed him. Bryan pulled me toward him with my hand and frowned at me. "Why are you behaving like this? You are in the ladies' washroom. What will he think?" "There's nothing to think about. We were doing nothing." I was stunned. "We were doing nothing." I whispered the question in a low tone. "I was only helping you to heal the wound that I caused you. Nothing else." Out of disbelief, my brows rose. The way he spoke was simply as if he did not feel anything the moment earlier, as if all of these were only a procedure for him. I took a step back as I felt a pang in my heart. "Oh," I replied, as only it came out of my mouth. The intimacy between us was nothing to him. I was the only foolish girl here who started to think and feel so many things for this man. "Sophia? Are you okay?" Nolan's worried tone reached my ear. He began to bang on the door. "I am fine, Nolan. I'll be back in a moment." I almost shouted to make him hear me. "Okay, we are waiting for you," Nolan said. I heard the sound of footsteps fading away. I understood that he had gone to our cabin. I turned my head to Bryan, who was calmly looking at me. "Alpha, thanks for your help, but I can't go back to your company. It's my final decision." His calm face darkened. "Why? I even healed you. Now what do you want me to do?" When people said Alpha Bryan always thinks before doing something and makes calculative moves, they did not lie. Indeed, he was a very calculative man. "If you think your help can change my mind, you are wrong." I turned to the door and made my way to it. As I opened the door, he spoke out from behind. "You can't deny. I haven't given you a resignation letter, and you forgot my company's contract that you signed 1 month ago." I turned to him and asked, "What contract?" He walked to me and held the doorknob. I immediately let it go when his fingers brushed mine. "Without my wish, you can't quit your job." I could not help but feel astonished. He looked at my shocked look and sighed. As if he wanted to say something, he averted his gaze from me and looked outside the door. "I am sorry for that day." After saying that, he left, leaving me in confusion. I stared at the open door. Did he just say sorry to me? I knew it was what he should have done. However, I had never thought that he could apologize to anyone. "Oh my goodness," Sarah's loud voice echoed in the washroom as she entered. "Did I just see right? Alpha Bryan was here, with you? Did he lock you here? What were the two of you doing? Sarah threw me a bunch of questions as her eyes began to scan me from head to toe, trying to find something. Bare neck, yet no hickeys? She said it with a disappointed tone. I was still in a state of shock. Sarah patted my shoulder and asked, "You said he was too arrogant to say sorry, but he just broke your perception of him. I think he can say sorry to only his woman," Sarah remarked, winking at me. Her words made me come out of my thoughts. "Did you also hear him saying sorry?" Sarah nodded her head with a smirk. I was standing there, resting against the wall, outside of the washroom, when Nolan informed me that you were going to come later. I had a feeling that something had occurred. Nevertheless, when I arrived, I overheard you having a conversation with him. The door was slightly opened. Then Alpha Bryan opened the door and said sorry to you. As he was leaving, he cast a glance in my direction. I swear I was so terrified of him, but I can't deny that he is quite impressive in terms of his appearance. Your man is damn handsome. I sighed and walked to the mirror to look at my cheek. But what were you doing? Sarah asked with confusion. I told her everything. She got mad when she learned how Bryan behaved with me that day, but when she heard him heal me, she gave me an evil grin. He is a scumbag like his brother. But he changed my thoughts. He is not an unromantic person. I mean, healing is such an intimate thing. We can't just go and get healed by anyone. I caressed my cheek. I could still feel the feeling of his licking. I ignored that feeling and replied, "For him, it's nothing. He just helped me because I got this wound from him." "Oh, come on. He could have told you to go to a clinic or help you by asking for an ointment from his private physician. But what did he do? Come close to you and heal you with his saliva." Sarah said this and stuck her tongue out. I covered my face with my hands. No, stop teasing me." Sarah laughed and took out the foundation from her purse. Okay. I won't tease you. Now let's fix the makeup." I nodded at her and started to apply makeup to my clean cheek. While combing her hair, Sarah said, "I wish Nolan could heal me like that, but he can't even think like this. And not everyone is Alpha Bryan, who can heal a wound in a few minutes." I glanced at her through the mirror. She raised her hands. "Okay, fine. I'm not saying anything again. Now tell me, what will you do? Will you go back to his office or make him come over to you again?" This time Sarah looked serious. I shook my head in response. "No?" Sarah asked. "I have no other option but to go back." "Why? He had the right to decide how long I would work there. If that's true, then why did he even come to you? He could have said that in calls or messages." I turned to face Sarah as I leaned against the sink counter and replied, "I am also confused about it. He has the power to force me to go back. Then why did he even heal me in the first place? In fact, after healing me, he said it's nothing to him. But he also said sorry to me for that day." Sarah moved to my ear and whispered, "I think he fell for you. But he doesn't want to tell you." I was shocked upon hearing her. "Fell for me? No way. If he falls for you, what will you do, Sophia? Will you accept him?" I was completely taken aback by Sarah's question. Though I started to feel something strange around him, I could not say that I fell for him. I knew he would never fall for me either. I was his brother's ex-girlfriend. It would only create problems between two brothers. But then why did he behave totally differently today? He did not even insult me for anything like he always did. "I don't know," I replied. After a while, we returned to our cabin. Others asked me what had happened. Sarah replied to them saying that I was just fixing my makeup. As Sarah promised to my mother, she dropped me off at home before late at night. The whole night, I thought about Bryan. My wolf got new hope from the closeness we shared today with Bryan. After trying a lot, I could fall asleep late at night. When I opened my eyes, it was late in the morning. I almost forgot that I would have to go to the company today. I would have to miss my classes at the university. I went directly to the company. I was nervous to enter since I had to feel a lot of humiliation last time. When I stepped inside, I saw people turn their heads towards me. They began to gather around me like last day, which scared me. "We are really sorry, Sophia. We misunderstood you," I heard from a man who was our executive manager. He handed me a letter and said, "From all the employees of our company, we are apologizing for ruining your reputation. We will take care of it in the future." I looked around the people and saw they had respect in their eyes for me, which made me emotional. I thanked them and went to the top floor. On that floor, everyone congratulated me on my return and apologized for not trusting me. I was about to enter my cabin when Miss Selena told me that Alpha Bryan had called me to his cabin. I took a deep breath and made my way to his cabin. When I knocked on the door, I heard his voice. As I entered the cabin, my eyes fell on him. I walked to the desk, avoiding his gaze. His eyes were reminding me of what had happened between us last night. "I hope my employees are treating you well," he said. "Yes, Alpha," I replied while looking at the floor. Since my personal secretary cheated on my company, I couldn't trust her anymore and fired her with papers. I knew he was talking about papers for me. I need a trusted person who is suited for the position. So I thought about it a lot. I quietly listened to him without replying, but his next sentence made me lift my head with a stunned look. "From today, you will be my personal secretary." "I'll be what?" I asked with wide eyes. He gave me a bored look as if he did not like my reaction. But not everything would be what he wanted. "I can't be your personal secretary," I told him after taking a long breath. Being his assistant secretary was enough for me to live in hell. How would I survive if I had to work with him every day? Personal secretary meant I would have to do a lot of additional work for him, such as making coffee, going everywhere with him to attend meetings, going on international trips, and even, I had heard, Lily had to accompany him to club parties. No, I can't do all those things." I mumbled under my breath as I shook my head. "Why are you overreacting?" Hearing his cold tone, I frowned at him. "Alpha, I can't accept this position." "Why? I want a reason." I thought for a moment about a bunch of excuses and started to speak. "I am not capable of this job." "That's me who will decide it. As you can see, I have to rush from my university to this company. It would be tough for me. Your timetable will be the same. Just a few additional work hours won't harm you. I am a part-timer. I can't do a full-time job. You will get a higher salary. If I say I am okay with what I am getting and I don't need the higher salary, then you have no choice." I huffed as he continued to beat me with my excuses. Since I did not have another option, arguing with him about it would not help me anyway. I sighed and gave him a defeated look. It was as though he enjoyed the look. He smirked at me. "If you are done making excuses, start your new job." "Yes, Alpha," I muttered, avoiding his mocking gaze. "Go to Selena. She will hand over the list of your activities that you will have to do from now on." "Okay," I said, and turned to make my way outside. However, my eyes drew to the window through which my cabin was fully visible. I turned my head to Bryan and said to him, "Alpha, I'm going to shift to a new cabin, right?" "Why?" "What do you mean by why? You changed my position and work, but why do I still need to stay in that cabin?" "That's what I weigh. I know you are the CEO, but I have some conditions too. I can't work in that cabin. I feel uncomfortable." He was taken aback by my remarks. "Uncomfortable by what?" I felt like someone was staring at me all the time. "I know you never do that, but it's kind of a disturbance in my work. I hope you can let me shift into the next cabin." Bryan was quiet for some time. When I saw he was not replying to me, I took his answer as yes and left his cabin. I exhaled deeply after closing the door behind me. I started to walk and tried to find Miss Selena. When I found her, she waved at me. I walked to her. She handed me some documents, which I guessed were the list of my activities as the CEO's personal secretary. I did not go to my cabin. Instead, I went to the cabin that Miss Lily used to use. I started reading the terms and conditions of this position as soon as I sat down on the chair that was located behind the desk. I was aware that I would be required to attend each and every meeting that Bryan participated in, even his business trips. Nevertheless, what drew my attention was the fact that he might call me at any moment, and I would be obligated to go to him regardless of whether or not it was a work hour. I can't go to assist him in the middle of the night. I rolled my eyes while looking at the papers. What the hell? Why is there so much work? I will have to be with him like his shadow. I felt like I was trapped. That man caught me in a job where he could annoy me more. Suddenly, I remembered how he healed me last night. I bit my bottom lip as it reminded me of the touch of his lips and tongue. I pressed my hands on my forehead. He doesn't care much about it. As I can see, he already forgot about it. so I should ignore it too. I put all of my effort into starting my new duties. I turned on the computer and began to set up Bryan's next schedule. There were a lot of people who wanted to meet him for business purposes, and I noticed them sending him mail. Due to the fact that Bryan's personal secretary had changed, I was required to send them an email alerting them that they would have to contact me to get in contact with Bryan. I was so preoccupied with my work that I completely forgot about the time. I was surprised to learn that our company was in the process of negotiating new alliances with other PACs. The thought occurred to me to go to Bryan and inquire about the date on which I could schedule the meetings with the other PACs. I stood up while thinking about going to Bryan's cabin. As I stepped out of the cabin, I saw other employees walking around. I glanced at the wall clock and realized it was lunchtime. "Hey, Miss Sophia, let's eat together," a young woman said as she approached me. I could see other employees also wanting to have a good relationship with me since I became the personal secretary of the CEO. I knew their intentions. They used to do the same with Lily. They always tried to connect with her so that she could help them with promotion. I was not Lily, but to work for a company, I would have to be social. "Sure," I replied as she and a few women began to walk to the elevator with me. When we reached the lobby area, we headed to our company's cafe. As I was busy talking with the women, I bumped into someone. I turned my head and saw Louisa. "Are you Blynn?" She paused when she noticed me. She appeared to be taken aback. "You? What are you doing here? Who allowed you to enter our company?" she asked with an arrogant tone. I did not want to tell her the truth. I saw the women were about to speak, but before I could stop them, a familiar voice spoke out from behind me. "She is Alpha Bryan's personal secretary. Everyone is bound to let her enter this company." I turned around and spotted Delta Edger. He waved at me, and he then moved to stand next to me. "Hey, what's up?" he asked me. I smiled at him in a very slight way. It had been a very long time since I had last seen him. The other women who were standing close to me appeared stunned as they looked at him. Meanwhile, Louisa frowned at Edger. "What nonsense! She and the personal secretary? Alpha Bryan will not even allow her to be his maid. Making her personal secretary is something impossible." Louisa stated it arrogantly and folded her arms. She looked at me and asked, "Who is he? You lied to him by stating that, didn't you?" "Why do you care? Just leave me alone," I replied, trying to walk past her. But she took hold of my hand and refused to let me move from my position in front of her. "What you did that day on campus, I haven't forgotten it yet." She looked at the women from head to toe who were beside me. "What are you doing with this girl? You don't know anything about her. She was Alpha Bryan's brother's E." "I think you are talking too much right now. What is your level?" She was interrupted by Edger, who then grabbed my hand and pulled it away from her grasp. The actions that he took infuriated Louisa. "Who the hell are you?" "The Delta of your pack," Edger replied, glaring at her. Within a split second, Louisa's pupils drew together. She gave the woman, who was standing close to me, a quick glance. They had already lowered their heads. At that time, a few women rushed to Louisa. "Louisa, what are you doing here?" They turned their attention to Edger and greeted him. "Delta Edger." Edger did not move his eyes away from Louisa. Louisa experienced trembling as a result of his dark gaze. The moment she realized what she had done, she immediately dropped her head in embarrassment and stammered. "I am really sorry. I had no idea who you were until right now." "So that reason can give you approval to do whatever you want to anyone. Who do you think you are? Some princess of another pack?" This made Louisa feel humiliated. She gave me a look. My gaze was fixed on her, and I did not show any sign of emotion. I guessed she was having a bad time running. She had only received humiliation from others in the last few days. I would say it was her karma. She never failed to make an effort to target me, but she ended up insulting herself instead. "She is a new intern here," I said to Edger. "Do you need me to complain to Alpha about how she behaved with his secretary?" Edger asked me. "Let it go." "As you wish." Edger disregarded Louisa fully and began to talk to me. I walked past Louisa, not creating any scenes there, but I was concerned about one thing. My job was brought to her attention. It was impossible to predict how she would stretch out this incident at my university. Who Who knows what she will spread on campus? I thought. I found myself alone with Edger as the women who were accompanying me went to fetch their lunch. I watched them leave me alone. Why didn't you teach her a lesson? Edger asked me. She used to be my best friend, and then she cheated on me with. Upon realizing that I was about to bring up Bruce, I stopped talking. What? Nothing. Edger did not force me. We walked to a table. I saw Troy. With an earnest grin written all over his face, he was on the verge of approaching my table. However, he was taken aback when he laid eyes on Edger. He greeted him. Delta Edger? How are you, Troy? All good. You are here. It comes as a surprise. What is the current state of affairs in the pack house? Is everything okay there? With great attention, I looked at Edger. Was there truly something that took place? I came here for some business. Oh, see you later, then. Troy then turned his attention to me after he had finished speaking to him. I signaled for him to sit. In response to my request for him to have a seat, he shook his head and said, I have some work to do. See you soon. I assumed that he might have felt uncomfortable in the presence of Delta of his pack, which is why he did not sit at the same table with him. Even though I wanted to express my gratitude to Troy for keeping what had happened from my mother, I let him leave. So how is your first day going? Edger asked. Just fine, same as before. He raised his brows. Really? Same? But I thought you needed to do some personal things too. I looked at him in confusion. Personal things? Yeah. Nowadays, Bryan can't sleep properly, so I think in order for him to get a good night's sleep, you will need to give him a call and sing him a lullaby. I was silently staring at him for a few seconds before I suddenly burst out laughing. He was so funny. I grasped my stomach while laughing. He also joined me in laughing. Don't mind, I was just kidding. Yeah, I know. We tried to become serious, but then laughed once more. At that moment, we heard a deep voice, which caused our laughter to halt. Done making fun of me behind my back? After slowly raising my head, I took a look behind Edger's chair and spotted Bryan standing there. His eyes were on Edger. I gulped and got to my feet. Alpha. While Edger was looking at him, he moved a chair to make room for him. Alpha, come sit. Bryan ignored his words and looked at me. I thought you were my secretary, but you are having lunch with my Delta. I was dumbfounded by his words. I could not help but think, do I have to eat with him now? Third POV. When Sophia saw Bryan sitting on the chair next to Delta Edger, she sat down carefully on her chair. Do you want me to order for you? Sophia asked, thinking that it was her duty now. Edger chuckled and said, Yes, it's your responsibility to take care of our Alpha. Sophia blinked her eyes a few times and stood up once again. What will I order? She asked. Without looking at her, Bryan replied, Just tell them to serve my meals here instead of sending them to my cabin. What about you? She asked Edger. I have had my lunch. I only sat here to have some chit-chat with you. Oh, okay. Sophia nodded her head and turned around to make her way to the counter, which was far away from the table. As Bryan saw Sophia waking at the counter, he turned his head towards Edger. How do you know each other? We have met 2 times before. Bryan raised an eyebrow. Your gestures didn't look like you only met twice. Edger laughed when he saw a little change in his Alpha's behavior. He never asked him for a girl before. She is a friendly girl. Anyone would love her company. Bryan stared at him without saying anything. His gaze made Edger feel nervous. Don't worry, bro. I don't like to play the second lead in anyone's story. Bryan's eyes darkened upon hearing him. Edger raised his hands as if he were surrendering. What? I was just kidding. Bryan looked away from him and started to use his phone. Alpha, I know that you don't have anything for her. It's just that you started to feel bad for her. Her life is messed up with this mate bond, and even if you want, you can't reject her. That's why you are helping her to get a good life. Bryan glanced at Sophia, who was talking to a staff member and ordering food for herself. You are right. I'm helping her because she is Abraham's sister. He shifted his attention to Edger and inquired, Why did you show up here today? Edger averted his gaze from him and replied, It's about the Moon Valley Pack. Bryan's expression changed after hearing the name of the pack. What about it? Alpha Victor Laurent has returned to his pack. His father will hand over the pack to him soon. Bryan's face turned fiercer as he stared at the black screen of his phone. Victor Laurent was Mila's brother. He was abroad for a long time. People said he had a health problem and he was abroad to cure it. Everyone used to think that his father fixed his sister's marriage with Bryan to get an alliance with him, or maybe later he would give his pack's responsibility to Bryan. But his son had returned to his pack now, in good health. Going forward, he did not have any concerns about his pack. "Is he fully recovered?" Bryan asked. "Yeah, his pack members are saying so." "It's good then. That guy should take over his responsibility like a man." Edger glanced at his grimace and asked, "You canceled the engagement last time, so do you think he will?" "The staff said they would serve our food to the table soon." Delta Edger got interrupted by Sophia. She took a seat in the chair that she had occupied. Observed that both of the males remained silent. There were distinct expressions on each of their faces. One of them appeared to be grimacing, and the other appeared to be becoming anxious. "Is everything okay?" she asked after clearing her throat. "Yes, of course," Edged replied, getting on his feet. Sophia looked at him. "Are you leaving?" "Yeah, I came here to discuss something. I'm done here. I hope you will enjoy your food. You need to eat a lot. Being our Alpha's assistant is not an easy job." Sophia smiled at him and said goodbye to him. When she shifted her gaze from Edger, who was leaving the cafe, she fixed her eyes on Bryan. Bryan seemed to be thinking something. "Alpha." One of the staff members arrived to bring the meal to the table. Bryan lost his appetite. His mind was sulking about something else. During this time, Sophia waited at the table for Bryan to begin eating. She observed that he was not moving a little bit. After grabbing a plate, she proceeded to serve Bryan some food on it before positioning the platter in front of him. "Alpha," she called him to bring his attention back to the table. Bryan came out of his thoughts and looked at her. He glanced at his plate. The slight move that she made him feel strange. He shrugged off his thoughts and began to eat. It was brought to his attention that Sophia did not take anything from the dishes that were presented to him. She was only eating from her plate. He wanted to tell her to eat from those plates, but then he refrained from doing so. He ignored her and continued to eat. The whole day, Sophia tried to focus on her work. She promised herself to take her job seriously. She decided to put aside the mate bond and work for her future. When it was time to leave the office, she walked out of her cabin and knocked on the door of Bryan's office. "Alpha, won't you go home?" Bryan glanced at his watch and sighed. He gave her a nod and stood up. Both of them left the cabin and headed to the elevator. As Sophia wanted to enter the other one, Bryan stopped her by asking, "Where are you going?" Sophia pointed her finger to the next elevator. "You can use this one." Bryan said this and entered his elevator. Sophia was stunned while standing there. Bryan gave her a look, which made her return to her senses. She rushed into the elevator before it was going to close. "Thanks, Alpha." If she used it from now on, she would not have to wait for a long time in the work hour. It would make her work easier. When they went out of the company, Sophia bowed to him with a grin. Today, she was relieved that he did not irritate her in any way. "Thanks for the job, Alpha. I promise I will try to do it properly and will never give you a chance to complain about my work." After saying that, she turned around and headed to the bus stop. Bryan ordered his driver to follow Sophia after getting into his car. The driver came to a stop across from the bus stop. Bryan stared at Sophia for a long time until she got on a bus and left. Sophia's POV. Fresh rumors marked the beginning of a new day. People started to talk about me as soon as I walked onto campus. Did I become the talk of the town once again? I glanced at a girl and asked, "What are you all whispering about? Tell me some gossip. I also want to learn new things." "Sophia, have you not seen Louisa's post yet?" I frowned upon hearing her question. "What post?" I took out my phone and checked our university's online group to see what Louisa had posted. Her new accusation shocked me. She posted a picture of me and Delta Edger laughing with each other in our company's cafe. I read the caption, which looked more like an article to me. "Our Sophia has found her new target. After our Alpha's brother, she has now seduced our pack's Delta. She lied to Bruce about my project in an attempt to prove me wrong. When she realized she still didn't have a chance to join the Morrison group, she reached for our Delta. She has suddenly been appointed as the CEO's personal secretary. Can you imagine it? We all worked so hard just to obtain a chance at an internship at that company, but one girl took the other choice and got a permanent position there. I clutched my phone with my fingers as wrath rose inside me. I almost forgot about this girl and her conspiracy. What did I do wrong to this girl? She was the one who destroyed my life. She was the one who seduced my boyfriend behind my back. I always let her faults slide away, but now I had enough of her. I entered my department's building and began to search for her. I could see that others were looking at me. Where is she? Where is Louisa? I asked them in rage. They pointed their fingers outside. I walked out and searched for her. I saw her laughing with her friends as if she were enjoying her day. How dare you spread such nonsense? I yelled at her. She turned to me and smirked at me. Oh, hi, Miss Sophia. No, sorry, Alpha Bryan's new secretary. I walked up to her and did not wait for her to say anything else. I slapped her hard. Everyone around us looked shocked by my action. How dare you? Louisa asked, holding her cheek where I had just slapped her. How dare I? How can you post something like that? How can you become so cheap? Should I have done the same? Clicking photos of you and posting them online when I caught you red-handed with my boyfriend? Louisa glanced at others who were looking at us. She lost her reputation when Bruce insulted her that day, so she tried to get it back today by throwing me under the bus. I said what I had seen yesterday. How can you become the CEO's personal secretary without graduating? What is your ability to obtain such a high-paying position? If you want to know the answer, go to Alpha Bryan and ask him yourself. Don't try to disgrace me like that ever again. Louisa sneered at me. I don't need to go to Alpha to learn his thoughts. A man like him can never give you a chance like this. I bet he feels disgusted when you stay beside him. But you seduced his Delta, so he did that for him. The reason is that you are a bitch. I raised my hand to slap her once more. However, a wrist stopped my hand in the middle of the air. I turned my head and saw Bruce. He looked fierce. His eyes were scouring me as he tightened his grip around my wrist. Before I could say anything, he pulled me toward him and began dragging me somewhere. Leave my hand, I shouted at him. People stepped aside to give Bruce a way to leave. I tried to let go of my hand from his grip, but the more I struggled, the more he gripped it firmly. No one came to help me. Sarah and Nolan both did not come to the university today, so there was no one who could rescue me from him. After bringing me to a corner in the middle of two buildings, he slammed me against the wall harshly. I felt pain in my back as I rubbed the back of my shoulder. What's wrong with you, Bruce? He caged me between his arms and growled at me. I shut my eyes after hearing the growl. Had he lost his mind? What was that? What were you doing with Delta Edger? I opened my eyes and looked at him. Why do you care? It has nothing to do with you. Because my back was pressed against the wall behind me, I was unable to even take a step back when he leaned towards me. Can't you see what I am feeling right now? I was struck by the trembling in his voice, which caused my heart to ache. My gaze was fixed on him. The look of distress in his eyes was clear to me. Our past reflected in my mind as I looked away from his eyes. Eventually, memories of the times we had spent together began to flood my head. I thought you were alone. Just like you wanted, I let you remain. On top of that, I did not come to bother you in any way. But seeing you with another man, I am feeling hurt, Sophia. I am regretting everything I did behind your back. Everyone got a second chance. Why can't you give me one? Stop talking about this. I have nothing to do with Edger. He is just a friend. That Louisa is lying. I paused and turned my head to look at him, then continued. And you believe her again. Such a loser you are. He moved his hand and cupped my cheek. I realized he touched my left cheek. He slowly stroked it with his thumb. It made me widen my eyes. His brother's face reflected my mind while I was looking at him. Right away, I shoved him away from me. Stay away, Bruce. I turned to leave, but he took hold of my hand and pulled me back. He leaned his head on my neck and hugged me from behind. I will do whatever you want. Please don't abandon me. I promise not to be unfaithful to you ever again. I love you, Sophia. Please come back to me. His actions shocked me. I tried to free myself from his grasp. Bruce, let go. He tightened his grip around my waist. He shook his head as his chin kept brushing against my neck. I can't. The first time I saw you, I said it in my mind that you were mine. How can I let you go? You know how much I love you, baby. You know me. With a blank expression on my face, I stared in front of me. How could he say I know him? I don't know you. I used to love you and give you everything, but you hurt me and broke my heart. Even if you want, you can't mend my heart. As soon as he heard me, he turned me around to face him. Our bodies rubbed against each other by the turn. The closeness caused me to take a deep breath. He was my ex-boyfriend. We had broken up only a few months ago. I had not come over the fact yet. Why was he doing this to me? I promise I will mend it. Just give me a chance, okay? I shook my head, but he cupped my face and lowered his head to look at me. Do you remember what you said on our first anniversary? You promised me that you would never leave me. When I asked you, even if I did anything wrong, what would you do? You replied that you would give me a chance since you believed that I loved you. I blinked my eyes as I recalled the memories. Even though I did not want to remember those days, it made my eyes blurry. How stupid I was, I muttered. I was so in love with him that my brother used to call him my weakness. I looked into his eyes and saw a glint of hope. I shut my eyes and took a few deep breaths in order to better deal with this situation. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I was hunted by a pair of dark eyes. Immediately after opening my eyes, I experienced a sensation of being suffocated. I felt as though my wolf kept reminding me of the person I belonged to. I bit my bottom lip and pushed him away from me. He looked at me with disbelief. Why? His question was simple, but I had no answer. I turned around but was stopped from leaving by his question. What if I make you fall for me again? The cold air that was all around me gushed in my direction to engulf me. His question gave me a chill inside. It's not possible, I replied to him. The situation is different now, I told myself in my head. I turned my head to him and said, Bruce, you cheated on me. We broke up and you realized your fault. But that doesn't mean I will return to you. There is no excuse for cheating. I was pure from my side when I was with you, so if I give you a chance, it will be unfair to that Sophia. He was silently looking at me. I got my chance and left him there alone. As I made my way to my class, my heart pounded because I couldn't stop thinking about Bruce's defeated look. Was there still a place for him in my heart? Why could I not react viciously, just like he did to me at Louisa's house? If I had been in his position, would he have been able to forgive me? My mind suddenly flashed back to the warning that his older brother had given me. I experienced a tremor within my body. I am someone else's mate now. If I still think about another man, will it not count as cheating too? I shoved Bruce's thoughts from my mind and tried to focus on my classes. I got messages from Sarah. She was asking about the post that Louisa had uploaded. I told her everything. She became enraged at Louisa and uttered more than a few curses at her. She said she went out with Nolan somewhere, so they did not come to the university today. I wished for them to have a good time while they were together. After the classes, I left my university and went to the company. People smiled at me when they greeted me, which was something that I really appreciated. It was almost as if my position increased the amount of respect I received. The last incident gave other employees a closer look at my image. I went to my new cabin and put my backpack on my desk. I thought about my first job, which was making a cup of coffee for Alpha Bryan. As soon as I got to the coffee machine, I started working on my task. When I was done and ready to leave, I heard some women's laughing voices. I took a little stroll and then stood against the pillar that was next to me in order to hear them clearly. This is the third time Alpha has asked about Sophia. Yeah, I heard he even allowed her to use the VIP elevator yesterday. What do you think? Maybe he is feeling interested in the girl. No way. What about us? We can't even think of that. He is our head Alpha, but we never saw him get mad like that before. Didn't you all see how he treated Miss Lily? Of course. She was so scared that she accepted her fault herself. I wonder what he had done to her to make her do that. There are so many employees who got fired from our company, but Alpha never cared to instigate their matters as he did for Sophia. I kept listening to their conversations. They did not know I was there. The way he had lunch with her in the cafe was something impossible to believe. He had never done it before. At least I had never heard of it. I stared at the cup of coffee that I was holding in my hand. Their chuckles made me realize that the coffee would turn cold if I kept standing there for any longer. Just as I was about to walk to Bryan's cabin, I heard one of the women. "I think Alpha likes his young secretary. People do these things when they are in love, you know." I froze on my way as soon as I heard it. I slowly raised my head from the coffee and glanced at the door of Bryan's office, which was a little far from there. My eyes widened as I thought about it. Does he really like me? Third POV. Sophia entered Bryan's office. After making her way to the desk, she observed Bryan working with a large number of files. Bryan lifted his head and asked, "Why are you late? I was asking other employees about you." Sophia was stunned. She recalled those women's conversations and lowered her head. "I had an extra class today, so I came here after attending it." Although Sophia made an effort to place the cup on the desk, she was unable to do so since there were so many files on the desk. "I want you to set up all the files and work on a few of them," Bryan said as he stood up from his seat. Was this the reason he was asking for me from other people? Sophia thought to herself as she gazed at him. Bryan walked to her. She did not take her eyes off of him. She had developed a familiarity with him over time. It was a struggle for her to adjust to being in his presence. Bryan stretched out his hand and touched the cup. It was as his fingers lightly touched hers that she felt her heart begin to beat more quickly. She gulped and handed him the cup. "Your coffee," she mumbled and turned to the desk. Following a thorough examination of the files, she started organizing all of the files in the appropriate order. Bryan made his way to the couches and seated himself on one of them. He sipped the coffee while leaning his back against it. As he enjoyed the taste of the coffee, he closed his eyes. It was not that hot, but he glanced at Sophia, who was busy working, so he did not tell her to warm it up. He let her work. His eyes were fixed on her. She leaned down on the desk, collecting the folders. His eyes emphasized each of her movements. Meanwhile, Sophia clasped all the files together and kept looking for their numbers. She saw a few projects from some different packs. She remembered that she sent mail to those packs alphas yesterday. She turned her head to grab one file when her eyes fell on Bryan, who was looking at her. She swallowed her breath when she saw him drinking the coffee without breaking eye contact. Those women's words kept replaying in her head. She forced herself to avert her eyes from him. She felt his gaze lingering on her while she was working. When she was done with her work, she stood straight and let out a deep breath. "Done," she mumbled with a smile when she saw the clear desk. She turned to Bryan, who was still looking at her. She blushed under his intense gaze. "Alpha, may I know in which file you want me to work?" He stood up and walked past her. She glanced at him. He pointed to 3 folders and said, "I want you to read the files for me. After reviewing the files, you have to inform me about their problems." Sophia immediately moved the folders away from others and held the files close to her chest. "Got it." She turned around to leave the cabin, but his voice paused her. "Where are you going?" She turned to him and replied, "To review the files." He signaled for her to go to the couch. "You can sit there and work. I want you to continue notifying me of the problems." Sophia glanced at the couches. She was no one to say no to him. He was the boss. So she sat on one of the couches and began to review the files. He also resumed his work while sitting in his chair. Sophia started to tell Bryan about the problems she found with the projects. She saw a few, tried to set up some, and then read it for Bryan. An hour passed, and Sophia was still in one file. An employee came to the cabin to deliver Bryan's lunch since he liked to eat at his office. Bryan moved to the couch and asked Sophia to join him. At first, she was hesitant, but when Bryan told her that it came from the company, she joined him. She felt the food was really delicious. She realized that Bryan did not like spicy food very much. She got to know about his taste. After having lunch, both of them returned to their work. Time flew by while working the whole day. Sophia placed the last file and stood up. She got a backache from sitting the whole day on the couch. She gave Bryan a quick glance. He was working on his laptop. She realized today that they had spent half of the day together. She looked at him carefully. In spite of the fact that he was concentrating on his work, he appeared to be heavenly attractive. All of a sudden, he caught her gaze. She looked away from him immediately. "Alpha, I am done with the files. Should I print the new papers?" He shook his head. "You can do that tomorrow." A bright smile reached her face. "Really? What's there to be happy about? Do you think escaping from work is a pleasure?" No, I am going to do that right now." She wanted to go back to her cabin to print the new papers, but Bryan stood up, which stopped her. He grabbed his suit jacket, which was resting on his chair. "Let's go." Sophia was shocked. "Where?" He frowned at her. "Don't you want to go back to your home?" After a quick check at the clock, Sophia became aware that it was already late in the evening. They were both working late hours. It was later than usual. "Oh, yes. I have to go back home. Mom will be worried for me." After stating that, Sophia walked to the door. Bryan followed her behind. As soon as Sophia opened the door of the cabin to leave, she gasped, looking at the man who was standing at the door. "Bruce?" Bruce looked at her. Sophia had already opened the door before he even had a chance to knock. Sophia tried to retreat a step, recalling their talk from earlier this morning. Her body slammed back into a firm chest. She slowly turned her head to look at Bryan, and then she sent another glance in the direction of Bruce, whose gaze shifted toward his brother. They were both staring at each other. "I'm leaving, Alpha," Sophia murmured in a lower tone, thinking to leave the two brothers alone. Bryan did not say anything to Sophia in reply. With a composed expression on his face, his eyes were locked on his brother. Sophia bowed her head to him and walked past Bruce. Seeing that Sophia was leaving, Bruce spoke out. "Brother, I came to talk with one of my friends here. I'm also leaving." Bruce glanced at Sophia, who was headed in the direction of the elevator, and decided to go after her. But before he could do that, Bryan's deep voice reached his ears. "Come inside." Bryan turned around and walked to the couches. His words were like laws to follow. Bruce could not refuse his brother, so he entered this cabin. He closed the door and walked to the couch to sit with him. Bryan was not only his big brother, but also the head alpha of his pack. He had never felt jealous of his position or asked his father why he gave the throne to his big brother and not him. He was an alpha, too. But Bryan was the elder son, so from their childhood, it was decided that Bryan was going to be the head alpha in the future. In Bruce's eyes, Bryan was like an idol to him and every man in his pack, maybe other men in other packs as well. He believed no one could have the aura that his brother had. "Brother," he said as he took a seat on the opposite couch. Bryan looked at him as if he were scrutinizing him. His eyes were gazing at him as though he could see his soul. Under his gaze, Bruce felt nervous. "Who is your friend?" Bryan asked him. "What? You have just said you came here to meet your friend. Who is your friend?" "Oh, Bruce paused and scratched the back of his neck. In truth, he did not come to meet any friends here. He came to talk to his brother only. It was just after seeing Sophia that he could not help but almost change his mind and choose to go with her. "I'm waiting," Bryan warned him. Bruce refocused on him and replied, "Forget about my friends. I wanted to meet you." Bryan gave him a nod and lit a cigarette for himself. He glanced at Bruce and signaled him to continue. "Brother, it's been a while. You usually don't come to the pack house now." Bryan had his own house, and he liked to stay there since it was close to the company. But their mother took a promise from him that he would have to stay in the pack house when he got married. Both of their parents wanted them to be with their children in old age. "So you came to meet me?" "Yeah, brother. How are you?" Bryan puffed on the smoke. "Good." Bruce was quiet for a while after that. He was losing his words in front of him. Even their father could not talk to Bryan with a strong head. So how could he just come and talk to him with a strong heart? "Don't be nervous. Spill the beans that you are holding inside," Bryan said, looking at his nervous face. Bruce cleared his throat and started to speak. "Brother, why did you make her your secretary?" Bryan raised a brow. "What's it with you?" Bruce gulped and answered back, "Of course, I would care about it. She is my girlfriend." "Ex-girlfriend," Bryan reminded him. Bruce shook his head. "No, brother, we had just broken up a little while ago, but I believe we will get back together soon." Bryan frowned at his younger brother. There was a clear indication that he did not enjoy hearing it. The things that Bruce had said to him did not sit well with him. He realized it was his wolf who did not want to share his mate with anyone else. not even with his brother. Didn't you say she cheated on you? Bruce was taken aback by the question. That day, on engagement night, he was scared that his family would get to know the truth. Therefore, in his rage, he placed all of the blame on Sophia because she had stated that she would never come back to him. However, today he would not lie to his brother. Though he knew it would harm his image in front of his brother, he would say what was on his mind. Brother, I lied that day. When Bruce noticed that Bryan's eyes were becoming darker, he averted his gaze from Bryan. Why? Bryan's voice became more icy, which caused him to feel a tremor on the inside. While avoiding gaze with Bryan, he replied, My mind was messed up that night. The way she called you her mate, and then when I asked her to return to me, she refused. I was mad at her, so you lied and let the girl get humiliated in front of your family? What about the slap Mom gave her? You were silent that time, too. Bruce's eyes widened as he recalled that night. He could not believe that Bryan still remembered each of the details of it. Brother, I was wrong. I was in my route, and her friend came to seduce me. I had no other option but to accept her proposal. But when the next day I realized what I had done, I felt guilty. However, I was unable to suppress my desire, as she persisted in her attempts to entice me. My wolf always wanted to have someone close to him. Bryan scoffed at him. Do you have more desire than your head alpha, who is always stressed at work and runs your whole pack without making a scandal with women? Bruce lifted his head to look at Bryan. Brother, I am sorry. I should not have lied to you all. Bryan did not look calm anymore. He was giving him the cold shoulder, which made Bruce shudder inside. Putting all the blame on your wolf is not something a real man does. Be a man and accept your faults. I swear I am regretting it, brother. I asked for forgiveness countless times, but she is adamant about forgiving me, so do something and help me. There was a grimace on Bryan's face. What do you want me to do? I was not the one who cheated on his girlfriend. Bruce took a deep breath and requested it. Brother, help me get back with her. I know she still loves me. In an instant, Bryan's eyes flashed red, then turned back to black again. Don't forget that she is someone else's mate. Bruce was taken aback. But brother, you... Bryan got to his feet, threw the cigarette butt away as soon as he finished smoking it, and then gave him a warning. Stop wasting your time on her. She doesn't love you anymore. Sophia had once again become extremely busy with her work. She was learning many new things as the days passed. She had only been working with Bryan for a few weeks, but she had already established herself as a professional woman. From the etiquette of communication to the eating manners, she had learned everything from Bryan. Sophia's life came to a point where she did not have to worry about her future, but rather about her present. Each day was challenging for her. There was one thing that had changed, and that was Sophia's heart. She started to develop feelings for her mate. She had no idea how it happened, but whenever she thought about him, she ended up losing her mind. The fact that Bryan had seen her staring at him caused her to feel embarrassed a few times. It was just a few days ago that she came to the realization that she had fallen for him. She used to deny her heart until one day she decided to acknowledge her feelings for him to herself. But something had happened to Bryan. He started to behave coldly toward her once again. She was completely unaware of what had transpired. If she recalled everything, Bryan was being kind to her up until the time that Bruce arrived at his office. Sophia always wondered what had happened to the two brothers. Did Bruce say something to Bryan about her? On the other hand, Bruce did not stop pestering her. In fact, he began to come across more as if he had a new hope or something. Every time Sophia entered the campus, she heard others talking about how Bruce was in love with her and that he could do anything for her. Bruce had turned into a lover boy who was running after her. Sophia always ignored him on campus and spent her time with her friends. Nowadays, Louisa looked gloomy, as if she had to take on a lot of workload. Sophia was shocked that Louisa had to work just like other employees. She could not understand the reason behind it. Because she knew it was an internship, which meant that she would undergo training from more skilled people and acquire new knowledge. However, Louisa had to do many different things. At the moment that she walked into the office, Sophia was beaming with delight. A slight nod was given to her by the receptionist as a way of greeting her. As a result of the fact that everyone was aware that she was Alpha's personal secretary, every single employee who was walking by her greeted her. Sophia went to the top floor and walked to her cabin. She grabbed the notepad and began to look after Bryan's schedule. She noticed today Bryan had a pack meeting outside. She thought to inform him. However, she went to make coffee for him first. When she went to Bryan's cabin, she saw him talking on his phone. "Keep an eye on him," Bryan said, losing his tie. Sophia was confused. Who was he talking with? As Bryan turned his chair, he became aware of her presence. He made a gesture with his hand, instructing her to bring the coffee to him. She nodded her head and went to give it to him. Sophia stood next to him, and she was about to give him the cup, but she trembled when she heard his words. "Then kill him. I don't have time to waste." Sophia was too shocked to control her reaction. As soon as her hand shook, the coffee spilled on Bryan's white shirt. Bryan stood up immediately as the hot liquor touched his chest through the shirt. Sophia's eyes widened. "I am so sorry." "Do whatever I'm saying," Bryan ordered the person on the phone before he hung up. He glared at Sophia, who looked horrified. Alpha, allow me to clean it." Sophia hurried to the tissue box, which was placed on the desk, and returned to him after grabbing a tissue. She started to wipe his shirt with the tissue. She was very scared by his words, so she could not stop her trembling hands. However, when she saw the skin of his chest turn red from the hot coffee, she felt distress in her heart. She had no idea what got over her. She moved closer to his chest and began to dab on his red skin. She blew a little as she wiped it slowly. Bryan fixed his eyes on her. He was watching her every move as well as the way she was reacting. When Sophia realized his gaze was over her, she raised her head and froze. His eyes met hers. She felt her heart start to run like a marathon. He did not break eye contact, nor did she. Suddenly, Sophia felt an invisible strength pulling her toward him. It was like something inside her wanted to go close to him. Bryan's eyes moved from her eyes and shifted on her lips. Sophia felt a tickle in her belly, as if his eyes had just touched her lips. She was surprised when she felt him moving closer to her face. Just as his nose was going to touch hers, a knock on the door interrupted them. Bryan looked away from her and moved back. Sophia was shocked by what was just going to happen between them. "Was he going to kiss me?" she thought, tightening her fist around her dress. "Come in," Bryan spoke out. The door opened, and someone entered the room. Sophia looked at the man and gave him a nod to greet him respectfully. It was Robert, the beta of the pack. "Beta Robert," she mumbled, still unable to get over the thing from a few seconds ago. Beta Robert gave her a nod and turned to Bryan. His brows shot up as if he could guess the situation. "Did I disturb you?" His question made Bryan almost roll his eyes. "You came earlier. Whatever. I came for the meeting. You can call me punctual." Robert replied, shrugging his shoulders. Bryan turned his head to look at Sophia. "You are going to the meeting with me." "Yes, Alpha," Sophia responded while looking at the floor. She could not look into his eyes. "Go and change your clothes." Bryan's words made her lift her head. "Dress change? Why? What? Do you want to go to a pack meeting with these clothes?" Sophia lowered her head to look at her dress. She could see ruffles on her clothes. It was because she had to carry it in her backpack and change it after her classes. It looked quite old, too. She could not get a chance to go shopping to buy new clothes. I don't have another dress right now," Sophia said, feeling embarrassed. Robert was listening to the conversation and spoke out. "Bryan, why don't you buy her some clothes before the meeting?" Sophia looked at Robert and shook her hands. No, it's okay." Bryan frowned at her. "Okay, what? Do you think this dress is okay for a pack meeting? When will you take your work seriously?" Hearing Bryan, Sophia felt upset. He had returned to his cold attitude once again. He behaved like nothing had happened between them, and he was not going to kiss her a few minutes ago. "By the way, what happened to your shirt? When did you start to drink coffee like this?" Robert asked Bryan, smirking at him. Bryan glared at him. "Shut your mouth and let's go. I don't have time for your nonsense." Sophia gulped as she realized that this man had always talked rudely with everyone. Bryan walked to the door. Robert chuckled and motioned his hand toward the door as he looked at Sophia. She followed Bryan and got out of his cabin. While Bryan was heading forward toward the elevator, Robert began to talk with Sophia. "I never get a chance to talk to you, but Edgar talks about you sometimes. He says you are a hard-working girl. He is a very kind man. That's why he thinks like that." Robert glanced at Bryan, who paid no attention to them, and entered the elevator. Sophia and Robert trailed after him and went inside the elevator. Abraham is scheduled to be released from the warrior camp in 4 months. Robert reminded her about her brother. The realization that so many months had gone by and that the date of her brother's arrival was getting closer caused her to break out in a broad smile. "Yeah," Sophia responded with a grin. From the mirror of the elevator, Bryan could see her smiling face, but he had no reaction after looking at it. In the moment that they were leaving the company, everyone looked at them. She was able to observe everyone bowing their heads in respect to Bryan. From the way in which they treated him with reverence, she felt shivers. Bryan appeared to be a king as he walked past the people who lived in his domain. "How can I forget? Alphas are the kings of their packs," Sophia said to herself and almost gave her a facepalm. In this modern time, people did not have a palace or a courthouse where the king would have to sit in order to administer additional punishments or manage the kingdom from that location. Even though they lived in pack houses, alphas in this digital world also had their own homes of their own. They had companies to run a pack business. Not only did they have girlfriends or mistresses, but they also had the ability to reject their mates. Sophia admitted that Bryan was a really strong man. She had never seen him with women. In fact, he never failed to keep himself occupied at work, despite the fact that other pack alphas were forever embroiled in controversies for having sexual encounters with a variety of women on every night. Because of the presence of illegitimate offspring, several of them were forced to step down. When Sophia saw Bryan getting in the back seat of his car, she thought to let Beta Robert sit beside him. So she went to grab the door of the passenger seat. However, Robert stopped her and told her to sit next to Bryan. After sitting with Bryan, Sophia felt nervous. She did not look at him and stared outside the window during the whole ride. She heard Bryan and Robert talking about the other pack. They discussed the things the other pack's alpha could raise in the meeting. The car stopped in front of a shopping mall. Sophia went out of the car and gasped under her breath. It was the most expensive shopping mall in their pack, which only had branded showrooms. "Let's go," Robert said, entering the mall. When Bryan made his way to the mall, he glanced at Sophia, who was still looking at the building. "Are you wasting my time?" His question made her come out of her thoughts and shake her head. "No, Alpha. I was just looking at it," she mumbled, stepping inside the mall. Sophia looked around the showrooms. So many costly clothes were displayed there, which she could see through the glass wall. "I will pay for my own dress. I can't let him pay for me. It's my dress. I can't take expensive clothes from him." Sophia set her mind when 3 of them entered a showroom. All the employees bowed to Bryan. "Alpha, please have a seat and tell me how I can help you," the manager said to him. When Bryan went to sit on the couch, he crossed one of his legs over the other. "She needs some clothes. Give your best designs to her," Bryan replied to him. Sophia was stunned by his words. "Best design? No way. It will be more expensive," she thought. The manager returned with his team, who had a bunch of clothes. "You can choose the best one, miss," the manager asked Sophia politely. She went to the clothes and began to look at their price tags. She could not believe that each dress cost 1/3 of her last month's salary. She glanced at Bryan and Beta Robert, who were looking at her, waiting for her to choose one. She turned away from them and picked the one that was the least costly of the other clothes. "This one. Go and change fast," Robert said to her. One saleswoman showed her the changing room. Sure, she thanked her and was about to enter when she heard Bryan's voice behind her. "Pack all the clothes for her." She immediately turned around with a shocked face. "No, I don't need all these clothes." Bryan gave her a stern look, which made her slap herself in the head to come here with him. She hurriedly went inside the changing room to change the dress. When she put on the new dress, she was nervous to go out of the room. She took a deep breath and opened the door. The moment she stepped out of the room, her eyes fell on Bryan, who had changed his white shirt into a black one. "Wow," Robert spoke out after looking at her. It made Bryan turn his head to look at Sophia, and then his eyes landed on her. Bryan was staring at Sophia. She looked beautiful and nostalgic. She decided to wear a dress that was violet in color, which brought out the natural glow of her complexion without drawing attention to it. Her hair was down, which gave it a wavy appearance. She had her hair placed over her breasts, concealing their shape behind it. Meanwhile, Sophia was nervous under his gaze. She rubbed her fingers together in worry about her looks. "Doesn't she look beautiful, Alpha?" Robert spoke out. Good," Bryan said while turning his gaze away from her. Sophia blushed when she heard him. Bryan turned around and made his way out of the showroom. Robert began to follow him behind. Sophia hurriedly ran over behind them. Behind her, the manager called out, "Miss, your clothes." 3 of them came to a halt and turned their attention to the manager. As Sophia approached him, she noticed that he was pointing toward the saleswoman who was working behind the counter. The woman placed so many bags on the counter. "Our men will assist you in taking your clothes to your car," the woman said to her, because there were too many bags for her to handle on her own. "How much?" Sophia asked her. She was surprised. "Sorry? How much do I need to pay?" Sophia asked her, pulling out her bank card. Because she had some savings in her bank account, she decided to pay using her savings, even if it meant that she would have to pay a high amount today. Nevertheless, she had no intention of taking anything from Bryan. There was complete silence from the woman as she looked behind Sophia. In the moment when Sophia turned her head, she noticed Bryan and Robert standing there together. Instead of paying attention to their expressions, Sophia began searching through the bags for the bill. As soon as she discovered the bill, her jaw fell in disbelief, and her eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. The total cost was 3 times greater than her savings. Sophia showed a look of utter disbelief as she gazed at the price. "Miss?" the woman called her. No, I can't buy all of these. Just billed for this dress only," Sophia said while pointing to the dress that she was wearing. The manager walked to her and said, "Miss, you don't have to pay. Alpha has already paid the bill." Sophia switched her attention to Bryan, who gave her a look that indicated he was annoyed. "Alpha, I can't take these clothes. You don't have to pay. I don't need so many clothes." "Miss, Alpha is the owner of this brand. You are not required to make a payment. It is credited directly from his account on the invoice." Sophia's eyes widened. She turned to look at Bryan. He raised an eyebrow at her. "This is his showroom? His brand?" she thought. "Sophia, there is no need to pay. It's from your boss. Let's go," Robert told her, leaving the showroom. Bryan did not move. Sophia lowered her head and walked to him. Right at that moment, he started to walk again. "Why didn't you tell me that it's your own company?" Her voice was hushed as she inquired. "Do I need to inform you of everything? As a personal secretary, you don't even know how many companies are under me. Such a shame." He uttered those words in a chilly tone. During the time that she was walking next to him, Sophia dropped her head. "I can't take those dresses from you. It's very expensive. I will pay you back soon." He stopped his pace and turned his head toward her. "Oh, really? And how will you do that?" Sophia glanced at him and felt dumbfounded. He was right. How would she manage to make so much money overnight? Only rich people could buy these branded clothes, and here Bryan bought so many for her. "I will merge my salaries and then pay you back," she replied proudly. As a personal secretary, she would get a much higher salary than before. So if she were to save them, she would be able to repay him. Bryan stared at her for a while. She blinked her eyes a few times. "I am waiting for you two," Robert said to them when he turned his head and observed the 2 people looking at each other. Bryan averted his gaze from Sophia and replied, "There is no need for you to pay me back. Just work hard." Saying that, he walked to Robert. Sophia stared at his back. His words touched her heart. It was not because he stated that she would not have to pay it back. Rather, it was because he wanted to give her something and did not want her to return the price. With a smile on her face, Sophia gently stroked her dress. "This is the first thing he gave me. I will treasure my clothes," she said while biting her bottom lip. As 3 of them left the shopping mall, Robert handed Sophia a bag. "Put it on before we reach the restaurant." They were heading to a restaurant to have a meeting with another pack's alpha. Sophia opened the bag and looked into it. When she got inside the car, she noticed a pair of high heels. "When did you buy it?" she asked Robert. "When you were changing your clothes," he replied. Eventually, Sophia came to the realization that she could no longer argue with it. She took off her sneakers and put on the high heels. Bryan, who was sitting next to her, caught her attention with a glance. His gaze was fixed on her legs for a moment. As she sat up straight and tugged her dress down a little bit, her cheeks began to flush at the same time. She saw Bryan turn his head to the window without saying anything. When they arrived at the restaurant, Sophia recognized that it was the same place that she had visited with her friends when she was upset over getting fired from her job. In a stealthy manner, she followed Bryan and Robert around the restaurant while she peered around. All of the people bowed to Bryan. The manager himself came to him and led them to the private cabin that had been reserved for the meeting. As soon as they reached the cabin, Sophia gulped. She noticed that there were 3 men inside the cabin, so that meant she would be the only woman there. She realized that being Alpha's secretary was not an easy job. The Alpha of the other pack stood up to shake hands with Bryan as a way of greeting him, a gesture of respect between 2 leaders. Bryan sat with an air of authority. Sophia stood beside him and began to organize the documents with great attention to detail. Her hands paused when she heard the other Alpha's voice. "I see. You have a stunning secretary. Is that the reason why Alpha Bryan always buries himself in work and can't focus on his private life?" Sophia stood straight and glanced at the Alpha. He made his way to her by extending his hand toward her and introducing himself. "Alpha Anthony, the head Alpha of the Red Moon Pack." After shaking hands with him, Sophia cast a peek in the direction of Bryan, who appeared unconcerned. "Sophia Berg." She took back her hand and greeted Alpha Anthony with a small smile. "Alpha Bryan, you haven't answered me yet. I am not answerable to anyone. I hope Alpha Anthony will focus on his private life rather than others," Bryan said with a warning tone. The beta of the Red Moon Pack glanced at his Alpha. Alpha Anthony gave him a gaze not to argue with Bryan. "Let's start the meeting." Robert let out as he found the situation awkward. Even though it had been an hour since the beginning of the meeting, it was still going on. Sophia continued to stand next to Bryan. Due to the fact that she was wearing high heels, her legs were hurting. But she did not show it through her face. She tried to calm her expression. Throughout the entire meeting, she maintained a gentle smile on her face. After finishing the meeting, Alpha Anthony left with his beta and gamma. He came here for a deal. It seemed to him that Bryan would be willing to make that bargain to him without any difficulty. But he was wrong. Bryan was the king of the business world. The reason he did not end up giving him the deal was because he did not see any gains in that deal, which was something he desired. With a broken heart, Alpha Anthony had to leave the pack. In spite of the fact that Beta Robert had asked that they share meals together, they declined the offer and left as soon as the meeting was over. "He thought you would give in, so from the start he started buttering you," Robert remarked. Bryan scoffed when he heard that. "I am not here for charity but for business. If they can't impress me, my company will not assist their packs. As simple as that." Sophia was listening to their conversations. The Alpha and Beta's conversation was serious yet very friendly. She learned that Robert was Bryan's good friend. She had seen Edger talking friendly with Bryan too. Did that mean her brother was also his good friend? Thinking about Abraham, Sophie's heart was overwhelmed. He would return to them very soon. All she could do was keep her fingers crossed that everything would be okay before he came back to them. When they left the private cabin, it was already evening. When Sophia was walking into the lobby area, she noticed a couple standing there. Her eyes brightened. Luckily, the couple noticed her and waved at her. She lifted her hand and waved back at them. Bryan and Robert halted their steps and turned their heads towards Sophia. The couple approached her. She smiled at them and said, "Sarah, Nolan, you two are here." "Sophia, my baby." Sarah rushed to hug her. Robert exchanged a glance with Bryan. Nolan noticed the presence of 2 powerful men beside Sophia and bowed his head immediately. "Alpha?" he said to Bryan. Sarah also did the same and greeted Bryan with a bow. Raise, Bryan said, looking at them. He recognized them. When he went to drop Sophia off at one of their houses, he had seen them in the club, and he had spotted them in the club with her earlier, too. What are you doing here? Nolan asked Sophia as soon as he raised his head. I came here with Alpha for a pack meeting. What are you doing here? Sarah blushed, which made Sophia understand that she just asked a silly question. Of course, they had come here for a date. We were just about to leave. Oh, let me introduce you to our beta. He is Beta Robert, Sophia said, introducing Robert to her friends. Meanwhile, Bryan was standing there without any expression. He was only watching Sophia as she had a conversation with them. We plan to go to the club. Will you join us? Nolan asked. Sophia was taken aback by the question. She came here for work. Though the meeting was over, she had no idea if Bryan would let her go home or give her more work to do in the office. No, I have some work. Robert interrupted her and said, Yeah, she can. In fact, I think we all should go there together. Sophia's friends were shocked. Sophia's eyes widened in reaction. Bryan slowly turned his head toward Robert while arching his brows. He laughed at everyone's gaze. Come on. I know I am an official. That doesn't mean you have to always be afraid of me. I sometimes like to live like ordinary people, you know. Sarah nodded her head and locked Sophia's arm with hers. Yes, yes. Beta Robert is right. Let's go together. We will have fun. Nolan gave her a glance when she agreed with it. She raised a brow to signal him that they had no other option than this. Sophia looked at Bryan, who did not look okay with it. Alpha, if you have work, you can leave. It's okay, she said politely. Bryan gazed at her, and then his eyes roamed around the other three people. No problem. Let's go. Saying that, he headed to the exit. Yes. Sarah cheered out but paused when he realized Robert was also there. Robert put his hand around Nolan's neck, who felt uncomfortable. A sense of fear rushed inside him. Don't worry, young boy. I won't eat you or your girlfriend. He was stunned. How do you know that she is my girlfriend? Robert chuckled and started to walk with him. He shifted his gaze to Bryan and muttered, It's been a while since I became a beta. I have eyes to notice around me. Sarah told Sophia to go to the club with Bryan since she would have to go there on Nolan's bike. Every one of them made their way to the club. Sophia continued to cast her gaze in Bryan's direction. He did not seem to like the idea. She presumed that the only reason he was going was because of Robert. At the time that they arrived at the club, all 5 of them went in together. Sarah and Nolan were the first ones to enter the club. Robert followed them. Meanwhile, Sophia and Bryan walked behind them. They dispersed as they made their way to the launch area, moving through the crowd on their way there. Sophia looked around and noticed that the boys she was passing looked at her with lustful eyes. She lowered her head as she began to feel uncomfortable. A boy approached her and came dangerously close to touching her face. At that time, a palm pressed on his face as she heard a deep voice speak out from behind her. She is with me, so fuck off. The boy took a step back when he realized who was in front of him. The aura that the man in front of him was holding was really powerful. It was impossible for him to avoid experiencing fear. Upon turning her head, Sophia noticed that Bryan was giving the boy a stern look. He looked angry, as if the boy had offended him. The moment Bryan removed his hand from the boy's face, he fled from the dread that he was feeling. On the other hand, Sophia was staring at Bryan. She felt a shove from the side, which made her body press against Bryan. He looked at her with narrowed eyes. She looked away and tried to move. But Bryan grabbed her waist and began to pull her along with him to the area where her friends were headed. Her mind was completely blown by his touch. The combination of the loud music and his touch caused her body to start feeling strange. She continued to look at him until he brought her to the lounge area in a more secure manner. As soon as Bryan removed his hand from her waist, she discovered herself there. She averted her gaze and walked to sit next to Sarah on the couch. Bryan made his way to get a seat next to Robert. When Sophia was talking with her friends, she couldn't help but glance over at him. Sarah raised her glass and said, "Let's have a drink." "No, I can't." "Have you forgotten what happened to me last time?" Sophia asked her. "That time Alpha sent you to my home, and this time he is here with us." "So why not?" Sarah asked. Her voice was loud enough to reach Bryan's ears. Sophia bit her bottom lip when she noticed Bryan chugging down his drink in one go. It was like he was not drinking alcohol but a glass of water. Robert began to talk to him about something, and both of them went busy with their own conversation. Sophia started to feel bored and thought that one drink would not hurt her. She reached for one of the glasses and sipped from it. Sarah and Nolan went to the dance floor to enjoy themselves. They asked Sophia to go with them, but she rejected them. She could not dance when Bryan was there. Her mind began to feel dull as she started to drink more glasses. Robert got a call and said to Bryan, "I have to leave right now. Take care of her." Bryan glared at him. He knew the reason for Robert's decision to come here. He was doing the same thing he had done months ago. "Bye, Sophia," Robert said to her. She smiled at him. Alcohol was slowly lifting up in her head. "Bye-bye, Beta, Robert. Take care of yourself. You can't believe in anyone you know." "I mean anyone," he said to her, then winked at Bryan. Bryan rolled his eyes as he did not like the conspiracy his best friend was trying to do against him. "But why are you leaving? You are so handsome. You can have any company here," Sophia said. She had no idea what she was saying. As soon as she realized what she had just uttered, her eyes widened in surprise. After turning her head, she noticed that Bryan was looking at her. She covered her mouth with her palm and murmured behind it, "I'm sorry." Robert laughed at her reaction. "You are right, but right now someone else needs company. Will you accompany him?" he asked her while pointing his finger at Bryan. Sophia nodded her head and stood up. She moved to Bryan's couch and sat beside him. Robert gave Sophia a thumbs up and left the club. Bryan was glaring at Robert's back until he exited the club. "I am sorry. I am not drunk. I just drink a little bit," Sophia said to him. She did not lose consciousness. It was just her mouth that was out of control. "Keep your mouth shut," Bryan muttered as he reached for another glass, which was placed on the tiny table close to the couch. By the time he was able to reach the glass, Sophia had already snatched it and gulped it down. Bryan grabbed her arm and said, "That you are not even capable of withstanding the load of beer. How will you deal with the effects of that wine?" Sophia chuckled at him. Her mind began to mess with her. It swirled around, just like the DJ light was moving on the dance floor. "Sophia, come. Dance with us." Sarah came to her and started to pull her hand. Then she glanced at Bryan and felt frightened to ask him to dance with Sophia. Sophia gave Sarah a nod and turned her head to Bryan. "Give me 5 minutes. I will return to accompany you again." Bryan did not stop her and let her do what she wanted. Sarah led Sophia to the dance floor. Sophia began to dance on the floor, but the smell of her mate made her mentality go crazy. Under the influence of alcohol, she started to dance like a crazy woman. As if there were no one around her, she moved her hips carelessly. A boy came to dance with her. She did not oppose it and began to dance with him. She realized that it was one of Nolan's friends. The fact that Bryan's dark eyes were fixated on them was something that she was completely unaware of. While watching her on the dance floor, Bryan continued to drink a few more glasses of alcohol. His eyes moved to the boy's hand. He was touching Sophia's waist and moving his hand up and down. Bryan's blood boiled as he got to his feet and walked to her. He grabbed her hand and pulled her toward him. His sudden action astounded her, but the drunken state did not let her think sensibly. She gave him a warm grin and wrapped her hands around his neck. "Will you dance with me, Alpha?" Bryan held Sophia's hands to move them from his neck, but Sophia tightened her hands and asked, "Why are you so arrogant? What will hurt you if you dance with me?" The smell of alcohol came out of her mouth. Bryan looked into her eyes and saw they had turned cloudy. He turned to the boy who was dancing with Sophia earlier. Sarah pulled the boy's hand while he was asking her what was going on. "Sorry, Alpha. Please keep going," Sarah said, moving towards the other side of the dance floor with Nolan and his friend. Nolan frowned at her. "What are you doing?" he asked Sarah. "Can't you see? Alpha Bryan is with Sophia right now. We should give them some space." Nolan's friend was confused about what was going on and why Bryan came to Sophia suddenly. Sarah made an excuse and managed to get another girl to dance with Nolan's friend. Nolan glanced at Sophia and Bryan. Sarah pulled him close to her and pecked his lips. "Baby, I know you care for her, Believe me, I care for her more than you, but her mate is with her. We don't need to worry about her anymore. We should not go to them. Just let them spend some time together. What if he hurt her? No mate can hurt their mate. He won't. After Sarah's assurance, Nolan gave her a nod and went away from the couple. He then pulled his mate into a deep kiss and began to enjoy his time with her. Meanwhile, Bryan was scolding Sophia in his head. Why did she even drink when she could not handle herself? He got mad when she called him arrogant. She said that last time too when she was drunk. You are not in your right mind. You should go home, Bryan said to her. Upon hearing his remarks, Sophia chuckled. His eyes fell on her attractive smile. She appeared to be fragile and delicate. It was like anyone could break this girl at any moment if they went with her. After looking around, he discovered that men were looking at her. The fact that she was beautiful with a flawless body was something that he could not ignore, even if he wanted to. Almost everyone wanted her there. I understand. You won't dance. Let me find another company for me. Sophia broke her hold around his neck and turned around. During the time that she was looking for someone, she turned her head to the left and right. She had no idea how drunk she was. The only thing she wanted was to dance. Both the music and the lights began to flicker as the DJ made a shift. It drove her completely crazy. As she observed the people dancing as if there were no tomorrows, she stared at them. Just as she prepared to approach them, an arm encircled her waist and compelled her to fall to her back, colliding with a rigid chest. She turned around and saw Bryan looking at her. She took a step back and smiled at him. Have you changed your mind? Will you dance with me? He pulled her close to him. You wanted to dance? Let's dance then. Sophia's face brightened. She wrapped her hands around his neck once more. She began to jump with the loud music and beats. She thought she was dreaming. Alpha Bryan was dancing with her. He turned her around and drew her body against his front. As he placed his chin on her neck, she shut her eyes. At that moment, his nostrils were flooded with her scent. He found himself uncontrollable. She felt goosebumps all over her body, which did not go unnoticed by him. When she was moving her hips, his hands ran on her body under the flickering lights, where no one could see what other people were doing. His touches were like heaven to her. She let out a moan, and no one heard her except Bryan. His eyes turned red for a second, but he controlled his wolf. He felt himself tighten inside his pants, which made him grab her firmly. Stop playing with my mind, Sophia, he said in her ear as his lips brushed against it. Sophia gasped when she felt he bit her earlobe. She turned around and looked into his eyes, which had now returned to black. She no longer appeared to be smiling on her face. She looked emotional. There was a wrinkle in Bryan's brow. He was under the impression that she did not enjoy his physical contact. He realized what he was doing. He felt that he had lost his mind a few seconds ago. He hated himself for losing control in front of her. When he was ready to walk away from her, she wrapped her arms around his torso without uttering a single word. He did not know what had just happened to her. I will drop you home. You don't look good to me, Bryan said, pulling her away from him. She shook her head. No, carry me in your arms. I can't walk. He frowned at her. You were dancing a while ago and are now saying that you can't walk. Suddenly, she began to act as if she were crying. The other people around her glanced at them. Bryan sighed and lifted her into his arms. As he looked around the dance floor, he could not find her friends. Your friends are very careless. They did the same last time. What did they do? Don't say anything about them. Bryan scoffed at her and headed to the entrance of the club. They left you all alone with another man. They don't have any concern for you. Sophia hugged his neck and muttered with a chuckle. They care for me. They didn't leave me with another man, but with my mate. Once Bryan emerged from the club, his steps came to a complete standstill. He looked at her and asked, Did you tell them about it? She nodded her head and smiled at him while closing her eyes. They know who you are to me. You are my man, my alpha. Bryan stared at Sophia's face for a while. As soon as his driver saw his alpha walking out of the club, he drove his car in the direction of him. The fact that Alpha Bryan was holding a girl who was hugging him around the neck surprised him. He immediately opened the back door for Bryan. First, Bryan positioned Sophia on the back seat and then he moved to sit next to her. The driver started the car and asked Bryan, "Alpha, where do you want to go?" Bryan gave Sophia a brief glance. Despite the fact that her eyes were closed, she was able to hear them. "Please don't take me home. I'm going to get in trouble with my mother for drinking," she mumbled while shaking her head. The driver cocked his head to the side in order to glance at Sophia. It was obvious to him that she was not sober. After having a clear view of her, he was able to recognize that she was Bryan's personal secretary. "To my house," Bryan said to him. The driver appeared to be in a state of shock. In spite of this, he started the car right away and drove straight to the villa where Bryan was staying. Sophia was feeling uncomfortable in the seat. Bryan was staring at her. He had a feeling he should scold her for discussing the mate bond with his friends. Nevertheless, her delicate face prevented him from scolding her. Sophia suddenly stepped closer to him and placed her head on his chest. She did this without any indication. Her eyes were closed as she hugged him. "I want to sleep here. You are so warm. You smell so nice. My wolf likes everything about you," she mumbled in a lower tone. Bryan looked at her face. As his gaze traveled to her hands, which were embracing him in a protective manner, it seemed as though if he were to remove them, she would lose all hope of continuing to live. Neither did he give her a hug in return, nor did he attempt to pull her away from him. After turning around, he looked out the window at the outside world. No one was able to understand what was going on inside of his head. He was impossible to read. Every single stride that he took was unpredictable. After 1.5 hours, the car came to a halt in front of a lavish villa. The driver got out of the car and opened the door to assist him. Bryan removed Sophia's hands from around him and got out of the car. He glanced at her and noticed that she was asleep. He bent down and held her in his arms, then carried her inside his house. The driver stared at him and thought, "I have never seen Alpha carry another woman. Who is she to him?" Bryan went to a bedroom and laid her on the bed. He saw her clothes being lifted up, and his eyes were able to see her bare legs as well as her thighs that were exposed. Taking his gaze away from her, he drew the blanket closer to her body to cover her. When he decided to leave her side, leaving her alone in the room, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him down. The abruptness of her move left him speechless. It made him bend over her. She mumbled something. He sat on the edge and attempted to comprehend what she was saying. "Bryan, why are you so rude? Can't you see how much I want to be with you?" When Sophia opened her eyes, she saw that she was lying on a bed in a room that she had never been in before. She sat up and looked around. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to identify the room in which she was sitting. The bedroom was so enormous that it was 3 times larger than her own bedroom. Her eyes immediately went to her body inside the blanket. Upon discovering that she was dressed in full clothes, she had a sense of relief. "Why did I drink last night? Who brought me here?" She pulled her hair in anger. She was mad at herself. Did someone kidnap me? She took a deep breath and proceeded to the closed door. At the very instant that she made contact with the doorknob, someone from the outside opened it. She was startled. She took a step back. A lady of middle age entered the room with a soft smile. "Good morning to you. I brought your dress with me," she said as she handed her a bag. Sophia looked inside the bag and recognized it. The dress was one of the clothes that Bryan bought for her while they were in the showroom. "Where am I?" she asked the lady. "You are Alpha Bryan's house," she responded with a courteous smile. The look of surprise spread across Sophia's eyes. But the realization that she had not been kidnapped last night brought her a sense of calm and relief. "So am I in the pack house right now?" "Not at all. It is Alpha's own residence. He stays here and only goes to the pack house on occasion." Sophia was surprised to hear that. "He did not live in the pack house. He has his own house." She recalled Bryan's words. She indeed did not know much about him. "Thank you for the dress." "It's okay. It was inside Alpha's car. From among those, I have merely selected one to bring to you." "Where is he?" I asked her about Bryan. "He is in the dining room. He ordered me to wake you up. Since you are already awake, please take a moment to refresh yourself and make your way to the dining room. Alpha is waiting for you." After informing her of that, she left the room. Sophia did not move for a while as she tried to remember everything about last night. She pushed her thoughts out of her mind and entered the bathroom to take a quick shower. She put on the lemon-colored dress that the lady had brought for her. She wiped her hair and thought about letting it dry in the air. She could not afford to make Bryan wait for her. So she hurriedly left the room and went downstairs. She asked another maid about the dining room. While making her way to the dining room, she noticed the gloriousness of the house. It was not an ancient palace like the pack house, but it was a dream house in modern times. She stepped into the dining room. Her legs froze the moment her eyes landed on the man in a black suit reading news on a tab. A maid was serving coffee to him and bowed to him, then left the room. Bryan lifted his gaze from the tab and shifted it to Sophia. He gave her a signal to sit down on the chair that was located to his right. Sophia nodded her head and walked to the chair close to him. She slowly sat on the chair with a nervous look. She had no idea what had happened last night. She tried to recall but was unable to remember much. Bryan moved a platter closer to her and said, "Eat." Sophia gave the table a quick glance. It appeared to be stuffed with a variety of foods for breakfast. There were already 2 platters arranged with food on them. Bryan gave one of them to her. "What happened to him today? Why is he behaving so well with me?" With a look of bewilderment on her face, she thought and then touched the knife and the fork. She froze when he spoke out. "What's causing your confusion? Didn't you express last night that I always behave rudely towards you?" Sophia was shocked. Did she tell him that last night? Her jaw dropped in surprise when she recalled a few moments. How did she enter this house? Did he carry her to this house? Bryan placed his finger under her chin and closed her mouth. "Your jaw will drop to the floor." His touch made Sophia realize what they had done on the dance floor. She almost let out a loud gasp, but since he had not moved his finger from her chin, she froze. Bryan moved his finger away from her chin and said, "Eat. You didn't have dinner last night." Sophia lowered her head. She blinked her eyes a few times to understand the reality. "Am I still dreaming?" she asked herself. When she heard the sound of cutlery brushing against a plate, she glanced at Bryan. He started to eat. Seeing that, she immediately started eating. She did not want to offend him in any way. While eating, she kept glancing at him. The way he moved the knife with his long and attractive fingers, the way he lifted the fork and put it inside his mouth, she was lost in his charms. Bryan caught her gaze. She looked away from him and tried to concentrate on eating. However, the memories of last night were reflected in her head. She cursed herself for remembering everything in front of him. It was hard to control her expression. After having breakfast, Sophia stood up and said, "I am leaving, Alpha. I have to go to my university." He gave her a nod, permitting her to leave. Sophia turned around and walked out of the dining room. There was a blush on her cheeks. The way Bryan had started to treat her was so new to her. He talked to her so softly today. As she walked to the living room while heading to the main door, she patted her cheeks. Calm down, but she could not stop her heart from beating faster. That she recalled how she wrapped her hands around his neck and how she asked him to lift her into his arms. Why did I do that? What if he thinks that I am desperate, she thought, feeling embarrassed. Nevertheless, he was behaving well with her after last night, so she could not blame her actions. "Are you leaving?" she heard someone's voice. She turned around and saw the middle-aged lady. "Yes," she replied with a polite smile. "Here is your phone." "You forgot to take it from the room," she handed her phone. Sophia realized that she had to contact her mother. She immediately unlocked the phone and saw that there were no missed calls. She was stunned by it. She thought her mother was worried about her. Did someone call her mother and inform her about her? "Thank you," Sophia said to the lady. "Come here again," the lady said with a bright grin. Sophia could not understand the reason behind her grin, but she nodded her head and left Bryan's house. She walked past Bryan's car, which was parked outside the house. The driver glanced at her. She noticed that he was giving her a strange look. She ignored him and walked down the street. She took a cab and decided to go to her university directly. On the way, she called her mother. "Mom?" "Good morning, my baby." Sophia was surprised. Her mother was talking so well to her. What she thought was that she would scold her for last night. Good morning. Did you and Sarah enjoy your girls' night? Sophia realized that Sarah had saved her. Yes, Mom. Where are you? Aren't you coming home? No, Mom, I am going to the university directly. I will return at night. I am sorry for last night. I should not have. It's okay, my baby. You have to enjoy your life with your friends besides your studies and work. At your age, you are doing so many things. You also have the right to live like a cheerful girl. Thank you, Mom. After talking with her mother, Sophia felt relaxed. When she arrived at the university, everyone was glancing at her. She tried to understand their gazes. Then she realized that they were looking at her branded clothes and shoes. Sophia shook her head to discard their gazes and walked to the campus. She met her friends and they looked delighted. How was last night? Sarah whispered while hugging her when the two friends were alone. Sophia got the meaning of her question. She broke the hug and blushed. Nothing happened last night. It was just that I was too drunk. That's it. What? How can that man have such great control over himself? If it were my mate, he would have. She paused and turned red as if a memory came to her mind. Something caught Sophia's attention. She noticed Sarah's dress shifted a little from her neck, and it was showing a few red marks. They were Hickey's. Sophia fixed Sarah's dress and cleared her throat. I understand. Sarah hit her arm lightly. Both of them laughed together. You know my relationship with my mate is not the same as yours, Sophia said. Sarah shook her head. Yeah, we all saw that last night. We saw how he pulled you closer to him to move the other boy away from you. You looked crazy in his love. I can assure you, he feels the same too. I saw the jealousy in his eyes, Sophia. Sophia reflected on last night once more. She began to memorize how his hands traced her body when she was dancing. Her heartbeat stopped when she recalled the feeling of his lips brushing against her ear and biting her earlobe. She felt a shiver around her spine. Did he tell you anything about his feelings? Sarah asked excitedly. No. Then make him. How? Sophia asked with confusion. Make him more jealous. It will help you without any doubt. Mates are very protective of their mates. He will not like it if you go close to anyone. He will make sure to draw you closer to him. No, I can't take a chance. I don't even know what he feels about me right now. Sarah sighed in disappointment. Will you listen to me for once? Sophia gave it some thought. What if Sarah was right? What if her and Bryan's feelings were mutual? Would he tell her about it? Sophia accepted her idea and replied, Okay, I will think about it. After attending all the classes, Sophia wanted to go to her office. On the other hand, her friends requested that she join them for lunch. As a result, she agreed and joined them for lunch. During their meal, they discussed the presentations that they were going to give very soon. A notification appeared on Sophia's phone at that very moment. She saw a message pop up on the screen of her phone. Are you busy? She read the text. Sophia could not recognize the number. It was an unknown number. She looked around and found no one looking at her. Who are you? She asked in reply. Someone who likes you a lot? Sophia stared at her phone. Nolan noticed it and asked her about it. She showed the messages to Sarah and Nolan both. Call him, Sarah said. Sarah assumed that it was Bryan who messaged Sophia with an unknown number, but she did not say that to Sophia. Sophia dialed the number, but no one received the call. She took her leave from her friends and left the university. When she walked to the bus stop, she got another message from that number. Where are you? I won't tell you. I don't talk with strangers, Sophia replied. But I am not a stranger to you. Sophia scoffed as she thought it was any random guy who texted her to gain her attention. She did not reply again and continued to wait for a bus. When she reached the company, everyone greeted her like usual. Their eyes landed on her clothes, and they looked amazed. Sophia felt that branding clothes were influencing people a lot. Some of them even recognized the brand and thought the CEO's secretary really got a high payment. That was why she could afford these clothes and shoes. Sophia made a cup of coffee and knocked on Bryan's office door. She was feeling nervous. She assumed Bryan would pretend like nothing happened between them last night. Those touches and words meant nothing to him, and he would again behave indifferently toward her. The moment she heard his voice, she opened the door and entered the office room. She saw Bryan standing toward the window. He was smoking. His strong back could give anyone the impression that he was a mighty man. She walked to the desk. The sound of her heels hitting the floor could be heard in the silent room. She made her way to where his chair was and placed the cup on the desk. She stood behind him, a little far, and spoke out. "Alpha, your coffee." He turned around and her gaze met his. She averted his gaze and waited for him to say anything in response. Under his gaze, she was feeling shy. Despite the fact that he could act as if nothing special had occurred, she could not forget his touches. "Check out all the projects of the River Moon Pack," he ordered, lifting his hand close to his mouth to breathe in the smoke of the cigarette. Sophia nodded her head and made her way to the door. "Where are you going?" Bryan asked her. "To my cabin. Didn't you tell me to check the information?" She saw him looking at his laptop. Her eyes widened. Did he mean to check with his own laptop? "Check it with my laptop." "Are you sure?" He gazed at her while exhaling the smoke from his mouth. "Do you have any problem with it?" She shook her head and replied, "No. But you can have a large number of hidden folders in which you store a great deal of information that no one should know about. If I hadn't trusted you, I would have never made you my personal secretary in the first place." Sophia parted her lips. Did he mean he let Lily check his laptop, too? She could not stop herself and let out a lower tone. "Did you trust Lily like this?" He arched his brows, showing a dissatisfied look. "Are you and Lily the same?" She immediately looked away from him. She could not understand what he meant to say. Was he implying that he trusted her because she was his mate? Did he want to say that Lily did not have the place that she held? She shrugged her shoulders and strolled to the desk. She grabbed his laptop and went to sit on the opposite chair. It was unlocked, so she did not need to ask him for the passcode. She tried to find the folder for the River Moon Pack. She contacted many people after tagging her email account and inquiring about all the projects of that pack company. She searched online about their success in the past few months and noted everything. She focused on the screen so much that she could not notice the man in front of her, leaning against the window and watching her intensely. "Alpha. Got it. Our men sent us about that pack's agreement with every alliance." Sophia cheered up while looking at the emails that she had just received. Bryan made his way towards her, but he walked past her and stood behind the chair she was sitting on. "We got all the information we needed," she said with a bright smile. Unexpectedly, she sensed him lowering himself towards the chair and moving close to her. Her heart raced as she felt his presence just behind her. His breath gently caressed her neck. She remained still. He gently placed his hands on either side of her on the desk. She gulped in the warmth that engulfed her. He moved his right hand to press the keyboard to check the emails one by one. It caused his hand to brush against her arm. Her cheeks turned red at the touch. "I see. You did a great job," he muttered in her ear. She blinked her eyes as she was nervous and tried to calm herself. She gasped when his nose brushed against her ear and he said, "I must give you a reward." Reward? Sophia was confused by his words. On the other hand, his touch was driving her mind crazy. "Yeah, you deserve a reward," he muttered. She could not help but twist her chair to move to the other side. However, Bryan grabbed the hand rest and turned the chair to make her face him. She was shocked. She gulped when she found his face close to hers. "Alpha, I don't need any reward." His eyes scrutinized her expression. Her cheeks turned red. Her eyes were avoiding his gaze. "Where is the confidence you were showing me last night?" Sophia looked at him. Her attention was drawn to his handsome face. His sharp jaw was stunning and attractive. Suddenly, Sophia wanted to caress her fingers over his jawline. But when she realized what she was thinking, she shook her head. No, Sophia mumbled while looking away from him. He frowned while looking at her. "No? What no? You don't want any reward, or—" He paused. She thought he would move away from her, but she was so wrong. He leaned forward in her ear and asked, "Or do you only get your confidence when you are drunk?" She bit my bottom lip to control her heart, which started racing. Bryan's scent was moving her heart. It was like an addiction. She almost closed her eyes and sniffed his neck. "Alpha, what happened to you?" "Why? Didn't you want me to behave well with you? I am trying to fulfill my secretary's wish." Saying that, he brushed his lips on her earlobe. She almost moaned but immediately pushed him and stood up from the chair. I think I have other things to do right now, she said, pushing the hair strands behind her ear. Bryan stood straight and looked at her nervous expression. When she just took a step to go to the door, Bryan stopped her. Wait. Sophia turned to him. Yes? He walked to the side of the desk where his chair was and opened a drawer. He grabbed something from inside and closed the drawer. He returned to her. Take it. Sophia looked at his hand. He was holding a bank card. He glanced at him and inquired, What is it? Buy anything you want from it. She shook her head. I can't take this from you. He reached for her hand and placed the card in her palm. Return it to me after buying something for you. You can't deny it. It's a reward for your work. Sophia stared at the card. What would she buy from it? She did not want anything. He had already bought so many things for her. She did not want anything else. So you were talking about this? No, I can't take it, she said, trying to return the card. He lowered himself to her level and peered at her nervous face as he observed her. Why? What did you think? What reward was I talking about? His voice was tempting her. Her wolf began to jump inside as he approached. She wanted him to remain with her. I am going to my cabin, Sophia said, hurriedly moving back to place the card on the desk and walking to the door. She opened the door and turned to glance at him. As he stood there, he looked at her intently. She left the cabin, closing the door behind her. During the time that she was walking by other employees, Sophia had a smile on her face that she carefully tried to hide. What happened to you, Sophia? Why are your cheeks red? Did you eat something allergic? A woman asked her. She patted her cheeks and felt them hot. She smiled at the woman awkwardly. Maybe, I don't know. She tried to make an excuse, but it was not caused by any allergies. She was blushing so much at how Bryan was trying to get close to her. Do you need a checkup? No. Thanks for your concern, but I think I will be fine in a few minutes. Saying that, Sophia went to her cabin. She rushed to her chair and sat down. Was I dreaming? What has happened to Bryan? He was acting like a whole different person. Sophia dropped her head on the desk and started to think about Bryan. Was Sarah saying that right? Did Bryan also like her? She covered her mouth in shock. She had never thought Bryan would feel something for her or ever try to be near her. Hope was growing inside her to be with that man. What if he wanted to accept his fate and stay with his mate? Sophia made an effort to concentrate on her work. Work caused her to become quite busy. A tone of receiving a message came in from her phone just as the work hour was drawing to a close. She got a text from the earlier unknown number. Why are you running from reality? Don't you know concealing your feelings is a cowardly thing? Sophia was surprised. From whom was she hiding something? Who could be the person who sent her text again? She dismissed the thought of replying to the person and got to her feet to leave the office. She grabbed her backpack and walked out of her cabin. She did not want to be the last one returning home tonight. She was fortunate enough to have her mother allow her to spend last night outside. She wanted to thank her mother and hug her for a while. To have a mother like her was surely a blessing for her. During the time that Sophia was waiting for the elevator, she became aware of Bryan coming in that direction. Taking a single look at him caused her to blush once again. Calm down, Sophia, she reminded herself. Bryan walked over and stood next to her. The moment she looked at him, she noticed that he was gazing at her. What are you waiting for? He asked her. Sophia understood he was talking about entering the VIP elevator with him. Despite the fact that he had previously given her permission to use it, she did not utilize it without him. She felt like she was taking advantage of something other employees could not use. Together with him, Sophia stepped into the elevator. They remained silent as they stood there. Nobody let out anything that could have broken it. As they exited the elevator and made their way outside, Sophia bowed her head to him and uttered, "Goodbye, Alpha." Sophia turned around and headed in the direction of the bus stop. When she was getting close to the bus stop, a familiar car pulled up right next to her. She turned to the car and stopped her steps. It was then that Bryan came into her line of sight when the window in the back seat rolled down. He looked at her and said, "Get in the car." Sophia was taken aback. In an effort to comprehend what he was indicating, she blinked her eyes. Did he want to talk about some business? She walked around the car and opened the back door. She sat down next to Bryan and turned her attention to him. Yes, Alpha? His gaze was directed towards the driver, and he gave the order, start the car. When Sophia heard in response, Where? Alpha, I need to go home. I am unable to put in extra hours today. Would it be possible for me to do the work tomorrow? He looked at her. Tell your address to him, he replied, pointing at his driver. As soon as she realized that he was going to drop her off at her house, her eyebrows went up in surprise. After giving the driver a look, she decided to give him her address. The driver turned the car to head in that direction. Neither Sophia nor Bryan spoke for the course of the ride. In response to the fact that she could feel Bryan's stare on her, Sophia bit her bottom lip. He did not make any kind of statement, and he did not take his gaze off of her. What on earth was going through his mind? A ringtone could be heard reverberating in the closed car. When Sophia realized that it was her phone, she opened her bag to take out her phone. When she saw that it was Troy who had called her, she received the call immediately. Troy, how are you? Hi, Sophia. I am doing well. I was considering getting together with you today, but I was unable to make it to the upper level because I had too much work to do. You wanted to meet me? You could have called me. Without a doubt, I would have made my way to your floor to meet you. With a chuckle, Troy remarked, That is very kind of you. I wanted to have a conversation with you about something. Can we get together tomorrow if you are feeling okay? Of course, we can meet during the break time. No, I want to meet after office hours. Can you spare some time? After a little pause, Sophia inquired, Of course, but is everything okay? In her voice, there was a note of concern that could be heard. Don't worry. Everything is all right. See you tomorrow. Okay. Bye. See you tomorrow. As time went on, Sophia started to speculate about the reasons why Troy wanted to meet with her. It was not like he just wanted to hang out. It was clearly about something important to him. She let out a sigh as she prayed that everything was okay with him. Just as she turned her head, she froze. Bryan was staring at her. She gulped at his gaze. It was intense and unreadable. You look close to Troy Reed, he murmured. She shook her head. Not so close, but since our mothers are best friends, we became friends. I see. When Sophia reflected on how Troy had trusted her despite the fact that everyone else had doubts about her, she smiled. He is a highly admirable guy. I had never thought that he would be the one to put his faith in me when everyone else turned me down. He is really helpful and quite kind. The lines between Bryan's brows deepened as he started tapping his finger on his phone and turned his gaze away from her. Good. He supported you in your bad time, he muttered in a cold tone. The abruptness and icy tone of his voice left Sophia bewildered. Did she say or do something that made him angry? She tried to think about what she had said to him, but she could not find any fault in her replies. Suddenly, the idea that Sarah had put out came to her mind. While she was staring at him, she pondered. Is he beginning to feel jealous? As she cocked her head to the side in order to get a better look at his face, a smile flashed across her face. When he turned his head and caught her gaze, she looked at him with wide eyes. Instantaneously, she retreated and slumped back against the seat she was seated in. What? He asked. Nothing. I just wanted to see that side of the street, too. To make such a ridiculous excuse, Sophia bit her tongue in disbelief. Bryan stared at her for a while, then averted his gaze from her. Sophia was feeling bored, so she tried to break the silence. By the way, Alpha, why do you leave another house when everyone in your family lives in a pack house? Shouldn't Head Alpha stay at the pack house? The driver glanced at the rear mirror with a terrified look in his eyes, which did not go unnoticed by Sophia. She became anxious when she noticed that Bryan did not respond to her. It was a very personal question. How could she ask that question? I am sorry if I cross my line, she mumbled. I like to live alone, Bryan replied. Sophia was stunned. Did he just reply to her? The fact that he did not take offense at her was a source of relief for her. However, Sophia remained quiet for the next few minutes until the car reached her home. Sophia got out of the car and walked to the window on Bryan's side. It came to her attention that the driver had exited the car and opened the trunk. He took out all the bags from it and stood beside her. She realized that she could not take out her clothing from Bryan's car last night. "I can take this from here," Sophia said to the driver. "He will help you with it," Bryan replied. She expressed her gratitude to him by bowing her head and saying, "Thank you, Alpha, for everything." Bryan did not respond to her, which made her feel awkward. When she headed to the door of her house, the driver followed her behind. While opening the door with the keys, Sophia thought, "What happened to him? Is he jealous, or is he mad at me?" When Sophia entered her house, her mother walked to her. "Sophia," she halted, as her gaze eventually landed on Bryan's driver. "Who is he, and what's this?" "Mom, he is Alpha Bryan's driver. He came to help me with my dresses," Sophia replied. A frown appeared on her mother's face. "Dresses?" "Yeah, I had to buy some clothes. Because I was required to attend meetings with Alpha, I could not wear the clothing that I normally wear to meetings." Sophia did not tell her mother that those clothes were from Bryan. Her mother would ask so many questions if she learned about it, so she lied to her. The driver placed the bags on the couches in the living room and left the house. Sophia's mother peered out the window and inquired, "Is that Alpha's car?" "Yeah." "Did he come to drop you off?" The tone of her mother's voice conveyed a sense of surprise to Sophia. "Yes, Mom." "Then why didn't you ask him to come inside?" She was really taken aback. She should have asked him. Was that the reason why Bryan did not reply to her? "You are such a fool, Sophia," she said to herself in her mind. "Sophia, Alpha is so thoughtful that he drove you back to your house. Why did you do that? It's not good manners. You should have asked him to come to our house. I'll ask him if someday he drops me again." Sophie had her dinner with her mother. She said sorry to her mother for staying outside last night. Her mother said it was totally okay and she knew how her daughter was. She could not do anything wrong. The next day, Sophia went to the university. During the time that she and Sarah were attending the same class together, she saw that she had received another message from an unknown number. "I don't understand why this person is messaging me," Sophia muttered while looking at the message. "I think it's your Bryan Morrison. He is saying things that he is unable to say in person," Sarah whispered to her. A blush appeared on Sophia's face, as she also suspected that. There was a connection between each and every word in the texts and her life. "I also think so." Sarah was wiggling her brows and asking, "How far have you two gone?" "What? Nowhere. Have you two kids?" "Miss Sarah and Miss Sophia, do you both want detention?" Because the professor had observed them whispering to one another for a few minutes, he yelled at them. "Sorry, Professor," they both murmured in unison as they concentrated on their notes. After all the classes, Sophia was making her way to the bus stop. At that moment, a car came to a stop next to her. While she was looking at the expensive car, she couldn't help but think of Bryan. Last night, he stopped the car beside her just like that. With a smile on her face, she shifted her attention to the rear glass. But instead of the back window, the window of the driver's seat rolled down. The sight of Bruce's face came into her line of sight. Just by glancing at him, her smile vanished completely. She looked away from him and started to walk ahead. Bruce got out of the car and walked to her. "Sophia," she paid him no attention and continued walking. He grabbed her hand and turned her around to face him. "What?" she asked in anger. He released his grip on her hand and scratched the nape of his neck. "I thought to drop you off at the company. I don't need it. Thank you." Saying that, Sophie set out to walk once more. After noticing it, Bruce began to move closer to her. "Wait." Sophia sighed and asked, "Now what?" "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Because I am the personal secretary of the CEO. If I can't reach the office soon, who will take care of the CEO's schedule? So please excuse me." "No, wait." Sophia gave him a bored look. Bruce chuckled awkwardly. "Listen, whatever you just said is right. That's why I want to drop you. By this, you can reach there as soon as possible." Sophia glanced at his car. She realized that he had bought a new car. "Do you come here to show me that you bought a new and expensive car? Do you really think of me as a gold digger whose heart would melt by your car?" "What? No, what I really wanted was for you to be the first person to ride with me." It came as a surprise to Sophia. She then proceeded to clear her throat and said, "Bruce, please stop coming after me. We can't be a thing anymore. I have moved on. In fact—" She paused, then took a deep breath and continued, "I have someone in my life now. I can't think about my past anymore. I wish you happiness in your life. Whatever happens in our lives, forget it. Just don't cheat your future partner. That's all I can say." All that Sophia could think about at this moment was Bryan. She had developed feelings for him. She had no choice but to forgive Bruce and release herself from the past, since she did not want to make the situation weirder than it already was. By doing so, everyone could be happy in their lives. Meanwhile, Bruce clenched his jaw and tightened his fists in anger. How was it possible for her to claim that she had moved on? Why was he unable to move on then? How could she say that she had someone else in her life? What about him? How could she leave him in this state? Didn't she make a promise to him that she would be by his side forever? His blood began to boil at the mere thought of her being with another person. He then yelled at her while looking at her back, which caused her to halt her steps. "Who's that? My big brother?" Sophia froze when she heard Bruce. Indeed, he was right. That person was his big brother. But Sophia decided to ignore his question and continued to walk. When she was waiting for a bus, she saw someone waving a hand at her out of the window of a car. She frowned and tried to look at the person. She was unable to determine who the person was because the car was parked on the opposite side of the street from where she was. She got a call. When she noticed it was Troy's call, she realized that the person who was waving at her was Troy. She received the call. "Hey, Troy." "Hi, Sophia." "Come here. I'm going to the office. We can go together." Sure, Troy was her friend, so she had no problem going with him. She strolled across the street and made her way to Troy's car. The moment she sat down next to him in the passenger seat, she greeted him with a "Hi." "What's up?" "Just good as usual." Troy started the car, and they headed to the company. Sophia thought about something and asked him, "Troy, you wanted to talk about something." "Yeah, I had the intention of meeting up with you after the office. But since we have met, let's talk about it." "Yeah, sure. Actually, today is my mother's birthday." Sophia smiled when she heard that. "Happy birthday to Aunt Sabrina. I need your help with it." "What kind of help?" "Mom will be out with your mom today, so I thought of giving her a surprise at home. Will you come to help me with it?" "Of course I'm in." During the ride, they discussed several concepts that they could use for decorating the living area of the house. He agreed to her ideas and asked if she had decorated a home before. "You look professional," Troy said, chuckling. "I always decorate my home for my mom's and my brother's birthdays." "I have never met Brother Abraham," Troy said. "He will return in a few months from the camp. Mom will introduce you to him. You will like his personality. He is an extraordinary man. Without a doubt, he is. After all, he is the Gamma of this pack." She felt proud when she heard that. To become the Gamma, her brother had put all of his effort into it. When they reached their company, they walked in together. They entered the elevator as they were still conversing with one another. He left on his floor, and she proceeded to the highest floor in the building. After making coffee for Bryan, Sophia took it to Bryan's office. "Alpha, your coffee." Bryan did not look at her as his focus was on the file he was holding in his hand. Sophia fixed her gaze on him. He had not yet touched the coffee cup, which made her feel strange. He always sipped his coffee the moment she placed it on his desk, but today he did not do that. "Alpha, your coffee will turn cold." "You don't have to worry about it. Go back to your work," Bryan replied to her in a cold tone. His chilly tone startled Sophia. He was fine yesterday. What happened to him suddenly? "Alpha?" He raised his head from the file and looked at her. "What?" Sophia felt a tremor within her as she looked into his dark eyes. Averting her gaze from him, she lowered her head in submission. "Okay, Alpha. I'm getting back to my work," she said softly, leaving his cabin. Sophia was really confused throughout the entire day. She had no idea what she had done last night that had caused him to feel such rage at her. Is he bipolar? Why does he always change his moods? Today, she got no other message from the unknown number, which made her believe that the person was surely Bryan. "Is he angry because I did not reply to him?" She checked the inbox and read the last message that he had sent this morning. "Seeing you every day is like getting fresh air." Sophia blushed and replied to the message. "I don't know you, but I think you are someone close to me." She covered her face in embarrassment after sending it. She waited for a long time to get a reply. But surprisingly, Bryan did not send her any messages again. She was upset and worked on some projects in her cabin. She would have to transmit some files to other employees that Bryan had sent her via email. By the time Sophia left her cabin and made her way to Bryan's office, it was already late in the evening. "Alpha, I'm leaving." Bryan gave her a nod without looking at her. She did not know what her fault was. Her eyes swept over his phone, which appeared to be sitting unmoved on the desk. "Alpha, I believe that people ought to respond to the texts that they get. Don't you think so?" Bryan frowned at her and asked, "What do you mean?" Nothing. I was just talking nonsense. Don't take me seriously. Ha ha ha." Sophia chuckled while scratching her head. When she turned around to leave the cabin, his voice spoke out from behind. "Where were you today?" She turned to him. "What? I was in the cabin the whole day, Alpha." He gazed at her intensely, which caused her to gulp. "Before coming to the office, where were you?" His question astounded her. "I was at my university. Then I make my way straight to the company." "With whom?" "Oh, I came here with Troy." Bryan arched his brows. Sophia assumed that he might have seen them arriving together. "Actually, he was on the same way, so we came here together." Sophia tried to clear up any confusion in his head. She did not want him to misunderstand her. After rising from his seat, Bryan reached for his suit jacket and rested it on his hand. "Let's go," he said to her. "Where?" she asked with a surprised look. "Aren't you leaving? I'll drop you." Sophia's eyes widened. Would he drop her again? But why? "No, Alpha, I'm not going to my house right now." He glanced at his watch and asked, "What do you mean? It's already late in the evening. During this hour, where do you plan on going?" "I will go to Troy's house with him. Her mother is not at home, so he invited me to." She was interrupted by her phone call. She saw it was Troy. She immediately received the call. "I'm waiting for you outside." Troy spoke out the moment she received the call. "Yeah, I am coming in a minute. Just wait for me." She replied and cut the call. She looked at Bryan and said hurriedly, "Alpha, I have to leave now. He is waiting for me." She bowed her head and rushed out of the cabin. She was in such a hurry to prevent her friend from waiting that she failed to look at the mighty man's face. His eyes turned red as his inner wolf growled inside him, repeating the same word over and over again when she was leaving. "Mine." Sophia stepped outside the company and noticed Troy's car waiting for her. She made her way to his car and went to the passenger seat when she saw him sitting in the driver's seat. She opened the door and got inside. With a smile on her face, she turned her head toward him. "I'm so sorry. You had to wait for me." Troy gave her a nod. "It's okay. You are helping me. That's more than enough." After starting the car, Troy drove the car in the direction of his house. Sophia was excited. She was happy to do something for Troy's mother. She had been with her mother for a very long time. The most important thing that her mother needed was emotional support, and Troy's mother was able to give it to her as her best friend. When the car came close to a mall, Sophia glanced at it and spoke out. "Stop the car near it." Troy was stunned. "Do you want to go shopping?" he asked, parking the car outside the shopping mall. "Yes, but for your mother." "Wait, what?" Troy asked, amazement written in his face. Sophia got out of the car and Troy followed her. Sophia entered the shopping mall and asked Troy, "What does Aunt Sabrina like? What should I give her?" "How would I know?" "What do you mean you don't know? Have you never given her a present?" Troy scratched his neck and looked away from her. "Usually I give Mom my card. She always purchases what she likes." "Wait a minute. Don't tell me you didn't get any presents for her birthday this year." "No. That's why I asked you to help me." Sophia slapped her forehead and shook her head. "You are so careless, buddy." Troy felt ashamed, which Sophia noticed clearly. She patted his shoulder. He slowly turned his head to glance at her hand. He smiled at her when she spoke to him again. "No worries. Let me help you. Follow me." Troy noticed that Sophia was a cheerful girl who only spread positivity around her. She was quite bubbly, which she hid from others. If someone got close to her, only they could notice that. Sophia helped Troy buy a beautiful bracelet for his mother. "Ma'am, this bracelet will suit you a lot," the saleswoman said to Sophia. Sophia parted her lips when she heard her. She shook her head. "No, that's not for me." Troy held her hand and asked, "You helped me a lot. Can I give you a present too?" Sophia chuckled at him. "You just learned to give other presents. That's why you want to give me one. But I can't take anything from you. It's your mother's birthday, not mine." "Aw, how cute you two are," the saleswoman again spoke up. Sophia frowned at her. Was she flattering them so that they would purchase more from her store? She ignored that woman's words as her eyes fell on a necklace. "So beautiful," she muttered. Troy glanced at it. "How much is it?" he asked the salesperson. "500,000, sir." Sophia's eyes widened when she heard the price. She immediately looked away from the necklace. How can a simple necklace have such a big price? That is not even heavy, she thought. Though Troy wanted to ask Sophia if she wanted it, the necklace was too pricey. He was a new worker who had not had that much money in his savings yet. Still, just as a sweet gesture, he asked, "Do you like that?" Sophia raised her brows and whispered to him, "Are you crazy? How can I like it? Didn't you hear the price? It will be a loss for me." Troy laughed at her words. He found her very cute. She was not adamant about getting the jewelry. Instead, she changed her choice because it was beyond her ability. She was not greedy at all. If someone were in her place, she would have said yes to him. Sophia picked up a small earring for her mother. She did not resist getting something for her mother. She had not given her anything as a present after getting paid. She knew if she asked her, she would refuse to buy anything. So she used her salary and bought a pair of beautiful earrings for her. After leaving the jewelry store, Sophia purchased a dress for Troy's mother, as it was the main reason to stop the car close to this mall. Later, they bought some props to decorate Troy's house and a small cake for the celebration. Troy asked her to have dinner in the food court since their mother would come to Troy's house after having their dinner. They left the shopping mall after dinner and got in the car to head to Troy's house. It took them an hour to reach there. When Sophia entered the house, she looked around it. Nice home. "Thank you, Sophia." She did not waste her time and placed the presents and the cake on the dining table, which was close to the living room. Then she began to decorate the living room with the props they had bought from the mall. Troy helped her while glancing at her. He felt that he had never met a girl like Sophia before. He realized that his mother was right. She once told him that he would never get a better girl than Sophia. His mother really liked her a lot and wanted her as her daughter-in-law. "How is it?" "Huh?" "Troy, where are you lost?" "I'm asking about the decoration," Sophia asked him. He nodded his head while looking around the living room. He realized that he was so lost in her that he could not notice anything. He chuckled lightly and replied, "Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sophia." At that time, someone entered the house, which made them turn to the door. When Sophia noticed it was Aunt Sabrina, she pushed Troy to greet her. "Happy birthday, Mom," Troy said with a cheerful voice. Sabrina was shocked when she saw the decorations in her house. A beautiful grin appeared on her face as she hugged her son. "Thank you, my son." Her eyes drew on Sophia, and the grin turned larger than before. Sophia hugged her and wished her a happy birthday. She gave her the birthday present, and Troy did the same. Sophia thought her mother would also come with Sabrina, but assumed that she might have wanted to give the mother and son some private time to celebrate. In spite of Sophia's desire to leave, Sabrina did not allow her to do so, and instead requested that she wait until she had finished cutting the cake. Sabrina asked Sophia's mother if she could go home late, to which she agreed without any reluctance. When it was time to cut the cake, Sophia got a call. She immediately received the call without noticing the number. "Hello," she asked while smiling at Sabrina, who was holding the knife. But when she heard the person on the other end of the phone, her smile froze. "Come outside right now. I don't want you to remain in that house for a single second." The sound of Bryan's voice caused Sophia's eyes to widen considerably. What shocked her more was what he had just said. "Is he outside?" she thought as she cast a glance out the window which offered a view of the road beyond. She was unable to locate any cars. "What happened, Sophia?" Troy asked her. "Huh?" Troy's voice pulled Sophia out of her thoughts. She turned to the mother and son and gave them an apologetic smile. I am sorry. I can't stay here longer. They were taken aback. Sabrina shook her head in disagreement. What? Why, my dear? I asked your mother's permission, and she is okay with it. If you are worried about going back home at this late hour, then you don't have to be concerned. Troy will drop you off at your home. After taking a quick check at the clock, Sophia became aware that it was 20 minutes until midnight. It was hard for her to accept that time had flown by so quickly that she was unable to keep track of it. Yes, Mom is right. No, that's not the case. A message on her phone interrupted her. She read it with a shaken heart. Don't you understand what a second means? Don't make me wait, or I will come into his house. She took a deep breath and looked at Troy. Alpha is outside. Wait, what? Why is he here? Troy asked, making his way toward the door. I have to leave. He sounded very angry. I don't know what's on his mind. Troy's legs froze when he heard Bryan was angry. He turned around and asked Sophia. Angry? Why? I think it's about some work. He is a workaholic man. Maybe he needs me for some paperwork. I have to leave right now. Sabrina stared at Sophia with sad eyes. Sophia hugged her and said, I'm sorry that I could not stay here with you, but I think it's your time with your son only. Celebrate with him. Sabrina nodded at her with a warm smile and patted her back. Thanks, Sophia. Sophia hurriedly dashed out of the house because she had already spent more than 2 minutes there, even after getting Bryan's message. She turned her head left and right, but could not find Bryan's car. She decided to call Bryan, so she pulled her phone out of her bag. When she was about to give him a call, a car came to a stop beside her. She was surprised by the sudden appearance of the familiar car. Before she could move her hand to the back door, the front door opened. Was he so mad at her that he did not want to let her sit beside him? With a trail of thoughts, she grabbed the door and got in the passenger seat. The moment she closed the door and turned her head, she gasped. Bryan was sitting in the driver's seat. Where was his driver? Why was he driving his car today? She gulped when she noticed him looking at the road in front of him. The expression on his face became more ferocious, as if the instant he turned to her, she would pass away. She carefully turned her gaze away from him, tucked her phone into her bag, and then sat there in silence, saying nothing. She did not utter a single word. Bryan's rage was completely beyond her comprehension. Did she make any mistakes in any project? But she could not remember anything since he had checked everything. Alpha? She mumbled to break the silence as she glanced at him. Bryan started the car without replying to her. It was a struggle for her to calm the anxiety that was raging through her head. The car passed a few routes. Sophia was unmoved, as she was feeling nervous. She inhaled and turned her head toward him with some courage. Alpha, what's wrong? Did I do something? Bryan parked the car on the side of the road, where there was no one else. He turned to her and asked, What were you doing in his house? As soon as she heard his icy tone, Sophia briefly blinked her eyes. Chills ran down her spine at his deep voice. I was. She could not finish speaking as her phone started to ring. She thought it was her mother, so she opened her bag to take out her phone. Her hand was shaking, as she had not processed her mind from Bryan's cold tone. While retrieving her phone, a small red velvet box fell from her bag and landed in the car. Sophia could not receive the call since it stopped ringing, so she bent down to take the box first. She opened the box to check on the condition of her mother's earrings and also to make sure they were not broken. She was relieved when she found it totally fine. After closing the box, she put it inside her bag. Meanwhile, Bryan was watching her every movement. When his eyes fell on the diamond earrings, which looked brand new, his eyes shone with hostility. So just for this cheap thing you slept with my directing manager? He spoke out with every bitterness he was feeling inside him. Sophia's hand froze when she heard that. She turned to him and asked, What? He glared at her. How can you be so cheap, Sophia Berg? Don't dare lie to me. You slept with that man, didn't you? Otherwise, why would you stay at his home this long when his mother is not at his home? How disgusting, he roared, which flinched her body. As she listened to his harsh words, tears began to well up inside her eyes. How could he possibly have such a thought? She shook her head and said, I didn't. Stop acting like an innocent girl. She bit her lower lip to prevent her tears from falling. He was accusing her of such a disgusting thing. It was about her character. How could he do that? I can't believe I trust a girl like you, Bryan muttered as he tightened his fingers around the steering wheel. At that time, Sophia's phone started to ring once again. It was difficult for her to hold back her tears, so she did not pick up the phone when it rang. Bryan glanced at the screen of her phone and noticed it was Troy. His blood boiled as he yelled at her in anger. "What are you waiting for? Receive the call." Her body jerked up at his yell. Bryan snatched the phone from her hand and muttered, "Let's crack your innocent act." He received the call and put it on the loudspeaker. "Hello, Sophia?" Sophia did not let out anything when she heard Troy's voice. She was trying to control her sobs. "I just wanted to thank you, Sophia. Mom is really happy with how you decorated our home for her birthday. She liked your present too. I hope your mom will also like the earrings that you bought for her." This time, she could stop her tears as they rolled down her cheeks. "Hello? Sophia? Are you listening to me?" Sophia grabbed the phone from Bryan's hand and cleared her throat. "Have a good time with Mom." Saying that, she cut the call and opened the door beside her. On the other hand, Bryan was shocked by Troy's words. When he saw Sophia leaving his car, he could not help but curse himself for misunderstanding the whole situation. "Fuck!" Sophia started to walk ahead. She was crying. She was unable to believe the fact that Bryan thought about her like that. It was clear that she had developed feelings for him, and she made every effort to improve her performance as a secretary for him. Last time, he accused her of revealing his project to another pack, and then he fired her to demonstrate her as a traitor in front of his whole company. But what did he do today? He made the accusation that she was a girl without any morals who could have slept with anyone over the course of something. "Sophia." She heard Bryan's voice behind her. She turned her head and saw his car moving towards her and stopping beside her. Bryan rolled down the car's window and said, "Get in the car." She shook her head. I don't want to go with you." She turned her head and began to walk again. Brinna clenched his jaw. How could he say those things to her? She was only helping that man to celebrate his mother's birthday. He came to the realization that both of them had told him that they were family friends. Troy's mother was her mother's close friend. How could it not come to his mind? Since the beginning of the day, he had been angry with her since he had witnessed her and Troy arrive at the office together. He was able to watch that from the window of his office room that he had. This was the reason for his anger. Nevertheless, his fury subsided when she explained to him that he was just offering her a ride at that moment. However, when she ignored him and left with Troy, he could not take it anymore. He assumed many things and sent his men to follow Sophia, which she could not notice. When his men told him that Sophia did not leave Troy's house, even though it was so late, he was fuming in anger. He did not wait for anything and went to Troy's house directly. He called her and told her to come outside. When she did not come, he texted her in anger. "Sophia, don't be stubborn. Get in the car," he said when he heard her words. She completely ignored him and walked past his car. At this hour, Sophia knew she would not get a cab to go back home, but she would never take any help from Bryan. He hurt her. She was upset with him. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door closing. She did not stop her steps as she kept walking. She felt a hand grab her wrist and make her turn around. Bryan was looking at her. She averted her gaze from him and pouted her lips in anger. "Where are you going?" he asked her. "Anywhere but not with you," she mumbled with an enraged tone. "Come with me. I'll drive you to your home." "No need," she said, yanking her hand out of his grip. When she began to walk again, he spoke out behind her. "If you won't come with me, I will make you do that." "Do whatever you want," Sophia replied, moving her steps forward. However, the next moment her body lifted into the air. She gasped when Bryan held her in his arms. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck in fear of falling down. She gazed at him. He did not look at her and turned around to head back to his car. Sophia was too shocked to say anything to him. So when he opened the door to make her sit in the passenger seat, she said, "I don't want your ride." Bryan shut the door and went to sit in the driver's seat. He turned his head toward her and noticed that she was crying. "Don't cry." She turned her head to the window so that he could not see her face and wiped her tears. Bryan inhaled deeply and mumbled, "Look, You thought that I had slept with him in exchange for a pair of earrings. Yeah, I know." Sophia cut him in while staring at the road through the window. Bryan was silent. She did not care if he got mad at her for interrupting him. Unexpectedly, she felt him getting closer to her. She turned her head and immediately leaned her head back against the seat when she found his face close to her. He moved his hand while looking into her eyes. Her heart started to race at the closeness. She shut her eyes as soon as she realized that he was leaning closer to her. A light noise startled her, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that he was fastening her seatbelt. She blushed when she realized what she was thinking before closing her eyes. How stupid she was! How could Bryan do something like that to her? Suddenly, Bryan lifted his hand, which took her by surprise. He brushed his thumb on her cheek to wipe her tears. Sophia's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him. "I'm sorry, don't cry," he muttered under his breath, which touched her face. Sophia was shocked by his words. She was also shocked like that when he apologized to her in the washroom of the restaurant after healing her. Except for her, she had never witnessed him saying sorry to anyone else. When she thought about it, Sarah's remarks returned to her mind. "I think he can say sorry to only his woman." She averted her gaze from him. A sorry could not mend everything. His words and behavior were hurtful for her a while ago, which she could not remove from her mind in a few seconds. His touch on her cheeks caused her to feel blissful. However, she did not show it through her face. "I shouldn't have said those things to you. I was just mad." She glanced at him and said, "You don't have to explain anything, Alpha. I know what you think of me. A girl who cheated your brother, a girl who can betray your company anytime, a girl who can Bryan pressed his lips into hers, stopping her from speaking further. Sophia was shocked as her eyes widened. Her heart raced as his lips met hers. Bryan was kissing her. As soon as he began to move his lips on hers, all of her anger vanished in an instant. She had never before experienced feelings like these. She appeared to be in heaven at that moment. She yearned for him to touch her from the bottom of her being. She saw him looking directly into her eyes while kissing her. She immediately closed her eyes and stayed unmoved. Bryan moved his hand from her cheek to behind her ear and grabbed the back of her neck. He tilted her head and kissed her deeply. With a passionate kiss, he savored her and seemed to cherish the moment as if time had stopped moving away from him. His lips gently brushed against hers and then began to suck on them. Their lips met in an electric movement. His kiss tasted like an unspoken confession. He tasted like moonlight and desire. Her heart was pounding in rhythm with his. Meanwhile, he was lost in kissing her. Her lips were soft, as if he were biting into cotton candy. For him, it was too sweet to bear. Sophia let out a moan when he nibbled her bottom lip. It was almost impossible for him to control the desire that had been locked inside him for a very long time. His inner beast groaned inside to come out and hover over her. Sophia started to feel breathless, but it did not stop him from continuing the kiss. She lifted her hands and patted his chest to break the kiss. He broke the kiss and looked at her intensely. She opened her eyes and gasped for air. She blushed hard when she saw him staring at her. After he had released her from her neck, he stroked his thumb to wipe her lips. She closed her eyes when she felt his thumb brushing over her wet lips. After a few seconds, she felt him move back to his seat. Sophia opened her eyes and turned her head to sheepishly look at him as soon as she felt the car begin to move. "What has just happened? He kissed me. Bryan Morrison kissed me. My mate kissed me," she thought as her mind was swirling by thinking about the kiss. The fact that their mates were getting closer to them made her wolf extremely pleased. Sophia lacked the ability to suppress the sensations that were brewing inside of her. Bryan did not look at her during the whole ride. Sophia did not ask anything either. There was complete silence throughout the entire ride. The car stopped in front of Sophia's house. Instead of opening the door and getting out of the car, Sophia sat there quietly, thinking about the meaning of the kiss. Bryan turned his head toward her, which made her gulp. She lowered her head and began to play with her fingers. "I'm sorry for what I said to you earlier," he said, as if making sure to break her anger. She looked at him, finding him looking at her calmly. "Alpha, you kiss." She could let out any more in shyness. He looked away from her and replied, "You were talking too much that time. If you talk like that again, then you know I can stop you again," he replied, then turned his gaze at her once again. His words were making her cheeks flush. What did he mean? Did he mean that he would kiss her again? Her lips parted, and her eyes widened at the thought. He licked his lips with his tongue as his gaze landed on her parted lips. Sophia averted her gaze from him shyly. She opened the door and said, "Bye, Alpha. Bye." Hearing him, she wanted to turn around and hug him for once to see how she would feel, but she ignored her desire and got out of the car. When she closed the door, she recalled her mother's words. She walked to his side and bent down to the window, then knocked on it. Bryan rolled down the window and turned to look at her. "Ah, Alpha, Mom said to ask you to come inside if you drop me again." "Another time," he replied with his deep voice. She gave him a nod. "Bye then." He responded without moving his gaze away from her. It was impossible for her to break eye contact as she kept staring at his mysterious eyes. "Sophia?" She heard her mother's voice coming from her house. Bryan raised his brow and signaled her behind her back. She stood up straight and cleared her throat. She turned around and rushed to the house in embarrassment. "Mom!" Her mother was standing at the door. Sophia noticed her peeking from there and trying to look at the person inside the car. But the moment she entered the house, the car drove away from there. "Mom, Alpha dropped me off today," Sophia muttered as she walked inside. "I know." She turned to her mother. "How?" Her mother closed the door and replied, "Troy informed me not to worry." "Oh." Her mother saw that she appeared to be lost. She walked to her and held her hand. "What are you thinking? Have you asked him to come inside?" "Nothing, Mom, and yes, I did. He said another day." Her mother nodded her head. "That's a relief that you asked him. It is up to him to decide whether he will accept it or not, but as members of his pack, we should show respect to him." Sophia recalled that she had bought something for her mother. She took it out of her bag and handed her the box. "What's this?" "Check it." She smiled when her mother opened the box and looked at the diamond earrings. "You didn't have to, my dear. You are my child. I should give you gifts," her mother said with teary eyes. She hugged her mother tightly. "Mom, it's a small thing from me. You have to accept it." After talking with her mother, Sophia went to her bedroom. She changed her clothes and freshened up. While standing beside her window, she looked at the moon, which was shining brightly. She wanted to shift and run for a long time in happiness, but she was an Omega. It was not safe for her to go into the forest alone, so she prevented herself from doing so. She stared at the moon and touched her lips. She blushed and thought, "Does he like me, love me? Has he accepted me as his mate in his heart?" Sophia got ready early as she would have to reach university earlier today. Today, an assignment would be announced by a professor in which she would have to work in a group. After eating breakfast with her mother, she promptly left her home in a hurry. As soon as she got to the university, she made a hasty trip to the classroom to attend the lesson. Students in their junior and senior years were enrolled in the same marketing class because they had chosen to take it as an elective. As soon as Sophia walked inside the classroom, she noticed a large number of new faces. She realized they were their seniors. In an attempt to locate Sarah, she looked around. Luckily, the professor had not entered the class yet. "Excuse me," a girl said, passing her. In order to make room for them, Sophia moved to the side of the door. "Why are you standing here? Are you trying to get the attention of other boys?" She heard a familiar voice. She rolled her eyes and ignored it. She did not have to turn to see her. That voice was none other than Louisa's voice. At that very moment, Sarah came to Sophia and grabbed her hand. "I was waving at you. You couldn't see me. Let's go." Sophia smiled at Sarah as she took her to their seats. Sophia sat down and let out a sigh. "I thought I came early today, but it looks like everyone has come before me." While sitting next to her, Sarah let out a chuckle. "You appear to be in a good mood today. What's the matter, baby?" Sophia pursed her lips to control her thoughts about last night. She could not forget the kiss. Every time she remembered it, she blushed. "Hey, why are you blushing? What's going on in your helmet?" Sarah nudged her with her elbow and asked about it. Sophia patted her own cheeks. "Oh my God, if I keep blushing, how will I face him today?" she muttered. Sarah leaned toward her and overheard her. "There is no way I will let you go before telling me. Come on, Sophia, tell me." Sophia turned her head toward Sarah and told her what had happened last night. Since they were sitting on the last bench, no one paid attention to them. Sarah gasped with a surprised look. "You two kiss." Before Sophia could utter the words aloud, she covered her mouth with her hand. Sarah pushed her hand away from her mouth and smirked at her. "Didn't I tell you jealousy is the biggest way to make his inner thoughts come out? See, he is in love with you." Sophia flushed red. She lowered her head and bit her lower lip. Sarah hugged her tightly. "My baby, I'm so happy for you." Sophia chuckled at her cute behavior. "Excuse me, girls? What are you two doing?" After breaking the hug, they turned their attention to Nolan, who was standing next to their bench with his hand on his hip. "I'm doing whatever with my baby." "What's it with you?" Sarah asked him, while wrapping her hand around Sophia's shoulder. Sophia could see that the couple had a fight between them. She unwrapped Sarah's hand from her shoulder and grabbed Nolan's hand. She placed Sarah's hand on his hand and asked, "You two, what happened to you? Have you had a fight?" "Ask your friend what she did last night," Nolan said, sitting on the bench next to theirs. "Don't listen to him, Sophia. I didn't do anything wrong." "Oh, please, who was flirting with the waiter?" Nolan inquired, rolling his eyes, but he had not let Sarah's hand go yet. Sarah turned her head toward Sophia and winked at her, then whispered, "He wasn't giving me much time. Now look how he is coming after me. Jealousy is the medicine of love." Sophia laughed at her words. She could not deny that Sarah was kind of right. Though she felt hurt by Bryan's words, she could not ignore the kiss. That was the first kiss they shared together. When the professor entered the class, everyone kept silent. He started his lecture while talking about the assignments. Sophia tried her best to pay attention to the professor. The door flung open, and a boy stepped inside the class. "Mr. Morrison, you are late," the professor said while looking at him. During the time that Bruce was looking around the classroom, Sophia gazed at him. "I'm sorry, Professor," Bruce replied, walking in the direction of Sophia. Sophia averted her gaze and tried to ignore him properly. Bruce sat down a few seats away from her bench, which caused her to feel relieved. She noticed he sat with his friends. She almost forgot about his friends. At the end of the class, the professor called out names and told them about their groups. Sarah clapped her hands when the professor called Nolan's name in her group, but later, when he did not call Sophia's name, she felt upset. "You will get a better team. Don't worry," Sarah said, rubbing Sophia's arm. As Sophia was about to give her a nod, the professor called out two names that she was not familiar with. Then the professor referred to her, Sophia Berga. Sophia raised her hand. After giving a slight nod at her, the professor turned his head to another person. "And Bruce Morrison." As soon as she heard him, Sophia was completely taken aback. Immediately, she rose up and inquired, "Professor, is it possible for me to change a member of the group? If you want to shift me to another group, it would be fine with me too." The professor frowned at her. "Do you think all these students here will listen to you and change their groups for you? Who are you to decide it?" Bruce stood up and nodded his head. "Professor, she is disrespecting your choice. Don't change the group based on her wish. You are our professor, and only you can decide it." The professor's jaw dropped, as he had never seen Bruce so attentive before. He was behaving like an obedient student. Students around them understood the situation between the two exes, and they began to laugh. "Silence," the professor yelled at everyone. Meanwhile, Sophia stared at Bruce, giving him a stern look. She could have convinced the professor if he had not interrupted. Bruce turned his head and winked at her. There was a smirk on his face, indicating that she would have to stay with him, even if it was for a while. The professor looked at Sophia and said, "Get familiar with your group. From next month, you will be required to start working together with them to complete the assignment." When the class was over, Sophia was the one who left the class first. "Sophia, She heard Sarah's voice from behind. She stopped her steps after coming out of the class and turned around. Sarah and Nolan rushed toward her with a worried look. "Sophia, are you okay?" Sarah inquired. Sophia gave Sarah a nod of assurance and glanced behind her. Sarah turned her head and saw Bruce coming out of the class. His eyes fell on Sophia as he smirked. He raised his hand and acted like he gave Sophia a salute, then strolled in the opposite direction. "Bastard!" Sarah muttered angrily. "Sophia, don't worry. We can talk to the professor again," Nolan said. "It's okay, guys. I am totally fine. Professor will only get angry," Sophia replied. "No, you are not fine. You looked so happy today, but that bastard ruined your mood." Sarah let out an angry tone, as if she were cursing Bruce more in her mind. Nolan gave her a confused look and raised a question. "Happy about what? Is there anything special?" Sarah pushed Nolan's arm and locked her arms with Sophia's. "You don't have to know. That's a girl thing." He rolled his eyes. "You always do this. Whenever you don't want to reply about anything, you say, 'That's a girl thing.'" Sophia chuckled when she saw they started bickering like cute lovers. "You two are lovebirds," she said, shaking her head. Later, Sophia headed to attend the rest of the classes. While attending one, she got a message from that unknown number. "Flowers and coffee both have strong smells, but I like the one the most. Do you know why?" Sophia stared at the message. Since she believed it was Bryan, she asked, "Why?" "They reminded me of you." Sophia blushed. When did Bryan become so romantic? She recalled the memories of last night. She closed her eyes and headed down in the seat while thinking about the kiss. The way he kissed her said sorry to her and notified her that he could do that again. It was obvious that he had feelings for her. She did not reply, and she locked her phone. She smiled like a crazy girl. She was over the moon. "I had never thought it would turn out like this. My mate loves me," she thought, and grinned, looking at the sky through the window next to her bench. When it was her time to go to the office, she put all the books in the locker. She did not have to change her clothes daily, since Bryan had bought her clothes. She could wear them at both places. They were not formal yet gentle clothes. As she closed the locker and turned around, she gasped. "What's wrong with you, man?" "You almost scared me to death," she said to the man in front of her. "Well, nothing will happen to you, darling. Don't worry," he replied, placing his hand beside her head on a locker. She tried to ignore him and turned to leave, but he placed his other hand on the other side and caged her between his arms. Sophia looked at him with a stunned face. "What do you want?" "Didn't you hear what the professor told you? You should get in touch with your group members." Sophia lifted her hand and motioned her finger between them. "Like this?" "No, not like this. But I know one of my group members is stubborn. She won't talk to me if I don't stop her like this." Sophia shoved his chest all of a sudden, which took him aback. He did not expect her to push him like that. He took a step back from the shove. "Don't come near me again. I don't like that," Sophia warned him with a cold look. She then turned and walked to the entrance. Bruce clenched his jaw and followed her behind. "You did not reply to me yesterday." She did not let out a single word. She behaved as if she did not listen to him. He grabbed her wrist tightly. She turned to him and tried to yank it away. "Leave my hand. Answer me first." Sophia glanced around and found others looking at them. She found Louisa glaring at her. "Do you want to create a scene here?" she asked Bruce. He shook his head in reply. "No, but what is on your mind? I want to know that." "Why do you need to know? You know the answer. I love you." She stared at him. Why was he making everything tough for me? "Bruce, let her go." She heard Sarah's voice. She came to me and tried to break his grip. Bruce frowned at her. "Do you have the strength to break it?" Nolan held Sarah's hand and moved her away from us. "Nolan, smack him. How dare he touch Sophia?" Sarah shouted. "Bruce, let go of Sophia's hand," Nolan said to Bruce. Bruce glanced at Sarah and then moved his gaze to Nolan. "Tell your girlfriend to shut her mouth. Or what will you do?" "Don't you dare, Bruce. She is my mate." Bruce scoffed at him. "It looks like nowadays everyone is after their mates." He turned his attention back to Sophia. She knew he had indicated his words to her. She saw Nolan and Bruce moving toward one another for a fight. So she grabbed Bruce's arm with her other hand and started pulling him outside. "Stop it, Bruce. Come with me." He obeyed her like an obedient child. He turned his head to Sarah and Nolan, then smirked at them. Sophia took him outside. "What do you want, Bruce?" "You." "Shut up. I have no time for this nonsense." He let go of her wrist and stepped close to her. She did not move and glared at him. "Do you show this cold look to him, too?" he asked, lifting his hand to touch her cheek. But before he could touch her, she pushed his hand away and stepped backward. She did not want to hide it anymore. It was clear that he knew the truth anyway. "He is not like you. He is different. Even if I want to, I can't show him my this side." His eyes widened, as if he did not expect me to accept it. His surprised face turned grim. "You can't be with him," he muttered to her. As she remembered the kiss between her and Bryan, she replied, "We are together now, so don't try to disturb me." "What if I do? What will you do to me?" His eyes were giving her challenges. She smiled at him and replied, "I will complain to my mate that another man is disturbing me." Her response caused him to look frozen. She knew that he was afraid of his big brother. That was why she told him that. She turned around and headed to get out of campus. She thought he would stop approaching her after learning that she was with his big brother now. But he spoke out from behind, just like yesterday. However, this time, his words were different. "You are right. He is not like me. He is not Bruce, but Bryan. You only know CEO Bryan. If you think he has only this side, then you are wrong. You haven't seen the real Alpha Bryan yet. He will hurt you more than I ever hurt you. Mark my words." Sophia turned around and frowned at him. "What did you say? Why are you talking like CEO Bryan and Alpha Bryan are both different people?" Bruce walked to her and stopped in front of her. He looked into her eyes and muttered, "You will understand when he breaks your heart. That's why I am telling you to come back to me." She scoffed at her. "You are aware that you are unable to prevail against him and his might. This is the reason you are trying to brainwash me. But let me tell you, I won't listen to you. Today I'm telling you directly that I fell for your brother. Do whatever you want." "I don't care. Don't come between us." Bruce felt a pang in his heart. "I can't even think of you with someone else, baby. Please don't do this with me." She was taken aback. She could see remorse in his eyes. She took a deep breath and averted her gaze from him. "I am getting late. I hope you will take the group work seriously and won't trouble me." She turned around and continued to head to the bus stop. Behind her, Bruce was staring at her back. He tightened his fists as his eyes turned cloudy. "I can't let this happen. I can't see you with my brother. I will make sure you can't be with him, Sophia." Meanwhile, Sophia took a bus and went to the company. Before stepping inside the company, she inhaled deeply. She smiled at everyone as they greeted her. She halted her steps when she heard the voice of the receptionist as she was passing the area. "Miss Sophia?" She turned to the woman and asked, "Yes?" "She is Angelina Gulliver. Can you please take her to the CEO's office? She came here to meet him." Sophia turned her head in the direction of the elevator. She noticed a beautiful woman in a green dress. "Are you talking about her?" "Yeah. May I know who she is, by the way? You don't know her?" "She is Alpha's clothing designer. We always have someone escort her to the CEO's office, but today she said she could go alone. Since I saw you, I wondered if you would be able to accompany her." Sophia nodded her head as she walked toward the woman. She stood right next to her and asked, "Miss Angelina?" The woman turned to her and inquired, "Sorry? May I know you?" Sophia smiled at her lightly and pressed on the VIP elevator, which the woman noticed with her scanning eyes. "I'm Sophia Berg, the CEO's personal assistant." She raised her brow. "Really? Oh, okay. Nice to meet you." She then stretched her hand toward Sophia after she had finished saying that. The sweetness of her voice left Sophia speechless, and she extended her hand to shake hers. "Please come with me in this elevator," Sophia invited her as she entered the elevator. With a nod, Angelina stepped inside with her. She looked at Sophia without blinking her eyes, which made Sophia feel awkward. However, she could only chuckle. "Why is she looking at me like that?" Sophia thought and tried to avoid her gaze. When the elevator door opened, they headed to the CEO's office. Sophia started to feel nervous. The more she went close to Bryan's cabin, the more memories of last night appeared in her mind. Sophia knocked on the door and waited outside with Angelina. When they heard Bryan's voice, they entered the room together. Sophia gulped when her eyes fell on Bryan's back. He was standing close to the window while smoking. Sophia was just about to tell him that his designer had just come to meet him. But before that could happen, Angelina intervened by raising her hand to stop her. Sophia observed her as Angelina made her way toward the desk. She was under the impression that she would take a seat on one of the chairs. Nevertheless, Angelia strolled past the desk and stood behind Bryan. Bryan was still looking outside. Angelina opened her bag and took out a cigarette, then put her bag down on the desk. Turning her attention to Bryan, she gave him a shoulder pat. Bryan turned around and looked at her. "You are late," he muttered to Angelina. There was a chuckle coming from her as she bit the cigarette that she was holding. She moved toward Bryan's face and lit her cigarette from Bryan's cigarette. As she stood a considerable distance away, Sophia gazed at them with eyes filled with shock. She found the thing intimate and felt a twinge inside her heart. Angelina moved after igniting the cigarette and inhaling the smoke. Bryan stared at her with an indifferent face, but Sophia felt hurt that he did not say anything to Angelina about it. "The day before yesterday, I went to the pack house. Your mom and dad have told me that you are not staying with them," Angelia said to him. "Why did you go to the pack house?" Bryan asked. "Why can't I?" "I asked the reason." She chuckled and moved aside to look outside through the window. "I was summoned by your dad. He had something special to talk about." She paused and turned her head toward him. "I picked up a lot of fresh information. Do you want me to tell you?" As she asked him, she gave him a wink. Sophia took a step back. While she was turning her back on them, she clenched her fists tightly. She did not wish to continue to listen to the conversations that they were having. They looked really close. The manner in which Angelina was describing her visit to the pack house, as well as the manner in which she was interacting with Bryan, gave the impression that they were very close. So many negative thoughts came to Sophia's mind. Bryan did not even care to glance at her. She made her way to the door and grabbed the doorknob to open it. But she heard Bryan's voice. "Where are you going?" She turned to him and gave him a quick glance before shifting her focus to Angelina. "I don't want to interrupt you." Bryan frowned at her and replied, "I haven't yet given you permission to leave." Sophia lowered her head and stood at the door after letting go of the doorknob. "Is she the little birdie?" Sophia heard Angelina's voice. She looked at her and saw her smirking at her. She had no idea what Angelina was talking about. "She is my personal secretary," Bryan replied to her. With a raised eyebrow, Angelina shifted her gaze to Bryan. "Personal, I see. Does she know her boss is a coward?" Sophia's eyes widened not by Angelina's question, but by the way Bryan grabbed Angelia's neck. "How dare you talk to your alpha like that?" he growled at her. Sophia rushed to Bryan to stop him from killing the woman. "Leave her. She will die," Sophia said, trying to remove Bryan's hand from Angelina's neck. Angelina gave her a courteous look before breaking out into laughter. Sophia was bewildered after seeing that. Her hands loosened when she saw Angelina's eyes turn black to emerald. Sophia parted her lips in shock as she thought, "She is a witch!" After raising her hand, Angelina reached out and gripped Bryan's wrist. He groaned as if her touch felt like an electric shock. Instead of removing his hand, he pressed on her neck tightly. Angelina patted his hand. "I'm sorry. You are not a coward." Bryan scoffed at her and moved her hand away from her neck. By turning his head toward Sophia, who appeared to be disoriented, he gave her a warning. "Don't ever try to stop me in any circumstance. It's not something I like." Sophia lowered her head. "Yes, Alpha?" Angelina coughed a little and shook her head. "Bryan Morrison, I will make you drink the poison potion that I made 2 weeks ago." Bryan rolled his eyes. "Sure, why not? The same thing that happened 10 years ago will happen again. It will fail again." 10 years ago? They had known one another for such a long time, Sophia thought. She shook her head and wanted to leave the room. She had no idea who the woman was or what her connection was with Bryan. "You made a promise to me that you would keep quiet about it, didn't you? Why did you seem to bring up memories of my troubled past?" Angelina said this to him while she was standing next to him. "Alpha, I think I should leave now. I have other things to do," Sophia said sadly. She did not like how Bryan was talking with the girl in a friendly tone. That was the first time she had ever witnessed him conversing with another woman. In fact, he was reacting like nothing had happened yesterday. Was that kiss nothing to him? There is nothing for you to do at this moment, so stay here. I am afraid this woman will steal something from my cabin and do black magic on me, Bryan said while glaring at Angelina. Angelina laughed and sat down on a chair as if this man had not attempted to kill her a few seconds ago. Happy to learn that you are afraid of someone, even if it's only in the mocking. Keeping her gaze fixed on the floor, Sophia stood close to the desk. She was not feeling well. She thought Bryan liked her, but his behavior was saying something else. She bit her lower lip to control her emotions. At that time, someone knocked on the door. Bryan permitted the person to come inside. A man entered the cabin. The moment Angelina looked at the man, she immediately stood up. "This is my manager. Come here. Put it down here." Sophia observed that the man was holding a large black box and a bouquet. Angelina reached out and grabbed the bouquet just as the man was placing the box on the desk. Angelina handed it to Bryan. "For you." Sophia took a quick glimpse at the flower and reflected on the message she had received from the unknown number. Bryan talked to her about the flowers. He said he liked it more than his coffee, since it made him think about her. However, someone else was giving him flowers. She looked away from the bouquet and gazed at the box without any emotion. "You can go now?" Angelia said to her manager. The man nodded at her and left the cabin. After putting the bouquet to the side, Bryan turned his attention to the box. "What do you have for me?" Angelina opened the box. Sophia's eyes fell on the various ties. "I have come up with a fresh collection for your upcoming party. How is it?" Angelina asked with excitement. Bryan turned his attention to Sophia and asked, "Which one?" Sophia turned to him with a stunned look. "Huh? Select one." Sophia blinked her eyes a few times. Did he tell her to select? Why? "Of course. She is your private secretary. She should do everything for you," Angelia said, turning the box in the direction where Sophia was standing. Sophia realized Angelina was saying it right. It could be the only reason he asked that. She went to the box and looked at the ties that were inside. When she saw that all of the ties were black, she could not help but be completely taken aback. Usually, Bryan did not wear ties most of the time. Perhaps he wore ties only at parties. She pointed her finger to a tie and said, "This one." As Angelia removed the tie from the box, she flashed a grin. "Let me try it on him." Letting out that, she was about to walk to Bryan. However, he stopped her by saying, "I don't need to try it. I'm okay with whatever she chooses." Angelina smirked as if she found his words interesting. She turned her head toward Sophia and mumbled, "Not bad. What if she herself assists you in giving it a shot?" Sophia was shocked. She immediately looked at Angelina, who winked at her. She had no idea why Angelina had made such a statement. In fact, she thought Angelina liked Bryan, which was why she went closer to him. Angelina handed the tie to her and pushed her lightly toward Bryan. "Please, help this lazy man." Sophia glanced at Bryan, whose gaze met hers. She gulped and bent down toward him, avoiding his gaze. He did not stop her as he stared at her. Just when she touched his collar, Angelina spoke out. "I think it will look okay on you. You don't need to try anymore." Bryan turned to her and glared at her. She grinned at him and said, "Oh, yes, I remember something to do right now. See you later," Angelina said to Bryan as she grabbed her bag hurriedly. It appeared as though she was scared that she had finally offended Alpha Bryan. Sophia was watching Angelina without moving. She saw her open the door and turn to her. "Bye, little birdie," she said, waving her hand at her, then leaving the cabin. Sophia did not know how to react. She sighed and stood straight to move away from Bryan. Bryan, on the other hand, grabbed her hand and tugged her toward him. Her eyes widened as she was on the verge of falling on Bryan. He looked into her eyes and asked, "Why are you running away from me?" She withdrew her gaze from his and moved away from him. "So, since I am your secretary, I have work to do." He stood up without leaving her hand. Sophia realized how tall he was when he slowly got up from his chair. She tried to take a step back, but he pulled her closer to him and said, "Help me with the tie that you have chosen for me. I want to see how it will look on me." A stunned expression appeared on Sophia's face as she gazed at him. Bryan directed his gaze toward the tie she was holding in her hand. She lowered her head and moved her hand toward his shirt collar. She was blown away by just looking at his broad shoulder, which caught her attention. She had a difficult time concentrating on what she was doing. She was nearly drawn to him by the scent of his cologne. Her wolf began to react to her as if she wanted to go close to her mate. While she focused her attention on the tie, Sophia took several deep breaths. Meanwhile, Bryan continued to stand there without uttering a single word as he released his grip on her hand. Sophia put the tie around his collar and started to fix it. She was so preoccupied with ensuring that she was doing it perfectly that she failed to notice the man who was staring at her. Bryan's gaze wandered all over her face. Her beautiful eyelashes looked captivating when she flickered them. The sweetness of her lips, which he had tasted the night before, gradually came into his line of sight. It was hard for him to control himself last night. Whenever she was in his presence, his wolf started to act in a way that was completely out of control. "Done," Sophia let out with a smile on her face as she examined the tie. She looked at him to see his reaction but was taken aback when she found him looking at her. She gulped as she simply gazed into his intriguing eyes. They appeared to be hooked on her, as if they could see her soul. "Alpha, She was unable to utter a single word before he abruptly turned around and started walking in the direction of the couches. It was brought to Sophia's attention that there was a mirror located near the couches, next to the flower vase. He stood there and looked at himself. She walked toward him and stood behind him. She also glanced at the mirror and saw his reflection, then at his expression. He held the tie and loosened it a little, then said to her, "Not bad. You have a good choice." "Thank you, Alpha," she mumbled quietly. He turned around and returned to his desk. Her eyes were following his every movement without moving. He grabbed the bouquet of flowers and came back to her. She glanced at it to know why he took that to her. He handed the bouquet to her and muttered, "Take it." She was surprised as she held it. She looked at him and said, "It's your bouquet. I saw you glancing at it a while ago. I don't like flowers anyway." Sophia stared at him for a brief second. Didn't he say to her in the message that he liked flowers? Was he saying it so that he could give it to her? She shook her head and replied, "I can't take it." She was about to return it to him when he spoke out to stop her. "Why?" She cleared her throat while looking at the floor and replied, "That's not for me. It's your bouquet. I can't take the flowers that some other woman gifted you." Her voice was low, but he heard her clearly. She bent to the tea table near the couch and placed the bouquet on the table. "Thanks for offering, by the way." Saying that, she turned to leave the room. However, she paused when a strong hand wrapped around her waist. Bryan pulled her to him and her back pressed against his chest. When she saw them together in the mirror, she came dangerously close to letting out a gasp. He was wrapping his arms around her waist from behind her, and it was a very intimate gesture indeed. When his eyes met hers in the mirror, she averted her glance shyly and turned her head away from the mirror. "Alpha, why are you so upset today? What is bothering you?" he asked, enveloping his other hand around her waist to cage her totally. "Nothing," she mumbled. After making a frowning expression, he turned her around so that she was facing him. With an air of solemnity, he inquired, "What happened?" Sophia slowly raised her head to look at him. She did not know if she should ask him the question. What if it made him mad? Despite the fact that she liked the closeness that developed between them, she did not like to give herself false hope. "Who was she?" she blurted out, then immediately moved her head away. He was silently gazing at her. She thought he would not answer her. If he could ask her about other boys, then why could she not ask him about other women? Did her question offend him? "It's okay. I'm sorry for asking that personal question." She took a deep breath and held his hands to break the grip when she found him quiet. But Bryan's grip tightened as if he were adamant about letting her go. "She is my childhood friend," he replied. She looked at him with a shocked face. She did not expect him to reply to her. "As you saw, she is a witch. We were brought up together because her mother is my mom's friend, so she is just a close friend who likes to tease me." "Oh," she mumbled while nodding her head. She realized that she mistook his relationship with his friend. "By the way, why were you asking?" he asked, lowering his head to reach her level. Sophia blushed at the closeness between their faces. She remembered the kiss and turned her head shyly. She felt him moving closer to her ear and muttered something, which gave her chills down her spine. I am not a womanizer who seeks out various women to satisfy my desire, but someone caught my attention and I find it hard to let her go. Sophia let out a moan when Bryan bit her earlobe lightly. She immediately put her hands on his shoulder and clutched his shirt to stop herself from moaning loudly. Her moan made Bryan tighten his hands around her waist. He tilted his face as his mouth let go of her neck and shifted to her neck. Just the moment his lips brushed on her neck, a ringtone began to echo throughout the room. Bryan arched his eyebrows when he realized it was his phone. Sophia's body jolted up in response to the ringtone, and she tried to move away immediately. His touches almost caused her to become lost and possessed. His touches were like magic, making her go insane. His grip loosened as she took a step back from him. She lowered her head and tucked the strands of her hair behind her ear. The fact that Bryan let out a long, deep breath was an indication that he was not happy with the unexpected phone call. He walked over to his desk and grabbed his phone. He wanted to cut the call to whoever had called him, but when he noticed the number, he glanced at her, and then he received the call. Abraham. Sophia looked at him the moment he heard him let out her brother's name. What happened? Give me a valid reason to disturb me, Bryan asked. His eyes never left Sophia. She looked away from him and walked to the door. Bryan stopped her as he asked her, "Where are you going?" Sophia glanced at him and replied in a low voice so that her brother could not listen to her from the other end of the phone. "I need to check your schedule," she replied, opening the door. Bryan did not stop her this time. Sophia thought her brother had something important to talk about with Bryan, so she did not want to disturb them in their conversation. While she was leaving, she heard Bryan saying, "Don't worry about it. I will train you myself." She smiled while closing the door after leaving his cabin. She was happy that he was treating his brother well. Train my brother himself, she thought, moving toward her cabin. The thought of what he would look like while training others made her cheeks flush. She shook her head and went to her cabin. She sat down and checked Bryan's schedule for today. He had no meeting today, but tomorrow he would have to attend a meeting in a hotel, which was really important. She went to get a cup of coffee for him and went to his cabin after an hour. She saw him talking with another alpha on his phone, so she did not disturb him, put the cup on his desk, and left the cabin quietly. As she returned to her cabin, she began to work on some projects. After a while, she heard a knock on the door. "Please come in." A man entered the cabin with a small bouquet of red roses. "Miss Sophia, this is for you," he said, handing the bouquet to her. "For me?" she asked with a surprised look as she got to her feet. "Yes." "Who sent it?" "Don't know. Someone left it for you." "Okay." Sophia grabbed the bouquet and thanked the man. When the man left, she sat in her chair again. The thought of something surprised her. It was not the bouquet that Angelina gave Bryan, but a new bouquet of roses. Did Bryan send it to her because she refused to take that bouquet? She smiled and sniffed at the smell of the fresh roses. Suddenly, she heard a tone coming out of her phone. She grabbed her phone and checked the message that popped up on the screen in the notification bar. A bouquet of roses for a beauty. Sophia blinked her eyes as she stared at the message. She could not believe Bryan called her beautiful. Something caught her eye as she was stroking her fingers at the roses. She found a small card inside the bouquet. She opened it and saw what was written inside. "A small apology to upset you. Your admirer, BM." Sophia chuckled as she gently stroked her thumb over the letter BM. "Bryan Morrison, why do you suddenly start to behave so romantic? You kissed me last night. You tried to get close to me an hour ago, and now, when you saw that I refused to take someone else's bouquet, you sent this to me. You even realized that I was upset by overthinking about you and your friend," she said while looking at the card. But she did not include those in the message, because if Bryan wanted to flirt with her anonymously, she would like to continue it. Admirer was the name she chose to save the unknown number. She began to type to say something in reply. "Thank you. I like roses." He replied in a few seconds, as if he were waiting for me. I want you to place them in the flower vase on your desk so that it can give you refreshment when you work. Sophia raised her brows. He knew every detail of her cabin. Of course he knew. After all, he was the CEO of this company. Okay. She waited for another message, but when she noticed she did not get any reply, she stood up and put the flower in the vase. Then she continued to work. She did not need to go to Bryan's cabin again. The whole day she concentrated on her work without any disruption. When it was time to leave the office, she left her cabin and turned in the direction of Bryan's cabin. She noticed that Bryan was also coming out of his cabin. She gave him a nod and headed to the elevator together. She smiled sheepishly as she thought about the flowers he had sent for her today. His messages were killing her inside with devotion. As soon as they entered the elevator, she lowered her head and did not engage in any conversation with him. When he turned his head to face her, he asked, "What is my schedule for tomorrow?" She looked at him and replied, "You have a meeting tomorrow morning." "With whom?" "With Alpha Simon." He gave her a nod and switched his attention to the door as it opened. They exited the elevator and made their way to the entrance of the company. As they came out of the company, Sophia noticed Delta Edger. Edger gave her a kind wave before approaching them. "Hi, what's up?" Sophia greeted him with a grin and remarked that she was doing well. While Bryan was looking at him, he inquired about the cause of his sudden arrival. "You need to come with me," Delta Edger said to Bryan. Sophia let the Alpha and Delta talk to each other as she bowed her head to Bryan and said, "Alpha, I'm leaving." Bryan frowned at her. "Where?" "To my house." Wasn't it obvious? Why did he even ask? She realized that he might have wanted to drop her off. "It's late. My driver will drop you off at your house," Bryan said, motioning to his driver, who was standing outside his car, waiting for him. His driver opened the back door for Sophia. She glanced at Bryan's car and asked him, "Aren't you going with Edger?" Edger raised his brow as he noticed them talking. "I will go with him in his car. You can go with my car. I don't think it's safe for you to go alone." In a surprised expression, Sophia parted her lips. Bryan had demonstrated his concern for her in a straightforward manner. She blushed and got in his car. The driver closed the door and proceeded to the driver's seat. Bryan lowered himself to the window and looked at Sophia. "Don't go to the university tomorrow." "Why?" she asked while looking at his handsome face. "You must come and pick me up from my house in the morning. My secretary should be with me in the meeting." Sophia stared at Bryan's back until he got in Edger's car and left. Bryan's driver started the car and drove in the direction of her house. In order to suppress her smile, Sophia bit the bottom of her lip. The manner in which he lowered himself toward the window a short while ago almost caused her to lose her breath. She had no idea how they became so close that he started to talk so softly with her. Today, he did not show any signs of rage. In fact, he came closer to her. Slowly, she raised her hand and brought it to her neck. She let out a deep breath while thinking about how his nose touched her neck when they were in his cabin. If Abraham had not called at that time, who knew what was on Bryan's mind? Leaning her back against the seat, she closed her eyes. There was a sheepish smile on her face, which she wanted to hide from the whole world. In all of the walls of her heart, there was only one person's face that started to become clear, and that name was Bryan. He was now in her imagination and dreams. Her wolf was only howling out one name, and that was the name of her mate. It was not because of the mate bond, but she did end up falling in love with Bryan. She lost her heart to him. She recalled Bryan's words that he told her today. Assuring her that he was not a womanizer, he made it clear that she would not have to think about the possibility of him connecting with another woman. Not only that, he almost confessed his feelings for her by saying that she caught his attention and he did not want to let her go. "Miss, we arrived at your home." The driver spoke out. Sophia opened her eyes and realized that she had been drawn into Bryan's thoughts so that she could not feel when the car stopped moving. "Thank you," she remarked with a grin to the driver and a pleasant tone of voice. Despite the fact that the driver was a young man, it appeared as though he had been working for Bryan for a considerable amount of time. It seemed as though he was taken aback by her kind behavior. He had the impression that the woman who was receiving Alpha's attention would be the one to be arrogant. After giving her a slight nod of his head, he exited the vehicle and then opened the door for her. She got out of the car and walked toward her house. As she was going to use her keys to unlock the door, she noticed someone opening the door from inside. Sophia, her mother said the moment she opened the door. She gave her mother a hug before accompanying her into the house. Today, her mother appeared to be in a high mood. "What's the matter, Mom? Is there something special?" "No, my baby, your brother called me today." "Oh, that's good news," Sophia said as she took a seat on the couch with her mother. "What did he say?" she asked. "He was asking about you." "Mom, did you tell him about?" "No, I didn't. I told him that you were doing a job for another company. He asked me why I allowed you to go without thinking about your safety. I said my friend's son is also working there, and he took care of you." Sophia sighed while shaking her head. "Mom, no one is my babysitter." Her mother stroked her head and replied, "You know I had to say something to your brother. As you told me, I didn't tell him about your job at Morrison Group." "Thank you, Mom." I embraced her. They had dinner while talking about how they could surprise Abraham when he returned home. "Your brother was saying that Alpha promised to train him. Because he was having difficulties with some of his practice, Alpha gave him assurance about it. We are blessed to have an Alpha like him," Sophia's mother said to her. Sophia chewed her food while smiling. "You are right. We are blessed." Within her heart, she had the feeling that she was extremely fortunate to have him as her mate. After saying good night to her mother, Sophia went to her room. Having changed out of her dress and into her pajamas, she then climbed onto the bed. As soon as she closed her eyes, she began to recall everything that had occurred over the day. When she thought about the increasing closeness that she and Bryan had developed toward one another, she covered her face with her blanket. She tried to sleep so that tomorrow she would not be late to go to Bryan's house. When she opened her eyes, she yawned and glanced outside the window. Her eyes widened as she sat up and hurriedly grabbed her phone to check the clock. Upon seeing that she had not gotten up late, she exhaled a sigh of relief and relaxed her shoulders. She went to take a shower and wore a dress for the meeting. She went downstairs and found that her mother had just woken up. "Mom, I have to go to the office directly today. What about your breakfast?" "I'll have breakfast in the company, Mom. Now bye. I don't want to be late," she said, giving a kiss on her mother's cheek. "Take care." Her mother waved her hand at her while standing at the door. Sophia called a cab and made her way to Bryan's residence. After getting out of the cab, she paid the driver and glanced at the guards. They stopped her at the gate, but when she showed them her company's ID card, they realized that she was Bryan's personal secretary. They opened the door and let her enter the house. When Sophia entered the house, she discovered that there was complete silence throughout the entire house. She turned her head to the guard who was outside the house. "Where is Alpha?" "He is sleeping in his bedroom." "Oh." She glanced around and then asked again, "Where are the maids?" "Last night, Alpha's mother fell sick, so Alpha sent all of his maids to her." It came as a complete surprise to Sophia when she learned about Bryan's mother. Was she okay? Though she had behaved really badly with her, she still cared for her since she was Bryan's mother. When she began to walk, the guard closed the door from outside. He did not lock the main gate, but only closed it. When Sophia switched her attention to the stairs, she remembered that she had forgotten to ask about Bryan's bedroom. She went upstairs and entered the room first, where Bryan let her stay when she was drunk. He was not in that room, which disappointed her. One by one, she closed 3 doors and did not find Bryan's bedroom. When she noticed the last door, she walked to it and opened the door without knocking, as she was bored with the process of finding his room. But when she opened the door, a master bedroom appeared in her sight. She did not get a chance to look around since her eyes directly landed on the man who was sleeping on the bed. She gulped when her eyes fixed on the man. Bryan was sleeping on his chest as his upper back was visible. His face was turning to the opposite side, so she could not see him. However, he was shirtless, and his blanket was only covering his lower back. Looking at the perfect skin of his upper back and his strong muscles made her heart race faster. As she lightly shut the door behind her, Sophia withdrew her gaze from his. To get a better look at his face, she crept over to the bed and moved to the opposite side of it. The moment her eyes got a glimpse of his face, she inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. In his sleeping state, he looked innocent. It was as if the man who was sleeping in front of her was not the dangerous alpha that everyone feared. Her legs started to move in the direction of him without her being aware of it. Although she was there to wake him up so that they could be on time for the meeting, she couldn't help but be captivated by the handsomeness of his face. She bent down and gazed intently at him. With great attention, she stared at him. She found a mole on the left side of his neck. His arms were folded on the pillow, and he was resting his face on them. "So handsome," she muttered. As she could see that he was in a deep sleep, she stared at him for a long time. Her attention was drawn to his hair as it drooped over his forehead, endearing him to her. She reached out her hand and was about to touch the bangs to move away from his forehead. But before she could touch them, a hand grabbed her wrist and stopped her from doing so. Bryan opened his eyes and turned around to lay on his back, which caused her to let out a gasp. She was so shocked that she tried to move away, but Bryan's hold on her became more firm as he drew her wrist closer to him. As a result, her heels twisted and she ended up falling on him. Sophia's eyes widened as she slowly looked into his eyes. Bryan was looking at him, which made her nervous. Their faces were closer to each other. She paused when Bryan wrapped his arm around her waist and asked, "You were what?" She gulped as she felt his touch on her waist. The way that her body was pressed against his caused her to feel warmth all over her body. "Ah, Alpha, you are misunderstanding me. I came to wake you up." Bryan studied her face as he asked, "By how?" Staring at me and brushing my face? She blushed in embarrassment. She looked away from him. He released her wrist and touched her hair strands before tucking them behind her ear so that he could get a clearer view of her face. She fluttered her eyelashes as she felt his fingers brushing her ear, giving her a new sensation on her skin. She cleared her throat and mumbled, "Good morning, Alpha." "Morning," he muttered while looking at her. Since he was still staring at her, she made an effort to divert her attention away from his intense gaze and towards something else. However, what drew her attention was the hands that she was pressing against his bare chest. She coughed lightly and pushed his chest to move away from him. The sight of her trying to move away from him caused him to loosen his hold on her. She stood up and immediately looked away from his bare chest when her eyes fell on his abs. Fortunately, he was dressed in sweatpants, which meant that she did not have to experience any further embarrassment. "I am very sorry. I should have knocked on the door before entering your bedroom," she mumbled with a flushed face while looking at a blank wall blankly. She could see from the corner of her eyes that he sat up and rested his back against the headboard. "When did you come here?" Bryan asked her as he reached out to take the cigarette packet off the nightstand. "A few minutes ago," she replied, glancing at him. He lit the cigarette and puffed on the smoke. As he gazed at her, he blew the smoke out of his mouth. Sophia wanted to tell him not to smoke so much. She always saw him smoking. It was bad for his health, but she had not become that close to him to prevent him from doing anything. "How much time is left for the meeting?" he inquired carelessly. She was stunned by his behavior. She had always seen him in a serious mood. What had happened to this man suddenly? 3 hours, she responded after pulling out her phone from her bag to check the time. He nodded his head and removed the blanket from his body. By the time he got out of bed, she had already taken a few steps back. She gulped when he was about to walk past her but decided to stop in front of her. Her face turned red as she faced his sizzling abs. He was so hot that she started to sweat. With the intention of avoiding staring at his elegant body, she lowered her head. Bryan was still smoking, so the smoke made her cough a little. The moment Bryan placed his palm on her head, she became completely still. She took a deep breath. Lowering his head down, he leaned closer to her ear. "Get used to the smoke. You will have to smell it a lot from now on." His whispers caused shivers to go through her entire body. In an effort to resist the sensation that was developing inside of her, she bit her bottom lip. Bryan chuckled at her reaction and then straightened his posture. She inhaled deeply when he lifted his hand and gently caressed her chin with his fingertips. He raised her chin to make her look at him. She pressed her teeth harshly on her lower lip to control herself. His eyes began to stroke her face and stop on her lips. He moved his thumb from her chin and touched her bottom lip. Her lips quivered at his touch. He pulled out her lip from her teeth and stopped her from biting it. Slowly, his thumb brushed over her bottom lip, and his eyes returned to look into her eyes as he let out a low yet deep voice. "Stop seducing me, mate." Sophia was shocked. She could not believe that Bryan had just called her mate. She stared at him as she controlled her tears, which almost crawled into her eyes. Her attention was drawn to him by the intriguing look in his eyes, which compelled her to go closer to him. But she was lost in Bryan's one word. Finally, he had accepted her as his mate. Before today, he had always demonstrated that he did not believe mate things, but only had to stay in the bond just for the law. However, today he himself called her his mate. She wanted to hug him and say what she felt for him. She also wanted to call him her mate. Mate, she mumbled while looking into his eyes. Her lower lip kept brushing his thumb while she let it out. Hearing her caused his brows to raise, as if he had suddenly become aware of what he had just said. He slowly let go of her chin and moved his thumb away from her lip. He slipped one hand into his pocket and raised the other hand to continue smoking. Sophia realized that he was still holding the cigarette between his two fingers. While he was silently looking at her, he took a long inhalation of the smoke. His silence caused her to feel nervous. She was the focus of his attention. He was the one who broke eye contact and walked past her to proceed to the closet. When he opened it, he pulled out a suit for him to wear. She was unable to tear her gaze away from him because he was so incredibly hot. She had never seen him in casual clothes, so looking at him in just sweatpants was something she had never imagined. Her eyes were fixed on him as she saw him holding the shirt and pants and placing the suit jacket on a couch close to the bed. He threw the cigarette butt on the floor and looked at her. "I'm coming in 10 minutes. She nodded her head immediately as his utterance pulled her out of her analysis of him. During the time that Bryan was in the bathroom, Sophia had a peek around the room. Now she could view every corner of the master bedroom. As she walked around the room, she could smell Bryan's scent in every corner. Her wolf started acting in a wildly chaotic way, as if she wanted to shift and sniff at the scent. The moment her gaze landed on the bed, she blushed as she reflected on what had happened a few minutes ago. Her mind was completely blown by the manner in which Bryan had grasped her and dragged her into him at that moment. She covered her face in shyness. Every day they were getting closer and closer. As she sat on the side of the bed, she cast a brief glance in the direction of the bathroom. "I want to learn you, mate. I want to be with you," she thought. After a while, the door opened, and Bryan emerged from the bathroom wearing a white shirt and black pants. She got to her feet and remained silent as she observed him. His damp hair had fallen over his forehead, and he was wiping it off with a towel. She was taken aback by the extraordinary look he possessed. She realized that he looked different with his hair falling on his forehead. He dried his hair and brushed it back. With a smile on her face, she stared at him while standing in a corner. The fact that she had fallen deeply in love with him was something that she admitted to herself, and she did not care if she was acting like a fangirl. The emotions that she had for him were different from those that she had experienced with his younger brother. She was already quite young when she went into a relationship with Bruce. However, she was now mature, and she realized that mates were inseparable. They could not feel the same for another person as they felt for their mates. Sophia noticed Bryan coming toward the couch. She reached for the suit jacket and looked at him. "Let me help you." He did not look surprised as he gave her a nod. He turned around and she stood behind him. She helped him to wear the suit jacket. She felt happy to do that. She walked out of the room with him and headed downstairs. When she glanced at the clock, she found that they still had a lot of time left for the meeting. "Won't you have breakfast?" she asked, thinking of preparing something for him. He nodded his head while making his way to the main door. "We will have breakfast in the company." "Okay," she replied, following him behind while tossing out the idea to prepare breakfast. Bryan's driver opened the door for them. She maintained her silence during the entire ride as she sat next to Bryan. However, she continued to cast a glance in his direction from time to time. Like a busy person, he grabbed his tab and began to check on the stock market. While looking at him, she never failed to carry a smile on her face at all times. The driver stopped the car in front of the company. As soon as Sophia stepped out of the car, her smile began to fade as she looked at the man who was standing outside the company. "Bruce?" she mumbled under her breath. Bruce made his way towards her and eventually came to a stop right next to Bryan's car. "Why did you get out of your brother's car?" he asked with a dissatisfied look. She rolled her eyes. "Can't you see? Your brother is also with me." At that moment, Bruce's gaze fell upon the person who was seated inside the car. Bryan got out of the car and walked to them. Sophia tried to calm herself as she was feeling both alpha males' presence. She knew Bryan loved his younger brother a lot. The photo frame that she had accidentally broken with her hand was still fresh in her mind. She had seen the photos of the two brothers. He got very mad at her that day. "What are you doing here?" Bryan asked Bruce as he stood beside Sophia. Bruce glanced at Sophia, then switched his attention to Bryan. "Brother, I am here to talk to my ex-girlfriend. Can you give us some privacy?" Sophia was taken aback by Bruce's statement. Silently, she cast a peek in the direction of Bryan, who was looking at Bruce indifferently. "No." Bryan let out a simple word. She gulped as she noticed his arched brows as he stared at Bryan. Bruce was getting angry at his big brother. On the other hand, even if he wanted to, he was unable to respond to him or show him his furious side. "Brother? But why? Why can't I talk to her?" Bryan lifted his hand to check the time on his watch. "It's an office hour." "So?" Bryan uttered. With a blank expression on his face, Bryan turned his head toward him. "She is my personal secretary. Isn't it obvious that she will be required to be present around the time that I am at the office? She will have to be with me." Sophia looked away from Bryan when he said, "She will have to be with me." She thought she would have run away from the two men at the time she noticed Bruce. They were brothers, and she did not want them to argue for her. "Bruce, why are you here?" she mumbled in a low voice. Bryan raised a brow as he twisted his head to the side and tilted his head toward her to look at her. It was as though he did not want her to speak out at that moment. "Sophia, you didn't come to the campus. That's why I came to see you. I want to talk to you." Sophia took a deep breath as she realized that Bruce was speaking to her in a sincere way. She wondered whether he was referring to the new group or the future assignment when he made his statement. However, before she could say anything again, Bryan started to walk forward. She looked at him and asked, "Alpha?" He turned his head to the side and said it in a cold tone. "Miss Berg, follow me." She took a deep breath and then cast a quick glance in Bruce's direction. "I can't talk to you right now. If it's about the group, I'll see you tomorrow on our campus," she whispered while walking past Bruce, then rushed her pace to follow Bryan. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to them as soon as they entered the entrance hall together. Sophia was astonished by their judgmental gazes. They did not look welcoming at all. Just as they were ready to make their way to the elevator, Bruce's voice could be heard coming from behind them. "Brother, I want to talk to you." By turning her head, Sophia darted a glimpse in Bruce's way. She frowned at him, as she thought he would say something to Bryan about her. Once it was brought to everyone's attention that their alpha's younger brother had come to the company, everyone started exchanging glances with each other. It was very rare for him to come here. Bryan glared at everyone as his eyes roamed around to look at each and everyone. The air of dread captured everyone's hearts as they almost trembled under his gaze. Alpha Bryan exuded a certain air that they were unable to match or surpass. "Back to work," Bryan said to them. Immediately, everyone turned their heads away from the three people who were their sole attention, and then they returned to their work. Bryan turned around to face Bruce. When Sophia noticed that the atmosphere between the two brothers had become icy for no apparent reason, she rubbed her palms together in nervousness. "I'm busy right now," Bryan replied to Bruce. He was about to turn back to the elevator, but Bruce stepped in his way. "No, brother, I wanted to talk to you right now." Sophia found him stubborn. He once told her how much he admired his big brother. He used to talk about him a lot, but she could not forget how his big brother spoiled him with money and gave him permission to do anything in his pack. Bryan did not utter a single word as he continued to stare at Bruce. His eyes were dark despite the fact that his face was calm, which indicated that he did not appear to be happy with Bruce's behavior at the moment. When Bruce saw him staring at him, he swallowed and cleared his throat. "Brother, it will take only a few minutes, please." Sophia was shocked by what she was seeing. She had never witnessed Bruce react so fearfully in front of Bryan. On the other hand, who could maintain their composure in the presence of such a powerful person? Even his father was afraid of him. "Go to the reception desk and ask about scheduling an appointment. When I have some spare time, I will give you a call." The voice of Bryan was piercing. Following the inhalation of a deep breath, Bruce nodded his head. "Okay, brother." Sophia, who was standing next to Bryan, caught Bruce's attention as he looked at her. Before he could say anything to her, Sophia went to the elevator and pressed the button to call it. Bryan walked past Bruce and entered the elevator with Sophia. In the presence of silence, Sophia continued to cast her gaze in Bryan's direction on the elevator mirror. He did not speak to her or even look at her once. Why did Bruce even come here? Bryan must be angry with me again. How can I fix his anger issues? She thought while shaking her head. As soon as the elevator door opened, Bryan made his way straight to his cabin. Sophia, on the other hand, went to make coffee for Bryan. After making a phone call to the workers of the canteen and instructing them to deliver Bryan's breakfast to his cabin, she proceeded to the coffee machine. As she stood in front of the machine, she overheard the conversations that were taking place among the other women, who were the employees of the company. How can this young girl turn out to be so clever? Sophia paused as she heard it. On this floor, she was younger than others, since she was only 18. She knew people referred that to her, since they were aware that if they took names, it would create problems for them. Sophia hissed as her finger came into contact with the hot coffee when she heard one of the women's dirty remarks about her. Today she came to the company with Alpha in his own car. All of us are aware of what it entails. She slept with him for money. After all, she was able to secure the position by spreading her legs to him. "Sophia, are you okay?" Sophia heard Selena's voice. She put the coffee mug on the counter and turned to her. "Miss Selena." As soon as the women heard her voice and turned around, they were taken aback when they realized that Sophia was there. "Oh my God, Miss Sophia, what happened to you?" One of them hurried over to Sophia and gently took her hand. It was clear to Sophia that she was only acting in order to conceal the nasty thoughts they had, so she yanked her hand away. "I'm okay, thank you," Sophia muttered, turning to hold the coffee from the counter. "Sophia, treat your wound. Your finger is burnt." Sophia smiled at Selena, and she tightened her lips. "Thanks for the care, Miss Selena." Sometimes she felt that only Selena was the one who was genuine in this company, and all the other women here were fake. Before she left, Sophia turned her head to the women who were talking badly about her. "Instead of gossiping about who has come to the company with whom, I believe that you should all concentrate more on the work that you are doing. If Alpha finds out that you are ruining his reputation by spreading false rumors, you already know how he will react to this information." It caused the woman's eyes to widen. They wanted to apologize to Sophia in fear that she would complain to Bryan about it. Nevertheless, Sophia did not give them any chance to say sorry. She headed to Bryan's office. When she knocked on the door, she heard his voice and entered the cabin. She gulped when she saw him focusing on his laptop. He appeared to be utterly devastated by his work. What exactly is he focused on? The meeting is the only thing he has to do today, she thought. With a low pace, she made her way to the desk. She put down the coffee mug in front of him and said it in a lower tone. "Alpha, your coffee." She peeked over at the laptop to get a glimpse of what he was doing. The moment he turned his gaze to her, she remained frozen in her position. I was just looking. He returned his attention to the laptop and continued to type on it. She noticed that he did not touch the coffee mug. In fact, his breakfast was also on the desk. He had not started eating either. Alpha, I think you should eat something. It won't be long before we have to leave for the meeting. Bryan looked at her and reminded her in a chilly tone. You don't have to remind me of anything. Simply eat your breakfast and then head back to your cabin so that you can get back to work. Her gaze was fixed on him. She was hurt by his words. What was it that caused him to become angry with her once more? She had done nothing wrong today. Did I do something? She was interrupted by a knock on the door. The knock caused her to frown because it disturbed her conversation in the middle. The expression on her face was one of obvious annoyance. Come in, Bryan said. The door was opened and Bruce entered the cabin. Sophia parted her lips as she saw him enter the room. Didn't Alpha tell him to wait in the lobby? After gathering her thoughts, she turned her attention to Bryan. This man has a deep affection for his brother. It was impossible for him to refrain from calling him within 15 minutes, despite the fact that he had made the decision to make him wait. Bruce glanced at Sophia. She turned her gaze away from him and maintained a quiet stance next to Bryan. Brother, sit down. Bryan made a motion with his hand toward the chair on the other side. Bruce sat on the chair and said, Thanks, brother. I thought you would call me in the last hour. Won't you wait if I make you wait? Of course. Bryan nodded his head after hearing his younger brother. He turned his head to look at Sophia. She looked at him and asked, Yes. She thought he wanted something. I want to talk to him alone. Excuse us. Sure. Having the realization that she ought to have said that before him, Sophia hurriedly made her way to the door, but she stopped when she heard Bryan once again. Take your breakfast set with you. As she turned her attention to the desk, she noticed that the name of her box was also present there. She was confused about who sent it because she had only told the staff about Bryan's breakfast. She gazed at Bryan, who was still looking at her. She could not help but feel that he cared for her. He was the one who asked for her breakfast, since he knew she was hungry too. Thanks for the breakfast, Alpha. Sophia grabbed the box from the desk and turned to leave. What happened to your hand? Bruce asked, getting on his feet as he grabbed her hand. She tried to pull her hand away from his grip. Nothing. How did your finger burn? Who hurt you? Bruce asked. Anger could be heard in his tone of voice. I'm totally fine. It's just a little wound, Sophia replied, trying to free her hand from him. As a result of the hot liquor, the skin on her finger was swollen and she could see that it was turning red. While trying to move away from Bruce, her eyes landed on Bryan. His eyes were on her hand, which was gripped by Bruce. Let me treat your fing. Leave her hand. She is not a child, Bryan spoke up. Bruce halted his movements and twisted his neck to look at him. But bro, leave her hand, Bryan said once again calmly. However, his dark voice was enough to make Bruce let go of Sophia's hand. As soon as he released her hand, Sophia left the cabin to not create any arguments in the room. Bruce turned his head away from the door, which Sophia had just closed after leaving. He sighed and turned to Bryan, who was glaring at him. Brother, sit down. Bruce immediately followed his order and sat on the chair again. Bryan reached his hand to the coffee that Sophia had made for him and took a gulp. He then turned his attention to Bruce and asked, What do you want? Bruce tightened his fists as he replied to what was on his mind. Sophia? Just the moment he let out Sophie's name, Bryan's eyes turned red. Bruce lowered his head to avoid his eyes. Brother, I can't stay away from her. I swear, I have tried, but I couldn't. Bryan stood up from his chair and lit a cigarette. He walked to the window and looked outside. What will you take to leave her side? He muttered under his breath. Bruce raised his head. He stood up as well, but he did not have the courage to walk over to him. I don't want anything, brother. I only want her. She can't be yours, Bryan replied after taking a puff on the smoke. Bruce stared at him for a while. Bryan turned to him and said, You are done getting your answer. You can leave now. Bruce looked into his eyes as he could see how dangerous his big brother was. I bet you have never shown her this side of yourself. She is so naive to understand Alpha Bryan. Bruce's words made Bryan grimace at him. She is my mate. I will handle her by myself. You don't have to worry about her anymore. Bruce heaved a sigh and shook his head. Brother, she is too young to deal with everything. Don't make her a pawn of your game. Sophia was waiting outside Bryan's cabin as she kept glancing at the door. She did not know what was happening inside, but she was afraid that Bruce would say something wrong about her to Bryan. At the very moment that the door to the CEO's cabin opened, Sophia stood tall and straight while leaning her back against the pillar that was located in close proximity to the interior of the cabin. She took notice of Bruce as he emerged from the cabin. His gaze landed on her as he came to a complete stop in his tracks. She tried to ignore him and proceeded to enter the cabin by walking past him. Surprisingly, Bruce did not stop her and left the office. Sophia glanced at Bryan, who was standing behind the desk. He looked gloomy yet calm. Alpha, she mumbled. When his eyes met hers, she took a deep breath. This man's gaze was so penetrating that it seemed as if he might shoot her heart through the eyes. I want them to come here for the meeting, inform them about it. He sounded commanding, which indicated that he was mad at something. Yes, Alpha? Sophia hurriedly dialed a number. She informed the secretary of the other Alpha and told him to come to the Morrison group directly. While she was taking a quick check at the lunchbox, she observed that it appeared to be untouched. She wanted to ask him why he had not had his lunch yet, but the room had turned colder. She assumed that the two brothers had possibly had a verbal fight. She wondered who had won the argument. Sophia left the cabin to set up everything for the meeting. In light of the fact that it was a meeting with a different pack company and not with any of the inner companies of this pack, she had to make a few more arrangements, such as booking hotels for them. Everything done? She asked other employees who were in charge of the conference room. The employees gave her a nod in agreement. Sophia smiled at them and began to check the files for the projects. She emailed all the managers about the prepone meeting since the time had changed because of Alpha Bryan's mood. Sophia huffed while putting her hand on her waist. She had a glance around to determine whether or not everything was on the right track. Perfect. She clapped her hands and left the conference room. Then she made her way back to Bryan's cabin. Alpha, everything is done. Now we are just waiting for Alpha Noble. Bryan heard her but did not reply to her. A sigh came out of her mouth as she expressed her dissatisfaction with his unexpected behavior. This man is bipolar. I just can't understand his mood swings, she murmured while standing close to the desk. She jerked up when she heard Bryan. Did you just say something? She looked at him with wide eyes and shook her head immediately. When his eyes met hers, the room fell into complete silence. She made another attempt to read his gaze, but she was unable to do so. Because of his calculated action and unreadable eyes, he could crack anything in front of him even without touching it with his hands. She gulped when she found him staring at her. What was going on in his mind? Alpha, what hap? She was interrupted when the door opened. Beta Robert entered the cabin with Delta Edger. Their gaze landed on her. They waved at her. She gave them a small smile. Hello, she greeted them. Hello, beauty, Edger said, winking at her. She blushed and looked away from him. Robert went to sit on a chair at the desk. Edger laughed when he saw Sophia's cheeks flushing red. He turned around and his eyes fell on Bryan, who was looking at him. Bro, come on, it was just a wink. There is no need to feel overly possessive. Sophia was stunned by his statement toward Bryan. She glanced at Bryan, who rolled his eyes at Edger. She cleared her throat and said, Alpha, I'm going to my cabin. I will inform you when Alpha Noble arrives here. When she got no answer from Bryan, she left the cabin. She waited for Alpha Noble's arrival at the company. After receiving the news from the receptionist that Alpha Noble had arrived, she did not waste any time and headed straight to Bryan's cabin. She informed the 3 people to come to the conference room. All of them went there together. When Sophia entered the conference room, she noticed all the managers of every department were present there. They stood up and bowed to Bryan as he proceeded to the head chair. Alpha Noble also got to his feet when Bryan came close to his chair. They greeted each other by shaking hands. Alpha Noble was a middle-aged man who seemed to be experienced in the business world. As the meeting started, Sophia stood beside Bryan while holding a file. Troy was making a move with his hand to wave at her, and she cast a glance in his direction. Following the exchange of a smile with him, she returned to her professional demeanor. "You will get 65% profit, but what will my pack get in return?" Alpha Noble asked the marketing manager who had just presented the project on the projector. Every manager tried to put their points forward in an effort to convince Alpha Noble. "What else?" Once again, Alpha Noble inquired. When Sophia noticed that Alpha Noble did not appear to be willing to accept the agreement, she pondered about it and then replied, "You are receiving support from our pack. This is the most significant opportunity for you to investigate further fields. I believe this reason is enough for you to accept the deal." Everyone turned their heads at her in shock. She shrugged her shoulders. She was a business student. She could see what strategy Alpha Noble was using. He had the desire to accept the deal, but he was merely trying to get an edge through negotiation. Alpha Noble looked impressed by her words. He turned his attention to Bryan and chuckled. "Your secretary is smart. She knows what to say in any situation." Bryan looked indifferently at him. Sophia was perplexed as to why, on earth, he had not yet made an effort to convince Alpha Noble. "Do you also have something to say, Alpha Bryan?" Alpha Noble asked. Bryan gave him a nod. He looked at Beta Robert, who handed him the cigarette packet, as if Bryan had asked for it in his mind link. Bryan pulled out a cigarette and put it between his lips. Sophia was shocked. During the meeting, smoking was considered to be a form of disrespectful behavior toward the other alphas. After all, it's a professional conference. However, he was Alpha Bryan. In no way did he follow any of the regulations. Sophia stepped aside when Edger stood up and came to light Bryan's cigarette. She was able to get a sense of the entire room becoming anxious. The gaze of Alpha Noble was fixed on Alpha Bryan. 70% of the profit, Bryan replied after taking a moment to inhale the smoke. Alpha Noble frowned at him with a confused look. "What do you mean?" "I want 70% of the profit," Bryan remarked as he removed the cigarette from his mouth and held it between his two fingers. Alpha Noble and his beta, who had come with him, looked at Bryan in shock. "But we were talking about 65%, and you agreed with it." Bryan scoffed at him. "What about wasting my time for the past 20 minutes? But don't you think you need to convince me?" Bryan raised a brow and asked, "Do you really think Alpha Bryan needs to convince anyone? Other alphas are perishing to get the deal. Go and give it to one of them." Sophia was shocked when she heard Bryan's warning directed toward Alpha Noble, since she thought that Bryan would let the deal go. In a situation where people tried to convince others, he liked to warn them. "If you go out of my pack without signing the deal, I will close every border for your pack business. Let's see which pack will come to your aid when your pack members start starving to death." The declaration that Bryan made startled everyone in the room. It came out like an open challenge to Alpha Noble. As soon as the managers realized that their alpha had become angry, they all lowered their heads in agreement. On the other hand, Sophia was fixated on Bryan the entire time. He was an arrogant man who did not like to lose. If he wanted to have what he aimed for, he would do everything to get it. Well, he caught Alpha Noble's weakness, and he used it in the meeting since he was a mighty man who could do all those things that he was saying. For once, Sophia felt the man she was staring at was a whole different person. Though he got mad at her sometimes, the way he was looking at Alpha Noble, it was something else. His eyes were dark and his face was relaxed. It was more frightening than a man who looked mad. Sophia felt a sudden urge to see him in his wolf form. The man who was cold in front of other alphas, what would his wolf look like? Suddenly she remembered the last time she shifted in the woods. It had been a while. She wanted to go for a run. She desired to take in the crisp air and bask in the glow of the moonlight without any restriction. While looking at Bryan, she was so lost in her thoughts that she had missed the conversation running in the room. She came out of her thoughts when she heard Alpha Noble. "Alpha Bryan, take my apology if I somehow offend you," Alpha Noble spoke. Bryan nodded his head slightly in response. Sophia's eyes shifted to Bryan once again. His lips were biting the cigarette between them. She gulped when she remembered how those lips tasted. She felt them softly when they touched hers that night. "How can I take your apology when you are not here to come for business but to wail for profits?" Bryan asked. Alpha Noble's Beta stood up and said, "My Alpha came here with the intention of giving the deal to your pack. However, we ended up offending you unintentionally. Forgive us." Beta Robert looked at the man and replied, "Only the land is yours, but the whole investment is ours. How can you think of getting more than 35%? Delta Edger did not halt himself either, as he said, "Since Alpha wanted 70%, now you will have to give us 70%. End of the discussion." Alpha Noble and his Beta exchanged a glance, then nodded at each other. During the time Alpha Noble and his Beta discussed it with each other in their mind links, Bryan kept his gaze on them while smoking. It looked as if he was reading their minds. Sophia bit her bottom lip as she observed Bryan carefully. No matter what he did, it always appeared to be mysterious. He was the king of mysteries and enigmas. She was confused as to why Bryan was so furious today. It was clear that his mood was not fine at all. She kept thinking about what Bruce had said to him that made him this mad. "Okay, Alpha Bryan, I agree with your decision, but as you are getting more profit than we expected before, please don't forget to look after my pack." Bryan took the last puff before throwing the cigarette and looking at him. "Of course, I have no reason to attack your pack. You are making me happy. I'll make your pack members happy." One of the employees stood up and rushed to the printer when Delta Edgar added the new clause of profit to the contract. When Alpha Noble finally got his hands on the contract documents, he went through the process of reading them over and over again before signing them. "Don't worry, I never backstab others, but if they try to trick me, I stab them in their chest directly." Bryan's words froze everyone. Alpha Noble slowly handed the papers to him. Bryan signed the papers and then stood up. Following him, everyone got to their feet. "Thanks for the deal," Alpha Noble said. It was a big deal for him because the business was going to run in his pack. Bryan gave him a nod and said, "Come to the celebration party tomorrow night." The expression on Alpha Noble's face changed. This was due to the fact that he thought Bryan was dissatisfied with the contract. Nevertheless, when he learned about the party, he had a slight sense of relaxation. "Of course, I will," Alpha Noble replied with a warm grin. Without giving others another glance, Bryan left the conference room. Sophia noticed everyone headed to the door to leave. Troy walked to her and said, "Everyone was on the verge of losing their breath a while ago. Alpha is so dangerous. His aura is undefeatable." Sophia glanced at Alpha Noble and his Beta, whom Beta Robert and Delta Edger were escorting out. "He lost 5% without any reason," she mumbled. Troy's laugh came to her ears as she turned to him. "What?" she asked. "You should be happy that Alpha didn't cancel the deal. Wasn't it an important deal? It was more important for them than us." After a brief conversation with Troy, Sophia made her way to Bryan's cabin. She opened the door and saw him standing by the window, looking outside. I wonder what he always looks at from there? Road? Sky? She thought, closing the door behind her. "What do you want?" Bryan asked without turning around, as if he were aware that she was the one who had entered his cabin. Sophia's steps halted. She took a deep breath and decided to talk to him. She walked over to him and stood behind him. "Alpha, are you okay? You look mad at something," she mumbled. But when he turned around, she almost took a step back. His gaze was sharper than any knife. "Are you willing to get back with Bruce again?" he asked out of nowhere. Her eyes widened. She was at a loss to comprehend the reason for his question. He observed her expression. A frown appeared on his face, and he turned back to the window. "Still confused?" he muttered under his breath. The realization dawned on Sophia that he had misunderstood her reaction. It was just that she was surprised by his sudden question. She looked at his tall figure. It was like his broad shoulder was pulling her towards him. She took a deep breath and then lifted her hands. She slowly wrapped her hands around his torso from behind. She leaned on his back and mumbled, "I don't want to get back with him. I don't have anything for him or any other man. I... She paused as she almost lost her breath while talking. It took her all her strength to talk to him about it. Her hands gradually slipped away from his body when she felt him moving. As he turned around, he looked at her. His body towered over her. She tried to avoid his questioning gaze by looking away from him, but his hand grasped her waist and pulled her toward him. "You know what you are getting into, right?" Sophia blushed as she lowered her head. She recalled the time when Bryan told her that she caught his attention. The way he always showed concern for her and took care of her safety, she believed he had feelings for her in his heart. "I know," she mumbled in reply as she bit her bottom lip to stop smiling. He raised her chin and made her look at him. She looked into his eyes and got lost in them. She wanted to stroke his thick brows, which showed her his mood. She placed her hands on his chest and tried to feel if his heart beat faster with the closeness. However, instead of him, she began to feel her heart sprint when he lowered his head. His face came close to hers, and she shut her eyes. She was waiting for his lips to take over her soft lips. But they never touched her lips. She opened her eyes to look at Bryan. He was looking at her hands, which rested on his chest. "What happened to your hand?" he asked. She immediately moved her hands from his chest and hid them behind her. "Nothing, just a little wound." He frowned at her and moved his hand behind her waist. His hand lightly touched her lower back, and she let out a gasp in response. Her lips parted in shock as she felt his finger brush her back to get her hands. His eyes were fixed on her. The way she reacted to his simple touch twitched him inside. He grabbed her hands and drew them to look at her hands. He saw she got hurt in a finger of her right hand. Without any warning, he put the finger into his mouth. Her eyes were widened by his action. The way he licked her finger was too much for her to take. Instead of feeling pain, she began to feel unknown sensations. Nevertheless, she attempted to draw out her finger, but he gazed at her, which caused her to become frozen. She looked at him shyly, then her eyes shifted to his lips, which were devouring her finger. Was he trying to heal her? But it was not a cut or a big wound. Why was the process so intimating? She wanted to hide her face in shyness. It's okay. It's not a big wound," she muttered in a lower tone. "Who said I was healing your wound?" he asked after removing her finger from his mouth. She was stunned. "Then?" After releasing his grip on her hand, he stepped closer to her. She retreated a few steps, but she came to a halt when she found herself leaning her back against the desk. Upon observing that she was nervous, he smirked at her. He put his hands on the desk beside her on both sides and looked at her so closely. A slight leaning back toward the desk caused her to come dangerously close to falling on the glass of the desk. "It will be headed by an ointment anyway. I just wanted to do that. That's why I did it," he whispered on her face. He attracted her with his warmth, his breath, and his cologne. She was, however, confused by the words that he had said. "Why did you want to lick my finger?" she asked with a perplexed look. As he looked at her with a raised brow, he chuckled and then stepped away from her. Sophia stood straight and looked at him. After giving her a pat on the head, he grinned at her. "You are still very young for me." Sophia felt lost in his beautiful smile. The way his lips parted and he grinned at her, she wanted to watch it daily. His statements, on the other hand, caused her to frown at him. By young, what exactly did he mean? Was he referring to my age? I am not young. "I'm 18 now, and soon I'll be 19, she thought. She knew he was 5 years older than her, but that did not mean he would think that she was younger. "I am not young. I am an adult," she replied, pouting her lips. He tilted his head to the side and asked, "Oh, really?" It seemed as though he took pleasure in her rage, so she gave him a slight nod. "Yes, I am." Suddenly, he leaned on her, which caught her off guard. "Then let me warn you, big girl, prepare yourself for me, because you have awakened the beast inside me. Even if you are observing me, I am not always as calm as I am right now." Her face flushed red as she tried to process his words. Her heartbeat began to race, which was audible to him clearly. He gently stroked her red cheeks with his knuckles. "Relax, I won't hunt you alive." She gulped and looked away from him. She did not know what to say. All she wanted to do was cover her face to avoid his gaze. In an attempt to avoid being embarrassed, she carefully pushed his chest away and then fled from his cabin. He did not stop her either. Sophia patted her cheeks as her pulse ran too fast. No one had ever talked to her like that, not even Bruce. The whole day, she was in her cabin and did not go to Bryan's office room again. However, she kept smiling alone whenever she glanced at her finger. It looked less swollen, as if his saliva was a cure. She slowly lifted her hand and kissed her finger lightly while thinking about Bryan. She covered her face when she realized what she was doing. "He is making me crazy," she said to herself. When it was time to leave the company, she stood outside Bryan's cabin door. Bryan opened the door just as she was about to knock on it. She took a step back and looked away from him. He walked past her and started to walk toward the elevator. She followed him behind with a flushed face. When they entered the elevator, she thought Bryan would say something to her. But surprisingly, he was silent. He was observing her through the elevator mirror, and she became aware of his gaze. As she turned her head to the opposite side, she got the terrifying sensation that she had lost her mind. When they came outside the building, Bryan's driver opened the door for her. She turned to look at Bryan. He motioned for her to get inside. She got in the car, and Bryan sat next to her. While she was sitting next to him, she tried to calm herself by biting her lips. She waited for him to say something, but throughout the entire ride, he did not speak a word. When the driver came to a stop in front of her house, she opened the door in order to exit the car. At that time, Bryan stopped her by grabbing her hand. She turned her head to look at him. "Don't forget about the party tomorrow." She nodded at him. "Yes." He stared at her for a while, then said, "I will take you somewhere after the party." Sophia could not sleep much last night. Her mind kept going back to the words that Bryan had said. The thought of where Bryan might take her was going through her mind. She was awake as she was smiling while looking at the ceiling. The alarm kept ringing since she had set the time on her phone last night. She turned her head and reached out her hand to get her phone, which was on the nightstand. She turned off all of the alarms and yawned as she sat up in the bed. "I couldn't sleep last night," she murmured. She got out of bed and walked to the window. The weather was cold, and the chilly breeze hugged her body the moment she stood by the window. She sneezed as a cold wind entered her nostrils suddenly. She rubbed her nose and closed the window glass hurriedly. She walked to the mirror on the dressing table and looked at herself. Thank God I didn't get to see a pair of dark circles under my eyes. Otherwise, how would I have gone to the party with that face? She glanced at the clock. She still had time for university. So she took time to shower and then got ready to go to the university. When she left her room, she noticed her mother setting up the table for breakfast. She could not talk to her last night. Therefore, she thought to do that right now. After she had finished helping her mother, the two of them sat down at the table and began eating breakfast together. "Mom, I have to tell you something," Sophia said to her mother. Her mother gave her a nod to continue. "Mom, I will come home late tonight, so don't worry about me and sleep in time, okay?" "Why? Are you going to Sarah's house today?" "No, Mom. We have a celebration party tonight. So Alpha said we might have some work after the party." "What work?" Sophia tried to gather her thoughts, as she could not say that they were going out. Some office stuff like signing papers and all. "You know a CEO has so much work to do, and as his secretary, I have to stay beside him." Her mother thought for some time, then nodded her head in agreement. "If you will be with Alpha, then I don't have to worry." Sophia smiled at her mother when she saw how much she believed in Bryan. She wondered how she would react if she learned that Bryan was her mate. She assumed her mother would be really happy. After having breakfast with her mother, Sophia left her house. When she was heading to the bus stop from her house, she noticed a familiar car was moving toward her. She stopped walking and looked at the car. The car stopped right beside her, and the driver came out of the car. Sophia took a quick glimpse at the window of the back seat and tried to peer inside. The driver stood in front of her and said, "Alpha is not inside the car." Sophia looked away from the window in embarrassment that the driver had caught her. "I wasn't thinking that," she mumbled. Bryan's driver then handed her a bag. The bag, which bore the name of a prestigious brand, caught her attention as she looked into it. "What's this?" she asked him. "Alpha sent it to you. He told me to deliver it to your house early in the morning since I wouldn't be able to locate you later. It's good to see that I did not have to go to your house and find you here." But what is inside it? I don't know, miss. It should be up to you to look into it. I have no right to know that. Sophia nodded her head and thanked him. The driver asked her if he would drive her to the university, but she rejected his offer and told him that she could go herself. When the driver drove off from there, Sophia opened the bag and looked inside it. She found a stunning silk dress in a crimson color. It looked like a dress of great quality at quite an expensive price. She noticed a small card inside. She quickly grabbed the card and opened it. Wear this for tonight's party. You don't have to come to the office today. See you at the party. She stared at the beautiful handwriting, which captivated her mind. A bright smile appeared on her face. She let out a long, deep breath as butterflies began to flit around inside her stomach. She put the card inside the bag and proceeded to the bus stop in a good mood. She took a bus and went to the university. As soon as she stepped onto her campus, everyone began to glance at her. She frowned at them and noticed that they were looking at her bag. It slipped her mind that people were fond of paying a great deal of attention to well-known brands. As she entered the Faculty of Business Studies, she paid no attention to their stares and proceeded inside. She called Sarah and asked her where she was. Sarah told her that she was in the cafeteria with Nolan. When Sophia looked at the time on her watch, she realized that there were still 20 minutes remaining until the beginning of her first lesson. She decided to join her friends in the cafeteria. As soon as Sophia arrived at their table, Sarah jumped up from her seat and welcomed her with a hug. Sophia? Nolan gave her a side hug and went back to sit on his chair. What's up, champion? Sarah said you didn't come to the university yesterday because of a deal. Did our pack get it? He asked. Sophia told them how Bryan won the deal and then signed it with 70% of the profit share. Their jaws dropped as they could not believe how Bryan got more than 5% without losing a single thing in the deal. After a few minutes, Nolan left the cafeteria when his friends came to meet him. So, baby, what's going on? Is your alpha happy to get the deal? Sarah asked, wiggling her brows. I don't know his happiness, but he did throw a party tonight. Can I come, please? Sophia held her and replied in an upset tone. I wish I could invite you. It's a business party. Sarah shook her head. It's okay. Sophia felt bad that she could not invite her friend, but suddenly her face brightened. Hey, wait. I can't invite you, but I can invite your dad. Uncle is also a businessman, and I can add him to the invitation list. You can come there with his invitation. Sarah clapped her hands. You are right. Sophia immediately checked the invitation list. Due to the fact that she was the personal secretary of the CEO, she had the authority to include or exclude anyone from the guest list. Done. Yes, both of them chimed with contentment. Sarah's eyes fell on the bag, and she asked, What's this? Did you buy this dress for the party? I bet you are into seducing your mate, babe, because it's a damn expensive brand. Sophia gave the bag to Sarah to see and mumbled, He sent it to me to wear it tonight. Sarah smirked at her. I see. Sophia cleared her throat and looked away while saying, And he said he would take me somewhere after the party. Sarah's eyes widened, and then she broke into a bright grin. Oh my God, he asked you for a date. Sophia, I think he will confess his feelings and ask you to be his Luna. Are you ready to enter the hall? Sarah asked Sophia as both of them stood out of the party hall where the celebration was going on. Sophia took a deep breath as she glanced inside the hall from outside. The whole day, she was nervous about tonight. As she told Sarah, she invited Sarah's father. Sarah took the opportunity and asked his father to let her attend the party. She brought Nolan as her partner. He went to park the car and would join them soon. No, I'm not. I'm feeling nervous to see him, Sophia mumbled, turning away from the door. Sarah put her hands on her waist and gave her a look. Babe, why are you feeling so nervous? You are looking damn hot. I must say Alpha Bryan has a choice. This dress fits on you so perfectly that it's showing this dress is only designed for your body. Sophia held her hand and said, Thanks, Sarah. You helped me get ready. Sarah winked at her. You mean to give you a hot makeup? Sophia chuckled and hit her arm lightly. She turned her head and found Nolan approaching them. He was in a formal suit, which gave him a mature look. Ladies, let's go. Both Sophia and Sarah nodded their heads and entered the hall together with him. They felt amazed by the decoration of the hall. The decorator really put all of their effort into it. After all, it was a party where the head alpha would be present. Sophia looked around as her eyes tried to find the only person in the hall who always made her heart beat faster. She could not find him, but her eyes met a few men's gazes who kept their eyes on her. She ignored their gazes and stood in a corner with her friends. "Oh, hi, beauty." When she heard the voice, she immediately turned in that direction. She spotted Delta Edger coming on her way. She smiled at him. "Edger." He stopped in front of her and looked at her appearance. "I almost thought I was looking at some famous model. You look pretty like blossoms." Sophia chuckled at his remarks. "Thank you." She glanced at her friends, who were totally unaware of who Edger was. "They are my friends, Sarah and Nolan. And this is the Delta of our pack, Delta Edger." She introduced them to each other. They only knew Beta Robert since they had met him in the hotel and then hung out with him in the club. So now, after meeting with Edger, they feel delighted. They greeted him. Edger gave them a nod and returned his attention to Sophia. "The CEO hasn't arrived yet. His secretary comes before him." Sophia realized that Bryan had not come to the party yet. She thought she was late since he told her to come to the party at 8 p.m. After having a brief conversation with Sophia, Edger left her side. Sophia kept glancing at the door. She was waiting for Bryan. Though she noticed Alpha Noble, she did not go to him. She wanted to go to converse with anyone when Bryan would come. "Ah, my baby is waiting for her mate," Sarah whispered in her ear. "Shh, no one knows about it," Sophia reminded her. "Oh, come on." "After tonight, he will scream to everyone that you are his mate," she replied, smirking at Sophia. Sophia bit her bottom lip to control her laugh as Sarah began to make expressions on her face to tease her. "Here he is, Alpha Bryan!" Someone spoke out loudly. Sophia immediately turned her head toward the door and looked at the mighty man who had just entered the hall with a powerful aura that no one could compare. Bryan was in an expensive, handmade black suit. Under his suit jacket, he was wearing a black shirt. 2 of the buttons on his shirt were open, which made all the women around the hall go crazy. Sophia's jaw dropped as she stared at Bryan. He was so handsome that she could not take her eyes off of him. "He is so hot. I wish I did not have a mate. I could have chased after him. For this man, I can leave my alpha, too. It's just that he is an aggressive man and does not let women touch him. Otherwise, every woman is head over heels for him." Sophia heard whispers of young women who were drooling over Bryan. She frowned at them. She did not like their thoughts about Bryan. Throughout the whole hall, one name was echoing, and that was Alpha Bryan. He was in every woman's dreams and desires. They wanted to have him not only because of his position, but also because of the personality he had. He was cold yet dyingly handsome. His one glance could kill any woman in any pack. "Don't be jealous, he is so attractive. What can other ladies do?" Sarah said to her. Nolan glared at Sarah. "You know I'm standing next to you, right?" "Baby, you know we all like celebrities, but that doesn't mean we can have them, so don't worry about it. He is her mate, and you are mine." Nolan became calm with her words. She hugged his arm and said, "Don't get mad. I will make it up to you." Nolan smirked at her. "Sure." Sophia felt that she should leave the couple's side to let them enjoy the party with each other. "I'm going to the other side. You both can enjoy the party, okay?" Sarah said, looking at them. Sarah was about to oppose as she started to speak. "No, it's okay." But she paused when she looked behind Sophia. She looked frozen, as did Nolan. Sophia stared at them with confusion and turned around, only to find Bryan standing behind her. She gasped, almost losing her breath. His mysterious eyes met hers. They shifted from her eyes and slowly moved down to her whole body. Sophia felt he was brushing her whole body with his gaze. "Alpha," she mumbled after gulping. His gaze returned as he looked into her eyes. His dark eyes made her feel shy. He lowered his head and moved his mouth close to her ear, then whispered, "I didn't know you would look this perfect in this dress. You're ravishing." Sophia blushed when she heard Bryan. She lowered her head to hide her flushed face. Sarah cleared her throat as she and Nolan were standing next to them. Sophia felt embarrassed as she turned her head away from Bryan. Bryan stood straight and looked at Sarah, then shifted his eyes to Nolan, who looked nervous around him. "Alpha, nice to see you again," Sarah said, smiling at him brightly. "Yes, Alpha. Congratulations to you for the deal, Nolan said, stretching his hand out toward Bryan. He thought Bryan would not shake his hand with him, so he was about to take his hand back to him, but Bryan extended his hand and shook hands with him. Nolan's eyes brightened. He smiled at him lightly. It was like a fortune for the pack members to even meet once with the head alpha. So shaking hands with him was something beyond expectations. When she added your father's name to the invitation list, I knew it was because of you, but she could have told me directly. Bryan said to Sarah. Sarah's jaw dropped as she glanced at Sophia after hearing Bryan. She nudged her elbow at Sophia and said, Alpha cares for you a lot. Wow! Her voice was audible. Sophia gave her a look to shut her mouth since Bryan was also listening to her. Enjoy the party, Bryan told Sarah, and Nolan then turned her head toward Sophia. He extended her hand toward her. Let's go. Sophia looked at him. Where? He raised a brow after hearing her question. In just 1 day's break from work, you have forgotten that you are my secretary? He was right. She almost forgot that she had come here as the personal secretary of Alpha Bryan. She immediately grabbed his hand and shook her head at him. Sorry, I didn't mean it. He held her hand softly and headed in another direction in the hall. Each and everyone's attention was focused on Bryan. They noticed how he was holding his secretary's hand. They had never seen him getting so close with another woman except his ex-fiancée Mila, who almost became his Luna. While walking beside Bryan, Sophia fixed her eyes on him. Even his side profile captured her heart. She almost questioned the moon goddess about how she gave her such an attractive man as her mate. Congratulations, Alpha Noble, Bryan said, standing in front of the middle-aged man, who looked really happy. His beaming face astounded Sophia. Didn't he lose so much on the project? How can he be so happy tonight? She thought. All thanks to you, Alpha Bryan, Alpha Noble said to him. Sophia greeted him with a smile. Hello, Miss Sophia. You are such a beauty. If I had a son, I would have approached you for him. Sophia did not know what to say. She glanced at Bryan, who looked indifferent, but he was not silent. He replied to Alpha Noble with a calm tone. I would not have let her go. Alpha Noble looked at him with surprise. Why? Before Bryan could respond to his question, Beta Roberts' voice came to their ears. If he let go of his beautiful secretary, who would take over her job? He won't find another one like her. Alpha Noble chuckled and nodded his head in agreement. You are right. She is intelligent enough to be in that position. The way she replied in the meeting, I observed her there. Alpha Bryan is quite lucky to have her. Sophia was standing there quietly while listening to the praises. She felt relaxed when she saw that others were appreciating her in front of Bryan. She did not want him to feel disappointed by her in any way. The party lasted for hours. When it was time for dinner, Sarah asked Sophia to join her and Nolan. Sophia was about to say yes, but her phone began to ring at that moment. She looked at the screen and found out that it was Bryan who was calling her. He was outside for a few minutes, so she assumed that he had gone out to smoke. She received the call and put the phone close to her ear. Hello? Come outside. We are leaving the party. Her lips parted as she glanced at her friends, then mumbled in a lower tone. Alpha, don't you want to have dinner? If you are hungry, then don't be concerned about it. I won't starve you to death. You are going somewhere with me. His voice was mocking, yet demanding. It was almost as if she palmed her forehead as she realized that she had forgotten that he had asked her to go out with him after the party. She had been so preoccupied with keeping herself busy at the business party that she had completely forgotten about it. I'm coming, Alpha. After hanging up the phone, she turned to her friends. She held Sarah's hand and apologized to her. I'm so sorry. I have to leave now. Sarah's brows lifted as she understood that she was going with Bryan. She hugged Sophia and whispered in her ear, Go, go. Best of luck, my baby. I can't wait to hear his way of confessing from your mouth. Sophia turned red. When Nolan asked where she was going, Sarah said she would tell him later. After saying goodbye to her and Nolan, she walked out of the hall. As soon as she came outside, she found Bryan's car outside the hall. He was smoking while leaning against his car. His one hand was holding the cigarette, and the other hand was inside his pocket. Sophia felt that, like the hero of a movie, he was waiting for his heroine. She lowered her head and walked toward him. As she reached his car, he opened the passenger door for her. "Where is your driver?" she asked, looking at him. He threw the cigarette on the ground and smashed it with his shoe, then replied to her, "I'm going to drive." As she sat down in the passenger seat, she noticed that he had moved to the opposite side of the car, and then he sat down in the driver's seat. She fastened the seat belt when he started the car and headed in a direction that was unknown to her.